This game, since its appearance, has attracted a lot of attention in its direction, diverse locations, and the romance of adventure. Hidden dungeons and dormant secrets awaiting the traveler. Everything was here. Dangerous battles with monsters, in which at stake was the life of the player. All this attracted people from all corners of the planet. Here there were mobs of increased difficulty level to cope with which only the most skillful fighters could cope. Players could also team up with each other and mop up dungeons together. It was full of content, a real breath of fresh air for sophisticated players. However, no matter how much content is in the game, it can't live beyond a certain age, and popularity started to go downhill. The only things left are the obsessions of attraction and stubbornness, and the fallen forever left in the game. One such person was our present-day hero. The deceased has risen from the other world and is returning to the old days. Over time, he gave himself completely to this game. It absorbed all his free time. Guy literally lived inside the virtual world. It had been 15 years since he had started playing, and here he was, grown up, standing in front of the doors to a large building. Our hero's name was Leo Jin, his teeth clenched by himself. A rotten loan shark, would he even follow him inside the game? A smile appeared on the guy's face. The guy was an old-time nerd. They live once, right, so it was worth a try. Ignoring the warning, Jin moved toward the open doors with confidence. Inside in front of him was a strange mechanism. In the middle was a big sword. The guy was only asking for one last chance. He was already a pro playing this game for too long. All he needed to do was get stronger. Initially, he liked everything, and Jin didn't even realize he had spent a whole 15 years in the game. It was different now. He was holding a small purple pebble of reinforcement. If everything worked out, the debt would be over. Without hesitation, the boy threw the pebble into the urn with the hope that his plan would work after all. Jin's face tensed. He had a good feeling from the start that if he were a coward, he wouldn't even be able to touch the stones. It worked. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and Jin pulled out another stone. When Jin saw that a +5 sword had been created, his smile became even wider. Today, he was lucky. From that moment on, the unhappy Jin prayed to all the gods he knew and asked them for strength. After another pebble throw, the sword glowed in improvement, and this time succeeded. Jin's joy was unbounded as he jumped on the spot and shouted like a madman. After all these years of futile endeavor, he will succeed. Just need to achieve 7 times the amplification. Another pebble immediately flew into the trash can. There's still some left. And this time, everything happened as usual. Jin lost his mind with happiness. Finally, he succeeded. But joy was immediately replaced by bewilderment. He looked away with a surprised look. Now he is not afraid of any ridicule from other players. This new beginning, he will start a new path. The weapon he got thanks to the loans is an executive sword with which he can earn a fortune and forget about poverty. But then he got the idea in his head of what to do with his debts if he sold the sword he would end up with. The thought flashed through his mind that maybe he should improve his weapon once more, because he was already 35 years old and he hadn't achieved anything. Either way, his life is pathetic. What's the point of starting over with nothing? He has no friends or acquaintances. If it turns out, and this time to improve the weapon, she earned money, he can buy an apartment. This thought did not give rest. An inner voice tried to stop him, but the guy became distraught and threw another stone of improvement into the urn. His eyes literally popped up to his forehead after Jin saw that the amplification was complete and everything had worked out again. The weeping player was praising all the gods known to them. They finally turned to face him and helped him. The inner voice even wondered, is this loser? Having a good day today, Jin continued to cry. But the joy didn't last long. Jin glanced down at the new weapon and a thought flashed through his mind. Greed did not let the player rest, and he intended to improve the sword one more time, already taking the stone out of his pocket. In front of his eyes immediately appeared untold riches. He will be able to gain authority and then never be poor again. It was decided he would create a legendary weapon right now, and no one would be able to stop him. There was a gleam of madness in his eyes. Jin was already imagining bathing in mountains of gold, and he was wearing legendary armor. As expected, the error popped up. The guy's eyes rounded and his heart stopped beating for a second. Consciousness again plunged into darkness. Apparently today was not the day when anything was possible. Jin was inconsolable. Tears flowed from his eyes and snot from his nose, and that was the end of his life. He should never have started playing this game. Suddenly, as if he woke up from anesthesia, consciousness began to slowly return, and a frightened Jin whirled his head around. Looking around, the guy realized that for some reason he was in the hospital. In his head, everything was mixed up. Memories slowly returned. The first thing he saw in front of him was the chubby doctor. The man smiled and his cheeks lit up with a red blush. Looking at the strange doctor in surprise, Jin didn't say a word to the strange doctor. The man told him that Jin had come to them because he had a seizure while beta testing the game. After saying beta version, Jin tensed up a bit. What is he even talking about? Experimental version of some kind familiar situation? Of course. Another man in a business suit said that their company would provide Jin with a new capsule and a small amount of money as compensation. The guy was slowly coming to the realization of reality. Is it really all getting better? On the face itself appeared a smile. Had he traveled back in time, Gene was now lying on the floor in his empty room and clutched at his stomach. Rising, he saw in the mirror a young face not at all like the face of a reclusive adult male. He remembered that his little sister decided to do BJJ and borrowed an item from him, and then things didn't go according to plan. She went into an open PvP area alone and got caught by an enemy guild. And of course, the result was expected. She went to the other world and lost, and the item was lost. After that, in order to somehow recoup the loss, rather than destroy a high-level monster and sell its item, later even took private loans to restore finances, but as you realize it was a wrong decision, all Gene knew how to do was play games, and as you can imagine, he wanted to break the system and erase the lines between game and reality. And now the young boy stood in front of the mirror and looked at his reflection, unable to understand what had happened. If the past was all just a nightmare, it couldn't be. Jin frowned, fury and incomprehension glittering in his eyes. Anyway, now it's new life. He walked over to the virtual reality capsule and looked at it. Without a moment's thought, Jin plunged into virtual reality and flashes of different colors appeared in front of him. Now the guy was inside the game, everything was the same, but how far he looked into the future, maybe everything had changed. Calling up the inventory, Jin was surprised to notice that he only had one starter sword, but there was nothing to do. It was an ordinary wooden blade for training. It had little damage, but there was no other choice. As expected, the first enemy of the meeting with us, Gene, turned out to be a dangerous bug, and the guy immediately rushed to attack. Destroying these monsters is easy, so Gene immediately set about destroying the bugs. But to the guy's great surprise, the beetle did not go to the other world, but flew at him, snapping its sharp fangs. The unfortunate one had to dodge the blows of the sharp spikes so as not to lose early. Somehow, it's weird. Jumping up, Jin swung his starting blade and headed straight for Beetle. He hit the back of the neck, which is the monster's weakest point to hit. Suddenly, the player noticed that his body was incredibly light, not quite the way a 30-year-old man should be. He began to rummage through the body of the defeated Beetle, and yet he soon found something. There was an object. It was a sting bug weapon. For one hand, has the property of venom, pretty good to begin with. It was decided to do everything from memory since Jin had spent 15 years in this game. It wouldn't be too difficult. And again in the eyes flared excitement, all the charms of the game, all the secrets he will take for himself. And only after that really enjoy the game. Jin started hitting the bug over and over again. Usually the guy was much faster, but not now. When the monsters were done with the heavy breathing, Jin looked in front of him. He was used to such exertion after all. After asking if he would like to add his name to the leaderboard, Jin said he would like to call himself expert. The big surprise for him was that he could choose the difficulty level of the boss on the 10th floor. This had never happened before. By the way, back then, it was called the rank of the next mission in the training tower, not many hidden privileges. Apparently, this is all available to those who were able to break the world record, Gene reflected. Looking at the level, a rank C boss is 10 times stronger than a rank D boss, and so on upwards. So it's worth being careful. With a trembling hand, he approached the difficulty selection plate. A man in his right mind would never play on high. But as we know, it's not about Gene. He chose the highest available difficulty because he thought he was almost a pro. And why should he pay attention to any complexity? The guy was going up the stairs straight to the boss. Those watching Gene's passage wondered how he really chose such a high difficulty. People chuckled quietly. At level 4, picking such a difficult boss is really possible or a joke. Jin listened to all this talk and couldn't believe, could this really be for real? Everyone knows each other in the rookie village, and when Gene's level grows and his personality is revealed, the scouts will take over. Soon he reached the boss's room. It was a huge monster-like skeleton with a huge axe in his hands. But that didn't diminish the confidence of a guy with his experience and strength. He could easily defeat the skeleton boss. Soon it was over. The bland power of power is really what players past the high levels feel. Soon he got his armor, the first clothing he had ever worn in his life for an expert. But it would do for a start. But before leaving this place, something needed to be checked, and Jin rushed into the tower to look for it. The guy started climbing on the floor like a worm. The secret passage must be around here somewhere just to find it. Finally, what was needed on the floor, somewhere in the farthest corner, was a symbol. Jin immediately touched it with his hand. The 11th floor opened, the wall began to move, and soon a passage upstairs appeared in front of the player. He didn't go through alone, but he was suddenly curious about what would happen next, the highest difficulty level of all the hidden quests. Without further ado, Jin rushed forward, opening the doors with his foot. He was fully confident in his abilities. But as soon as he crossed the threshold of the next floor, something at breakneck speed whizzed past his head. Gene was completely shocked at what this was even about. In the guy's eyes, there was genuine consternation. He was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. The next second, a huge fist came down on that spot, and if Jin hadn't moved aside, he would have been left with a wet spot. What is this guy did not understand how this monster appeared so quickly. All the guy could do was run away to save his life. After Jin saw his opponent in his soul, it was a huge monster as tall as a mountain. It was a dragon prison counselor rank C+. The monster was really huge and incredibly dangerous. One could only hope that it was some kind of mistake. Jin didn't understand anything about how there could be such a monster in a training location. But unfortunately, it was true, and it was too late to think at the last moment. Jin dodged the next attack. Based on the game's information, this monster's affiliation with the dragon race makes it dominant throughout the continent. And how Jin was supposed to beat him, the guy was just terrified. He was confused and scared. But the monster did not wait and immediately began to destroy everything around. Jin flew off somewhere to the side. Thankfully, he managed to land on the ground with a little somersault. All that's left is to figure out how to destroy this monster. Something was definitely wrong here. The guy looked at the monster, who was breathing heavily and glaring at his victim. His gaze fell on the heavy handcuffs on the monster's arms. That's what they were holding him the whole time. That's why he's so slow. There were chains all over his back restraining his movement, so it was just a low-ranking man, not a torturer. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the monster is quite dangerous and was already reaching for the boy with his hand. It even pleased Gene the developers made the game the other way around more interesting. There had to be some kind of a passphrase. He rushed forward and delivered the first crushing blow to the monster. The guy was moving incredibly fast. Even though he did damage, it was negligible compared to the boss's HP. At this rate, we'll have to beat him forever. But that made Gene's face light up with a triumphant smile, and it was going to be long and fun. But at least his sword can't break. At least that's something to be happy about. All that's left is to destroy the monster. From now on, a long battle awaited him. Jin tuned for victory in advance and clutched his sword tightly in his hands. And so began his long battle with this monster. The guy lunged time after time, throwing many blows. Normally, the regeneration skill of such monsters is incredibly high, but this situation is different. Now, it's all about concentration and speed. That's not a problem. That's the only way to defeat such a monster. Paying no attention to anyone and expecting nothing and just fighting to the point of losing his pulse, the guy shouted. After 3 months of battle, he still managed to put down this monster. Jin was truly shocked. He looked at the plaque with the level of maximum he could have right now. It was 25. All this thanks to the fact that he now has a weapon that solves it, is the slashing squall he got after destroying a monster. This sword is at the top of the dark ranking of the God of Misfortune. Thing is incredibly powerful. Gene wasn't going to go to any camp and would rather stay human. In front of him immediately, a notice popped up. He pressed the agree button without delay. Of course he wanted to stay human, of course he had no other option. Although he won't get various privileges now, but otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch monsters from his camp. So it's even better. Because of this would diminish the pleasure of the farm. A triumphant smile appeared on the guy's face. The next place he went to was the newcomer's village, a neat little town with a dense population. As soon as he stepped inside, all the residents immediately stared at him with surprised eyes. Jin didn't have time right now to run from point A to point B and do the starting quests. Everyone looked at him in amazement only because he was completely naked without any uniforms. His appearance didn't go unnoticed, and Jin was immediately approached by 2 guys calling him a pervert. 2 men stood in front of him. One of the men said he saw Jin auction off a rather valuable item. So where did he get it? The guy didn't know what they were talking about and only looked at them with surprised eyes what it was all about. But the stranger did not stop with a smile on his face contemptuously. Looking at Jin, he asked where he got such an object. Soon there were a few more of the same. It was dead water characters who were knowingly mispumped. The strangers said that if Jin didn't tell them where he got such an item, they would follow him around all the time. Probably people like that lost all the time and came back here gaining experience on newcomers. Jin stood in front of them and thought, silently looking at them. The guy thought about what he should do, because these annoying players would not leave him alone. But a brilliant idea popped into his head. He smiled and replied that of course he would tell me where he got such armor. Players rejoiced at this good fortune. Did they really get a really worthwhile player to deal with? With a smile on his face, Jin said that of course he would tell everything, but first they needed to come to a quiet and secluded place. They moved forward. Jin never ceased to be amazed at their naivete. He had a beaming smile on his face. In a pitiful voice, he inquired, didn't they think they could just destroy the newcomer, robbing him and taking all the stuff? When Jin called them trash, the guys were immediately wary. There was definitely something wrong here. As soon as they rounded the corner, Jin transformed. He was well aware of players like these people, rather than purposely attacking newcomers, taking away equipment. The bandits immediately became alarmed and frowned at this guy for wanting to never enter this game again at all. A smile appeared on Jin's lips at how cocky they were. He even liked it. It was more fun that way. He drew his blade and got ready to show these assholes how to communicate with people. The unsuspecting bandits rushed at the naked kid in full confidence that they were about to kill him. But Jin dodged the first blow with incredible speed and immediately stuck his dagger into one of them. The outlaw's mouth came out in a strangled scream before he could even realize it. The foremost of them bulged his eyes in surprise at how this could even be understood as a rookie with no clothes on. But Jin was unstoppable, running like a whirlwind, scattering the other bandits like toys. The fully equipped players couldn't even understand anything how this kid could be so strong. The gang leader was furious. He wanted to trample on this insolent man who dared to stand in their way. But Jin was faster in 2 leaps. He was close to the man and had already drawn his blade. The next was a powerful kick, straight to the jaw. The brigand could not withstand such an onslaught and fell backwards. After finishing one, Jin lunged at the second knight who didn't even see him and spotted the danger at the last moment. Luckily, the talking bandits managed to escape. He hid behind the nearest corner and breathed heavily. Unhappy still couldn't understand how a rookie could be so strong. It was just crazy. Jins, who saw it perfectly, said that newcomers are taught to treat everyone with love and respect. But that wasn't the case. The guy approached in one leap to his opponent and pointed his blade at him. When it was all done in his hands, Jin found himself having collected 100 units. It could be boiled and filtered. Slugs are the kind of monsters you can't get anything useful out of. It seems like these guys were only leveling up by destroying the slime. Holding the small lump of substance in his hands, Jin was glad this thing would come in handy when he attacked the dungeon. Looks like someone bought his item at the auction. The notice said the account had been credited. With interest, the guy looked at the plaque. What kind of major bought such an item from him? Someone bought the armor for 85 million gold. That's a real jackpot. Jin's jaw dropped, and now he's a real millionaire. He can forget about poverty for the rest of his life. A beaming smile appeared on his face again. He used to be someone who made money in real life to play, but now things had changed. Now, hiding in the bushes, Jin watched. He stuck his head out and twirled in different directions. The boy sat on the branch of a large tree and looked off into the distance where sharp rocks towered, piercing the sky. He had already managed to get his gear a great piece of gear. It was boots made of 100% slug extract. It was time to go, and without further ado, Jins jumped down through the forest. Archers used to be an unclaimed class. No matter what their specialty and skill level was, arrows could not penetrate armor. However, at some point there was a top archer who had no trouble fighting high-ranked players. Although Jin Ni was not an archer, but could now move as fast as them, the guy had already entered the cave. A few meters away, he saw a strange green silhouette, most likely some kind of monster. It was a low-rank demon. The monster turned its ugly head towards him and grinned. It's his finest hour. Jin's eyes are on fire. It's time to fight. Now he'll show his true power. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, swinging his dagger at Jin, who was still completely naked. But seeing that there were more demons than he thought, Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Even so, it wasn't a problem for him. He struck the monster's first blow right in the head. Thanks to the boots, Jin moved incredibly fast and dealt with the monsters one by one. Although there were a lot of demons, but they did not even have time to react to the lightning attacks of the player and just fell. This was expected, but the speeding item was prioritized. After riding a few more meters, Jin saw a large oak door ahead of him, most likely leading to the next level. With a single kick of his foot, he easily broke the door open and moved forward. Luckily, at the last moment, Jin managed to dodge a heavy, massive guillotine. The huge blade fell to the floor and immediately shattered into small pieces. Another second, Jin would have flown into the dark abyss. But it was even better now. He would be able to find any way out of the labyrinth using his experience. But it was too early to rejoice, as it turned out. Before him stood a huge monster as tall as a whole house with big horns. The guy squatted down and prepared to attack. Everything was painfully expected. He doesn't wear armor, so he's very fast. In front of him stood a scarlet demon monster with burning eyes and long horns on its head. Worse was the fact that from behind were already standing small demons and preparing to attack the guy, surrounded literally on all sides. A smile appeared on his face again, and his eyes lit up. They put in enough effort, but time's up. The army of demons stopped in place and froze in anticipation. On the ugly faces appeared fear and incomprehension. It only took a few seconds for Jin to massacre a horde of demons with a blade of terrible but powerful force. Now the most important thing left to deal with was the scarlet demon already approaching. The earth trembled everywhere. The first attack was fire breath. The demon opened its wide maw and filled the entire space of the cave with bright flames. Thank God, Jin had time to hide behind the nearest rock. One more second, and only ashes would have been left. But the demon was already preparing the next crushing attack, lifting a heavy foot. Now there's going to be an earthquake. Jin jumped up, and the ground beneath his feet shook. One more second, and he would have fallen into the unknown. On the ground, the boots worked. As needed, the defense they had was not very good, but the speed they gave was amazing. A few hours later, the demon had run out of energy, and now the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Jin was pleased. Maybe he should continue in the area for beginners. There are still 2 monsters. The guy looked off into the distance and smiled. Good, now he picked his next target and moved forward. It was a forest of nightmares outside the newcomer village. There was already something going on in the distance. Blows could be heard. Jin ran through the thicket and was chased by a water spider, quite a dangerous monster considering its size and speed. It was a lot of work to dodge the attacks, but Jin luckily managed to keep his boots working as they should. At first, the guy didn't realize what had happened. but that's exactly what he wanted on his face, was all the same smile. The monster snapped its dangerous jaws and tried to catch the annoying kid who had so brazenly invaded its domain. Soon Jean reached the end and jumped off a large cliff. Boots were supposed to cushion the fall. The guy landed successfully, but the spider was still following him at his heels, not a step behind. But suddenly, the spider was attacked by another very large snake-like thing and wrapped its body around it. Jean smiled. Well, here's another monster whose territory has been invaded by a spider. It was a huge cobra. It rose up and opened its wide mouth. The spider looked at it in bewilderment. It was a great chance to deal with two monsters at once, and raise his level. Jin sat back and began to watch. The king cobra is the kind of monster that will never allow intruders into its territory. When it was over, the other players were in complete shock as to how Jin had even managed to get such valuable items. People immediately started haggling to buy back such an expensive outfit and offered any money. Now the player had enough money to ensure a trouble-free life. He felt sad for a second, for he had once been a tramp like him, shaking over every crumb that others threw away. Suddenly, he got a call from Uncle Jin. Didn't want to pick up the phone, but if he ignored it, he'd be even more annoying. As soon as the guy answered the phone, there came a scream from the receiver. The uncle was yelling that as soon as the guy came back from the army, he was to come to him. Jin tried to justify himself, but it was useless. His uncle was screaming like a madman. On the other side sat a middle-aged man in holey socks yelling that his nephew was always playing with his toys. Trying to stifle the scream, Jin pulled away from the phone, but his uncle was still yelling, hoping the guy was a slacker. His uncle, on the other hand, didn't achieve anything himself. He took all the inheritance his parents left Jean. The guy frowned. There was nothing more to catch in the beginner's location. Now we needed to move on to the real game. The next location the guy went to was the merciless desert according to his calculations. The place had to be around here somewhere. In the dungeon, a normal player can't enter just like that, so Jin decided to use a trick that only he knows. He apologized to the camel standing next to him and smiled as he pulled out his blade and blood splattered on the sand. A second later, Sandworm Jean was glad to see him out of the sand with a rumble after all this time. The monster opened its wide mouth more like a vile flower and roared. Well, Jin was able to fish him out successfully early in the game, but now something else is needed. Gotta run, and the guy immediately ducked. The monster rushed after him. Jin can't catch him if the worm comes back. Needing to just run towards the goal, he looked at the pyramid a few dozen meters away from him. Still running to his destination, Jean stared down into the deep well and froze in place. It was too late to think perfectly. He was able to make it this far, and immediately rushed into the deep cave without delay. It was the abandoned ruins of an ancient civilization 7 stories underground. Joyful Jin ran forward. If he could also meet the boss here, it would be great. The strange thing was that the door to the room with the boss was open. The guy stopped on the spot. Has someone already been here? A woman's voice was heard, and the girl asked if there was a man who could get here. Followed by a man's voice, a man suggested that perhaps all the stranger's comrades had gone to the other world, and he had come here alone. In front of Jin stood 2 men and a girl who looked like 2 drops of water. Surprised, Jin was stunned and just stared at them without saying a word. His head was full of thoughts. The girl was the first to start the conversation with a smile on her face. She suggested the player join them, and that is how they can continue the raid. Jin began to remember the events of the distant past. Why is this woman even here? He knew her well. In the past, when he went through the game, this girl was extremely annoying. She was always getting into some kind of trouble and asking for money. And this man next to her was a slippery sort of man who couldn't be trusted in any way. That's right, Jin is back 15 years ago, so these people don't know him yet. The man said with a smile on his face that he and his sister could not defeat the local boss. It is problematic to do it alone. After thinking about it, Jin realized he needed a living shield, so the guy agreed to help these wires. On the other hand, because of these 2 in the past life was extremely difficult, but will need to put aside all doubts and focus on the main goal. Now the 3 of them moved to the boss's room. The doors opened with a creak, and the first man in armor entered first. In front of them was a long hall with a throne at the end of it, on which sat an obscure silhouette, most likely the boss. It was a bony monster with a staff in his hands, dressed in some rags. He sat on a throne and looked at his prey. The knights shouted that the monster was coming, and gotta get ready to take the blow. The man was fully prepared. The monster struck the floor with his staff and caused a real earthquake. Everything around him started to vibrate. His sister said they're all good at close combat. That's why you have to get close to him. Turning back, the 2 saw that Jin had vanished somewhere, and the place where the boy had just stood was empty. The guys began to turn their heads in different directions, and where only disappeared their new acquaintance, he had just been here. The girl gritted her teeth. If there was one more, they would have succeeded in catching him. They should use him as a shield. But it was too late to ponder. There was another problem. The knight looked in front of him. The handle was broken. The mechanism did not work, so it was impossible to open the door. The girl screamed in fear. Did this player still have something else in mind? They froze in place. Nothing can be done. There's only one thing left to do, and the brother and sister prepared to take the monster fight. Without further ado, the man understood his sister, and also prepared, though he was scared to fight against the monster. It was the nameless queen. If they caught this monster, they could be considered pioneers. The man began to advance. He put up a sturdy shield in front of him, prepared to take the monster's first attack. The queen struck the man several times with her scepter, and he felt incredible pressure. The queen began to concentrate a lot of energy in her staff. All the air overflowed with electricity. The knight held on with his last strength. He felt the incredible power of the monster, but there was no retreat. Nuna's so-called sister moved forward, swinging her two blades. She jumped straight at the queen. First, it was necessary to attack with a spear. The man came to his horror. His sister was too close to the monster. The girl shouted that the monster had too little health, so a few blows would be enough to take him down. The man put his shield forward to block the monster's damage and went forward like a tank. At this time, Jin watched them from the nearest cover and marveled at how strong this tank was. But there is still something to fear in the nameless queen. Her eyes glowed green and her teeth clicked like a vice. It struck many blows in a second. Even the tank's sturdy shield wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught. Soon a cracking sound was heard, and the sturdy defense disintegrated. The man could do nothing now. He was unarmed. Throwing herself forward, Nuna put out two daggers in hopes of doing some damage to the monster. They were used to the monster's attacks, but things had changed, and now it would be difficult to dodge her blows. The speed of the monster furthermore increased several times. Even the girl wouldn't be able to keep up with her blows. She had already prepared to accept her end, but still there was still you. Her eyes slowly opened. And then she saw Jean, who had abandoned them at the most crucial moment, but now appeared literally out of nowhere. The girl did not understand anything where he even came from, why he ran away from them at the most crucial moment. And on top of that, he showed up so suddenly and finished off the monster, taking the title away from them. The knight also became enraged as a coward who was always sitting in ambush and waiting for the right moment. Is this what real men do? Ignore their displeasure, Jean said. He was the reason they defeated the monster and stayed alive. After such insolence, Nuna's eyes lit up with anger. But there were notices indicating that the queen had been defeated and they had another female player on their team. In addition, they were able to open a secret quest. The guys didn't understand anything. It all sounded like some kind of nonsense. When they turned back, they noticed that Jean was gone. He had run off again, leaving the two of them alone. The knight hesitated. It seemed strange that their level hadn't increased and there was no equipment. But then suddenly Nuna felt something start to happen in her body. It was like a cramp. The girl bent in half in a fit of pain. Her brother didn't understand anything and just looked at her with a surprised look. And the head of the unfortunate girl will be torn from pain. She tried to come to herself, but consciousness little by little left her. Eventually she was transformed. Something changed. Her body was taken over by some evil spirit. Her brother looked at her with an uncomprehending look and could do nothing. He didn't know what was going on or who had possessed her sister. Jin understood that to enter this dungeon, two people are not enough, and at least one of them must be a woman. The unfortunate girl didn't understand anything inside her body. Someone was inside her body. Someone was controlling her from inside. The knight looked at the notice plate and didn't understand anything. There was something strange. His sister's soul was possessed by a monster. After seeing the conditions of passage, the girl opened her mouth, wondering why it was necessary to do such a thing at all. My brother did not understand anything and only looked around with a frightened look, trying to find some explanation for what was happening. Suddenly, his sister began to speak in a voice not her own. She was saying she was the queen of Rhodesia. The girl's body rose up. With tired eyes, Nuna looked at her brother and mentally apologized, but at least she could find out what the reward for this raid was. Being nearby, Jin realized that the raid wasn't over yet. It was just beginning, so it was time to party. The queen and Nuna herself started covering the guy with all sorts of curses. This psychopath ruined everything. The girl suddenly felt she was no longer in control of her body and mind, and the queen sprang into action. She launched an energy wave at the boy, but Jin luckily was able to bounce aside at the last moment. He came closer and closer to her, ignoring all the attacks. His speed had increased several times thanks to his boots. The girl swung her weapon, but Jin dodged in time and ducked aside. The opponent did not expect such a thing. She only had to look on with surprised eyes. Is he really that fast? The maddened Nuna began to twirl her staff in her hands and strike with incredible speed, but she still couldn't figure out where her opponent was. Suddenly, she was interrupted by Jean's voice asking what she was even doing and sounding as casual as if it were a walk. The guy lay right in front of her and said he hit his head, so he's going to lie down here for a while and rest. But before she could say anything in response, Jin ran like a centipede in the other direction and disappeared somewhere in the back of the room. The queen, who had taken possession of the girl's body, was already tired and raised her hand forward, calling for a spell. In turn, Jin just stood back and watched it. He already thought it was some kind of joke. But it was serious up above. Magical symbols began to form, and the whole room was filled with dark energy. A second later, explosions so powerful that the ground shook under his feet began to rumble. But thanks to his speed, Jin easily escaped. Nuna only had to watch him with a surprised look as to how he was even moving so fast. When the bombardment was over, Jin was still standing completely naked in the middle of the ashes. The girl was furious that he was even doing how to understand why he was moving like an annoying fly. It looked like he'd been on these raids dozens of times before, and Jin had rushed to the attack. The queen didn't have time to dodge, the speed was not enough, and felt a powerful blow to her shoulder near her neck. The girl had no time to react and just shrank into a lump. Eventually, the strength almost left her, and Jin came closer. He looked really intimidating, his eyes burned red. In a pitiful voice, the girl told him not to touch her because she was already free. But it didn't work. In an indifferent voice, said he frankly didn't care, he would destroy her sooner or later anyway, and lowered his blade. After winning, he was given an antique bronze sword on the blade reflected, and his indifferent eyes, in principle, it was not bad. Now he had everything packed up and could get out of here. The battle had caused him a lot of trouble. But on the other hand, these two had left behind a lot of coins. But it was a shame to leave such a thing behind, so Jin began to collect them. Udehi, that was the girl's name in real life, now in spirit form, ordered him to stop collecting it. However, Jin just looked at her in surprise and continued to pick up the coins. The girl cursed him with every possible word. When Nuna saw that no one could hear her, she was ready to cry, her anger and resentment at what he was doing. A sign popped up in front of him whether he wanted to keep his name, the guy said, standing water. A smile appeared on his face. At this time on the tablet was broadcasting with all this fight was seen as the girl strikes one after another. Jin, who was sitting in the capsule, was glad he had left his camera in the clay pot and captured the whole thing. With a smile on his face, he looked up. It was the video from his first raid, quite memorable. Humming some song under his nose, the guy sat down at the computer board, somehow can edit the video and post it to the group. The day quickly ended, and a tired Jin plumped down on the bed, while a lot of messages came to his phone. But the guy didn't see it all. Now being in the room, the very two brother and sister were just furious. The man was throwing everything around and cursing the hated player. Hearing the answer, the man yelled for her not to mock this guy, made them look like total losers. But seeing the girl's reaction, he immediately shut up and a tense atmosphere reigned around him. Dahai turned toward him. Her face was twisted with rage as he wondered whose face was now everywhere on the internet. This pervert uploaded a video to the internet where he censored only his face. The man fell silent. He realized how big a mistake he had made. Nuna was furious. She vowed to find this pervert and destroy him. By all means, she would throw all her strength into it. After all, her plans to become a beautiful, skillful mystic were scrapped at the very beginning of her journey because of some naked pervert. She saw how much this guy had embarrassed her and wanted revenge, so it wouldn't be because the video had discredited her. Suddenly, another middle-aged man came into the room. He swiveled his head in different directions and said he had cleaned up everything. Nuna paid no attention to him. The man turned to the knight and asked if he remembered that guy. His name was Hong. He was still working at the construction site. The redhead nodded in response. Following that, he ordered his subordinate to bring him here if there was any information about him. He would make this man pay with his body. A wry smile appeared on his face. The top 20 was not far off in the game, can earn much more than now, but they have a long way to go before reaching the top. Naturally, the video that Jin uploaded immediately went viral all over the world. People were surprised to see and could not believe their eyes. It was a bit weird, rank B plus a pretty big raid for a newbie. People couldn't believe that this person had won with such ease in a difficult raid, as if it was just a normal thing for him. The regular players were now puzzled how they could even play in such a case, if there is such a professional. And only one of them just kept quiet and watched every move of the weird guy in the video. Ja-yeon, putting his hand up, said that they will immediately send a message to this dead water guy to join them. The manager asked what salary they would offer. The director replied to give him whatever he asked for. The director was furious. He wanted to get a player like that on his team at all costs. He must have thousands of messages to him already. But the manager said he got the message from this Deadwater director, stopped and breathed heavily. He couldn't believe the Deadwater had agreed to their proposal so quickly. The first time it seemed like a dream. The principal immediately fainted and the man just stood there silently watching it all. He thought it was crazy. The naked guy who was perpetually a few steps ahead of him, the man thought hard. The vile snake flew forward with a round mouthful of teeth, eager to cling to its prey. With the ease of a magician, Jin split it in two with his blade. It was a sewage snake, an unpleasant creature. As we went deeper and deeper into the cave, the smell became disgusting. Nevertheless, Jin's name was added to the record list. It got a lot more hits than planned. But if you think about it, you could have ended up with the main page of the site. He wondered how strange it would be if, because of the vast experience he had had, it all seemed like an easy walk. Before his eyes appeared the boss of this place, a worm much bigger than the rest. He was a sewage eater. With incredible ease, Jin dodged all the blows and thought he was too low opinion of himself. Not for nothing, after all, he spent so much time on the game. Now he is a true professional who is not and will not be equal in the near future. Meanwhile, Director Ohm was lying unconscious after such shocking news he was still unable to recover. After finishing fighting the monsters, Jin came to a secret NPC. It was a weeping statue of Pygmalion. The statue greeted the player and asked to fulfill one of her requests, in which case the wanderer could take all the gold stored behind it. But without any further thought, Jin pressed the button to abandon for a second. A silence hung between them. The statue looked up with surprised eyes. The NPC started breathing heavily and begged the boy not to just let him destroy it and be done with it, but Jin paid no attention. Jin didn't listen to him because it's too easy a quest. If Pygmalion just disappears, then the reward will be paltry, so the case won't work out that way. Realizing that the boy would not comply with her request, Pygmalion said in a heavy voice that in that case, let him do something for him. Let him find the accursed weeping statue of the one who condemned Pygmalion to such suffering is the weeping statue of Galatea. Naturally, Jin agreed, and was now floating in a small boat and pondering about the reward for this quest that I could help get up to rank 1. Great, now he's going to start the real game. He just needs to beat this guy who's caused him a lot of problems in the past. But no sooner had he finished his thought than something hit him in the boat. It was an axe that immediately pierced the bottom. The guy naturally reacted quickly and bounced to the side. It was the same girl Nuna had decided to attack him. Her eyes burned with rage. Finally, she had found this pervert, and now she would avenge such humiliation last time. From outside came familiar voices that Gina had heard before, and turned his head to the side. There were the same brigands who had decided to attack him in the newcomer town. They had apparently also come to the rescue, or were just working as mercenaries. Of course, he couldn't remember everyone, but the faces were familiar. Jin asked how they knew he would be here. Grinning, Nuna asked what he thought she had been doing all this time, or was he sure he could resist such a crowd? Thinking about it, Jin realized that he had memorized all the scenarios of her attack when she was the boss. But on the other hand, destroying her could be a problem. But one thing he can be sure of for sure, these men are not just here for revenge. The brigands have already started to take him in a ring and are closing in. The attackers had already prepared their weapons, but Jin disappeared from under their noses, leaving behind only his cloak. Nuna looked in the direction where the guy's voice was coming from. He was asking where they were aiming. Yes, Jin was fully alive, and well, he was moving incredibly fast. It was impossible to keep track of his movements. This was followed by an offer that shocked everyone. Jin offered to escort him to the secret dungeon. Everyone else was shocked at what he was talking about. Does this kid think he can fool them again? But the player said in no uncertain terms that he knows what they want. They need the information right. With his naked body flashing, Jin began a fiery speech. They wanted information about the bosses of the secret quests and so on. The people stopped talking and stared at the strange naked man who was apparently trying to fool them again. Jin continued. He said it seems his outfit is pretty unique too. The guy looked in front of him at the crowd of surprised people. But in any case, as they supposed, the player could provide them with all this. The comers looked at the strange kid with disbelief. Nuna caught his every word. She really wanted to be a pioneer, as apparently this pervert could help her, but the girl still hesitated. Like a politician broadcasting from a podium, Jin held out his hand and asked what they were going to do. Did they want to go along with him? Yu Dahi Yu Chang were twin moneylenders. This was the reasoning behind such an outward similarity between them. Also, there were 3 beautiful musketeers, Li Jaeum, Bi Liaounbi, and Li Dongbi, 3 girls willing to do anything for profit. Jin called the rest of them mobs and left them behind in case things didn't go according to plan. And also the professional player of the soul branch of K. Odin Ma Dae Gang is really a strong player who is hard to compete with. To be honest, Jin couldn't even believe that such a professional player of such a high level was actually on his team. Number 1 in the national team is a real monster among the players of close combat skilled fighter. As they moved forward, Nuna kept whining. She was annoyed that there were so many parasitic beetles here. The girl didn't understand that only low-ranked monsters appeared here, but she didn't understand how one could find normal equipment here. But Jin reassured them, saying they were almost there, and not to worry, everything would be there soon. The others weren't thrilled here either. It was hot and humid, all their clothes were soaked. Jin looked at them with great disdain. Having suspected something strange all along, Nuna asked who Jin was and how he knew about the secret dungeon. Not wanting to reveal all the cards at once, Jin said that he just found this place when he was walking around the location. But it was a bad lie, and the girl immediately figured out Jin. She told him to stop lying. Even the game masters don't know the exact location. Soon they reached a huge tent like a circus dome, which was the entrance to the dungeon, though it looked rather strange. Without further ado, Jin rushed forward, saying he would go first because it might be dangerous. Screaming his face, Yu Chang shouted that this guy wanted to appropriate everything for himself and urged him to stop immediately. But as soon as they crossed the border of the dungeon, they were immediately attacked by monsters, the first being the jesters, one of whom immediately rushed at them. The guys managed to dodge, but the dangerous weapon immediately slid a few centimeters away from them. Their opponents were clowns, the first of whom was Pierrot, as ironic as it sounds. The next was a gargoyle, no less a nasty and dangerous monster with burning eyes and wings behind its back. But Jin had a plan for these guys' live shows, nothing worse than a disappearing scene a guy lifted his leg. As soon as Jin kicked his foot into the ground, then everything around him began to shake. The ground was going out from under his feet. For clowns and puppets, the damage from the earthquake doubles. Next in line was the Scarecrow, who immediately rushed at the invaders, waving a long scythe, moving quite fast. He dodged the blows of several opponents with incredible agility as if it were a walk. Effortlessly approaching the clown, Jin stabbed him with his sword, and a creak of tearing cloth was heard. The next in line was the gargoyle's blade, also easily entered the stone, and a cracking sound was heard. With deft movements, Jin separated the head of the hated clown. It was all over. From the side, Jin looked even more threatening than their opponents. His eyes were glowing, and he had a dark cloak on his back. Even professional player Dae Gang was surprised at such agility. Could this rookie really be this strong? Gyeombi couldn't believe her eyes. This guy had no flaws. He is a true perfect warrior. When she first came to this dungeon to destroy the bronze giant, it had already been defeated, and there was this guy. With surprised eyes, she looked to the side and saw that there was already some sort of altercation going on between the players. The others were furious. Jin was destroying monsters with his own hands alone at this rate. They wouldn't get any items. In a team, everything should be shared equally. Jin just looking at them with a sidelong glance and not saying anything was starting to get annoying. One of the three musketeers sighed heavily. This just sucks. Nuna, along with her brother, also looked at these useless team members with disdain as to why they were always whining. Only Dae Gang thought about it. No matter how strong this player was, he had no reason to stay at his side. In the meantime, one of the clueless players continued to rage. He wanted to get at least one item, but Jin said he would give them all away. After saying that, his eyes popped out to his forehead. Could it really be true that he would get an expensive item for his collection? But Jin, with a beaming smile, asked them to just intelligently dispose of the items among themselves. They are a team, after all. But the man looked at the kid with great disbelief and grimaced. Somehow it was all coming out too well for truth. Continuing to say that they would of course share amongst themselves, Jin smiled. The rest of the others were cheering. It seems this guy is better than they thought. And only Nuna knew that Jin was just leading them around by the finger. The pervert was up to something. There was no way he could be so kind and generous. He had some skeleton in his closet, and the girl was sure of it. Meanwhile, the player was just opening the door to the next floor, and his assistant was standing behind him with a happy expression. As soon as they entered the room, they were faced with a crying statue with her eyes closed. Isn't it cool they made it after all? It's too spacious and cool for a room with a boss. Seemed very strange. People started to look around the neighborhood. The very incredulous man asked, "And where is the boss here anyway? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" But suddenly a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. His comrade lost his head in just a second. His lifeless body fell to the floor, and beneath him was a bright pool of blood. No one understood what was going on. Meanwhile, one by one, the players lost their heads and fell to the floor. Quickly realizing, Nuna shouted that it was all the work of the statue that stood in front of them that was the problem. But no matter how you looked at it, the stone statue stood motionless at first glance. You couldn't tell that it was capable of moving at all. But a closer look showed that the statue had moved and was now in a completely different place, and the boys tensed up. A smile appeared on Jin's face. As expected, Dae-gun quickly realized everything correctly. It's the crying Galatea. Without waiting for a second, Yoon-bi rushed to the attack, swinging her sword. She was not going to stand idly by and wanted to destroy the monster. Dong-bi swung around and prepared to strike with the staff. She told her friend to step aside to a safe place. But it turned out that after the blow, the statue remained standing in its place without receiving any damage. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. At this time, Dae-gun stood watching from the sidelines. The guy was terribly concentrated. He realized that it wasn't so easy with me. A frightened Nuna screamed that their attacks wouldn't work until the boss started moving. Everyone tensed up. They didn't know when the statue would move, but they wouldn't be able to anticipate and block its attack. The very panicked man asked a reasonable question. BTW, how do they even need to get that statue to move? Everyone immediately turned to Jin. The guy stood looking at them with a smile on his face, already realizing everything. The furious Yu Chang shouted what he was going to do. After all, it was Jin who brought them here himself, so let him clean it up. Jin said there are only two ways to leave this dungeon. He revealed one finger. The first is to go to the other world. And the second is, of course, to defeat the weeping statue of Galatea. But how to do it? Starting to get angry, Nuna shouted that if they knew how to do this, they would have defeated the monster long ago. But they don't even see her like that. Without any doubt in the voice, Jin asked when he was the one who said that they were the ones who would all defeat the statue together. After these words, the girl hesitated and looked at her guide with a frightened look, as if she was beginning to understand. Showing a middle finger to the others, Jin said that he would destroy the statue himself and the rest of them. Let them just stay out of the way. After such insolence, Nuna couldn't control herself. She tensed up so veins came out on her cheeks. One of the useless players asked, "Then why did Jin bring them here?" although the man was already starting to guess. The player replied, "Of course, because they are useful." Nuna looked at him with surprised eyes and tensed even more something was wrong. Jin continued to smile his benevolent smile, but everyone knows that behind that smile hides something more. After a second, his expression changed. Squinting, the guy told them to give him all their money now. At that moment, Nuna cringed. What kind of nonsense is he talking? Why would they give him all their savings? Folding his arms across his chest, Jin asked if she hadn't pumped herself up at the expense of the other players. So it was time to pay. He would defeat the statue, and they would pay. Yu-chan shouted that it was Jin's fault they were here, but the guy asked who made them follow him. All this time, the girl just stood silently looking at Jin. Basically, all of this was true. With lips trembling with uncertainty, the girl still whispered as much as he wanted to get. With a smile on his face, Jin replied to him a modest 100 million would suffice, with a glint of excitement in his eyes. After this, the girl frowned even more. Her eyes glittered with rage. This is a real robbery. Her brother did not think long and immediately rushed at Jin with a sword in his hands. This pervert has already completely lost his fear. Of course, Jin saw all of this coming and pretended to shake as if mocking everyone else. Not even a couple of seconds later, Yu Chang immediately lost his head and turned away from the statue, which was quite expected. Clicking her teeth, her sister frowned. She should have calculated this moment, and her brother rushed forward like a madman. Hearing that she would now also be paying double for her brother, the girl choked up. Jin said with a smile that they were family. But the girl seemed determined. She brought the dagger to Jin's throat and said she could share the punishment and finish him off. In a perfectly calm voice, Jin said that if she didn't trust him, she could put down a deposit. In this game, it is so organized that if the payer is dissatisfied with the payee, he gets his money back. Everyone tensed up. It was quite an interesting offer, but still people hesitated this large sum. Jin continued also, the girl can pick up the reward for defeating the weeping statue if she wants to. Throwing his arm forward, the hero said he had no claim on her anyway, so let them do what they want. After this, the rest of the team members were horrified. This is, after all, a rank B+ monster, and the reward for her is appropriate. Dae Gang, who was standing to the side, was even surprised in case Jin defeated the statue. Then the reward would also be a correspondingly good offer. It's crazy. If they can get the reward, they'll be one step ahead of the rest of the market, and it was simply stupid to refuse. But still, Nuna doubted how she could even fall for such a ploy. That meant this pervert had something more valuable to offer. Meanwhile, Jin just smiled. The situation was paradoxical. Everyone was still in confusion. When you're on a team, you have the opportunity to share the reward of winning. Also, if you upload a video, you can count on ad revenue. With a thumbs up, Jin concluded that it was the right choice. They have 6 people. The payment is 100 million, so for each about 14. His expression changed when he saw that the girl had contributed as much as 200 million. His eyes literally popped up to his forehead. The rest of the players also started contributing their amounts. Golden Rain and Silver Rain contributed the required amount. Even the whiner put money on the table, although it cost him a lot of effort. The battle god also bailed out but looked incredulously towards Jin, who was smiling. He was thinking of collecting the necessary amount from everyone at once, but it seems these guys want to finish this quickly. Nuna told Jin not to let them down. Let him make sure he really defeated the weeping statue and all the loot would go to them. The girl seemed to be in an extremely serious mood. Squinting, the guy moved forward. He would have given up and gone to the other world long ago. Coming closer in a whisper, he said that when he gave the signal, he would have the others distract the statue. In Jin's hand, a shield immediately appeared, tightly fitted to his hand. Without a shadow of a doubt, he moved forward, shielded like a Roman general. On cue, everyone else closed their eyes, for that was when the statue began to move. Immediately, the monster raised a clawed paw. The statue changed and prepared to attack Jin, standing with his back to it. However, the guy saw it coming and ducked at the last moment, the monster's sharp claws whizzing by his face. He quickly pulled out his blade. Monster didn't wait, and was about to deliver another crushing blow to his back. The statue had changed beyond recognition. Her eyes were burning, and her face was a horrible face with sharp teeth. The weeping statue becomes indestructible when someone looks at it, but turn away and it turns into a monster. Galatea's most frightening feature is her ability called attention-seeking. The sharp claws almost came close to Jin's head, and he immediately ordered everyone to open their eyes immediately. Without further question, Nuna followed his order and opened her eyes. The statue immediately returned to its original pose. Jin stopped and turned around back. He had already checked everything. The scheme of her attack resets every time. And now he ordered everyone else to close their eyes again. The team members looked at him in surprise. The player prepared for the monster to activate again and attack him with incredible speed. Without further question, the three musketeers closed their eyes and prepared themselves. They trembled with fear, but still had to trust the strange pervert. The god of battle still had no way of realizing they are in the middle of a dangerous raid, and all they have is closed eyes. This is a real delusion. All the time, absolutely all the team members had only one thought: what was going on there? But they did not open their eyes. In the meantime, he fought the monster that attacked him again and again. The shield held out for now. As expected, such weak armor could not last long under the powerful blows of the statue, but Jin was not going to give up. In his best years, he was able to easily defeat even a monster, a plus-ranked guy already prepared to strike again. Jin jumped up and swung his sharp blade straight at the statue's head. Jeonbai really wanted to watch and fought the urge to open her eyes, but she had to keep them closed. Dae-ik was also holding on with all his might. The man was very much afraid, but so far everything was fine. They were still alive. Meanwhile, one of the three musketeers was still struggling with the speculation whether she should get in the way of the dead water. Nuna thought about what would happen if she looked into the monster's eyes, and the statue immediately closed them, because then she could destroy Jin with a single blow. After all, she could no longer hold herself back and opened her eyes, and a sign immediately appeared in front of her. She was the first player to complete the raid. The statue closed its eyes, but its posture was different. The monster froze in place and could not move. Rejoicing in his victory, Jin raised his blade upwards and looked victoriously at the defeated monster. With a smile on his face, the guy thanked the others, and it looked like his bank account was full again. Such a large sum would allow him to forget about poverty. Sure, Nuna felt terrible, but still it was better than being destroyed halfway through. Everyone else rejoiced too. One thing that was strange was why there are no rewards. Monster is already defeated, but nothing dropped any loot or money. They also received a notification that the monster was defeated. So what's the matter? The girl looked up, trying to find something. The other players also got overexcited and wondered the same question: why there was no reward. The girl looked in the direction where Jin was standing, and finally she realized the realization like a hammer hitting her head. She's just been tricked. They've all been duped by this pervert who swindled them out of a huge sum of money. But it wasn't that simple. Suddenly the statue split into several pieces. All the players looked directly at the monster. The stone scales began to fall from where a woman with a beautiful body appeared with a ghost aura instead of clothes. Dae-ik was ready to fall through the ground with fear. He thought this thing couldn't do anything while they were looking at it. In front of them stood the real Medusa Gorgon and looked at her new victims with fiery eyes. Instead of hair, she had snakes. Nuna didn't notice as her body began to quickly turn into stone. The girl was still standing there and saw nothing. Only, at the last moment, did the unfortunate woman notice that she could no longer move, her eyes bulging with surprise and fear. The other players also felt like turning into stone statues, but unfortunately couldn't do anything. With her head still able to move, Nuna turned toward Jin and looked at the boy, perplexed. The player smiled. Everything went exactly according to his plan. These fools had paid him, and now would turn into stone. And only now the girl realized what a trap this trickster had driven them into. But she couldn't do anything. Her body wouldn't listen. Surprisingly, Jeonbai was completely calm and even surprised she shouldn't have meddled with strangers out of curiosity. The battle god was furious. He said that he had memorized this pervert's vile face and would now pursue him. However, Jin did not understand that they wanted to destroy him. Now was not the right time to curse. And besides, information and experience in their time is as valuable as money. So don't take offense. It's all in the order of things. The only question left was whether he should play with this jellyfish or finish it off quickly and be done with it. Suddenly, the column standing next to it cracked and fell right on top of Jin, and the guy saw it all and stepped aside. To his surprise, it was the god of battle. How did he even manage to free himself and strike such a powerful blow? Jin didn't understand how this guy had survived the Gorgon's powerful spell at all, but it was too late to think. The enraged Dae-gun bellowed that he wanted to fight. Jin looked. The man was very menacing, would destroy anyone in his path. A smile appeared on Jin's face. Did this man realize what was happening and closed his eyes in time? While everyone was consumed with greed and frustration over the boss, this man was focused and thinking ahead. Before Jin could finish his thought, his opponent's powerful fist flew literally near his face, leaving a scratch. Without thinking for long, the player also rushed forward, preparing for a long battle. The enemy was very strong. Since the god of battle was a master of hand-to-hand combat, he anticipated all the movements and delivered a powerful knee strike. At the last moment, Jin was able to use his shield to block the blow, but the impact was still very strong. But the guy wasn't worried. He just needed to use acceleration, and then the fight would be over early. Dae-gang stood in the distance and waited. He was ready to attack at any moment, only studying his opponent from afar. The next moment, the fighter rushed forward, preparing a powerful fist. One more second, and from Jin will not be left a wet spot. Luckily, he had time to put up his shield, and the blows began to fall one after another, confirming Dae-gang as a fistmaster once again. Jin was horrified to see that his shield was about to fail, and his opponent was already preparing his next powerful leg kick. Luckily, the guy had time to dodge and bounce aside for another second, and there would have been nothing left of him but a wet spot. Jin looked at his opponent and was horrified it was indeed a monster already. Dae-gang could go solo raid what would happen next. Meanwhile, Dae-gun roared. He said he thought Jin wasn't that strong in a one-on-one fight. Yeah, and with that kind of equipment. He immediately lunged at Jin with fists. The man realized that he could finish the battle in one blow and send the troublemaker to the other side of the world. A smile appeared on the player's face as he thought on his opponent top loot really good gear. He wore a wanderer's gauntlet of smooth stone armor and a helmet of victory yes, and also the boots of a cheat. When this man defeated all the monsters in the circle, he made it to number 1 in Korea. Jin himself was worried about him because he was the biggest supporter of this man and considered him his mentor, even though he was older. Yes, and besides, right now the battle god style was firmly planted in his mind with a series of blows that he repeated over and over again. How could anyone ever forget it? A smile appeared on the guy's face now he knows his attacks from the get-go. The enemy began to throw a barrage of blows, but Jin used his speed to dodge them over and over again. He approached his opponent with swift leaps. Dae-gang couldn't even think of anything. His blows were useless. Even an experienced player wondered how this man could even avoid his strike as if they had already fought hundreds of times. At this moment, the experienced player felt defenseless and Jin was already flying at him like a kite. On top of that, what was that annoying smile in the first place? Jin was grinning like a madman. It cost the experienced player a lot of effort to get away from the attack. He shouted to Jin who he even was and where he came from. At the last moment, he managed to block the blow of the blade, but the recoil was so strong that even the armor could not withstand it. In 2 lightning-fast leaps, Jin reached his opponent and stuck his blade into his leg. This man had a fragile chin, very sensitive to blows. Dae-gang could feel his health slowly dropping. The man straightened up and asked Jin what he was even doing that didn't look like anything at all. But the moment the opponent attacked, a smile appeared on Dae-gang's face as if he suspected something. At the last moment, Jin felt an incredibly powerful blow to his shield armor begin to split like it was a toy. With a smile on his face, the experienced player said that he would not go to the other world alone, in addition to destroying the jellyfish, and Jin lost. In addition, no one can destroy monsters that are not destroyed by the god of battle himself. It is simply impossible. Jin paused for a second and looked closer. Something about this guy seemed very strange and even frightening to him. This greatness was like a real mountain, as expected of a hero from another era who had defeated more than 100 monsters. With nothing to do, Jin turned sideways and walked backwards, leaving his opponent surprised to follow him. There was no time to explain. Smiling, Jin replied that Dae-gun himself could watch the video later on YouTube. Medusa was already approaching them. The monster hissed like a snake. Her eyes burned with red fire of rage. The player who could not believe his eyes stood still. It was simply impossible. This kid would not be able to defeat a monster with his eyes closed. However, Jin didn't pay attention to him anymore and needed to return to the jellyfish attack scheme. Its difficulty was still as high as ever. A smiling Jin appeared on the screen and greeted his viewers and said he was a streamer. Now he has challenged the jellyfish by passing the weeping statue quest. He needs to destroy the monster. In addition, he has good hearing, so fighting with his eyes closed will not be a problem. Jellyfish has 3 active and 1 passive skill. The first is cold, and the second is a wave of hellfire. It is searing and spreads with great fire. You have to crawl on the floor to eventually make a physical attack because your eyes are closed. You have to memorize exactly where the monster is. Medusa looked at her victim with surprised eyes. Her teeth gritted in anger. Some worm dared to attack her. And now it was time for the 3rd active skill, summoning Arnunga, and a huge serpent appeared from the magic symbol. Jin prepared himself. There was no need to fear the sight of this monster. His attacks are still as simple. Tail strikes wiggle the body and hit the head, and further repetition dodge such strikes can easily. Since he can resist magic, then physical attacks are logically his weak point. Jin immediately took advantage of this and started hitting with his blade. Soon the serpent was defeated. Its lifeless body spat on the floor. The monster was no longer dangerous. After he avoids the flame and ice attacks, the enraged jellyfish will approach him at a dangerous distance. She will attempt to use her passive mana-burning skill to turn her victim into a stone. That means her health is approaching 0. Should Jin fight her now? The guy smiled. But still, there is always an alternative player. Pulled out his bronze sword that so recently received it. Is time to use it. The very bronze blade received from the queen harbors a great dislike where she is to us and the dragon that destroyed his country. Now the big question is, what's the fun of Jin giving a thumbs up saying that a jellyfish is essentially a dragon-like creature, which means that the strength of the blade increases by times. And in addition to strengthening the dragon tribe, everything is quadrupled, and it turns out to be 32,000. Medusa immediately lunged at the guy, wanting to destroy the pesky man who dared to invade her domain. The only thing left to do was to get to her and deliver the final finishing blow. But Jin's body was starting to turn to stone. The jellyfish was defeated, and the player jumped up and down with a joyous shriek of joy. But the joy was short-lived, and Jin froze in place as he waited for his reward. It was clear from his face that he didn't want to show it all at once. The first reward was a ring, and in it a sealed spirit item was rank A. Next, a piece of the weeping statue sculpture evoked some ominous feelings. With his arms folded across his chest, Jin smiled. There was no need to show him the many ways to deal with the monster. So he sat down in front of the statue's head and waited for more than 3 hours. But nothing changed. Tired of waiting, the guy said it's not over yet, so let the jellyfish show him everything she's got. In a tired voice, Monster asked why he hadn't left yet, and it was clear from the jellyfish that she was very upset. Showing his fingers, Gene smiled. Didn't he have something to say? He had been waiting for this for 3 whole hours, so don't let him keep quiet. In a sad voice, the jellyfish said that she was originally a human and fell in love with a black dragon, subsequently giving birth to a child. Jin immediately understood everything, and grimaced. Is she really asking to destroy the child? Let her not tell this nonsense, it really sounds like bullshit. But still, Jin took 2 quests anyway. He will finally get his another secret quest with a sequel. He had already defeated a bronze golem of rank C+, that was quite nasty by the way, with thick armor. A nameless queen of rank B, who also took a lot of work, but the reward was worth it. A rank B weeping statue plus all her nasty attacks and incredible movement. Oh, and besides the rank of jellyfish as the cherry on the cake, it seems he had a pretty good start. As soon as the guy accepted the quest, a small pillar of light flashed in his hands. Could this be another drop? In his hands appeared a small key, seems to accept the quest, give another hidden item. But what is it? Tired after his many adventures, he decided to take a short break and now lay on the bed, sinking into sweet sleep. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a small cockroach crawling out from under the bed with a smile greeting its master. He got up from his seat and thought for a second. Maybe he should move out of this shack. After all, the cockroaches were getting annoying. Contributions have already been made, but you can withdraw on Monday next week, yes? And besides, there was a commission depending on the exclusivity of the player. And now Gene was looking at buying a new house. The realtor was blathering about how it was a great deal. The house was much cheaper than on the market. After looking around, Gene stomped on the floor and praised the hardwood flooring. The realtor asked when he was going to move in. When Deadwater only called support, then the boss could not believe his ears. Did such a celebrity honor them with his attention? A tired Gene said have them send him all the information in the mail and follow the rules of paying on time. After finishing the conversation, the guy looked at his phone in surprise. He had only uploaded a few streams. Why do they all act like he's a celebrity? Drinking a cool cocktail, Gene wondered if all these organizations couldn't be trusted. They were just useless. Suddenly, something crashed in front of him, shattering into small pieces. The guy even spit out the cocktail. Looking up, Gene looked at the window where the TV had come from, clenching his teeth. He shouted that it was boorish, and if he went to the other world. But when he heard the shouts from the window, he immediately fell silent, staring upward with an uncomprehending gaze. On the other hand, he didn't hurt himself, so it's best to forget about it. The guy can tell the difference between games and reality, and he's probably some kind of nerd. It wasn't hard to guess what it was. Nuna, she was furious she was being led around by her brother trying to calm her down while she smashed the monitor. Despite her brother's calmness, she was ready to tear everyone, and this pervert's ratings continued to rise. Yu Chang only looked at his sister's anger in silence and could not do anything about it. He understood everything, but there was no point in getting angry. Meanwhile, the girl was ready to fall to the ground. Her head was bursting with thoughts. The same man came into their room and said he was back from a gathering event. Nuna didn't even notice him and just sprawled across the table. The girl didn't even know what to do. She didn't listen to anything, letting everything pass by her ears. She wanted only one thing right now, revenge. As soon as this man showed her the past stream, Nuna was ready to destroy him on the spot, but her brother thankfully held her back. Suddenly she stopped holding the bottle and asked her brother how many members were in their guild. Not understanding the meaning of the question, Yu Chang replied that it was about 300. And why would she actually need this information? Another idea popped into the girls' heads after all. They had a way out, and the dead water would definitely not leave alive. Meanwhile, being in the space of the game, Jin found himself in a strange place. All the monsters and so were destroyed, but no one was around. Looking all around, Jin was wary. He didn't think that someone could even come to this dungeon before him. As he began to move forward, he wondered who had gotten here earlier. Moving down a bit to the side, Jin saw a large demon-like monster with large horns. It was a blue Oni. His eyes were on fire, and on his head was a single but very long horn. What a surprise. Before Jin could think of anything, the monster hit him with his fist right in front of him. Thank God the guy managed to slow down and stayed alive. Raising his head forward with a smile, the player said that the monster was lucky the guy had a case for him, so let him live for now. But it seems that the brainless demon didn't want to listen to him, but brought his huge foot to crush the insolent bug. Now Jin was ready to set off an earthquake too, just need to see how it goes. The guy lifted his leg. As soon as he kicked the ground, everything around him began to shake and a low-frequency rumble was heard from below. For a good 3 hours, Jin tried to destroy the monster. It was a real battle of endurance, and it seems the guy was winning. Eventually, the exhausted demon fell to the ground, and his eyes went out forever after all. He could not withstand such an onslaught. There really was a squad here, or not even a squad. It looks like a one-man job. Besides, there's something else. When Jin got closer, he saw something funny. Apparently some kind of archer had worked here, and moreover, quite a professional one at that. Not even a couple seconds later, a light flashed around him and an unbelievable explosion erupted. Jin literally went blind for a second. Yes, and besides, he took solid damage. He had less than a third of his HP left. Someone was really very strong. The player hurriedly drank the healing potion. Besides that, and a couple of stones, he had nothing else, and the opponent was apparently quite strong. In front of him stood a huge monster, as tall as a real mountain. It was Gorgon, a huge monster with horns on its head and one eye. Hiding behind the nearest slab, Jin realized that this was a pretty serious guy, a top-tier opponent at the moment. But he was opposed by some other player. He was standing directly against the monster, holding a weapon. It was a crossbow, simple in appearance, but skillfully crafted with this man trying to defeat such a monster. The player moved quite professionally. He was apparently experienced. Jumping up, the archer began to sprinkle the monster with a hail of arrows. It was a guy about the same age as Jin, but his skills were truly astounding. When Jin looked closer, he was stunned to see that it was indeed Drake Cat, a legendary archer, but now at a low level. Many players have dubbed him the #1 in the world, a terrific player with outstanding characteristics. He also earned the nickname 1 in 7 billion. Drake moved really like a true master. But suddenly at some point he was out of the game forever, without leaving behind any reminder, and now fought like a true beast. This guy was a true legend, a man of mystery no one could solve, who acted in a completely unusual way. But now he was cornered. A huge monster was closing in on him, and Drake didn't know what to do. The Gorgon moved incredibly fast for its size, opening its wide maw. The monster came closer and closer with each step. This was followed by a powerful blow like a cannon shot, but Drake, with the help of his incredible agility, bounced aside. At the same time, he scattered spikes and glue on the floor, creating a real trap and thus immobilizing the monster. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. Could this person really be able to set up a real trap for a huge monster in such a short period of time? Meanwhile, Drake paid no attention to the mysterious watcher and concentrated on the monster. He looked quite confident. After a second, in his hands gleamed sword saber, small blade, but very sharp, able to destroy any opponent in a few blows. Continuing to hide behind the wall, Jin watched every move he made as if analyzing his possible future opponent. Without wasting a second, Drake rushed forward. Putting his dagger out, the man ran like an arrow. The only eye on the Gorgon's head glowed with a red light. It was Mana's burnout. The man immediately realized this and prepared to attack, pulling out his saber. He swung around and took aim and plunged his sword right into the monster's eye. His marksmanship staggered. The blade immediately reached its target and stabbed into the monster's single eye. Unable to withstand such an onslaught, the Gorgon fell to the ground with a clatter. The monster was defeated in just a few minutes. Drake couldn't stop cheering. He finally did it, defeated the Gorgon. It was a real victory for him. But Jin saw it all from a distance and realized that the danger was not yet over. He jumped out of his hiding place and shouted for Drake not to move. The player looked in the direction from where the strange sound was coming from and froze in place. Who else is here besides him? And indeed, he was still in danger. The Gorgon's tail appeared literally out of nowhere. It was a huge serpent with glowing eyes. But suddenly a larger predator appeared from somewhere. A large snake that bit off his tail. Drake was still standing motionless. The ring on Jin's finger glowed with a bright flame. It was he who summoned that serpent. Yarmungan saved the player's life. A surprised Drake still couldn't believe who had saved his life after all. But Jin stepped out of the darkness. His hand offered a glow. Turning his head, Drake asked Jin, had he really been the one to summon such a monster? The guy still couldn't believe it. Looking at his new acquaintance with a good-natured look, Jin remained silent. He felt proud of what he had done. Drake's original meta was supposed to have an archer causing an earthquake with the exact boots Jin was now wearing. Meanwhile, Drake smiled, thanking his savior. If it wasn't for Jin, then Drake would have stayed here forever. Bending over to pick up the object, Drake said to his family, there is a saying, give long twice as long and revenge 10 times as much. He still had a welcoming smile on his face. The man said Jin had saved his life. Now Drake would save his twice, no less. All this time, Jin was silent and smiling. He was glad to have such an ally. The #1 player promised to save his life. Destroying the Gorgon is just nothing compared to that. Well, Jin said he'd make good on that promise someday. Maybe even now. Looking in front of him, the guy said he planned to reach the bottom of the den of immorality and would need help in doing so. After such a statement, Drake almost choked up. This is, after all, the bottom floor. There are a lot of dangerous monsters there. But Jin didn't seem to want to listen to him, so he moved forward to where there was a small entrance. There was a structure in the wall in front of him, and with a confident gait, Jin walked closer and looked for a way through. Bending a little lower under one of the vaults, the boy saw a small keyhole. This is where the key Medusa gave him comes in handy. Now it's time to use it. All this time, the uncomprehending Drake simply watched the strange stranger's actions. As soon as Jin turned the key in the keyhole, the floor beneath them began to crack, and soon there was a chasm. With surprise to himself, Drake realized that there was indeed a hidden lower floor here, and that's where they were headed. Beginning to smile again, Jin said it was so there was the final monster he had been looking for so long. In the depths of the gloomy dungeon, and worse awaited an incomprehensible entity, a huge monster with a long body and burning eyes, son of the jellyfish basilisk. The boys stood near the gap to the lower floor. Still, there was a little fear and doubt in their bodies. Even Drake didn't know about such a hidden floor. The man said he was incredibly horny. It was really interesting, he couldn't wait to get ahead. Jean most likely misunderstood the saying, and looked at Drake from the slant of what he even meant. But Drake wasn't going to explain anything. He pointed his crossbow into the depths of the dungeon and began firing arrows one after another. The shells hit the basilisk but reflected off his thick of armor. One of the arrows flew past Drake and scratched his already scarred shoulder. The gunman looked at the wound and couldn't believe his eyes. Jean explained that it was because of his peculiar immorality. This ability allows you to return 90% of the damage to the one who inflicted it in any case. The defense of this monster is at a high level. The basilisk, having already spotted its new prey, opened its wide mouth where a bright scarlet light immediately appeared. Jin was terrified that the basilisk was going to spit, and getting hit by the rays was not recommended unless you wanted to dispose of your life. The guys jumped aside in time, and a powerful beam of scarlet energy flew out of the cave-in, an incredibly dangerous thing. Meanwhile, Drake was still in confusion. He could take damage just from exposure to the basilisk. Without further ado, Jin said he would go first and rushed straight to the bottom floor. Drake, standing upstairs, didn't have time to realize because the ground floor was completely flooded with this poison what this guy was going to do. But as Jean apparently had everything under control, he landed right on his tame kite and descended safely. Poison won't be a problem as long as the serpent is here. His immunity is too great beyond any thoughts. The enraged basilisk kept spitting venom in different directions, but Jin didn't seem to take it seriously. He was about to do damage with his blade, but the basilisk struck right into the serpent's torso, and the guy barely stayed on his feet. Now the monster was looking directly at him. Jin was in great danger if he didn't get out of the line of attack. Now he would be finished. Surprisingly to himself, Jin noticed that Drake had started shooting straight at the monster despite the damage. This player was truly fearless. Even though he was taking damage, he still continued to cover his comrades. A smile immediately appeared on Jin's face. Drake came just in time and covered him well. Here he was saving his life for the first time. Running closer, Jin struck his blade with all his might straight into the basilisk's torso and immediately took damage. Drake appeared nearby and said that even with the snake's immunity, because of this poison, they wouldn't last long here, Jin confirmed, which is why they need to get out of here immediately. Drake looked at him surprised at what he even meant by that, but that's just the way it was. The guys started walking up the stairs quickly and the serpent followed them, snarling everywhere. The disturbed basilisk became enraged and was not about to let the uninvited guests leave his abode alive. His long tail followed right behind the aliens, and the two guys were climbing the circular staircase at full speed. Jin shouted that they need to go up as high as possible. This monster hunts its prey to the very end, and will never let them out of here. Looking back, Drake smirked as he thought this monster is pretty strong, you should have come here more prepared. Looking at his comrade, Jin smiled and asked what he was talking about. It wasn't going to be like that at all. Meanwhile, the basilisk was already approaching its victims at an incredible speed. A surprised Drake looked at Jean. Did this guy really think he could survive exposure to that much poison? You could see from Jean's face that he didn't seem bothered by anything. And the guy said that, to be honest, he had thought about it. Despite all the danger, there is a way out, so Drake can see it all perfectly well himself if he goes along. Drake didn't seem to have any other choice after all. His curiosity got the best of him, and he decided to trust the strange stranger. On the 6th floor, the guys heard Basilisk need to jump to the next floors as fast as possible. A cloud of green poison burst out of the basilisk's wide mouth. It was so strong that if you inhaled it, you would go to the other world instantly. All this time, Drake wondered how his new acquaintance could tell the difference between spraying poison and just breathing in, but Jean said it was simple. The guys settled down on the floor above. Flew sharp scales, they could also be distinguished, all flying at a certain angle. On the 4th floor, they also had to speed up. Jin said that all these monsters were so strong that he alone couldn't destroy a single one. The boys skipped to the 3rd floor. The basilisk continued to chase them out of the darkness. Jin tensed up and looked down. The basilisk still had quite a bit of health left. A needs to go less than halfway already. Frightened Drake had no idea what they were even going to do next. Gene began to swivel his head around. It seemed like now was the time. He moved forward and approached the two columns they needed to pass just here. Drake didn't understand anything except the exit wasn't in the other direction. Why would they go this way? But this time, too, he decided to trust the strange guy. Meanwhile, the basilisk was already approaching, its huge body shattering several columns in the blink of an eye. But it was all part of the plan. A column of flame suddenly fell from the heavens and illuminated the entire neighborhood. Another monster appeared from where you were, its broad fangs snapping like scissors, and heavy breathing was heard. This was just fine. Gene smiled. Thanks to this monster, he would be able to gain a few minutes. The demon with one horn that was still alive appeared in front of him and headed straight ahead. Jin, like some kind of trainer, directed his tame demon forward. Drake stood beside him looking at him in surprise. Ani moved forward and put up his huge hand to stop the basilisk's movement. The two monsters began to fight. Completely flabbergasted, Drake didn't understand. Did Gene really think all this through? But the guy replied that of course he did. Such a demon attacks everything around it, even if the enemy is several thousand times stronger than itself, such as basilisk. Besides, the strength of this blue demon is enough to classify it as a high-ranked monster. The battle was heating up so far, the blue demon was holding his own, but it was clear that Basiliska was much stronger than him. The basilisk opened its wide maw and released a jet of red poison that hit directly at the enemy, and a roar was heard. The huge monster had only one breath to incinerate Ani, leaving him nothing but a skeleton. That was just fine. They had gained 10 seconds, and now Gene was running forward. Drake followed, but still looked back. The basilisk's health was now about half of what was left, and the boys moved forward up the spiral staircase. Since the basilisk was now weakened, it was worth a try. Jane looked back and prepared himself. He had a pre-made plan. The monster was moving forward and destroying everything in its path. There were shards of stone everywhere and the stairs were about to collapse. And now they were on the first floor. The basilisk was more alive than ever. It was a shame, but they had done all they could. Jin's snide laugh was heard. What's Drika talking about? They didn't run all the way out here to give up like that for nothing. Now their star hour has arrived. There is a new item, the skin from Kaidomaru's legs that unlocked a host of new abilities. Jin immediately put on those boots and prepared to use them. Now his strength had increased many times over. His preparations for a full-scale dungeon raid are complete with only the last part of the plan left to put into action. The guy kicked his foot into the ground and everything around him began to shake, as if from an earthquake in the dungeon began to collapse. Basilisk still did not understand anything. Eventually, the floor collapsed and the monster flew straight down into the stone abyss on the very first floor. Even Drake, who had seen a lot of adventures in his life, was very surprised by such ingenuity. They defeated the monster without even getting into a fight. It was truly an intimidating force. Now the guys were standing in front of a huge sinkhole where the monster had actually fallen. Basilisk was now in freefall, and each time his health would decrease due to his own ability. Jin couldn't stop cheering. The floors below were already weakened by his rampage, and there was poison everywhere. With each time now the basilisk would lose a bunch of health, Jin continued to look down as the basilisk fell into the dark abyss. Standing in front of the failure, Jin thought that it would now take this guy tons of time just to get back from now on. It's a battle against time. Just in case you need to throw down stones and wait until this monster finally falls near appeared, and a snake that fiercely hissed. Seeing his new pet Jin affectionately stroked the monster's head, the snake rumbled contentedly. Drake watched it all with amazement. In this situation, the legendary archer was completely useless and thought it would be better to grab some popcorn to make it more fun to watch. After finally defeating the basilisk, Jin received a Heart of Immorality. It was a high-ranked armor. It was a great drop. Now we had to go down to the 8th floor again. A frantic smile appeared on the guy's face. Drake said he felt useless for not contributing anything, but Jin sure was great. Smiling, Drake said that if Jin had any ideas, then let him not be shy and speak now. Looking at his new comrade, Jin smiled. This guy is still quite polite as a hero after all. After Drake's question about the dead water, Jin nodded his head. What's actually wrong with that? Seeing the confusion on his comrade's face, the guy tensed up. Did he really start to suspect something? After a little thought, Drake replied that just recently, a lot of big guildies have ordered Jin they want to destroy him. Now that was bad news at this point. Jin realized that basically Drake could take this order and try to destroy it. It was a real thunderclap amongst the grounds that they even meant he'd done nothing wrong. Opening the notice plate, Jin was horrified to see that all the charges were false. There was not one he could agree with. Drake said with a heavy sigh that it looked like a lot of people would be coming for his comrade, so it would be a good idea to lay low and lie low. However, Jin was of a different opinion on his face. A real fury appeared on his face at who dared to slander him in the first place. From the overabundance of emotion and nerves, Jin laughed nervously. Drake continued to stand and stare at him in utter amazement. A smile spread itself across his face. They want to catch him how cute it is. Jin even got a little excited. Imagine the faces of all those newcomers who will surround him like little chickens. Isn't that exciting? Drake was watching from the sidelines and couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. Jin was going to get rid of these newcomers who might be a roadblock to him much sooner than they would ever grow up. The huge monster fell from the hero's single blow and immediately went to the other world. The two men argued among themselves over who would get the prize for destroying the monster, each proving their case. A fight was about to break out between them and the situation was heating up. No one wanted to back down. The others also joined in about now a conflict was about to break out with more than a dozen warriors. But suddenly, whose is that voice stopped everyone? People turned to the side and froze in place. An unfamiliar voice urged them not to waste their strength on a useless fight. It was better to join in. All of them had come here for one thing, and one thing only in the distance was a huge stage. Surrounded by spotlights, the lights came on, illuminating everything with a bright light. On the stage stood none other than Nuna. She shouted that today they had one goal to destroy the dead water so that it wouldn't become. Everyone here immediately turned their gazes to the beautiful girl she was after all, the guild leader Yudi, a really impressive girl. She spoke into the microphone so that people would not waste precious health fighting amongst themselves, but would concentrate on one common goal. This speech worked as it should, and all present shouted in one voice only one phrase, dead water. Nunya, who continued to encourage all the people, asked leading questions each time. The audience obediently responded to her as if everything had worked as it should. And now a lot of people, dozens and maybe even hundreds of people in one voice, dead water. Soon, all these people who were affected by the propaganda were gathered in one place into a single army against one single man. Yu Chan wondered how his sister had managed to gather so many people in one place and make them so hostile. Moreover, recently, a Chinese oligarch named Yingxi announced a large sum for the capture of dead water. He was ready to give any money. Nuna couldn't get excited, so many people came here for one common goal. It was even getting a little embarrassing that they were stronger. And now, as the head of the guild, the girl was grateful to one man for putting them on the trail. It was none other than Drake. He still couldn't resist the lure of a huge reward and agreed to help. But Nuna was still curious as to how Drake had managed to hit the trail of dead water and find out his current location. Without delay, Drake said he was just stalking him and also got the information from the players, all simple. The next question was what, after all, Drake wanted in return. The guy immediately replied that it was, of course, money and nothing else. Hunter said that for some reason he could not receive money from the Chinese, so therefore let Nuna and his company bring all the money to him. The girl looked thoughtfully at Drake Cat's sudden aid. Little was known about him at all from official sources. A smile spread across her face. She was willing to pay any money if only Drake would end the dead water once and for all. When she finished her sentence, the girl turned around and was about to leave, but Drake stopped her and asked her something. Drake asked, "She's not going to send dead water to the other side of the world and end it all quickly, is she?" The next day, a veritable army of thirsty heroes moved forward right to where I was, dead water. Furious people for their target to come out at last, they are willing to turn him to ashes and scatter him across the desert. Ahead of everything was Nuna, the girl who had spent a lot of money to get that thunder scroll she was holding. Without thinking long, the girl used a spell and a round began to resound in explosions. Everywhere were lightning, and as if a thunderstorm began. The other mages also began casting their spells, and there were bursts of magical energy everywhere. The girl looked forward with hope that it had all worked, but there was no way one person could survive such a blow. When the fog cleared a bit, an incomprehensible silhouette that looked more like a large poop looked like a mockery at the very least. Everyone present was horrified, and cries began to break out everywhere. No one understood what was going on. A second later, a camel appeared in the same spot, and it looked strange to say the least. People stopped understanding anything at all. They were just stunned and waited for something that seemed like a joke to them. Did this entire army attack an ordinary camel? Now they felt like fools, people froze in their place. But the biggest shock of all was Nuna using an expensive scroll just for the sake of an ordinary camel, which is nonsense. At the same time, Jin was alive and well on a small hillock, and with a smile on his face, watching what was going on that amused him. In a second, the whole sky was covered with clouds as if it were night. Everyone raised their heads up and watched in horror. In front of them was a serpent so colossally huge that it was difficult to see its head. It was a sandworm. Standing in front of the monster, Nuna couldn't understand what had happened. Apparently, the jolts had woken the monster. A second later, the worm rushed straight into the crowd and started throwing people around like toys. There were screams everywhere, but it was too late. Jean turned to Drake and asked if he had gotten a reward for giving up the information. A few hours ago, Drake and Jin had met the rest of the guild, stabbed each other in the back, and now there was a squabble between them. Jean's face lit up again. Smile, of course, everything happened exactly as the man I expected. The plan was perfect. On the other hand, Drake is not affiliated with any of the guilds, so he can safely remove targets from the list and be rewarded. Lowering his eyes with concern in his voice, Drake said that there were already many people gathered there, each of them experienced players. Besides, Incy was involved. Hearing this name, Jin thought it meant a strange phrase made of 2 syllables, and I won't say. So if someone asked his name, he would have to answer like that, which sounded like a rejection. Jin smiled. It finally came to Drake. It turns out that the mysterious customer was Jin himself. The man's face lit up with joy. And now the people who must catch the dead water are attacked by a worm that even such an army could not naturally deal with. Yu Chang's trembling voice ordered to open fire to somehow defeat the beast, or else they would all die here. The monster opened its flower-like mouth and roared. It looked extremely repulsive. Suddenly, the ground began to shake everywhere, and many people fell into the abyss that immediately formed under their feet. Despite the general panic, Nuna tried to maintain calm in the ranks of her soldiers, but it was useless. People screamed with fear, shouted, "That sandworm will take 4 times the damage of ice attacks, so the mages should attack it once." The other sorcerers began to attack the monster with their spells without stopping, and powerful explosions erupted everywhere. The entire army aimed its might directly at the one monster everywhere. A veritable carnage broke out. Nuna was on the sidelines cheering up the others and shouting for them to keep their heads up. They had almost won. Her brother came up to her and said that if one team goes to the other world, the other sister will take her place, and winked at him. Suddenly, a worried Tai Ik appeared from somewhere and said that the monster was moving into a defensive position, so it would be difficult. If they could continue attacking at this pace, the monster would definitely not be able to withstand it and collapse after all. Scrunching up his nose, the man added that he had something to say to her after the battle. But before the man could speak, an arrow suddenly flew into his head, killing him instantly. Not expecting any of this, the girl immediately looked in Drake's direction. She knew it was his doing. In the next shot fell her brother, who was standing next to the girl, could not even immediately realize what had happened. She only shifted a surprised look in the direction of where the archer should have been standing, and her head all jumbled up. Drake himself stood behind a small ledge of rock and aimed directly at the soldiers' heads. The whole plan went down the drain. Soon the monster was defeated. Its charred body slowly slumped backwards. When the monster fell to the ground, there was another small earthquake, and people could hardly stand on their feet, but victory was in hand. Once the monster was defeated with tears in their eyes, people began to rejoice. They finally got the monster down. But it was too early to rejoice. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet again. Is this monster still alive? Or is it another person? But from somewhere, Jin appeared like a thunderclap. He was the one who defeated the monster and now looked down on everyone. The rest of the humans couldn't believe their eyes. This brat appeared out of nowhere again with fury in his eyes. Does that pervert want to appropriate all the loot again? People immediately started rushing at him with weapons. Sighing heavily that he couldn't do it if these people helped him with the task, there was something else. Now it's only been 6 months since the game's launch, which means he's defeated the monster 10 times faster. Unfortunately, his joy was short-lived as Nuna lunged at him in a rage, swinging her sword at him. She couldn't let this pervert survive. The girl put all her strength together to get even with this man. The girl attacking from the back had the advantage and immediately struck with her sword. She was already rejoicing with such a lousy defense her opponent would never be able to resist. But her joy didn't last long. Alive and well, Jin looked down at her. Isn't it too much to stare at someone's body? What a shameless one she is, after all. In the same second, spikes emerged from his body that threw the girl away with incredible force. Poor thing couldn't even react. As if an electric pulse went through her body, the girl sighed heavily and fell backwards. The damage reflection worked. As needed, Jin didn't get a single hit and returned everything to his opponent. The boy was standing alive and well, and Drake's cries began to echo everywhere. He couldn't believe his comrade had survived. Drake looked at him with eyes full of surprise. He had thought that his comrade had been critically damaged and could not survive. Looking at his friend with joyful eyes, Jin said that it was nothing you could say he was at full strength. Jumping down to the ground, Jin said that the blow he delivered had completely destroyed the monster and made him the only player to defeat the worm. Because of this, he got another great item that will help him in the future. The item is so strong that, roughly speaking, even if a huge meteorite destroyed the Earth, Jin could survive with 1 HP to spare. Still, after drinking the recovery potion, Jin said that having such items in stock, he wouldn't even need the recovery potion. Then Jin started jumping for joy. He's on a roll today. Drake just looked at him from the sidelines and couldn't understand how is this even possible. The man sighed heavily, but on the other hand, there was no boredom with this guy. So Drake would probably continue to follow him. But Drake couldn't help but notice that this girl is a pretty skillful fighter. She was able to dodge all of his attacks without any difficulty. Their dialogue was interrupted by a shout from Nuna. The girl told them to stand still and don't move. The guys turned to her. The girl screamed that this sandworm belongs to them. First Jin dressed up like a pervert, and now he wants to take their prey. The guy grinned. So these guys had been hiding from the monster all along, and now they were crawling out into the light to complain about life as funny. At that point, he covered Drake with his cloak and said it was time to get the hell out of here. There was nothing more for them to do. The other people didn't even have time to realize what had happened. They just stared in surprise at the two who had stolen their loot. The guys literally disappeared into thin air. This cloak had the ability to hide anyone who gets under it, so for now they were not visible. On the smartphone screen was a guide to fighting the red demon behind the framed voice, explaining how to fight it properly. People were laughing at the funny video, and only one of them, Dae Gang, was sitting facing the window and thinking. Suddenly he was pulled out of his musings by someone's shout, and the boy turned his tired face towards the speaker. There were two guys standing in front of him. One of them looked extremely threatening and looked down at his interlocutor. Seeing the heavy gaze of the professional player, the guy immediately cooled down and in a stammering voice asked to continue the recent conversation. Daegun got up from his seat. If they are talking about the armor, then he just let them prepare the money and retard those thanks. When he saw that his interlocutor was leaving, the man asked why he didn't want to stay for the class hour, which hadn't started yet. Dae Gang didn't even listen to him, leaving the unfortunate man alone with his thoughts. He had hoped they could play together. At this time, the battle god was in extreme frustration. He couldn't continue to earn so little, it was a real shame. Now that the kid left school, he had no time to go, and besides, the regulations monopolized the players. When he stayed in the hostel, it was unbearable. All the older ones would gather the younger ones and make them do the dirty work for them. Since he is a newcomer, he can't even get money from advertising since he hasn't had his debut yet. He has to make money somehow. Suddenly, the reflection was interrupted by a piece of paper that flew past the player, immediately caught it with a deft movement of his hand. Looking at the strange ad, Daegun wondered what kind of trash this was in the first place. It was an ad about the East Pacific Toto League ship prize of a whole billion, won a fabulous amount. At this time, Gene returned to his home. His family was again not in the best of moods. There was arguing and shouting everywhere. They seemed to be arguing over who would get the inheritance. Gene was watching it all from the sidelines and was very glad he wasn't a party to it. Before that, he had gotten a call that Jessa was coming soon and Gene should be there the week before. To be honest, he didn't want to go at all. His uncle looked at him with a sizzling look and said that it seems that this minnow had crossed the line. Seeing that his nephew does not listen to him at all, the man was furious. It seems that the guy needs to think about enrollment and become independent. Let him just look at his cousins. They never relied on their parents and achieved everything on their own. But no, that goofy Gene keeps playing his stupid toys and not doing anything useful at all. At this time, Jin himself was just observing it from the sidelines. How funny it was that his uncle was talking as if he had raised him himself. Two kids about 10 years old were sitting next to each other and stuck to their smartphones, not paying any attention to the argument. One of the family members tried to calm his uncle and said that Gene was most likely thinking about such things, but the man was adamant. When asked how much money he had left, Gene was told that it was somewhere around 20 with 2 zeros beside it. Hearing such a sum of money, the uncle was even more furious that this small man does not realize that such a sum is not a joke at all, and he cannot dispose of them. Finding out he would only get 2,000, Gene was upset how surprised they would be if they knew he had made almost $500 million in 3 months. The man with the glasses said that the paperwork seemed very overhead. In that case, he would help. Suddenly, to everyone, Gene gave a thumbs up and said he would file the paperwork with the district office and they would deal with everyone there. After such insolence, the uncle came even more furious. Why in the world is this minnow interfering in the conversation of adults? Smiling as kindly as possible, Gene said he just wanted to offer help. But if they didn't want to, they could refuse. Gene began to explain the intricacies of inheritance as meticulously as if he had been doing it all his life. After such abstruse words, his cousins generally tired to think they did not understand anything in it and did not want to understand. In that case, they were willing to leave all inheritance worries to their little brother, and accept that one uncle wasn't exactly pleased, but all of this Jin had learned in his past life after his uncle had set him up. His brothers surrounded him and started asking him what he was doing these days. Shouldn't the guy be going to college? Sure, Gene's 21 now, but he can still go to college if he does it as soon as possible. Second cousin promised to tutor him if the boy doesn't know what's what. So don't let him worry, but there was obvious sarcasm in those words. Looking at them rather incredulously, Gene chose to remain silent. He didn't really want to mess with those 2 points. Seeing that the kids were on their phones, the uncle noticed them and started yelling. With a snide smile on his face, the man asked if they wanted to end up like their no-good brother. Gene uncle was in his repertoire. But unfortunately, the younger children had a bad fate. They were forced to sit for days on end in front of books and study constantly. They didn't have any free time at all. Everyone kept saying they needed it. The kids just didn't have a childhood. Absolutely everyone said it was all for their own good. They had to study hard to become respectable people. But a few decades later, the older brother became a doctor after all. But he had a major medical scandal, and his career went down the drain. The next brother saw his business fail and divorced thanks to his trademark arrogance, and eventually they squandered all the family's money. But Jin has decided for himself that he will never go back to his past life. He will do things differently. Hearing another knock on the door, Uncle turned around irritably. But who else is there? Isn't everyone here gathered? The irritated man opened the door and shouted from the threshold that he didn't want to see anyone else brought here. Seeing the truck near his house, the man opened his eyes, wondering what he was even doing here and why he had come. In time to breathe, Gene, with a smile on his face, politely apologized to his uncle for this. The man turned around. The guy, in the same friendly voice, said that it came to him, and the rest of the family is none of his business. It turns out that it was Gene's order, namely an expensive car. The car drove out gleaming with new paint. His cousins opened their mouths in surprise. They didn't expect that their youngest could earn money for such a cool car. Satisfied with his purchase, Gene walked up to the delivery man and signed the ballot terrific service. Finally, throwing off his jacket, Gene said that the family money was finished. If they had any problems or questions, they could contact him. When the boy drove off in his expensive supercar, the uncle again took up the task of raising small offspring. But the kids now didn't pay any attention to him at all. They said they wanted to be as cool as Gene. On the phone was actually his own broadcast of the game. Children watched the game process enthusiastically without taking their eyes off. Sitting in his expensive car, Gene thought that it was worth it after all to finally thumb his nose at his arrogant relatives. He had to come to the Asian League, which was ready to begin. A huge stadium glowed with colorful lights, dressed in colorful costumes. The presenters shouted at the top of their voices, calling out to all willing spectators to join in this beautiful spectacle. Two girls dressed in futuristic bunny costumes stood next to him and acted as backup dancers. The first contestant was already ready. It was number 48 PC Joe, a fighter in armor and with a long sword in his hands. Number 9 was none other than the god of battle, nicknamed Mathios. The guy was warming up for his upcoming bout. And now the rivals looked at each other with fierce eyes. Now from a minute to a minute, a great battle should begin. The opponents looked at each other from across the ring. The crowd chanted support for their favorites. Joe was the first to rush to the attack. He thrust forward a shining sword, ready to destroy his opponent with a single blow. But no sooner had he gotten far enough away than he received a powerful blow right in the face and lost several teeth at once. The battle god's fist was as swift as lightning. It reached its target in a flash and killed his opponent. But Joe, strangely enough, was not going to give up. The man came to his senses quite quickly and immediately lunged at the insolent man. Swinging a long, sharp sword, he wanted to destroy his opponent once and for all, proving his superiority. Despite the heated atmosphere, Mathios was in good spirits. He moved incredibly skillfully, leaving the offensive line at the last moment. One more deft movement and the fighter's heavy fist reached the opponent's jaw, and that flew back like a toy. Looking at his opponent with a disdainful look, the battle god thought that it was expected in tournaments like this. One had to hide one's identity. The host couldn't remember himself from happiness. Soon the second battle should begin, he shouted at the top of his voice, trying to drown out the shouts of the crowd. Seeing his next opponent, who was Goinmul Daegang, was even a little surprised. Just don't let them say that this guy is also here. In front of him stood a man dressed in a dark cloak and very familiar shoes. Could it really be Dead Water? But looking closer, the guy saw that it was an imposter after all, but it couldn't be Dead Water that tall. Compared to their last encounter in the dungeon, this man's height had changed by at least 24 centimeters. But the opponent wasn't going to sit around for long. The masked man said to the opponent to finally start the duel. Taking out his blade proudly, Goinmul moved forward, saying that no enemy strike would reach him. But the god of battle stood completely calm and confident in his victory. The man thought that it would be like an easy walk for him. A second later, he snapped out of his seat, aiming his powerful fist directly at his opponent, who was still standing motionless. The fighters were not inferior to each other in speed and strength. Mathios had to work hard to at least reach his opponent. But the man in the cloak moved so easily and quickly that it was almost impossible to follow his movements. In his hand was a hedgehog needle, a one-handed weapon that was quite powerful even though it was of low rank. Noticing the oddity, the god of battle thought that it seems that the opponent has little health since he chose ranged combat as a close combatant. It also had an advantage besides health. The speed was slower than the original. The guy was starting to get annoyed that this imposter dared to come here naked, so he asked for it. He charged his forged gloves of energy and already prepared to strike out, his hands filled with power. Accelerating to a monstrous speed, the guy ran straight at his opponent with a fire stream streaking behind him. His gloves were overflowing with power. One more second, and he would deliver a crushing blow. It was the attack he was expecting, and now his opponent will get what he deserves. But at the last moment, the guy stopped. Is the Dead Water so weak and he came here just for 2 rounds? And now the cloaked man, under the monstrous force of the blow, flew aside, barely managing to stay on his feet was a bit difficult. The fighter stopped. It looked extremely strange. Could it be that such a strong player who had defeated him one-on-one couldn't fight normally now? As it turned out, it was indeed an imposter. The mask on the man's face cracked, and a completely different person emerged from it. The seated avatars in the stands finally realized who was in front of them. It was Koz, the professional player who is ranked 3rd in China. The man's face stretched. He whined. Does he still have to hide his style? Now it's going to be real. The man changed into a powerful, shiny armor. He was fully ready for battle. The fighter was truly transformed. The first blow was swift and heavy. Koza swung his broadsword. His opponent at the last moment managed to get out of the line of attack. Now even Dae Gang was a little scared if this man hit for real. The end was near. It couldn't be allowed to happen. Seeing the fear on his opponent's face, the frantic man stretched out in a monstrous smile. Is this boy really afraid? Now at last he would show him what real strength was. The bulky man raised up a huge sword that immediately glowed with fire. Goosebumps ran down Dae Gang's back. Was this ranged attack a problem because it would be a bit difficult to dodge? But fortunately, the reaction was enough, and the explosion went off just a few centimeters from the fighter's body, leaving him alive. As it turned out, the giant was much faster than he seemed at first glance. He was already behind the guy's back and was drawing a huge sword. At the last moment, the poor man managed to put up a block, but it cost him a huge effort of strength. This man had simply amazing. Continuing to smile, Koz was already celebrating the victory. The opponent's health was almost at zero, and what he would do now, the victory was in his pocket. Realized it was a bad idea. We have to do something if he wants to stay alive. The outcome of the battle was obvious. The god of battle surrendered to save his life. Kozi looked at him contemptuously. This Korean doesn't have an ounce of courage at all. As he left the battlefield, Dae Gang cursed himself for wasting his time. He couldn't even make a proper debut, and now it was all for naught. Besides, he couldn't earn a penny this time. Well, it's worth taking it as a useful experience, nothing more. Suddenly, a voice was heard from somewhere, and an unidentifiable man, clad in red armor, stood to the side. They missed each other. Dae Gang couldn't figure out who this man was. Did he really know him? Meanwhile, the stranger said that he had something interesting opponent. He would become the end of hit his stomach. But why did Dae Gang continue to attack his chin? After that, the fighter didn't know what to say from where it was even known. Deciding not to explain himself, the guy just turned in the opposite direction, saying it was none of his business. After the words of the stranger that in the next bet, it is necessary to go all in and bet on it, God of Battle lost the power of speech. At last it began to dawn on him whether indeed the dead water itself was in front of him. And so the battle began. Kozi opposed to the dead water. In a second, the fateful duel must take place. After picking at his ear, the thug asked the Korean's lacking courage what he thought about it. Seeing that the stranger did not want to talk, the man extended his arm forward and invited him to start the fight since he was so confident. Deadwater took out his tool that looked like large tongs and adopted a fighting stance and prepared to attack. A second later, there was a flurry of explosions as if an earthquake was starting. Bright lights flashed everywhere. Koze didn't even immediately realize what was happening. The arena began to shake and was about to collapse. It was unrealistic. He didn't even have time to realize at what point Deadwater approached him at a dangerous distance and grasped his face with his hand. A few days before the upcoming battle, Jin decided to get some exercise and was jogging. While running, a piece of paper suddenly flew into his face, blocking his view, and he stopped a bit and tried to get his breath in order. Looking at the piece of paper, his eyes widened a little. It was the same announcement about the upcoming tournament between the players. Naturally, Jin could not miss such an opportunity to earn a hefty sum, and was already sitting on the podium watching the fight. He decided to bet. First, a smile appeared on his face. This is a great opportunity to make a lot of money. Seeing a familiar face in the arena, the guy rejoiced. It was the same god of battle as one of the participants. Judging from the incredible stature and nationality of his opponent, it is the Lord of Western Chu. No wonder the rumors spread so quickly. Of course, Battle God now is undoubtedly the #1 in Asia, but there's no denying that the competition is high, Jin pondered. In any case, the guy tensed his body and began to watch the arena. He put his hand up and started encouraging his favorite to keep his nose up and not give up. Everything will work out. But a dozen minutes later, the situation in the arena was starting to get more complicated, and not in Dae Gang's favor. He was moving a little woodenly. This infuriated Jin. He shouted that Deadwater can't give up so quickly, and why does a fighter even go on defense? It's stupid after all. But suddenly the guy saw that the fighter had changed the trajectory of his punch. But why suddenly so abruptly? Apparently, something went wrong. And now Deadwater himself was already in the arena and fighting against a new opponent, and he was clearly dominating. Kos was shocked at the strength of his opponent. He obviously had a broken nose and several teeth knocked out. The man did not expect such fierce resistance. He became enraged and started swinging his huge sword in different directions in an attempt to get somewhere, but it turned out badly to say the least. Watching everything from the side, the battle god finally understood everything. The Deadwater had a special equipment Infinity Golem gloves, incredibly powerful item. They have a low attack speed, but after a successful hit, the opponent will be paralyzed for half a second, and this gives an unimaginable advantage. Deadwater himself understood this very well in close combat. Half a second. It's a real eternity. In that time, you can really do a lot. In the meantime, the bully was receiving powerful punches right in the face. He knew he needed to close the distance, but could do nothing. Only seconds remained before the Deadwater would win. He pulled out his Anlian claws. Now all that was left was to deliver the final blow. His opponent felt another earthquake. The earth began to go out from under his feet. He could no longer resist. Due to the incredibly powerful tremors, the man fell to the ground, losing his balance, and was now in a very disadvantageous position. He also felt with his hands that the ground beneath his feet was beginning to turn to sand and become shaky. In the meantime, Deadwater, having moved far enough away, began sprinkling the enemy with powerful blows from a distance. Honestly, about Deadwater. When I took the nickname, Madovan already understood who previously belonged to this title was a very famous player. His uniforms were quite high level, but unlike the god of battle, this man had long since been forgotten. He could not find proper recognition. Unlike him, Jin was now using all of this to his advantage. A smile stretched across the boy's face. He was already ready to win. Meanwhile, Koza felt that it was not just an earthquake. His body was being pulled into the middle. He could no longer move normally, and his opponent looked at him with a fierce gaze, clearly signaling the end of this battle. On the man's face appeared real horror. He could no longer resist. To the full extent of the fighter was completely defenseless. At the last moment, he tried to swing his sword to somehow reach his opponent, but it was all in vain. As Jin approached him, he said in a dulcet voice that he had said he was impossible to escape. Immediately afterward, the opponent felt a powerful fist punch himself right in the face. His teeth flew out of his mouth. In the next second, a hail of blows fell on him, and the man could no longer resist, but simply accepted his fate. In turn, Jin continued to sprinkle him with punches. He taunted his opponent by teasing him, and then one more powerful blow, and Koz was defeated. His strong armor shattered like confetti, and now the man was completely naked. He wore only his underwear, and was lying in the arena completely unconscious and unable to move a finger after such a blow. Naturally, Deadwater triumphed. The fight was really impressive. The guy looked around with a triumphant gaze. Standing in the stands all this time, the god of battle recognized that it was indeed an amazing spectacle. The level of this man was unbelievable. When the battle was already over, Jin again began to mop up the dungeon. Now he faced a truly terrifying opponent. Against him was a truly colossal monster, its eyes burning like two searchlights. The monster was truly enormous. With a shout, Jin desperately rushed into the attack, trying to somehow win, realizing that their strength was really not equal. The girl with pink hair watching all this could not understand how it could come to such a thing. There was fear on her face. A week earlier, she had been sitting in a cafe in the Gangnam district, and there were hardly any people here, apparently all gone on their own. The girl's name was Ho Young-hwa. She was the youngest producer of the project, from Dirt to Dukes. Here's the TV and radio station LGB. The girl sat on a chair and waited. Jerking in place, the girl immediately started fixing her makeup, looking at the screen of her phone. She wanted to look her best. She still couldn't believe that the Deadwater himself was able to answer her, and now she was waiting to meet this famous man. Earlier, the girl was looking for a suitable participant for her show From Dirt to Princes and just came across this man. But then she hadn't even expected a person like Deadwater to pay attention to her proposal at all. But still fighting her fear, the girl with trembling fingers typed a small letter with an invitation to a meeting. The answer did not take long to wait. The girl picked up the laptop and glowed with happiness. It was a positive answer. Finally, everything worked out. And now she sat in full anticipation, rejoicing within herself. Thanks to her success, everyone was incredibly excited. When she was going to a meeting, absolutely everyone present in the studio corrected her makeup and tried to make her a real beauty model. The girl took the cocktail straw into her mouth, even forgetting the glass. She was so nervous, she didn't even know what to talk about. But here in the cafe, with a leisurely gait, entered the culprit of the celebration himself. He was dressed in ordinary clothes. On his face was a mask and dark glasses. Yan-hua didn't even realize who was standing in front of her right away, but a hunch flashed through her mind. It must be Deadwater after all. Forgetting to pull the tube out of her mouth, the girl waved her hand, inviting him to come over. Jin didn't even quite understand why she was saying that. They sat down across from each other, and for a few seconds just sat there in silence until Jean decided to break the silence. No need to stare like that. The girl twitched and immediately blushed instantly from embarrassment. It was obvious that she was incredibly worried. By the clock, the back of his head with an incredibly shy expression, the girl said that she was very unaccustomed to seeing Deadwater with clothes on, because he was usually naked. Jin even wondered a bit if this girl had come much earlier, but after all, he had checked the information in her email. Her face was very familiar to him. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other, since the last time she had passed, and she hadn't changed a bit. The place that worked this broad has greatly improved the art of VR broadcasting since its launch. With a calm voice, Jin started the conversation. He was already thinking about content for broadcasting, but with his current equipment, it would be a bit difficult. All the time he was talking, the girl tirelessly followed his every word, literally looking into his mouth. Hua said that their director is a fan of dead water, she added when the man heard that Jin agreed to come, then went to the hospital. All this time, the guy had been watching her and mentally asking her not to screw up because he remembered the past pass. Eventually, Yan Hua finished and asked what type of content he would like to broadcast. Jin asked what would happen if they were disappointed. But strangely enough, the girl said she'd be satisfied either way. After all, dead water itself came here. After saying that, Jin was even confused. Is she really that much of a fan? Even if he picked his nose, she would look at it as a grace. Leaning closer and coughing, the guy said in a mysterious voice that he was going to go to the Tomb of the Braves. After making such a bold statement, Yan Hua's face glowed with joy, and at the same time with admiration. It was truly phenomenal. The Tomb of the Brave is a tall tower with more than 100 floors. Players from all over the world compete to see who can go higher. The news that dead water was going to go to this place immediately spread among the people and became the main topic of discussion. Hua jumped up in her seat and started shouting. She said that now the first place is occupied by a raid from France. No one has been able to break that record yet. Sitting across from Jin just watched. When it comes to the game, this girl becomes extremely talkative. The girl's eyes kept shining. She said that it would definitely be great content, their ratings would skyrocket. Jin only smiled and laughed a little. If this broadcast was successful, the show would have a chance to go viral and rise quite a bit. He lifted his mask and smiled even wider. Of course, he has another reason why he does this. And so a week later, he was already standing at the foot of the Tomb of the Braves and preparing to enter, lastly checking everything necessary. There was a small light next to him. It was Yan Hua present here through the assistant's camera. She was saying that the broadcast couldn't go on right away. Sitting in her office at her computer, she said that after the recording, she would have to edit the video well, and there was a lot of work to be done. Actually, as for the tower itself, the ranks of monsters and respectively loot here increases depending on the height of the floor. The last thing Jin remembers from the future is that the 106th floor has been cleared. It's been 10 months since the launch, but so far only the 45th floor. With a smile on his face, he shouted that he didn't see the point of sitting still, so they could start Firefly flying nearby, rejoiced. This is so cool after all. Without a second thought, Jin rushed forward. The world record would surely wait for them. As it turned out, this is not such an easy task, as he thought the guy had to fight at full strength is really difficult right now. Yeah, and besides, he's been overtaken by a bunch of nerds he just can't lose because he's spent so many years playing this game. Clenching his teeth, the player realized that he just cannot retreat. He must win and take first place. There is no other choice. Gathering his thoughts into a fist with all his might, he rushed forward at the next monster with a monkey-like scream. Yan Hua frowned as she watched what was going on and didn't understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Jin rejoiced in his victory, having cleared the floor and survived. The Slime Queen simply turned into a small puddle of slime with a small smoke emanating from it. Sighing heavily, Jin looked around. He was one step away from giving up, but Fireball was screaming that he had wasted 2 whole hours on just a slime. But Jin hastened to correct her. It is, after all, the Slime Queen. She has the greatest range, and so there is no way to dodge in the game. Hearing this, the girl sighed. She didn't even know anything about it, and she just had to praise the player. Jin moved forward as they had defeated a strong enough monster that it should be a little easier, but the streamer wasn't too sure. A few minutes later, they arrived at the battle site. Before them stood a huge monster, more like a spider with several limbs. Ogonyak was overjoyed that the player had managed to go from the 2nd to the 46th floor without taking a single unit of damage, which is incredible. Now facing them was the huge monster Kaidomaru, a very unpleasant opponent considering its high ranking. But Jin didn't seem to be embarrassed by this. He smiled and greeted his opponent. The monster received a dozen blows at once, but his strong, thick armor blocked many of them. But Jin had a powerful enough weapon. Poison from the basilisk. It sends the blood of whoever it hits. Suddenly he felt pain and didn't expect some obscure person to be able to inflict such damage on him. Jin, on the other hand, was glad the basilisk's venom was working as it should, and the monster felt a burning sensation throughout his body. But much to Kaidomaru's dismay, he had the ability of an earthquake. He stepped on the ground, and everything around him began to crack and collapse. Standing on one of the rocks, Jin prepared himself, of course. The physical strength of this monster was staggering, but the attacks were easy to anticipate. One of the features of this monster was stealth. He could suddenly appear literally out of nowhere and attack the victim. He also sat upside down on the ceiling like a bat, and then attacked his opponent using his immense physical strength. The monster did just that now, as he swung his long limbs around, destroying everything around him at an incredible speed. Following that, he opened his wide mouth and spat out an incredible amount of fire. But not so fast. Jin put his hand forward with the ring already burning on it, ready to attack. One more second, and the monster would get hit. After skipping a few meters in a couple of seconds, the guy got close to the monster and started delivering a barrage of blows with his dagger. One more jump, and Jin is already near the monster's head and stabs the dagger into his neck. The monster's sudden attack was interrupted before it even started. A triumphant smile appeared on the guy's face, and so the monster was struck down, his huge, heavy body falling to the ground with a rumble and the warrior landing beside him. The heavy-breathing Jin looked at the result of his work and was incredibly happy that he had managed to defeat such a monster single-handedly. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy thought it took a little longer than expected, but the streamer girl next to him was shocked. Finally, Jin noticed her surprise and turned around. The girl didn't even know what to say. Still coping with her emotions, she cried out that it was unbelievably amazing. She had never seen anything like it before. It was the first time she had ever seen someone pass such a difficult dungeon with such ease. Tears literally glistened in her eyes. But it was still too early to rejoice. The guy said that of all the floors he had passed only 46 ahead of a very long and painstaking labor. And here is the actual item after the monster. A bright pillar of blue glow lit up in front of him. What he saw was truly amazing Kaitamaru's essence, even though he didn't have the highest rank, but still. The girl immediately noticed that it wasn't that good of an item for such a drop, but Jin assured her that it was fine. The subject entity can replace any fusion material, so it's the opposite even for the better. Despite the streamer's surprise, Jin poured this strange elixir directly into his boots and heard a crackling sound as if a flame was starting to ignite. The fusion began. The boots rose up and began to glow with a bright flame. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The girl flapped her eyes. She first saw such an opportunity in subjects. It was really amazing. With a smile on his face, Jin said that at this rate, stream ratings will skyrocket, don't you think so? Manhwa, in her seat, was just jumping for joy. This really is the first ever floor sweep, and the merging of items is unbelievable. But Jin was watching something else. As they say, someone who's yet to be revealed. He moved forward along the long corridor, closer to the entrance of another building. Soon another equally strong monster would appear. Before the guy could take a few steps, something whizzed past him with great speed. He barely had time to dodge. A huge cut was left on the ground. Apparently it was something incredibly sharp. Jin stopped in place. In front of them appeared a strange figure of a demon, more like a bat. It was a profligate. After the fire guy's surprise, he said she'll do just fine even though she looks weaker than the other bosses. The succubus rushed straight at her opponents, waving her long, sharp scythe. Her eyes burned with unquenchable fire. This monster had a peculiarity of its own, namely duality. It began to deliver hundreds of strikes cutting through space. Such monsters are divided into two types, those who use physical strength or magic. The monster's attacks were really amazingly fast. Jin had to work hard to dodge the blade whistling literally near his face. Demoness approached him all the closer. There was no other way out. There is one dangerous option, but still. Even if everything went smoothly from Jin wasn't completely sure if he would even be able to defeat this monster. The sandworm's skin withstood many strong blows, but the demoness did not think to stop there. And so, a powerful bayonet appeared from the player's body. This was the launch of Perun which he received in the battle over one of the monsters. A flurry of blows immediately flew past him, cutting through the magical darkness. At the last second, Jin bounced to the side. He managed to get out of the line of attack, but the situation was getting worse. The boy gritted his teeth as his attack didn't seem to work. Flame nearby was horrified as to how she could even be defeated. Deciding to drink the potion, Jin assured that it was all right. Physical attacks take a long time to recover. But the demoness was attacking again. Jin prepared himself while Fireball nearby continued to shiver in fear. Her speed had to be dealt with. First, Jin was wary and prepared to fend off the next blow. It was a little early, but he decided to use a secret weapon. The guy took out a baggie and scattered a strange substance from it. The demoness was immediately covered in a vile slime. It was the essence from the slimes. At this rate, the opponents would be blocked. Hua, she was horrified after such a thing. What is he even doing? How he can do something like that in such a situation? But the guy was not embarrassed in the slightest. And besides, he did not think of anything bad. Meanwhile, the demoness gradually boiled with rage. Quickly removing the nasty slime from herself, she rushed to attack once more. The girl was not going to back down and destroy anyone in her path. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out, and the opponents bounced off each other in different directions, the situation heating up with every second. The guy suggested that it was most likely because of her ability to heighten sex drive. Yanhua resented what kind of peculiarity it was in the first place. The next blow came from nowhere, expected just a few centimeters away. Jin even felt an incredible pressure from his opponent. The succubus looked at the guy with surprise. He stopped for a second and started doing something. Finally, it was time to use a new item. It was Kaitamaru's new leather boots. It was time to put them to the test. Demoness did not wait long to grab the scythe and rushed straight at the enemy, intending to destroy him. Putting his foot forward, the guy started throwing fire. It was a feature of this item run on lava. Soon, it was over. Jin only looked at the smoking boots. Everything had worked just as it should, and even better, the demon had been defeated. The streamer's joy had no bounds for the first time 40. The 7th floor has been cleared. Just stunned viewers will also be shocked. Oh, and on top of that, They defeated a rank B monster, plus no known player had ever done that before. Yes, and in addition, they had a high-ranked sword item that was already gleaming with its blade. The girl continued to ramble with happiness, and Jin just listened from the sidelines and smiled. He himself was pleased with his accomplishments. Huapo wondered how he was even feeling after something like that. Jin was a little miffed he didn't know himself. They never got a definite answer. Jin said he intended to move on. The girl looked at him in surprise. Meanwhile, Nuna put on her broadcast. She interacted with the viewers and made a cute face. At the end of the broadcast, she sent an air kiss to all the viewers and asked them to remember to attend her broadcasts regularly, then waved her hands. But after that, her mood drastically deteriorated. The girl cursed. All around her, she really disliked broadcasting. But without sponsorship from the broadcast, it was difficult to run. The guild money was catastrophically lacking, and Deadwater as usual sticks in the wheels. Where did you come from again, that dumbass man? And said one of their mentees wrote about 40 posts on his blog. Flopping down on the chair, Nuna sighed heavily. Only TV brings her joy lately. It was time for a good rest. Director Jae Young appeared on the channel and announced with a smile on his face that they had a special guest today. After taking a few sips of soda, the girl smiled and eagerly began to look forward to the real show. But after she saw two on the screen appeared, she spit all the soda out. It was Yanhua, her direct rival. Eventually, Deadwater decided to meet the streamer girl to find out what was the public reaction after all. With a heavy sigh, Yanhua replied that she received a warning from the organization, and they say that it's overkill. Her face immediately changed, and the girl smiled, but the ratings were still amazing. Besides, the ending was just shocking. Jin was even surprised himself. What kind of ending? The events brought back a week, and so decently tired, Yanhua begged not to go back. They're already on the upper floor. Smiling, Jin said that anyway, they already had enough material for the first episode, so when he got his award. Looking up, the guy thought it would be a bit of a pity to lose this valuable material. Good thing you can create content alone. To the girl's great surprise, they returned to the room of improvement where the sword stood on a pedestal. The streamer quickly guessed, do they really want to enhance the item? Really, this will be just a shocking ending. After a second of silence, Jin nodded his head. Well, of course, he wants to promote the subject. There can be no other option. Without any hesitation, he threw the stone into the urn and began to wait for the process of improvement. Now they have a +1 sword. Yanhua opened her mouth in surprise, but Jin stood by her side and remained silent. After a few more attempts, they already had a level 3 sword. This was just fine. But as apparently Jin wasn't going to stop there, and had already created a level 6 sword, Yanhua couldn't believe her eyes. Seeing that Jin wanted to improve the stone further, Ogunyok tried to stop him, but it seems Jin was adamant. He threw another pebble into the urn without any hesitation and began to wait for the next improvement, and here was the sword +8. In her studio, Yanhua couldn't believe her eyes. She had seen something like this for the first time, and her mind was in chaos. As you can imagine, this was not the end, and so the level 9 sword was created and ready for use. The girl was speechless at what she saw. It couldn't be at all, but she saw with her own eyes a high-level sword. Seeing Jin pull out another enhancement stone, the streamer tried to stop him. It was too much after all. But it was all to no avail. Jin remembered the past bad experience perfectly well and wasn't going to listen to her. Thinking that the guy would stop, Yanhua congratulated him for creating a weapon and started jumping on the spot. But at the same moment, Jin threw another pebble into the urn, and a second later, a bright pillar of blue light appeared from there. As soon as the streamer saw it, she almost choked on her own tongue. The sword was broken in half, its shard lying near Jin's feet. There was an awkward silence for a second, but the guy spread his hands and couldn't tell that the player was upset. But the unfortunate Yanhua fainted from overexcitement, and her colleagues were already circling around her trying to bring her to her senses. Now the girl looked extremely exhausted, but thanks to Jin, the comments were immense. Without losing his fighting spirit, Jin said it couldn't be helped that someday things would be even more interesting, but the girl didn't really believe it. Soon, Jin would indeed receive a true item, whose power would be many times greater than the one he had lost. With a smile on her face, Yanhua asked for help with the broadcast. Jin replied that as long as the payment was good, then he would do his best. Suddenly, he received a notification of receipt on his phone. Jin wondered when he had forgotten about it. The guy looked closely and noticed that it was the same ruler he had seen several times before. Looking more closely at the screen of the smartphone, Jin came to be horrified. This is King Maiden's account, and he honored it with his presence. At this time, Jayan was in his office yelling into the phone and figuring out if the rookie was registered to anyone else. Need to get him ASAP. The director was handing out instructions to his subordinates. His breathing hitched as he barely had time to choose his words. Hang up the phone. The director started pounding on the keyboard. This guy meets all the requirements of a professional player need to get in touch with him as soon as possible. Another person appeared behind the principal's back in an indifferent voice and said that this Madoan apparently good, isn't he? Turning to the interviewer, the director asked he hadn't watched the video he was sent, so why does he ask? This man's name was Lim Joseph. He was a professional player K1 number 1 on his list of very strong players. Despite all that Principal Joseph said, even he could defeat the Lord of Western Chu 100 times if he wanted to. But it seems that the director didn't listen to him at all. He said with a smile on his face that this is the best time to get such a player at his disposal. After these words, Joseph became furious and shouted that he had never received such attention in his time, and an argument ensued between them. But the guys were distracted by the sound of a notification, and for a second they held their breath and looked at the screen. "Is it spamming again?" The principal looked closer. Joseph, standing behind, said this needs to really stop. When Joseph saw that something was wrong with his companion, he leaned closer to see if everything was all right. But what the guy saw made him come to shock. Fell into a real faint from what he saw on his laptop. Now he was lying unconscious. Frightened Joseph didn't know what to do. The principal was out of breath. Apparently, there was really something shocking there. Gene had a plan. He made an extra Madowan account to post stuff from his PC he didn't think anyone would be interested in. Hard to believe his fake account would gain more popularity than dead water is kind of weird even. And now the guy sat in his bathroom and washed his face. He certainly got a lot of offers after defeating the Queen. By the way, now is the best time to get the government to more actively sponsor cybersports. The guy looked at himself in the mirror. Debuting exactly as Madowan is something Jin absolutely did not expect, but it couldn't be happier, just great news. A few hours later, the principal noisily opened the door and ordered their new guest to be greeted. The man had a bright smile on his face. A few meters behind him stood an indistinct silhouette in dark clothes who greeted everyone with a changed voice. The guy entered the room and introduced himself as Madowan, wearing a black sweatshirt and an iron mask on his face. All the players present wondered why this type uses a voice changer and hid his identity. He has something to hide. Standing nearby, Joseph said they were happy to meet, but wondered why he was even wearing that mask, what the big deal was. After hesitating a bit, Gene replied that he just had burn scars and didn't want to show off his ugliness. Following this, Joseph asked why he was hours late, but the principal interrupted him and tried to explain. In a second, another altercation had already erupted between them, as apparently Joseph was very jealous that this newcomer was getting all the attention. For a second, Gene had a horrible feeling of nostalgia in his head, remembered these two, even in public, would fight all the time. There really was some chemistry between these two. Even through the mask, it was obvious that Gene was smiling. But now there was something else to be done. Joseph asked in a serious voice, who told him he needed him here for a second, and there was silence. After looking at the cocky professional player, he asked him again what he had just said and if his ears were deceiving him. The situation was slowly heating up. The principal was trying to reconcile the two, but he was having a bad time. He was about to have a scandal. Two more players came up. There was 5th-ranked Korean Yoon-ho and 7th-ranked Korean Sun Byung-gang, and he also suggested that they should cut down on the ardor of this newcomer. Seeing that a fight might break out between the boys, the director tried to reconcile them, but it was useless. However, Joseph was completely unhappy. This is just some noon who was invited to a professional team because of a couple wins. Joseph asked who wanted to start. From everywhere, voices began to come out, and everyone wanted to personally compete with the newcomer. The god of battle stood aside and watched the whole thing without saying a word. He didn't want a battle. He already had a battle with this man. Seeing him, Jin was very much surprised. And this man, what did he forget here? He is also a member of a professional team. Byung-gang said that's pretty low. Why did he retreat after saying they couldn't go first? Courage never came up. Joseph said it's only fair to start with the understudies, so the understudy can participate. But suddenly Jin said he didn't have time to sweep the floor individually. Let them all attack at once. If they want to fight him so badly, then let them attack all 4 of them at once. It's getting annoying. Soon they moved into the desert for a duel. Joseph was first. He was clad in bright armor gleaming in the sun. Now all 4 professional players were fully prepared for battle. They wanted to see just how good this rookie was. Gan put on the mask of picaresque and began to prepare for the fight. Now he will show this cocky guy how to fight. He was even a little embarrassed that they were fighting 4 against 1. Maybe it was too much. Lee Yun-ho. With a smile, he said that the director's position should also be considered if he is punished badly. Afterward, it will be very bad to see him afterward. Choi Seok just stood there silently watching everything that was going on. He was fully prepared for the battle. And finally, the first number in Korea, it was actually Joseph, nicknamed Poker Face. He was extremely displeased and wanted to be the first to deal with the newcomer. Looking at them, Jin marveled at the composition. Really dazzling, really. He wouldn't be able to do anything against them. That's what they think. That's right. They think if they're professional players and attack together, they'll win. A few reserve players and the director himself remained in the observation room. They watched in horror. Ja Yong was trembling with excitement. They really want to attack him, all 4 of them. Is it really going to be such a crazy battle? The player standing next to him asked the battle god why he refused to fight. It was a good opportunity to prove himself. Overflowing with confidence, Byung-gun said he would go first and turned to the younger man. But still, Choi Seok said he wants to perform first since he's the youngest, so he'll take care of it. It was useless to stop him. Although it was dangerous, the others just started to watch what was happening. The player immediately rushed into the attack, pulling out his weapon in his hands. A hilt appeared, but there was nothing yet. A second later, a huge whip of electrical energy appeared from there. The boy came closer and closer. He tried to strike, but ended up repelling the blow without any effort at all. The player froze in place. And now they were facing each other, and Jean was holding him by the scruff of the neck, and his opponent could do nothing at all. Then there was an explosion, and Choi couldn't do anything at all. He had to think of a way to keep himself alive. The other players watching from the sidelines were horrified at the crushing defeat. A shiver of fear ran down Byung-gang's back, as he didn't expect that some newcomer could deliver such a devastating blow. The director, who had been standing in the office all this time, couldn't believe his eyes. He really was an order of magnitude higher than the other players. The fighter clad in his armor looked incredibly menacing, an order of magnitude stronger than the rest. The god of battle immediately realized that this man had channeled the power of fire into the ground directly under his feet. Thus, he lifted himself into the air. Next was Byung-gang. He went on the attack and started swinging his weapon. However, the opponent seemed to ignore his lunges altogether. Jin immediately realized that it was a rapier, a familiar attack for this player. It was to be expected. At this time, the enemy thought that he would not be seen due to the camouflage, so it would be a perfect tactic for him to attack. But no, one rushed past him and immediately hit his opponent with his shield. Jin put up a forward block. The force of the blow was so great that even Jin, using his boots, wouldn't be able to stand his ground. Standing nearby all this time, Byung-gang was already preparing his attack, needed to attack from the side. Soon, Yun-ho joined them and began to apply a lightning strike. The entire atmosphere seemed to be electrified. Reluctantly, the first number one admitted that their opponent was really strong. They would have to attack all at once. With a smile on his face, Jin asked if they didn't have a helper, and if they were going to go all the way out here. It was stupid, to say the least. Standing in his protective spacesuit, the guy prepared himself. He knew he couldn't expect an easy victory, but he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Striking new ones into the ground, he directed all of his power straight into the soil. There was a deafening explosion, and a pillar of bright red light rose into the air. No, one ran right at him. Now that trick won't work, they'll beat him all at once. But suddenly, at the last moment, the guy noticed that the ground beneath his feet began to turn into real lava. The first number even stopped for a second. Jin was already approaching him. He moved through the lava without any damage to himself. The guy looked really threatening. His skill melts the entire ground around him within a 12-meter radius for how long they can even stay here. With a swift dash forward, Jin put his arm out and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to one of his opponents. The first blow came to the Prodigy, who tried to strike his next lightning strike, but failed to calculate the situation. His comrades realized that they were in an extremely unenviable position. Their opponent was much stronger than expected. No, one ordered Byung-gang to cancel stealth mode as a matter of urgency, or else he wouldn't be able to get out of here alive. The man realized it himself, but it was too late, so he had no other choice. It was over in a flash. Right now, Jin felt that victory would be too easy. He even felt a little resentful of his strength. And now there was only number one left, who was still somehow miraculously on his feet. Now he had two shields. Jin noticed all this number one going all armed against him. It was just unbelievable. Being inside his suit, the guy was cheering. It's just awesome. He's fighting the number one in Korea. Now Joseph was fighting for real. He activated all his powers and was about to use two accounts at once to attack. The duel promised to be incredibly violent. Everything around started to shake. The ground was literally shaking like an earthquake. Joseph swung his shields, but Jin skillfully parried them as he moved out of the line of attack. When their blows clashed, the ground shook with a real explosion, and the soil around them turned into real magma. From that moment, Joseph realized that this is a case of his stubbornness. He cannot lose, must defend the honor of his team. Jin also rejoiced. This is great. The true determination of the number one. Now he too cannot give up. They must fight because of all their strength. Noticing his opponent's attack, Joseph was surprised that Jin wouldn't be able to break those shields anyway, so let him not even try. Well, when he saw what his opponent was holding, no one was truly horrified. It's unbelievable. Making one big upward thrust, Jin knocked one of the bills out of his opponent's hands. A clinking of metal was heard. With some mockery in the voice, the player asked, "Well, how is that good enough, after all? It is the usual pressure special movement of Joseph." In the next, there was a fist bump. It was checkmate. Jin prepared to finally end this battle. He didn't expect that some newcomer who came literally out of nowhere would be able to compete like that. And indeed, around Jin was a veritable inferno. Everything was ablaze with fire. He had won a crushing victory over the enemy. Meanwhile, the battle god was in a real shock. Compared to how he had seen Jin at the tournament, he had completely changed. Trying to get his head together, the director immediately started drafting a hiring agreement. Jin pondered these must have been temporary items compared to these people's items. It was just real trash. Now, when he thinks about it, it turns out his items were much better, but in a 4-against-1 match, it's pretty fair. At this time, Dae-gang, Watching through the screen was the only desire to catch up with this man and keep up with him. After the crushing victory, Jin, along with Drake, went to another dungeon for a sweep. There was a gloomy atmosphere everywhere, and various zombies walking around here was an oppressive feeling of being chased as uncomfortable as possible. Jin told me that in the very center of this castle, there is a secret passage leading directly to the boss's room. You might even call it a back door. But the thing is that on the way to this passageway is a bunch of annoying zombies that are basically not that strong, but there are too many of them. They looked at the black passageway in front of them until sunlight penetrated. Here the zombies would be weak, but it would be a pain to deal with them. Suddenly Drake heard someone scream and immediately turned his head in the direction of the sound. It was the strangest possible. The guy was about to rush to help. There was a woman's voice there, but Jin grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. But after a second, he rushed straight into the depths of the castle. Drake didn't even have time to realize it, but kept turning his head. In response to the question of help, Jin approached and said that if it was some NPC, he could help Drake later if he wanted to, of course. Inside the castle was spacious and stank of dampness, and it felt like they were in the abode of some horrible monster. Jin found what he needed incredibly quickly and rushed right over there. A smile shone on the guy's face. In the distance, a silhouette could be seen under burning eyes. It was a woman. Most likely she was the one who screamed. When you got close enough to her, you could see that it was a real monster. It was Camilla Gossip Girl. As soon as she saw them, she rushed at them, and Drake shot her in the head and killed her. Jin looked at his comrade and praised him for having a keen eye to deal with the monster as quickly as possible. The monster was defeated, and a spirit emerged from its body. Now it was a beautiful girl dressed in a white dress. The guys looked at her, and for the time being couldn't understand what's the matter, and who it was too, some fast transformation. Folding her hands in front of her in the semblance of a prayer, the girl said in a sad voice that the priest had punished her for gossiping a lot. He ordered her to climb the spire of the tallest building and cut the pillow there, letting the feathers escape, and then collect them all. It was her last regret. The girl was so disappointed her voice was barely audible. She was ready to cry. With a wary look, Drake circled all around him. Something seemed strange. Turns out the whole floor was covered in white feathers. There's just the question of how long they've been here at all. They look like they've been lying around recently. The boy took one feather and looked more closely. There were too many of them to need a vacuum cleaner-like object. But Jin stopped him. No, this quest should be done any other way at all. Drake looked at him in surprise. Jin swung his foot at the floor and it immediately ignited like magma, a feature of his new shoes. Despite everything, the quest was completed. Camilla thanked her saviors in a joyful voice, clutching a pillow to her chest. Her spirit began to rise up into the pillar of light. The girl said that if it was a black pillow, it would be very bad. The guys looked at her with surprised eyes. Drake asked what she even meant. It sounded weird. A second later, a black pillow plopped on the ground. It was the item Camilla's Gossip Girl bag. But what was it for? However, Jin had already figured it out. It was the key to the boss's room, and it was the key that would get them through to the next room. Making one small cut with his blade, Jin melted the pillow, and a multitude of black feathers spilled out. Even though there was no wind in the room, the feathers began to rise up as if alive, forming a vortex. On Jin's face, there was a mask of delight. He knew perfectly well that it was necessary to pass the castle at night. The boss's secret room only opens at night, so he came to Camille's secret quest to activate it. Drake looked to the side and saw a strange door that hadn't been there before. It must have been a passageway. But suddenly someone else joined them. It was Nuna. The girl looked extremely shabby, so it was impossible to pass through the zombies unnoticed. In her usual manner, the girl shouted that she was glad to meet Jin in spite of everything. In turn, without waiting for her, the boys jumped into the nearest passageway and slid down into the depths of the castle. A bewildered Nuna shouted for them to wait, but it seemed no one was going to listen to the girl. The bear was impossible. Meanwhile, zombies began to approach. They were already dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters' eyes were burning. Seeing this horror, the girl was frightened and stunned on the spot, and then finally came to her senses. She finally decided to jump into the strange passage after all, and slid down with a scream. She had no other choice anyway. Half an hour before arriving at the Castle of Evil, she was broadcasting live and happily interacting with her subscribers. The girl tried to act as kindly as possible, although clearly it was an act for the sake of views. Nuna said that, as expected, she will launch a survival guide with monsters of this rank in Castle of Evil, so she will call it. With another wink to her audience, the girl asked them to pray for her. She looked incredibly cute. When she first started going through the castle, she immediately ran away from all the zombies. It was an act. If she wanted to, she could easily destroy them. The monsters didn't even have time to get close to her, but just stretched out their slow hands. Trying to play the role of a silly but sweet girl, Nuna bypassed all the battles to avoid showing her true colors. She finally closed the massive oak door in front of her and paused for a second. She settled on the floor and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The overall message of the broadcast was clear. though she didn't fully understand why she was doing this stuff. On the other hand, she had no money and no choice either, so she had to torture herself in front of the audience. Without delay opening the door, the girl looked at the crowd of zombies with serious eyes. Her gaze changed. The monsters stretched their vile arms toward her, their stinking mouths snapping their teeth and their eyes burning red lights. With just one small swing of her axe, Nuna took down several monsters at a time. Following that, the girl closed the door with a loud slam and stopped for a few seconds to catch her breath. Then she transformed herself, ripped her clothes off, and smeared herself in soot to make herself look like a silly, monster-attacked girl. In a pitiful voice, she said that she ran inside to escape the scary monsters, and now she didn't know where to go. Almost crying, she begged them to help her finally find a way out of this creepy place so she wouldn't go to the other world. Her gaze changed for a second. Of course, she wasn't going to stay here for long, especially since the zombies were low level. When the night came, zombies raised their heads. The girl was surprised because it was not yet time for night. Something had changed. But it was too late to think anyway. The monsters began to seep through the cracks, and their vile roars could be heard everywhere. They swarmed the neighborhood with such speed that Nuna didn't even have time to realize she was running away. With no other choice, the girl delivered a powerful blow to one of the monsters, but the one didn't take much damage. Nuna, with fear in her eyes, tried to fight off the hordes of monsters, but they were too many. The girl still did not have time to do anything. She only had to run away. Everywhere she could hear the screams of the monsters and the stomping of the girl. She ran through the castle and couldn't understand anything. Really, these monsters were much higher ranked than she expected, yes, and also too early. She kicked one of the monsters with her heel. A crunch was heard, and the monster roared with rage. Just then, she ran into Jean and Drake. They were standing there talking about something. Jean looked at her with a disgruntled look on his face. A panting Nuna shouted for them to stop immediately, but when she saw the boys running away, she rushed after them. And after flying a few meters down the tunnel, the girl crashed to the ground and hurt her soft spot. As soon as she came to her senses, she immediately started yelling at Jean, blaming him for everything. But the guy just told her to calm down. He was surprisingly calm. The player realized that she didn't have the nerve to get mad at him in a place like this, did she? Such words like a hammer hit the girl on the head, and she was silent for a few seconds. After all, this is not the safest place. They stood in front of a large and dark tunnel. Jean moved forward first, without delay. After walking a few meters, they saw strange silhouettes ahead. There was a man standing in front and a monster in a little distance. Drake was the first to move forward. He started shooting the monsters with his crossbow. The zombies fell one by one. Jin moved incredibly fast. He wanted to kill these monsters as soon as possible because he was fed up with zombies. At one point, he barely had time to bounce aside to avoid being hit by Nuna's blow. It looked like the girl hadn't calculated her strength at all. There was an immediate altercation between the two, and the serpent continued to devour one of the zombies and simply watched them. A furious Nuna was screaming that it was all Jin's fault she was here, and the guy didn't understand what he had to do with it. They continued to bicker with each other, but the huge hordes of zombies were already inexorably approaching them. After a while, Nuna realized that this was not a good time to argue, as zombies were surrounding them from everywhere. Plus, she'll have to deal with two unofficially ranked players at once, which makes the task more difficult. Sighing heavily, the girl said that one way or another she would go with them. She is a tank, so she would be of use. But as soon as she sent the invitation to Jean, he immediately declined it, which shocked the girl into thinking he was even doing it. Drake confirmed that he and this man are not on Team A, just wandering around together, so nothing to claim. In a trembling voice, the girl said there was probably nothing wrong with being on the same team as her. Looking at her axe, Jin said that if she included it in the deal, he might consider her offer. Squinting her eyes, Nuna realized that she had no other choice. After all, this guy was just hopeless. She slung the axe on her shoulder and readied herself. Apparently, there was no other option. At the sight of the belligerent girl, Drake tensed up a bit. He honestly didn't really feel like fighting her right now. In a calm voice, the wives said that she could follow them as long as she didn't interfere. Then he would forget that there was a conflict between them. Stretching into a smile, Jin said if she wanted to keep this up, then let her just stay out of the way. After that, the guy immediately rushed forward and showed the others the way. Let them go exactly 5 meters forward and then to the left, because we're at a dead end. Nuna, who was standing behind him, wondered how he knew all of this. Master Jin looked at her and said that he had just made inquiries beforehand. Without asking any more questions, the girl plunged into wondering how this guy knew all this. Going forward, Jin had a thought. Now he is rotten water. After all, he is so toxic with newcomers. Though who cares, on the other hand? Yeah, and besides, maybe his cape makes him the most suitable player for such sewers. He didn't see anything wrong with it. After a few seconds, Drake shrieked and said he saw a light up ahead. The man immediately rushed over there. Smiling life followed him. This is great news. Most likely they are on the right track and will reach the boss room soon. It was the final level monster jack-lantern, and the signal in the corner of the prison triggers an encounter with this monster. After walking a few meters, the grate in front of them opened. Jean stopped. Something was definitely wrong. All the others stood as if stumped. The monster didn't even have to be summoned. Jack's burning eyes clearly didn't bode well. And now the monster was standing right in front of them, waving his huge, long scythe. Drake also noticed the oddity. Could it be that the monsters were still awakened? They had not yet entered such an area. Turns out that the man they saw before them had been here before. And by the way, he was already fighting the monster to the fullest. He swung his claws like a beast, but Jack was not inferior in strength, and the duel between them was a truly exciting spectacle. This stranger seemed to enjoy the very process of battle. At one point, he blocked Jack's blow with his claws. A smile stretched across the stranger's face, as Jack acted rather quietly, but it was definitely not for nothing. The man realized that this boss wasn't that easy. Jack's eyes glittered with rage, and he lunged forward at his rival, waving his scythe. Watching from the sidelines, Drake praised the man's excellent punch, though the man could hardly hear it. Watching all of this, Drake was truly impressed that this man had gotten here before them and was fighting as an equal. But Jean had other plans. He only said one word: theft. And because of that, it was clear without further ado. The Nuna, who had been standing behind him all this time, poked her finger at him and shouted, "Is he really going to pocket all the rewards for destroying the monster again?" Jean grimaced and said she had it all wrong. "And he's not here for Jake, so don't let her get nervous." Drake looked at him with surprised eyes and questioned what he even meant, which put him in a stupor. Zodiac Bandyvale is the one Jean came here for. He is the most famous and most scandalous player who made a lot of noise in his time. He has tried to police more than once, but all the time escaped not a player but a real monster, and he continues his hunt, strange as it may seem. And now Jack Lanterns, who has almost 1.5 million health, is standing here in critical condition. How powerful the Zodiac is. Though strangely, the player was also exhausted after all rank mattered. The man looked at his claws. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed forward at his opponent, waving his weapon, and now the duel was about to take place. But a second later, 2 arrows stabbed into his shoulder, and it wasn't hard to guess who fired them. Seeing his opponent's reaction, Drake was a little surprised. He had hoped that Zodiac would react in some way, but no. A second later, Zodiac lunged forward. Drake managed to block the blow with his spikes at the last moment. The man laughed, and who did they have here? Could it be another player capable of getting to this place? Zodiac was so strong that he fought even in critical condition. Like a beast, Drake had to dodge with great effort. After firing several times, Drake still didn't hit. Zodiac was much faster. He dodged each shot like a cat. Next was a lightning-fast lunge of claws. Drake blocked the blows with great effort with his small dagger. The opponent was indeed a difficult one. A smile appeared on Drake's face. He could taste that taste of battle. After all, the dead water was right. Before entering the dungeon, they had a conversation. Jean decided to give Drake a little advice. "This man is known for being a pervert. Let Drake avoid close combat with a smile," remarked Jin. "With Zodiac, doesn't work a ranged technique." And now Drake wanted to test his own strength, despite his comrade telling him to avoid direct confrontations. Hearing this made him even more excited, and now he wanted to try to fight at full strength to test his luck. Seeing the excitement on his opponent's face, Zodiac was even a little surprised. Is this kid going to fight him? Drake then completed one lightning-fast lunge forward. Zodiac dodged with incredible ease. The clang of metal was heard everywhere. The opponents were not inferior to each other in strength. They fought on equal terms using cold weapons. Even Zodiac, with his vast experience in fights, recognized the strength of his opponent. So it's not the first time for this kid. Deadwater. Watch the whole thing from the sidelines. Sure, a lot of people will think Drake will end up defeated, but that's not the case. After all, this man loves PvP more than anyone else. To test his strength for him above all else. And so the fight between them continued. The clang of metal filled absolutely all space. They were moving at an incredible speed. Watching his opponent, Drake noticed that sure, he had good stamina, but the technique lacked precision. He was about to strike again, but noticed something strange in his leg and stopped. It felt as if his limb was about to be torn apart, but it was already having such an effect. It was a special voodoo effect that the Zodiac man triumphed. After 4 consecutive attacks, the 5th deals just tremendous extra damage. Drake takes aim. But Zodiac easily moved out of the line of attack, and the arrow whistled near his ear. He laughed and called Drake too slow. Following that, the mercenary pointed his claws at him. Now it was time to end, though he was having fun. But he didn't have time to do that before Jin intervened and delivered a crushing kick to the Zodiac, which sent it flying off to the side. Jean stepped in just in time to ask if he was interrupting everyone. Drake said it was better than going to the afterlife. The guys looked at Zodiac, who was stuck in the wall from such a powerful blow. Did he really go to the other world? But it was not the case. That the opponent turned out to be much tougher than expected. On his face, there was an ironic smile on his face. Who is this even? Throwing himself right into the attack, Jin wondered if it was because he was attacking with his boots instead of his weapon. But on the other hand, If he survived such a blow, he had a high rank of items. Zodiac was already preparing the next claw attack. Two blades just whizzed right by Jin's head, but the guy easily dodged and a new fight broke out. In the heat of battle, Zodiac said that he had dealt with many who prevented him from realizing what he had planned, but now something else. He senses from these two some intent. They are doing this for a specific purpose. The man opened his eyes even wider. A little confused, of course, Zodiac laughed his nasty laugh and prepared another claw attack to finish off the annoying humans. But in the next moment, he was surprised to see that his attack did not do any damage to the enemy alive. Jin began to slowly get angry and told Zodiac not to be surprised he would destroy him before the man could be surprised. The next moment, thunder rumbled as Jin stepped with his boots and separated Zodiac's arm with one powerful blow. At this moment, even the experienced mercenary was surprised at this speed. He was in unbearable pain, but still he stood his ground. Applying the special effect, Jin released the grip from his chest and finally managed to reach Zodiac in time. The hand with the dagger was already at an extremely close distance from his opponent's chest before Zodiac even realized it. At the last moment, dodging, the man stretched in a smile. It seems the opponent uses unusual weapons. Yes, and armor turns out to be funny. After drinking some of the recovery potion, Jin asked if the Zodiac thought they were comparable to his trash. Zodiac said with a disgruntled look on his face that these two guys were starting to annoy him, and it was time to get this circus over with. But it turns out everything will be much more complicated. Pumpkin Jack recovered, and was now ready to attack with renewed vigor, putting in the scythe. Gritting his teeth, Zodiac realized that this fight was going to go on longer than he thought, and an unpleasant feeling of irritation appeared in his chest. Looking at Gene, Zodiac realized he had to watch his back if he wanted to destroy him and avoid Jack. One wrong move, and you could go to the other side of the world between them. There was silence now. It was an every man for himself battle. Then Nuna noticed that Zodiac's gaze was directed right at her and tensed up a little. She had nothing to do with it. Suddenly the man cried out, "How about teaming up?" He sees how Nuna wants to destroy Jin as much as he does. It was an interesting proposition, and it made the girl think a little. She wanted it more than anything. But one thing was interesting. How he even knew the girl was trying to destroy the dead water sounded strange, to say the least. Crinkling her face, she pondered. Of course, the desire to destroy the dead water was strong, but for now, Nuna just waited for the right moment. As she began to think, Nuna heard Jin's voice urging her not to listen to him. He was only trying to trick her. Hearing Jin's annoying voice, Nuna shouted for him to finally shut his mouth, but the guy anticipated her thoughts. It's better to forget about it. Smiling, Jin warned her from the bottom of his heart that it was best not to do it at all and to forget such thoughts. After such insolence, the girl almost swallowed her tongue and only frowned and looked back. Thoughts filled her head. She remembered how many times she had been sent to the other side of the world by dead water, and now was her chance. The smile itself stretched across her face perfectly. Her revenge will be very cruel. This is a great chance to get even for all those humiliations. Without further thought, she pressed the accept button and was now on board with this Zodiac. Jin smacked himself on the forehead, but he had warned her, definitely warned her not to do that. But Nuna was already running at him with all her legs. The girl wanted revenge for everything he had done to her. But suddenly her legs stopped obeying. Poor thing stopped halfway and couldn't handle her body anymore. She fell to the ground and couldn't move again. It felt as if all the life juices had been drained from her body. Still unable to understand anything, the girl was lying on the floor. Health is rapidly falling, but she could not understand what is the matter. Behind her back, Zodiac was slowly rising from the ground, his nasty laugh audible as Nuna was still lying on the ground trying to come to her senses. Smiling his acerbic smile, Zodiac thanked his partner. It worked his voodoo queen eye, taking away health. Jin also noticed the necklace in time, but there's nothing the girl can do but fall into the trap. The necklace that hung on Zodiac's chest allowed him to divide the damage he took amongst his teammates. Drake noticed the very bad expression on Jin's face and realized that their business was pretty bad, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was one step ahead. In addition, Zodiac was wearing the lizard armor of the Caltro lizard with its feature of fast health regeneration. Yeah, and besides he had claws. Jin should have realized this when he first saw them. These items only drop in one location. Jin himself wanted to get these artifacts, but it seems that Zodiac was ahead of him and now enjoyed an unprecedented advantage. If Jin wasn't mistaken, the first person to sweep the castle was the Zodiac. The guy assumed he was fast, but this is too much. The main issue was, and that now, Drake didn't understand how it was even possible to fight this man. Suddenly felt his body start to freeze as if he was caught in an ice storm. The man didn't realize anything. But then Nuna, who was lying next to her, became active and her snide laughter was heard. She said she was ready to come at any moment. A smile appeared on her face. Did this man think it was so simple that all those who crossed her path would come to an end? It's all about her acts. There is one nuance: when the user is sent to the other world, then the debuff is applied to the ally. Zodiac didn't calculate this, and now received the same damage as the girl, and his body was beginning to slowly freeze. Drake realized that was the exact reason the girl was begging to join her team. Now it was clear she was sneaky too. Of course, she planned to use the regiment's responsibility ability, specifically on Gina, to straighten him out as soon as possible. Our friends seemed to have forgotten about Jack's pumpkin, who was already approaching them, waving a huge scythe. It only took one hit for the Zodiac to fall without a sign of life. Now the picture has changed, minus one opponent. 2 hairs with 1 shot was out of joy. He had disposed of the Zodiac with only the pumpkin head left. Jack was already approaching them, flames bursting out of his eyes, and the only thing left to do was to fight this monster. Looking at Drake, Jin told the guy to fire a few arrows, preferably at the monster's head. With a whoosh, the 2 arrows flew a few dozen meters and stuck straight into the monster's head, but it had no effect. The guys stopped in their place and began to observe what was going on. Why didn't the shots go off? Did he really have armor? Suddenly, a strange voice came from Jack himself, asking what he was doing here and who the 2 men were who had come to see him. With a smile on his face, Jin realized that it seemed Monster had regained consciousness. It was time for a heart-to-heart talk. In a frustrated voice, Jack said that he had once stolen an object and was sent to this horrible dungeon where it rests to this day. Now there would be no mercy for anyone. The scarecrow had transformed and now looked even more menacing, with flames emanating from the monster's entire body. Realizing his level, Jin waved his hand. No, with all his current characteristics, this is a fight without a chance. Jack replied that he had no choice but to pay them for his awakening. So let them get ready. Looking at the 2 aliens, the monster said that the 2 of them had come here to meet the master of the castle, then he would guide them. With one swing of his scythe, Jack opened a portal that revealed a long corridor leading to the next location with a boss. A smile appeared on Jean's face. The great news was the back door he had talked about earlier. The guys stood in front of a large portal and waited for something. Now the story of the game will change. Everything will go differently. The guys jumped into the portal and rushed forward, making everything much easier to get to the boss's room. But no sooner had they run a few steps than the ground in front of them began to break, chipping away at various large rocks. Jin saw that some strange monster had come out of there, something he didn't expect, and his eyes went wide. It was a familiar monster-enhanced Gorgon, but the question remained who put it here, what it was doing here in the first place. If Jin got it right, the monster guarding the entrance to the boss room was somewhere on the level of a succubus. But what was a Gorgon doing here? Drake's voice was heard, and he told Jin to leave it to him and let him take care of the passage. Plus, Drake has a useful item he got with Jack's pumpkin. Now seems like a good time to use it. In his hand appeared either a vial or a small bundle of small size just in time. Jin agreed and said he wouldn't interfere, looking at him. Drake was surprised this guy wouldn't even ask questions. With great leaps, Jin approached the monster. The only thing left to do was to get around it and continue onward. As soon as the Gorgon saw the boy, it immediately stretched out its clawed, huge hands to him. Jin was already ready for it. Drake tried to distract the monster by firing a few shots into his hand. The monster turned its one eye toward him and roared. With a smile on his face, the archer said he would turn him into a porcupine, so let him pay attention to him. The enraged Gorgon pulled her clawed hands toward him, and a tremendous roar erupted everywhere. In a deep, dark room, a creature with long horns sat on a great throne. Its mutterings could be heard everywhere. He didn't realize what this place was. As soon as Jin burst into the room, he immediately rushed forward to attack the monster, putting his blade forward. But the boss of this floor was more agile and immediately unleashed several spikes towards Jin. The guy bounced to the side, and there was a crackle of metal. The fight was going to be very long. The bats completely enveloped the body of the King of Darkness. He commanded them, as if they were his slaves. A squeak was heard. The monster raised his hand up and ordered his servants to move forward. A whole horde of mice moved towards the boy. The Lord stretched his hand forward, and immediately there appeared a whip that was created directly from the bats. Great. It seems the pattern of his attacks remained the same. Jin smiled, so fighting him wouldn't be a big surprise. The king swung his whip at the annoying boy, but Jane was much faster and easily dodged it. At some point, the whip reached his shoulder, and he felt an incredible pain in his arm. He pulled the very small box out of his pocket and prepared to use it. A smile broke out on his face. It's the same item Jack gave them for free last pumpkin, said it would help defeat the King of Darkness. Drake got exactly the same thing. It was kind of like Halloween candy. The item was a small vial with a pumpkin instead of a cork that could be used to restore health. Without thinking long, Gene opened the package and popped one candy into his mouth. The guy immediately felt incredible, and a surge of strength all the same. Candy really worked. His health increased every second. And here comes the second attack of the King of Darkness. He released several tentacles directly towards the enemy. Thank God Gene was able to dodge in time. You spikes crashed in front of him. Why? And the ground trembled under his feet. The king noticed that the boy was dodging his attacks and became furious, saying that 3 artifacts could defeat even the King of Darkness. Jin thought that in this life, only 3 artifacts should belong to him. He had bet his 15 years of life and would get them. And here comes the 4th attack. Dark Force King has already raised his hand to unleash his full power on the annoying kid. Of course, Jin realized that he might not be able to dodge such a massive attack, so he would have to take it head-on. The king released a powerful energy wave that covered almost the entire space of the room, and the air vibrated. Jin received an incredible blow, but his artifacts with secret abilities were still able to repel such an attack. Plus, he had Halloween candy on his tongue that restored an incredible amount of health per second, so he was able to withstand such an attack. He was still muttering something to himself in a frightened voice. Jin thought it was odd. He never once remembered any of those lines. Maybe something had changed in the game again. Demon King lost his mind, and as if intoxicated by his power, began to laugh madly. His cackling remembered everyone in this earth. Suddenly, the king reached forward, and Jin saw something terrible. His eyes began to fill with blood. It was the special effect of the blood eater guy coughing. His body felt like it was being torn from the inside. The pain was unbearable. Reaching out his hand, the king began to suck the life force out of him. Jin felt himself losing consciousness. This terrifying effect had managed to destroy quite a few raids, and now Jin alone had fallen under it. But he still had strength left, and the guy moved forward. Every second he lost 1 unit of health with the others, until the end of 370 seconds. Once he was far enough away, Jin put his blade forward and prepared to deliver the final blow to the king. When this monster uses the Blood Eater skill, it is immobilized, and this is the only chance to finish it off. The king tensed and felt a powerful blow to his chest. He had never taken such damage before. But on the other hand, with his Blood Eater skill, the king does more damage than Jin himself, so the forces are not equal. King retracted his hand. He realized he was taking damage and decided to stop attacking. Jin stood beside him and chuckled. And that wasn't all. The guy smiled. He had one more trump card up his sleeve. The king didn't listen to him and released several tentacles of dark energy from behind his back in an attempt to grab the pesky moth. The attack was dangerous. A smile appeared on Jin's face. It was already too late. The king would not have time to do anything. The monster felt a wave of pain piercing his entire body, and his black eyes opened even more. A second later, his scream of despair was heard. The monster took really critical damage. He threw his head up and started screaming. The sight was truly terrifying. Landing a few feet away from him, Jin asked, "Is the king surprised here? It is the basilisk's poison. An incredibly powerful toxin that also does damage." The king also absorbed the boy's blood, so the fight would be over in a dozen minutes. The king closed his eyes and grimaced. He had never taken such damage before. He tried to stand on his feet and finally overcome the hated boy, but all his efforts were in vain. Jin saw that the king had gathered all his energy and started to run away. He hadn't seen such a monster look yet. With his arm stretched forward, the monster prepared to suck the energy out of the boy's body. Jin smiled. The king seems to be using such tactics just because he got the monster into this position. However, the monster's face was suddenly covered with a sinister smile, and it seemed that this was not all. The king still had Trump in store. Seeing that sinister smile, Jin even tensed up a little. Why, it was the monster smiling. Is there more to it? Jin literally felt something very large and dense, like a lump forming behind him. When Jin turned around, goosebumps ran down his back. He saw a large lump of energy heading straight for him. The best solution was to eat all the candy I gave Jack, which is exactly what Jin did. He wouldn't be able to take that kind of blow alone. Directing his full power at him, the King of Darkness unleashed a veritable torrent of all possible attacks. The damage was so great that Jin, even with his armor, couldn't block it. He felt incredible pain, but was still alive. Now, on this 1 XP depends on whether he will live or not. All armor, absolutely all artifacts were working at full capacity. The guy screamed in pain and rage. He couldn't just lose, he would return the damage. So let the king get what he deserved. The monster looked at him with surprised eyes and bared his teeth a second more before he was completely defeated. In the next second, the monster felt an incredible pain in his body as if he was being pierced by thousands of thorns. Jin was already holding on from the last of his strength 1 more second, and he was ready to faint forever. The first thing the guy saw after waking up was the concerned face of Drake, who had been on duty around him the whole time. Opening his eyes, Jin began to look around. He didn't even quite realize what had happened. Jumping up from his seat, the guy asked how long he had been out. Drake shrugged. When he got here, Jin was already knocked out. Looking at his comrade, Jin asked not to say that the Demon King was still alive because he had done his best. Unfortunately, the king was still conscious, but his entire body was pierced by a multitude of thorns. Finally, the guy was able to do it. He raised another level, but his health was still critically low. A scream was heard. The undead king was furious. He had lost to some human, and now everything he had would dissolve. The monster's body turned to dust. It was replaced by a drop that habitually glowed with a bright blue light. After the king was defeated, the Blood Eater ring fell out of him. The characteristics of this thing had really impressive characteristics. When the guy saw what he would now own, he jumped for joy. The last most destructive artifact was now his. Now it will be a real circle of abilities. It's now no one can destroy. Jin has become the strongest. Standing nearby, Drake smiled and said he was glad his comrade was able to accomplish his goal. Jin asked if he had gotten his revenge or not. With a smile on his face, the friend replied that it was okay. Naturally, he had it all worked out for the best. For the last time, Jin looked around the room with a triumphant look. Despite all the adversity, he had succeeded. The raid was over. The two friends bumped fists in respect for each other. It was time to get out of here. Plaques immediately began to pop up in front of Jin as he became the first person to complete the raid on the King of Darkness alone. Only one question remained. Didn't he already get the reward, so what else should he get? The answer came with itself. On the throne suddenly flashed a bright flash of light. Another drop. There was a chest with a beautiful ornament, as apparently that was the main reward for destroying the king. Looking at his hand, the guy appreciated the ring he was able to get it, because the loot is guaranteed on the first sweep. It remains to be seen what this second reward is. With some disbelief, looked at the chest. Opening the beautiful lid inside, he saw a fun item. It was Solomon's necklace with a beautiful gemstone inside. Solomon was a monarch smart enough to be known as a wise man among his subjects. It is, after all, a secret piece of the whole picture that only a few of the players have seen a smile stretched across his face. King Solomon was a hidden non-game character. Jin picked up the necklace in his hands and examined it again. In his other hand was a bundle of paper. He meanwhile activated a secret quest. Heard someone's voice. King Solomon was called clever, but the one who found this subject is surely more learned and kinder than himself. Suddenly the phone lying on the table rang. The number was undefined. Jin, showering after a hard raid, looked at the screen to see who it could even be, but still picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, it turned out to be streamer Yunhua, who said it's been a long time since they've seen each other. As soon as the guy said hello, Yunhua began to flood him with words so fast that Jin couldn't even understand what he was talking about. Pulling on a t-shirt, guy could only make out something about the video of the raid and promised to keep it, of course. The streamer asked how Jin recorded her. The guy replied, LGBTD from dirt to Princess Yunhua. It sounded even too usual. The girl hurriedly explained why she was actually calling. They were preparing new material for the show, and she wanted Jin to be their guest. Putting food on his plate, the guy said he had a busy schedule but would try to make some time. Jin continued to throw the fruit into the blender, while the girl on the other end of the wire gibbered. He listened so much that he didn't even notice that he started throwing everything into the blender, including fish and meat and everything else. Completely losing concentration, Jin closed the lid of the blender and began to whip up the cocktail. Yanhua realized that she was cracking up too much and apologized, but Jin said it was okay and asked about the next shul. With a smile on her face, the streamer said it was, of course, classified information, but the next person turned pro right after the debut. This left Jin in a bit of shock, and who is so skillful that he became a pro after his first performance. A smile appeared on his face. Comes out, this man will give an interview right away, but the streamer said the community turned him down. The girl was still saying something, and on the table instead of a cocktail, there was some incomprehensible concoction that looked more like a potion. Sitting in her cozy office with a cup of coffee, the girl said that this man is some kind of player of a mysterious underground league. When she found out that Jin wanted to bet whether he knew the man or not, the girl cheered up, sounding very interested. In case Jin wins what he gets, the streamer replied that then she will go out with him whenever she wants. When Dong Jin called out the king's name, Mado Yonhua choked on her tea, not expecting the guy to figure it out so quickly. She coughed and could no longer speak. Jin heard from the tube that someone else was nearby. The girl couldn't understand how in general Jin was able to find out so quickly. The guy explained that only one person came to his mind. Holding a strange concoction in his hands, he said that this is a truly incredible individual. Perhaps he will lead the next generation of players. After finishing the conversation, Jin could not believe that he was able to invite such a famous person to his streamers in the future. Even for money, it will not be possible to do it. He looked at his phone and was surprised there were several messages from the principal suggesting a meeting. Without further thought, Jin had shed his clothes and now stood topless there to make his debut. It didn't take long for the music to play and a broad smile to appear on his face. A time of great change was coming. Everything is going according to plan. He jumped into his supercar and pressed the gas pedal. The car shifted and roared forward. Sitting in his convertible, the guy drove at full speed. No one can stop on the way to the grandiose goal. Turns out, maybe a few minutes later, he was already sitting in the police station writing an explanatory note about speeding. Soon dressed in his trademark clothes, Jin was already sitting in the office across from the director. Jia Yan stood across from him. He said that of course the contract was done, but there were a couple things to discuss. With a serious face, the director said that since Jin had revealed his identity now, it was Jia Yang who was the guarantor of his personal safety. Jin still didn't understand what was going on and asked, and what it all meant. The man shrank back. In that case, they should talk about Jin's salary. But the guy said they'd do it after the league, which should be soon. After this event, Jin's popularity will increase many times over, and therefore the money turnover. In other words, the guy decided to wait until it cost even more money was the most important thing right now. Plus, he asked, can he get a blank check when he gets to China? The director even choked. Yes, how did Jin only have that thought? Looking at the director with an incredulous look, Jin wondered if this man was only 21, but he was already acting like a real snake. But anyway, this is later now. On the table lay a map of the upcoming league. There will be players from all over the world. The director excitedly said that they will perform as a league representing Seoul. The elite team of their national K1 is the main enemy, and also these are their first opponents. The headmaster's voice became more serious. Now he will tell everything in detail. Their main opponent is a league created with the team K1. They are sponsored by many different corporations. Their leader Storm was number 1 until he was overtaken by Joseph. They also recently hired 3 new players who made the roster even more intimidating, and they didn't synchronize their attacks with astonishing precision. The director gibbered like a woodpecker. Joseph will need to deal with their leader Storm, so they're using him as a major ace up their sleeve. But the headmaster didn't think that there was anyone else who could handle this monster. That was what bothered him, Jin thought for a while. Even though the decision had not yet been made, he already knew which teams would be against each other. Back in the past, he remembered that it was the hottest topic of discussion in a battle that would be remembered as a legend for the next decade. A smile appeared on his face by itself. There was something else just as important as everything else. Soon the event finally began. The scope was so large that the viewers numbered in the tens and maybe hundreds of thousands and even more online. Storm was the representative of Team Elite. The man was fully prepared and confident of his victory. Number 2 was Lee Gyun-hyun, the guy smiling, looking at everyone else and getting ready to fight. There were also the famous 3 Musketeers, who I've met before. The team was at full strength and ready to win. They victoriously looked around. Storm put his hands up and shouted a victory speech. The hall exploded with applause. Next up was naturally the K1 team led by the consummate Joseph. The man immediately started wishing him good luck and looked at everyone with a joyful look. He felt the support of the audience, and it gave him strength. The rest of the team also showed their willingness to win. They couldn't let their fans down. But when everyone saw the new player Ma Dae-gang, they were very surprised that he was not in the rankings and was a real dark horse among the others. In addition, there was another masked player who no one knew or even had any idea who he was. Storm, who was watching through the screen, also saw the masked man. He couldn't even imagine who he was. Storm stood and pondered really some new name into the woods to a sports team and now playing for them. But that's even better. Instead of this extra character, everyone else will target the main threat. The first to confront elite leader Storm and super rookie Ma Dae-gang will be a truly mesmerizing spectacle. Being in his capsule, the player was fully prepared for battle. It was a special capsule for cybersports. He found himself right on the sands in the desert. Dae-gang stood and waited stubbornly for his opponent. It was Jade's desert. A few seconds later, his rival Storm appeared. The director was watching from the sidelines, and his excitement had reached a fever pitch. The man could no longer hold himself together. He thought he was going to faint. A few hours before the tournament, they had a conversation with Jin. The director couldn't understand why Jin wanted to send Dae-gang specifically. The guy was sure there was no need to be so arrogant. He promised that this man would have a very powerful influence. To his surprise, the director noticed that their support player had also recommended the newcomer as the best candidate. Smiling, the guy said that to be honest, this newcomer is much better than himself, so will prove himself as needed. Dae-gang, who had the honor of being the first to represent his team, stood and prepared for the upcoming battle. Storm stood and thought, to be honest, he cared more about the leader of the opposing team. But now things would be much easier. However, quite unexpectedly, a real cannon shot flew at him. Dae-gang didn't wait long and immediately landed a crushing kick with his foot. Incredibly, Storm noticed that even though he had blocked the blow, he still took damage. How was that even possible was beyond me. The next was a powerful blow to the jaw of the man flew a good dozen meters away. He did not even expect the newcomer to be so strong. In flight, Storm thought he had mispredicted the outcome of the battle, and now he would have to regroup. But just now, the opponent got a big kick out of using the skill, so you need to take advantage of it. A second later, Dae-gang felt a powerful blow to his shoulder from the poison damage, but he still managed to get it right. Storm rejoiced. Now his opponent will lose health every second left to wait for him to retreat, and you can finish. Meanwhile, our hero felt a very strong recoil, and as if to sit down, gathering his thoughts. But it was not so. A second later, Storm felt a powerful lunge coming towards him. The guy couldn't even react in time and got hit. The comrade wanted to warn Storm to step aside, but it was too late. The blow was so strong that Storm couldn't even realize what had happened. He felt as if he had spit out his own soul. The pain was incredibly intense. Jin, who was watching the whole thing, was very pleased, foolishly assuming that the newcomer was just an expendable coin. If we compare the strength, The newcomer now surpasses even Joseph, meaning that he will not have a hard time dealing with this commander. Meanwhile, the director couldn't find himself happy. He couldn't believe they had such a diamond on the bench. Now everything is going to change. Jin himself couldn't even believe that he had seen the legendary three-punch knockout again. It was certainly an interesting sight. In the past, he was just one of 1,000 spectators, and now he is in the immediate circle of events. He tried to push the bad thoughts away from his mind. There was no point in asking questions now. Everything had happened exactly as he had planned. Now he'd bet his life savings on victory, and he couldn't hesitate or it would all go down in flames. If you make the right deposit, this match can increase your initial capital by 21 times. Jean was over the moon. Meanwhile, Daegun continued without replacement. Even though he had little health left, the guy just fixed his glove and prepared for the next battle. His next opponent was a heavenly monk with a huge amount of health and the ability to recover. The guy prepared himself. The battle promised to be very hard, so it was necessary to concentrate all his strength. Monk, feeling his superiority, waved his finger at his opponent. Now he would show him what a real fight was. But surprisingly, a dozen minutes later, he also flew like a toy in the other direction Daegang was in the midst of. He wished for a battle. The monk was shocked all his skills and just didn't work. It was as if he was being read like an open book. And everything was very simple when this Hitler is healed. He has a small delay in the use of skills that is easy to predict. This was actually used by the opponent who could literally read all the moves. If you can push the character away in time during healing, you can heal yourself. The player was very happy thanks to this skill. He was able to quickly restore his HP, and that means something. Meanwhile, his opponent was simply exhausted. He required a replacement or else go straight to the other world. The next participant was one of the three musketeers, Lee Dongbi. The girl appeared as if some angel was holding a holy staff. She blew on her hand, scattering the seeds of confusion. It was one of her basic skills. The fighter immediately felt something growing under his feet. Looking down, he saw many plants that gradually entangled his foot. Continuing to watch from the sidelines, Jin said that these were bloodthirsty plants. They could lower the player's XP at a rapid pace. Each time, the lost health would only increase. Daegang was aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. Next came another girl, Yunbi. She jumped out literally out of nowhere and had already prepared everything. Daegang wanted to lunge at his opponent, but felt his body was stunned and he couldn't move. In addition to the plants, there was some kind of jelly mass that was firmly embedded in his soles, and now the guy was immobilized. And now his opponent was already loading her bow for an aimed shot. One more second and the guy would be in trouble. A literal hail of arrows rained down on him. But luckily at the last moment he managed to break free and was now running away. Yunbi, who was standing in front of him, was even a little surprised that this guy really had talent since he was able to dodge at such a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the fighter made a great leap and struck his fist straight into the ground, creating a real earthquake. The monk, who had been around the whole time, wondered how this guy had managed to free himself by setting fire to the plants around him. And now, as if a real battering ram was moving right at them, they needed to get away as soon as possible. In the meantime, the girl used her holy staff and moved to intercept Daegan, who needed to stop this locomotive somehow. She struck him with her rapier, but the fighter blocked the blow with his powerful gauntlet with the agility of a magician, though he took some damage. Jeonbi realized that she had enough HP and her opponent's health was running low, so all that was left was to finish him off. The director was horrified. He shouted into his earpiece for the fighter to find a replacement. He had to retreat, or he would go to the other world. Even Jin, who thought he was the favorite all along, thought it would be better to replace him. Meanwhile, the unfortunate one, already sensing his imminent end, was taking a lot of damage. His movements were no longer as precise. He felt incredible pain, but still somehow kept on his feet. The guy was not going to give up in any way. But his opponent was very strong. Jeonbi smiled and realized that soon this kid would be finished and they would win. Looking at the monitor scoreboard, Jin smiled. Great. This girl passed, and that means everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, the ground under Jeonbi's feet began to shake. The girl stopped for a second and didn't realize anything. It was unbelievable. Yugon, being on the verge of life, managed to repel her attack is truly an amazing talent. In the end, the guy still had to go out and find a replacement to recover a little bit. As soon as he got out of the capsule, he was surprised to find all the people chanting his name and honoring him. He looked to the side and saw Jean standing nearby, watching him too. A faint smile appeared on the player's face as his star hour finally arrived, and he really showed his best side. Jin showed a thumbs up. He too was very pleased with the young fighter's debut. It was really impressive. Daegun showed himself just fine in his previous life. The elites won, but now it's going to be different. Last time their team lost due to Joseph and poor performances, even though they had 3 times as many chances. Jin wondered if he bet on the elite and lost. He would definitely raise a lot, but that would be slightly wrong. He decided to bet on his team. Even though the amount would not be that high, he would still earn enough to live comfortably. Byung-gang's disguise didn't have much effect against the polluted field, unfortunately. He was struck down by Yunbi's lightning-fast attacks from a distance. Naturally, he could do nothing in such a situation. Yan Ho, in turn, lost in a one-on-one match against Dong Bi and fell to his knees in front of her even though he had a chance. Stuck in poison ivy and subjected to lightning attacks and was defeated as well. It was the Gyum Yoon Dong sisters' triple victory. Even the topmost opposing players couldn't stop them. And that's not good. Jin even tensed up a little. The stakes were now rising in their favor and the match was getting more serious than he expected. The director was also ready to go crazy. He shouted that they were now in a very unfortunate position, so something had to be done. The man noticed that Jin was shaking too. Is he afraid? But the guy was thinking about something else in his head. Money. The man was very scared and asked the player if he was okay. Jin replied that he was fine, but his voice was shaking slightly. He pushed aside all unnecessary thoughts. In any case, he must win at all costs, even if he had to try very hard. The spectators who came to the match did not understand who this guy was at all and where he came from. They saw this man for the first time. Jin, on the other hand, was in the prime of his life. He had long missed that feeling of having the fate of his own team depend on his actions. It had finally begun, and now he stood before his opponent in full uniform and prepared to take the fight. One of the sisters looked at him and squinted at him. Something about this guy pissed her off. Well, basically, it doesn't matter. She's going to beat him anyway. The girl blew on her palm and disgorged a new batch of pollen. Her opponent would definitely not be able to resist these poisonous plants. Standing in the middle, Jin didn't even think of moving from his position. He just waited patiently for the right moment. The next sister had already prepared her wand to finally slay the hated player who dared to stand in her way. To the great surprise of the audience, Jin didn't even think of moving. He stoically took the powerful lightning strike with his entire body. The sorceress didn't even expect this. She thought the boy would at least dodge, but no such thing. Moreover, she was surprised to notice that the energy she released was reflected back, and the guy didn't take a unit of damage. There were huge spikes growing right out of the ground, and the girl couldn't react in time. Her sister was horrified this player was able to repel such a powerful attack. It just couldn't be. Who the hell is he? Meanwhile, Jin was still standing in his seat, just patiently waiting for them to strike next. And sitting in his suit, Jin rejoiced. Just now he was wearing the dead water outfit, and it was helping him reflect all the damage. The guy acted completely relaxed. He felt what the master of the situation and called the next one. The archer drew her arrow and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. He had only 1 XP left. This is the end. Dae Gang, standing on the podium, was completely shocked. This man fights with such ease, yes, and also uses his technique. Jin swung his fist straight into the ground, setting everything around him on fire. It was a real explosion like a bomb. The archer wasn't even going to retreat. She thought that these tricks wouldn't be able to stop her arrows, so let this person not even try. Jumping high up, Jin seemed to start flying. He felt as light as a feather and now attacked from on high. In addition, the player could change the flight path right in the air, dodging every arrow. His boots were already ready. The girl was horrified to see a real danger flying at her. It was unbelievable. Did this man really have objects to fly? Dae Gang was incredibly happy to finally be avenged for him. Jin used the heat of his shoes to change his flight path right in the air, and now he flew straight at his opponent, swinging his weighty fist at the girl. Didn't stand a chance. Another sister saw all of this and ordered Eunbi to retreat. She is in terrible danger and may lose her life. But Jin was fully prepared. Late, she should have run, instead of firing her bow. Now the moment was gone. An explosion rang out. The stands hushed. All were completely shocked by the newcomer without a name, and Glory with such ease defeated the experienced sisters. The director almost swallowed his tongue in surprise. He didn't even know what to say. Did his eyes not deceive him? This is really not a dream. A rookie wins. At the same moment, a smile appeared on the principal's face, and he literally jumped on the spot with joy. He couldn't believe it was really true. Being in the suit, Jin was at the peak of his power. Everywhere, flames raged. The guy stood still and waited. Back at his headquarters, the director immediately became serious. These sisters were really having trouble. They synchronized their attacks. Looking at the piece of paper with the characteristics, Jin thought to himself. It had certainly been a long time since he had seen these three. On the sheet were the same 3 sisters after retirement. They immediately became university entrance exams. After a little thought, Jin said that if he defeated them, he wanted at least $10,000 each. Could they arrange it? Hearing such a request, the director opened his mouth in surprise, but immediately tried to pull himself together. But Jin was confident in his choice. This amount was enough for a player of his level. So let them try already. However, the principal didn't even care about that. He continued to cough, and was surprised that Jin was talking about it so calmly. A smile appeared on the man's face, even though he couldn't believe that this person was really a newcomer. But making a goofy face, Jin smiled, of course, and who else could he be? After all, the director has agreed. Well, he'll talk to the sponsors. Maybe they can be persuaded if Jin performs well. Sometime later in the next battle, he fought again against the monk. The man spoke to him in his usual manner. Jumping down from the cliff, he prepared to strike it. Seems this fighter was completely confident in his abilities. Standing beside him, Jin didn't move at all. He looked at his opponent with a completely blank stare. A second later, the monk was hit so hard that he couldn't even stand on his feet and flew far away to the side. The experienced fighter didn't expect that an ordinary newcomer would be so strong that he would barely knock him out with a single blow. But it was not the end of the ground under his feet began to burn. The man felt an incredible heat in his entire body. The team captain stood looking at it all with an ironic smile. Finally, they were on a roll, and the rookie wasn't so bad. The next player was one of the three sisters. She stood at the top and watched her opponent. The girl was fully confident of her victory after the recent events she had cheered up. Jin was courageous to finally the last of all the elite sisters. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Eyes shining with excitement, she was ready to tear anyone in her path. It was a one-on-one battle as Gyumbai drew her two long swords and rushed into the attack without noticing anyone around her. As expected, she as fast Jin was even a little scared. The speed of this girl was truly astounding. In the next second, a dagger whizzed by a few centimeters from his face, and it was hard to dodge it. The girl couldn't help but be surprised by this reaction. She gave credit to her opponent. This guy has a really good reaction. But why not try to dodge two daggers at once? She rushed forward, displaying two blades at once. The director came in terror, one hit, and it's over. But his player for some reason stood still like a stumbling block. Naturally, Jin had everything under control as always. The guy made a nimble move and dodged two attacks at once in one fell swoop. The girl wondered, is anyone even capable of dodging in such a situation? Who is this guy even? After that, the principal almost fainted. Could there really be someone who has this kind of ability? It seemed like the boy's body was trembling. Being in a protective spacesuit, Jin was fully prepared. He had already seen this girl's attacks in a past life, so no wonder. Of course, even though her main attack is called Crossblade, if you look closer, you can see that it's two strikes. All you have to do is follow the rhythm and alternately dodge left and right, and then you'll stay in one piece. Meanwhile, his opponent, Gyumbai, stood there and didn't understand how this guy could dodge such attacks like a jellyfish. The girl gritted her teeth of all things coming out that she would have to use her next move after all. A second later, another blow whizzed past Jin, but the guy successfully dodged it as if he was playing with it. The battle god came to be horrified. This was a lunge straight against Jin. Would the guy be able to dodge such a direct hit? This lunge was immediately followed by a stabbing attack. Gyumbai firmly decided to destroy her opponent once and for all. But things were a little different. Jin, who had seen this attack before, made a sudden movement and caught his claw right on the blade. The next second, there was a swift tug, and the rapier flew out of the girl's hands, heading high up. The guy who was watching all this said to himself that the lives of these three would only get better after retirement. This was followed by a trademark leg kick, followed by a flameout. It took less than a second for the fight to finally be over around him. Jin wanted to summon the next one, but saw that there was no one left around. As soon as he climbed out of his capsule, he noticed something strange all around. There was an incredible scream everywhere. The stands welcomed him with joyful shouts. The principal pounced on the guy and started hugging his favorite. From this point on, the newcomer's authority was simply unshakable. Jin looked around him and smiled through his mask. The guy closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The battle was certainly difficult, but it was worth it now. Everyone admired him. Yu Chung, who was in his office, and his errand boy came into the room and informed his sister that they had collected the money. He wanted to say something else, but he saw his sister watching the TV as if she didn't notice them. When he came closer, he saw on her face a mask of real admiration. The girl, as if she didn't see anything around her. The famous battle god Ma Dae-gang, who was able to single-handedly fight for several rounds in a row. And also Lim Joseph, who after losing in the first round even more concentrated, no one could stand up to them. By one. After their triumphant victory, they gained many sponsors and began to officially represent Seoul internationally. Gene also got his benefit. He was able to 49 times his winnings, but had to bet on his real name. But since the pseudonym belonged to another person, there were no problems with this in principle, and the guy got fabulously rich. Days after the league, Jin was already driving in his shining supercar on the speedway. Usually, he was involved in raids, but that night there was a special purpose. People on the streets of Seoul saluted their national hero. Spreading a smile, Gene squinted his eyes. Finally, it was time to make real money. It was just the beginning. He finally has enough startup capital to make all his dreams come true. The guy was so engrossed that he didn't notice that passers-by were already looking at him sideways. Turning his head in different directions, Gene thought, if you think about it, it's Friday night, so why are there so many people here? Some drunk guys were having a joke of a relationship, but they were fighting. Somewhere there were couples in love for whom nothing existed but them. The DJ sat at his console and moved his hands over the discs, creating bizarre rhythms. Jin looked around again and was surprised to see that it wasn't his type of guy, probably just grown up. Almost 2 decades he played at the computer without a break, and now such a bright and colorful street does not fit his image at all. But on the other hand, he had no regrets. A wise man once said, if you have something to boast about, you have nothing to envy. All he has to do is keep striving for the top. Jean cheered up and moved forward with confidence. After walking a couple steps, the guy noticed a familiar silhouette in the distance. He took a closer look. It was Nuna. The girl stood and turned her head in different directions as if looking for someone. But what is she doing here? Immediately hiding around the nearest corner, Jin tensed up at the thought of meeting her on a night like this. She was trying to track someone down again. In my head, I remembered that this girl had written to his fake account, but of course the guy didn't read it because he was scared. It was time to make things right. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and read indeed there was a message from her. Looking at the girl again, Jin saw that she seemed worried about something and was muttering to herself. The girl frowned. And what is she doing outside at night? Why did she come here? She just wanted to go to a bar. The last time she felt uncomfortable in a nightclub, she realized that this kind of thing wasn't right for her. She thought she could be mopping up the dungeon right now instead of hanging out here when suddenly the phone rang. Shifting her gaze to the side, she wondered who would write to her at a time like this. Continuing to mutter to herself, she read the message and immediately stammered half a word. The expression on her face changed beyond recognition, looked like she had just won $1 million. The next moment she got into the car and went to meet Madhavan, and why he answered now, she had sent the message before. Still, it was worth it to take that chance. The girl as if she was trying to convince herself of the decision. Her face changed again when she saw her interlocutor answering her, looked like he wasn't interested at all. When she read another message, she was furious. It said that Madhavan was behind her, and he wanted to go to the other world or something. But seeing a human figure in the rearview mirror, Poor just spit the drink out of her mouth in surprise. It was really him himself. Jin was walking toward her at a leisurely pace, but now he looked like a real psycho. The two of them were sitting in the car, but they didn't dare to say a word. Nuna was very worried, and Jin was probably worried too. The girl was the first to dare to speak, her voice trembling as she thought that such an important person would prefer to meet somewhere else. The guy replied crumpily. Now that he thought about it, he realized he had spent too little time with her. Cutting off her politeness, Jin replied that she was only a customer and not a girl. Nuna didn't expect such an answer and exhaled heavily. She asked if it was okay for a professional to eliminate one person for her. Jin replied that it wasn't just for her. The girl initially didn't understand anything. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy said, "Dead water. This is an incredibly strong player of a completely different level." Gritting her teeth, Nuna had to admit that it was true that this type was quite strong. Trying to hide the trembling in his body, Jin said that he already wanted to fight this man without her request. After that, the girl's face changed. The smile itself spread across her face. She can give them a good meeting after all. Immediately realizing what she wants, Jean tensed up. The girl is going to have a real duel between these two celebrities. In turn, without even noticing his confusion, Nuna said she could set up the broadcast herself, and it would all be completely free. The girl watched with a smile, and anticipation still thought, but the offer was very tempting. Suddenly, she looked away and said that she knew what Madhavan Jin was thinking about right now and tensed up a little. And then her expression changed even more. She grimaced and said that she wanted to destroy the dead water at all costs. The poor thing was quickly boiling over with rage at the thought of this dead water. She can't even sleep properly. Jin was even a little frightened by this eagerness, and it looked like he had made a dangerous enemy, even worse than last time. Thinking about it, the guy realized that if someone heard it from outside, they'd probably think he was her stalker. At last the girl was silent, and her eyes were fixed on the floor, breathing heavily for a second, and there was silence between them. Fixing her hair, she blushed a little and thanked Madhavan, saying that he made her feel a little better. She then offered to do it on behalf of their guild, so it would be easier and they would take full responsibility. But Jin perfectly understood what it was all for. This girl would never miss her own gain and wanted to snatch a solid piece of content. Continuing to look at him with a waiting look, Nuna waited for an answer. She really wanted this man to agree. In a serious voice, Jin said he didn't like being in a pack, but the girl didn't want to give in. She moved closer. Flirtatiously, she came close to his ear and whispered with just her lips if he wanted to discuss it over ramen in private. Seeing no proper reaction, she looked at the guy, wondering what he was even waiting for. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy began to speak in scientific terms, and now from the outside looked like some kind of professor. He did not want to start a relationship with such a girl, and he had no attraction to this person, so he decided to end the conversation. When he opened the trash can in the car, he threw out a tissue and saw that it was full of trash. Seeing this, the girl rushed towards him, trying to wrestle the trash bag out of his hands. She would throw it all away herself. For a second, Jean stopped and froze in place. The situation was bizarre, to say the least. One rainy night after a date he got for donating to her streaming service, he painstakingly cleaned up the trash in her car. He did it simply because there was nothing else he could do for this girl, but she then started to refuse. Could it be called the mindset of a slave? The guy back then was stupid. Even to remembering it, he became ashamed. Without saying another word, he got out of the car and the girl was left to herself. It seemed odd that Madhovan was scavenging strangers. He did it as if he was accustomed to it. Walking down the street, Jean pondered. He remembered when the girl said she was first touched. He was the first to take the trash out of her car. A second later, wet drops began to drip from the sky and it started to rain, but he didn't have an umbrella. When Nuna was alone, she couldn't come to her senses for some reason. Her pulse was racing, but she didn't know what was wrong. She hasn't even had a drink, so what's going on with her heart? She looked out the window and tried to calm down. And so Jean stood in front of his alter ego, Madhovan. Now this character wanted to destroy him at all costs. First, he really wants to destroy it, or is this just some kind of joke? But Madhovan nodded his head in no uncertain terms. Yes, that's exactly what he was going to do. Jin's face broke out into a smile. Can you really do that? It's not even pleasant. But his opponent wasn't about to give up. The gauntlet on his hand glowed. He just wanted to see who was stronger. A tremendous rumble shook the ground, and the rocks began to crumble into dust. Jumping up, Jin asked, is it possible for a professional player to destroy ordinary ones, just for fun? Madhovan looked up at his opponent and said that his contract did not forbid it, so there was nothing wrong with it. In the next second, two claws swept past Jin, but the boy dodged in time. Putting out his blade, he delivered a devastating blow, but his opponent deftly blocked it, hanging in the air. Jumping up, Jean prepared for the next blow the man single-handedly put down now wanted to finish him off. Of course, it was a great honor, but on the other hand, Jin just couldn't let it end just like that. He rushed forward, swinging his blade a few more seconds, and everything would be decided. This news was the top story in today's news. Great Madhovan fights this nudist. It's just unthinkable. People could not believe their eyes. This battle was even more spectacular than all the performances of the professional league. There was a rumbling sound everywhere. The earth cracked underfoot, turning into sand. The two opponents were not inferior to each other in strength. Madhovan, being a professional player, moved like a true warrior. Jin tried to parry his attacks in any way. Suddenly, there was a scream. The guy gritted his teeth. It seemed to be the end for him. The broadcast stopped, and the viewers still couldn't understand anything. Madhovan won so easily, and the dead water just drifted away, and the broadcast stopped. But then came a link to a new broadcast. People immediately started going over there and eyeballing it. Now, with Jin was very offended for himself, he went to the other world because of some weirdo incomprehensible. Too bad on today's stream ended due to a penalty for losing. So it will be back tomorrow at the same time. Nuna was over the moon. She was jumping on the spot. Finally, this pervert lost. Madhovan was just great. The girl was literally crying now. She could sleep soundly and stop tearing her hair out over this weirdo. But Jin wasn't going to give up so easily. He announced that he wanted a rematch. He would decapitate his opponent at the same time tomorrow. It already looked like some kind of nonsense the girl couldn't believe and kept scrolling the newsfeed. It seems the dead water was just cheating. Now she couldn't face it anymore. It was Nuna who was supposed to make a lot of money. She would give Madhovan better gear. The brother who entered the room said it was stupid to spend only money, but Nuna said she was only supporting her favorite streamer. When the match started, Madhovan called out her nickname in the sponsors column, which caused quite a furor in the girl's mind. But Yu-chan was still not calming down, but his sister saw this pervert go to the other side of the world. What else does she need or care about Madhovan? It made the girl think it was really strange in a way. An incomprehensible feeling took over the girl's body, and she instantly blushed. She felt like something was going wrong. Dae-gun looks like he's guessed everything. Looks like this champion and the dead water are the same person. After the league, he met him a few times. The guy kept staring at the monitor and didn't realize anything then who he was. The events had traveled back 6 months to 6 months ago. Jean was in the same outfit and was now fighting in yet another dungeon. This guy stood and fought mutants more like shadows, but he wasn't interested in them. The monsters suddenly turned into Jin's doppelgangers. They were almost no different in appearance except for the red eyes. But it even got the guy excited. There's 3 of them. They say if you see 3 of them at once, it's the end of you and there's no way out. The player immediately rushed forward. The best defense is offense. The sooner he gets the rest of us out of the way, the better. It only took a few blows to straighten out the clone. He was too weak. Blinn smiled. These monsters don't have a brain, right? So you can't think of one. Jin threw a few more punches. He had succeeded in destroying his clones in one go. The guy now stood like a true winner. But the fish was approaching, and another monster was standing in front of him, only larger and with arms growing out of his back. He opened his mouth and roared. It was a double Kaiser monster, far stronger than the others. It was also able to copy, only to adopt more strength. Well, now they'll see who's better looking. Jean got ready. He was in full uniform. The clone began to use the same attacks as the original, except it was emanating a powerful dark energy. Seeing that he had ripped off his mask and thrown it on the floor, Jin smiled and rushed forward. A second later, he's already caught the object. Half the job's done. But Clone didn't think long. He swung and hit the ground right in front of the boy. Jin managed to bounce back at the last moment. The monster jumped up like a bird and started attacking from top to bottom. The guy raised his head up and got ready. And why is this monster so fast? He moves almost on par with the original clone, landed on the ground and continued his attack. It was incredible damage and awesome power. Jin smiled with all his teeth. This was getting even more interesting. It's not bad. Of course it will. One day he'll have to fight himself, but it's time to finish the ring on his finger. A huge serpent immediately appeared behind him, red eyes glittered, and a low-pitched roar sounded. He would get the item he needed by all means. Jin jumped on his pet and rushed forward. Holding the mask in his hands, Jin thought that with this, Manhwa could debut properly on his face. A wide smile appeared on his own. He left his adversary in utter confusion with a final shout that he would be back, so let him wait for him. The first task is to obtain a picaresque mask. It is with this item that Manhwa will be able to make his professional debut. Jin has always wondered what the best image is, but it's kind of fun, this scenario he's been thinking about for 6 months. If you think he'd come to destroy this man because of Nuna, it's ironic. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. Seeing his opponent, Jin cheered up. Well, this is where their duel will take place. It promises to be fun. He decided to customize the voice changes only when Manhwa was talking, so there would be no confusion, and he was done. Opponents, you said to each other your respect and admiration, their thoughts in many ways converged, great washed the same. And here again, people were watching this astounding duel now 6 months later. Drake sitting in his chair just swooning with laughter. It was so funny after all. Dead water is the best of the best. Jin decided to attack first today. Won't be easy, so you should try your best. His opponent was also ready. He was never used to losing, so at this point he would give his best effort. Jin noticed that Manhwa decided to start right away with the trump cards, but it wasn't to be. The ring immediately caught fire again. As soon as the audience saw Jin calling his serpent, they were horrified. It promised to be truly unbelievable. After deciding to attack first, Jin immediately aimed as accurately as possible to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. The opponent was also ready, not worth writing him off. He was really powerful, charged his lightning strike. Again, a smile appeared on his face. Something told Jin that this opponent has become much stronger. This is a surprise. The clone started hitting him with even stronger attacks, but thanks to his incredible speed, the guy dodged with incredible ease. For a moment, he was even a little afraid for his life. The clone had played out to the fullest as the flames raged around him. Watching everything that was happening through the monitors, the audience was truly horrified by the battle they had not seen for a long time. This broadcast was watched from all corners of the globe, and it is truly a historic event. Putting his gloved hand forward, Jin prepared to launch a powerful attack using the artifact he had received from the King of Darkness. The entire space dark energy, even clone position, felt the pressure in his direction and couldn't dodge in time. It didn't matter if his blood consisted of pure poison, the ability still worked as needed, and Jin understood that better than anyone else. Wishing to end the battle as soon as possible, Clone slammed his fist into the ground to ignite everything around him and finally deal with the enemy. But everything turned out the other way around. The earth couldn't stand it and split into several parts, one of which was actually where Clone stood. The creature lacked brains after all. Jin took advantage of the situation and pounced on him with renewed vigor. Standing on one of the splintered pieces of earth, the clone flew straight down into the boiling lava. One more second, and he would be finished. He said he would be back. Even Jin was a little frightened at this stunning sight, and a chill ran down his spine, wondering if he would have to face him again. You're just your income for a while. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Jin continued to watch his opponent dissolve into the boiling lava. He looked straight into the camera. His eyes gleamed with joy. The guy had won without a single damage. Nuna, for her part, was ready to fall to the ground. She had bet too much on Manhwa to let him lose, but it happened. Nearby stood her brother holding a bag of tissues. The girl continued to blot. She was crying with grief. Nothing else would work. She had used up all her trump cards up her sleeve. It seemed life was lost. Her brother looked at her with surprised eyes. It seemed she was up to something again, and that something was definitely going to be grand. Raising her fist up, she said that from now on, her guild became the official fan club of Manhwa. The guy standing next to her was stunned. He didn't even know what to say. It seemed like nonsense, but it seemed like his sister wasn't kidding. In a trembling voice, he asked what his sister was going to do about it. Nuna shouted that it was obvious. Why ask such a question? She will avenge her hero herself and destroy standing water for all it's worth. She was again burning with a burning desire to destroy this pervert who had ruined her life and destroyed her idol. Jin was as happy as he could. Both accounts overflowed with donations. He raised a colossal amount of money after all. The strategy worked. The number of views has passed several million, and this is just the beginning. He calculated everything just perfectly. Seems like a lot of people were moved by Manhwa's defeat and rushed to support him while all the money goes to Jin. On one side of the male solidarity, Jin support the guy, and on the other side, on the second account, there is support from the girls. Sitting at his computer, the guy even wondered a bit. Both of these people were himself. Looking at his phone, Jin realized he had turned it off because it was overheating from the messages. As soon as the machine was turned on, it started ringing, and the message received, it was unthinkable. There were so many people wanting to be added as friends that Jin would soon reach his limit. Looking at the screen, The guy wondered why everyone else was acting as if they had known him for a long time, although recently they did not want to communicate. At this time in the school, a student was holding a printout from a teacher. The girl looked at her friend, and when asked, she said it was a paper proving that her friend had no parents. The schoolgirl shouted for her classmate to hurry up and choose a seat, because the teacher said she would put anyone next to her. Another girl said that she also lives only with her mother, and she has to sign this paper. Jean sat at his desk with his head down. This was his deep childhood back in his school days. The same girl with glasses came up to him and held out a piece of paper asking him to sign it. The now adult Jean twitched in surprise. He recognized this handwriting and who exactly was writing it. Now he was sitting in his car. Was the guy really that tired? That dream was like a while ago. A week ago, a guy was on the phone with his manager. He was inviting him to a party to celebrate reaching a certain number of subscribers. He completely forgot that he recently won one of the streamer popularity contests. In the past, he had thought it would be a good thing to have so much attention paid to him, but things turned out to be not so rosy. Eventually, he was so tired that he fell asleep in the car after quickly escaping the party. Jin finally realized why the main characters usually act like this, just authors trying to compensate for their complexes. The whole time he sat in the car, he wondered if the girl from school would come and say a few words. At this time, the battle god was in the midst of his battle. He was destroying monsters one by one. On the screen was the guy's satisfied face. He looked at the others, completely unemotional. The spectators were shocked. This player single-handedly tackling a high-ranked monster was an incredible sight. But Hyuk-woon, who was sitting next to him, didn't seem to be impressed. He was a soldier and didn't understand the fun of all these computer games. He shouted that computer games are just fun for kids and the rest of us should be adults doing serious things. Suddenly the door opened and Jean walked in and asked if the reunion was happening here. The people standing in the building opened their mouths in surprise, probably not expecting to see him. If it's him, everyone already thought the guy was just going to blow it off and not show up. Hyuk-woon looked at him in surprise. Is this the same loser Jin, and what happened to him in the first place? At that time, the player sat down at a table, and he was immediately surrounded by others. They recognized him as a celebrity, and now wanted to interview him. The guy was even a little embarrassed by this display of attention, though to be fair, he was pleased to see them all. The girls who used to mock him now admire his talent. Of course, it was all played. Suddenly, Jin turned around. Hearing Hyuk-woon's voice, he was as arrogant as ever, and didn't even perceive others. Thinking about it, Jin remembered that this man had been a bully in high school, yes, and basically the whole school was afraid of him. Events have carried over to school. The last year passed in the summer, as always exposed. Hee-won peeked out from around the corner and watched the guy get beaten up, but she didn't react yet. Poor Jean continued to be beaten up, and no one even thought to stand up for him. The boy was alone. He was being beaten up by the very bully who was now looking down on him again. The guy was incredibly obnoxious. Unhappy Jin waited patiently for the end of the exorcisms. He was even afraid to say a word in response. And now, being an adult, he sat in front of his abuser. Hyuk asked what Jin does. The guy replied that he just plays games. After this answer, the former soldier smiled. It seems this asshole hasn't changed a bit at all, remained the same loser. But Jin just looked at him with an uncomprehending gaze while holding a glass of water. And his worst enemy continued to boast. He had already accumulated more than $20,000, so he considered himself quite successful. Suddenly, his former classmate said that Jin is now on TV after such a bully opened his mouth in surprise. Indeed, the plasma screen showed none other than Jean, who became a contestant and was among the most popular streamers. The others held their breath and watched it with bated breath. Could it really be true? And the former bully choked on his water and coughed. He didn't expect a loser like Jean to succeed. On the screen was the smiling face of the player. He was thanking everyone for their attention. Hyuk couldn't say a word, but Jin started to speak quite calmly, and now it's his finest hour. In turn, Jin, sitting on the chair, continued to speak calmly. He felt his superiority and rejoiced. And the former bully, who thought he was the best in school, just had to work at the diner. Girls immediately began to crowd around Jin, asking him about his success and showering him with attention. After drinking some water, Jin realized he was starting to get a little tired of this. It was time to get out of here. Sighing heavily, he wanted to say something, but a voice was heard. Someone said he would leave first. Turning around in the crowd, he saw the familiar face of Yoon Sol, the very girl he wanted to meet the most. Could it be that she had been here all this time? He wanted to talk to her and discuss the past, but he missed the most important moment. The girl was already approaching the exit of the cafe, opening the doors. She was ready to go outside already. A frightened Jean hurried to the exit, waving his credit card. He said he'd pay for everyone himself. Sol, walking down the night street, such a place was uncomfortable for her, too noisy. She wasn't used to these people. The girl stopped the moment a very familiar voice called her name. Turning back, she saw a painfully familiar man, Jean, standing in front of her, some distance away. Apparently, the guy was out of breath and breathing hard. It cost him a lot of work to catch up with her. The girl looked at him with an amazed look, but recognized him immediately. Apparently, she still remembered Jean from her school days. For some reason, the guy started stuttering, though he was speaking in public. and now it was as if his tongue wasn't listening. His lips were trembling and his voice was beginning to sound childish. He had always been timid when talking to people, and now he was even more so. Still, he gathered his thoughts, one sentence. Maybe they should go out and talk. The girl was even a little surprised. But still she agreed, and a few minutes later they were sitting in a coffee shop talking. Saul couldn't believe that her once battered classmate had become a celebrity of such magnitude. From all that was said, it turned out that she had graduated high school early and was now a senior at the university. When she heard that Jin wanted to thank her for something, she even wondered a little what she had done. The thing was, Jean remembered everything from when she came up to him at school and talked to him. He was an outcast. After saying that, Sol was embarrassed at being thanked, but Jin hurriedly reassured her. After that, the girl hesitated a little. It was obvious that she wanted to say something important, but was very shy. With a good-natured glance at her, Jean asked what was wrong. He could see her obvious excitement. She eventually admitted that she only came to the reunion because Jean might have been there. But when she saw him, she couldn't hesitate a word and just walked out of there. The girl's hands were shaking, and she tried to say something, but her voice sounded so uncertain that she felt a little sorry for herself. When she came a little closer, she blurted out that she wanted to ask him something. Jean was even a little stunned at the suddenness of it. The thing was, her mother was seriously ill and needed money, but Saul was quick to assure her that she didn't want to borrow. When she was looking for a job, she decided to start streaming. Although her channel is still small, but she is trying very hard to say it cost the girl a lot of work. When Jean heard about streaming, he got excited and started asking what the format was. Seeing the bright interest on her classmate's face, Saul blushed harder. She said that she had been working in a salon for a while, but suddenly she ahed. After that, Jin couldn't contain himself, in his hands and his head everything was jumbled up. After such a girl realized that she had said too much and hurried to apologize, she was incredibly ashamed. She jumped up from her seat and, apologizing for wasting her classmate's time, hurriedly left, saying she would pay for herself. But Jin didn't want to let her go so easily and immediately grabbed the girl's hand. She paused for a second. The guy understood perfectly well, without that, she would like Jean to appear there as a guest. There's nothing wrong with that, as just a good promotional tool. The girl, who had not expected anything like this, looked at him with round eyes. It was a true triumph. The next day they met. As soon as Saul saw how much equipment Jin had brought, her jaw dropped, but it was nothing. She kept trying to talk Jean out of taking it all on, but the guy was adamant that it wasn't a big deal. When they got to the girl's house, their mother got excited and asked, "Is this the new boyfriend?" Saul got even more embarrassed. They began to set up the shooting location, to arrange the lights and normal angles. Jean took all this trouble on himself. But unfortunately, the girl said she wouldn't be able to look after her mom if she took the job. That was a problem. Soon the setup was finished, and now the room looked more like a studio for a start. This should be enough. There were spotlights and extra microphones everywhere. Jean was well aware of that. She said she had been doing it for a relatively short time, just posting short videos, and there weren't many viewers. As soon as Jin heard that, he thought that this girl still had a long way to go, but it was still great. Everything was ready with a snap of his fingers. Jin was confident and began the broadcast. At the same time, Drake was fighting a huge monster. He was mopping up yet another dungeon and enjoying it immensely. After the 30th floor became quite difficult, Guy wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed heavily. Had to work hard. There was only one thought in his head. Jean said his best tape was on the 47th floor, so Drake just had to get there. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him. The guy stopped and took a closer look. It was slightly unexpected, and Jean had a very different occupation now. He was modeling. Although it was much different from the help he had imagined. Saul was very enthusiastic about the process, and manicuring Jin was embarrassed to say the least, and it looked very unseemly from the outside. He remembered the breast shading that the audience wanted to see, and was horrified that he'd have to endure all that. And when the outwardly shy Saul got so caught up in the process, she looked more like a monster than a normal girl. He thought it would be something simple like eyeshadow or something, but this is too much. I had to sit still and endure all those berries while the girl enthusiastically narrated the whole process. After one sentence, she stammered, and a brief pause hung between them. Suddenly, she ripped the hoop off the guy's head and started rubbing his hair, turning it into a real bush. After that, Saul's eyes lit up. She was right as always, so much better. Let only Jin look at herself. Now the guy's hair looked completely different, but the girl complimented him now. He looked pretty nice. But it still looked weird. Jin wasn't used to styling his hair, so he immediately started rubbing his head. Then he stretched out his hands to a classmate who was very frightened. Now it was his turn to do makeup. It was worth it to see how she would look with her bangs pulled back, and Jean immediately put a hoop on her. Now Saul looked completely different. Her image had been transformed, and now she was unrecognizable. After seeing this, Jin's eyes bulged with surprise. He didn't expect his classmate to have such a transfiguration. Turns out she was cheating on everyone, but the girl said it was humiliating and revealed a very ugly face. Jin got so carried away that he said out loud how much the girl's beautiful classmate was horrified and immediately blushed. Suddenly, my mother's face showed through the curtains, and she politely inquired what was going on here. The couple was sitting across from each other, and Jean was naked from the waist down. It looked strange, to say the least. After such a picture, the girl blushed even more. She felt incredibly embarrassed. She tried to explain, "It's not what Mom thought it was," but the woman nodded understandingly. It usually happens quieter. The chat room was a real mess. Soon the exorcism was over, and Jin went to his dungeon while talking to his classmate. She said that the popularity has increased only because of Jean, and she is very grateful to him for such publicity. Besides, my mom said there'd be Jean coming over, sometimes she'd even make dinner. Immediately afterward, the boy received a letter from Drake, containing the reappearance of the order to destroy the dead water. The situation was getting more complicated. Jin suddenly heard whose voice it was that politely inquired about his rank. Behind him stood a girl with pink hair. She inquired, "Is it by any chance dead water in front of her?" She had a pretty face, but Jin wondered if even regular users were starting to recognize him. Fixing his hair, he introduced himself politely. But the girl understood it perfectly well without that. It was that pervert. At the same moment, she pulled an obscure cube out of her pocket and took aim and threw it straight at the guy's face. The pain was unbelievably intense. It felt like a brick had been thrown at him. But it was a dye pack. But that's not the worst of it. After a second, Jean was horrified to notice that he was completely bald and pink, and the girl with a snide smile turned around and ran in the opposite direction, cursing Jin. Guy just stared after her and didn't understand who she was or what she wanted. After all, it's weird. But he quickly realized the situation was escalating. These are random spirit dyes, which means the effect will be unpredictable. A second later, he saw Drake, who, by the way, was also pink and bald, and Jean's eyes went to his forehead. As soon as the guys saw each other, they rolled with laughter. Their laughter lasted for 15 minutes, and they clutched their stomachs in an attempt to contain their laughter. Having laughed enough, they decided to find out who hunted them and what they had done. The guy sat at his computer and thought about it. It wasn't really a problem, just annoying to find out who was behind it. After some time of searching, Jin still managed to find some trace. It was the Maggio Guild. But what is that even? The search intensified to find out what they wanted from him. Jin decided to find as much information about them as possible. Turns out it was Madouin's fan club. Now it was clear they were just fans of his own alter ego. And now Jean and Drake were standing across from each other, trying not to laugh at their own appearance. They looked like radishes. Jin wondered if they wanted to destroy him because of the clone he had created. But a brilliant idea was immediately born in his head, so the situation would soon be resolved. They decide to go from here without delay, and Jean shows Drake something very entertaining. At that time, the fans of the opposing camp were hostile. They wanted to destroy the dead water once and for all. It was the North Wall village of newcomers. Jean and Drake stood on a small dais and watched the actual rally. It'll be hard to disguise themselves. They're pink and naked, so they'll be seen right away. Well, there was nothing left to do but do what they had originally intended. Jean has summoned his serpent, and it's his finest hour. So it's worth it to show all these people what they're really worth. The procession passed, as it should, as suddenly a strange shadow appeared between them. People stopped. One of those present looked at the strange silhouette with horror, but immediately realized who was in front of them. Players one by one started falling to the ground unconscious. It was dead water, so it's not good. Jin decided to act out in the open, since disguise wouldn't work, so let's see what happens. The other players here were noticeably more numerous, and they seemed confident in their abilities. Jin stood in front of them. The two girls rushed at him stoically with the firm intention of destroying this one, but Jin was naturally much stronger, and with one powerful punch, he threw the two opponents aside at once. Then the real carnage began, as he destroyed one player after another. No one could hide from his gaze. One of the players dressed in armor came to the horror of the dead water. Really mad, he attacked the city tower in the open. Everyone else seems to have realized that dead water basically doesn't care how the players treat him, so he's more dangerous now. Ignore all the yelling. Jin continued to destroy his enemies, since they don't want to live peacefully. One girl took a smoke bomb in her hands and prepared to throw it directly at the enemy. There was no other way out. Jin stood right in front of her and came closer and closer, but the girl seemed determined. She said reinforcements would be arriving soon. A smile stretched across her face. She promised that soon the dead water would remain in history. No one would help him. Seeing that Jin was not reacting at all, she asked for support. But it was too late. The guy was flying at her with a blade in his hands. They called for one support group after another, but it was all useless. Jin was too strong and fast. The 5th security team couldn't handle the threat of dead water just destroying them like toys. It was a veritable whirlwind of human bodies, no matter how many people showed up here, one by one. Nuna came in the midst of all this and shouted, "What's going on here?" The girl didn't understand anything at all. The girl heard it being reported to her that the dead waters had left region number 1 and number 13. It was quite good. "My brother said they've disbanded their groups and we need to follow them and not give them a chance to get out of here." The girl gritted her teeth. Their men weren't enough to completely block the enemy's exit from here. She ordered her forces to split in two and rush after the remaining opponents to prevent anyone from leaving. Fury overwhelmed the girl's heart. She understood this pervert's plan and wanted to prevent everything, but there were too many of them. At this time, Jean, along with Drake, were running down the forest path and talking to each other. Before the battle, the huge serpent had gotten drunk on clones and had them lodged in his stomach indefinitely. Since he had the absorption ability, he could keep as many entities in his stomach as he needed without much loss. So they created a lot of clones and now had an entire army at their disposal and could control it as they pleased. Running alongside Drake said he's going to ask Jean something. Just let him answer honestly. Jumping off the cliff, Drake said he was on Jean's side, but he didn't really like the fact that they were being helped by someone whose plans he didn't know. Jin replied that he wanted to realize a grand plan to cause cataclysm by turning this whole game upside down. It would be like saying giant renewal. His bald head sparkled in the sun. The guy was quite enthusiastic. But having such an appearance to keep seriousness was somehow difficult, and the guys laughed again. The guys were busting their bellies in gusts of laughter because of their appearance. It was extremely difficult to talk about anything serious. Now that everything was clear, the guys ran forward. The 24 hours would be over soon. We had to wait a little while for the clones to do everything. At this time, Nuna and her charges were moving forward a huge army. Finally, the raid on the northern continent had begun. Jin, along with Drake, had also arrived in the cold lands and had already fought a huge tree monster that was remarkably strong. Jin shouted that this monster's health is distributed between the torso and the limb needs to be destroyed. Drake said he'd take care of his hands, so I shouldn't have worried. Soon, the monster was struck down. Jin ordered his comrade to rub the sap of this tree into his skin so they could warm up. Drake asked how long this blizzard would last. Jean replied that depending on the structure of the blizzard, maybe a minute and maybe a few. The comrade wondered how Jin knew all this, but the guy was well aware of this weather phenomena. In other words, you have to watch the snow carefully for how many snowflakes are falling at a time. Strangely, the wood monster was quite weak, but that wasn't the whole surprise. Suddenly, the guys saw the notice in front of them of the ice boss, advising them to get out of here as soon as possible. In the depths of the snowstorm appeared some strange, indistinct silhouette that was approaching faster and faster. Jake wondered what this was all about, but when he saw Jean's frightened face, he seemed to realize they had to get out of here as soon as possible. It was an ice monster, more like a ghost from the Japanese movie Call, with black eyes and a huge hole instead of a mouth. He approached Drake and had already opened his jaws wide to devour him in one go. The boy was scared, but he managed to bounce off in time, and the monster landed a few meters away from him. Unfortunately, the guy noticed that the monster was holding his leg with its clawed paw, and a second later her leg felt colder and she started to turn into ice. And that's too bad. The archer pointed his crossbow straight at the monster and started firing to fend it off, but it was useless soon. His whole body turned into a regular piece of ice. The guy froze in the same position. The monster approached him and began to inject across his face with its hideous tongue. It was not a pleasant sensation. It's all about this monster's peculiarity that the person it touched can only thaw when a comrade touches it. Jin was too busy talking and didn't notice that the monster had already touched his back, and his cloak began to crust over with ice. It didn't take a second for Jin himself to turn into a block of ice, and several arrows fired by Drake whizzed past him. As expected, arrows and magic also count as touch, even if throwing rocks or spitting will work. As expected, arrows and magic also count as touch, even if throwing rocks or spitting will work. Jin thought indeed. The situation was heating up, and this monster should be dealt with as soon as possible. But suddenly, an idea popped into his head to stroke. And do they really need to destroy this monster, or can they get by? Meanwhile, their opponents were fighting the wolves. The man tried to fend off several of the monsters, but he was not doing so well. Nuna swung her axe and destroyed the monsters one by one. Dogs barking and bones cracking could be heard everywhere. And why they are so weak but still annoying, they attack them and immediately retreat. A member of their team looked at the little penguin and wanted to pet it. The girl had already reached out her hand to him. The bird stood motionless and seemed to be waiting for the moment. But a second later, blood splattered on the ground. The penguin proved to be a predator, its fins incredibly sharp. It immediately rushed straight at the people and began trying to reach them with its blades. Looking at him, Nuna frowned. Over 100 people went to the other world because of that bird. The penguin wasn't going to give up. He flew straight at the girl, putting his bladed wings forward. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from somewhere. It was Jean standing behind a snowdrift and taunting them. The girl looked at him with a surprised look of someone she didn't expect to see here, and she didn't expect him to be here at all. She tried to hit him but missed. The guy put his arm out in front of him and thanked her. But Nuna was sure it was a directed hit, so why didn't it hit? The girl's face contorted. Suddenly, there was a strange sound that sent shivers down the spines of all the participants. It was the same ice monster. He was crawling towards them with incredible speed. From the side, he looked even more frightening. In a second, people started to freeze one by one. Their bodies were covered in ice. They could not resist anything. Realizing what kind of monster it was, Nuna realized that things were bad. She would be 4 times weaker by the next morning. But as apparently she wasn't going to give up, the girl readied her axe and grouped herself. At this time, the friends were running through the snowbank. It was their chance to destroy their enemies once and for all. Smile Jin looked at his comrade and how he must rid himself of people and those willing to destroy him for his own sake. Meanwhile, the entire enemy team was frozen, they couldn't move, and lost sight of two guys. When they found a small hut, they searched it for some ingredients to keep warm. Drake said he was a little disgusted by the thought of them searching the bodies of people who'd gone to the other side of the world. Soon, the necessary foods were found. There were radish, peppers, carrots, a few more foods and potions. Following this, the AC travelers found themselves deep under the thick ice, all because the sea is so deep they could not see the bottom. Then they're walking on top of the ocean. The thought drove Drake mad. Picking up the baggie that was bleeding for some reason, Jean told Drake to watch where he was going, or he might fall through. Following that, he threw the pouch on the ground. It was a kind of bait made of ice wolf blood. A smile stretched across the guy's face. Great, the one they need is coming. The ground shook, and a few seconds later, the ice cracked in front of them, and someone very intimidating appeared. It was an ice shark, and it came literally out of the ice, opening its wide mouth. Looking closer, Drake saw the teeth of an ice shark. Jean immediately realized, why not find a couple of those teeth? The monster had already lunged at them, opening its wide maw, the shark's eyes glowing bright red. She was diving into the ice and emerging from some strange places. Drake couldn't concentrate and shoot properly. They didn't expect anything less from this monster, after all, a top-class monster with incredible speed and agility. However, destroying the monster was not a priority. Jin said that it would take too much time, better to concentrate on the task at hand. Suddenly, something fell in front of them again, as if from above the guys stopped for a second and held their breath. Of course, it was none other than Nuna. The girl was furious. She didn't want to leave Deadwater alive. This time, he wouldn't get away. Drake seemed to understand his comrade's intent. He wanted to force the sectarians to fight the Ice Fang. But suddenly, the guy saw that Jin was stunned and was looking at the girl with surprised eyes. Silhouettes were already beginning to form around them. They were members of the enemy team, and they had surrounded them with no way out, to put it mildly. Looking at the girl, Jin swallowed nervously. He left only a little trace for them to come here. Why on earth is absolutely everything here? On Nuna's face was a snow goose's eye. It was a kind of blindfold, increasing the range of vision. Now the guy understood how and why she had found him and gotten here so quickly. Everything fell into place. The situation was bad, to say the least. Behind them was an ice fang, a huge shark, and ahead of them were sectarians who wanted to kill them. Needing to buy time, the guy tensed up and prepared for the fight. This battle risked to become very hard. Throwing herself at her opponent, Nuna screamed that there was no way Deadwater was going to get away from her. This time he was finished. But Jin said he was just wondering if the girl knew the secret of the object that was now on her face. Hearing about some secret, the girl stopped for a second and looked at her worst enemy in surprise, wondering what he was talking about. And then Jin did the dumbest thing he could think of. He said the title would be exactly the same if you read it backwards. The people standing nearby looked at these two in surprise at what they are even talking about. It looks like utter stupidity. But the girl didn't seem at all impressed. She took off the blindfold and looked at Jin with an even sterner look. Goosebumps ran down the guy's back. What's wrong with their reaction? Why do they look like they want to destroy him? Suddenly, Nuna snapped out of her seat and started running straight at him, sprinkling various curses. But suddenly, a monster appeared right in front of her. A huge shark jumped right in front of the girl's face. The poor girl was startled and stunned for a few seconds. She didn't even know what to do in such a situation. The shark began to devour her companions one by one. Screams were heard everywhere. People could do nothing. She couldn't even understand where this monster came from and ordered the mages to fire all weapons. The sorcerers concentrated all their power on the monster and began to use dozens of spells to somehow deal with it. Standing nearby, Jean realized that this monster was running further into the depths. If you shot at it too hard, and I'd be lucky if they lost it. Biting his finger, the guy launched a barrage of bloody blades at the shark to stop it somehow. Inside himself, he realized that every monster was programmed to avoid poison damage, so with this, they would gain some time. The sorcerers took advantage of this moment and concentrated all their power into one precise shot. Their wands glowed. The monster roared in pain as he realized he was surrounded by it. The wide maw did not bode well. The girl looked on as the monster massacred her charges without much trouble. It just couldn't be. Did the monster follow them all the way here? It was another surprise. The ice monster was already flying down from above, spreading its wide, bony arms. Looking up, Jin rejoiced, and really well, finally he was waiting for this monster to come. With its black eyes, the ice beast looked straight into everyone's souls, and it would cause a real massacre here. The situation gradually heated up. The girl prepared to fight the fear. She did not know how to act. Her brother tried to bring her to her senses, but Nuna was like being covered in crusts or ice. It cost her a great effort to pull herself together, she asked. As the situation, the girl was very frightened. The brother replied that most people are frozen because of the ice ghost. He tried to free them to almost no avail. Just incredible luck. Jin collected the ice teeth one by one. It was enough to pass the quest. And then the shark opened its wide mouth and swallowed the ice ghost. But still he failed. Suddenly his body was pierced by an icy spike. The monster he had just swallowed completely froze his insides. On the other hand, the shark can't be frozen because too big. The guy was smiling and triumphant. The ghost was already heading straight for his new victim. He paid almost no attention to the people standing nearby. Amazingly, this is Jin's first ever fight between high-level monsters. It's so breathtaking. Nuna finally managed to pull herself together and ordered everyone to concentrate. They had some time while the monsters were busy with each other. The girl ran in the opposite direction, her brother rushed after her, and there was genuine consternation on their faces. It's bad enough that, out of an army of 1,000 men, there's only a little over 24 left. At this rate, they're going to lose face. Looking up the snowstorm, she vowed to once again destroy the dead water no matter what it cost her. Standing nearby, Yu Chang asked where those guys were going, and they disappeared into the snowy mist. This northern end of the earth is a pretty dangerous place to where they're headed at all in this final spot. He didn't want to admit it, but maybe this man is a pioneer. That's not good. Sister continued to rage. She would never accept the fact that this pervert would become a pioneer. Meanwhile, Jin stood on a dais and watched everything from high above, his silhouette visible amidst the snowstorm. The girl immediately spotted him and rushed to intercept him. Now he will not be able to escape from her under any circumstances. History is a strange thing. A long time ago, people came up with the idea that the earth is flat just because of these views of the world the game was created. Now, they were at the edge of the earth. Jin pointed forward with his finger, a smile spread across his face. Here is the true beginning. The girl moved closer and looked into the distance. This world was ruled by the theories of ancient times. Looking closer, she saw a huge ship stuck in the ice. No one would be able to move it. When you a long time ago, Jin saw one very strange image of the edge of the world, but it seems it was illegal. But it was just like the guy I expected this ship to be here. A smile appeared on Jin's face. On the ship, they were greeted by Captain Ching Shi. He immediately inquired, "Is it really the passengers?" The monster was a skeleton. Nodding his head, Jin asked if they could climb on deck since this was the kind of thing they wanted to sail across the ocean. Looking at him with glowing eyes, the captain asked if they had any money they would have to pay the fare. When asked how much they should pay, the captain held out 3 fingers of a bony hand. Drake wondered 3 million for a fare somehow too expensive, but the captain laughed. It wasn't quite like that. Continuing to point his finger, he clarified that he had to pay 30 million in gold. That's the real price. After that, Drake wondered if she wasn't too greedy. It was robbery of some kind. The rest of the crew climbed up on deck and began to prepare for battle. They saw the monster and were frightened. It can't be helped. Jin took out a bag of gold. We'll have to pay for it. The captain asked what class they wanted to go in. First class, of course. It's a little short for first class, but the captain said if they could get her dentures, so be it. That very minute, Jin spat out the very shark teeth he had managed to get from him. The captain laughed with a toothless mouth. Could it be possible to obtain something like this is simply wonderful. The woman was transformed in the same second. Her mouth was filled with sharp fangs that shone with a snow-white smile. She had been transformed beyond recognition, and now instead of a skeleton, a beautiful girl with very impressive forms stood in front of the people. Jin and Drake even blushed a little from embarrassment. They were seeing something like this for the first time in their lives. The captain pointed her fingers at one of the doors and said that the first class was in there so they could go through. As soon as the guys entered the place, they felt that they had been tricked. It seemed to be more like a fish warehouse. But Jin said that second class was a cabin and third class a deck, why Drake was very much surprised. Then why is first grade so bad? Drake still wouldn't let up. Jin stood up and began to explain. In the meantime, Nuna tried to get on the ship and was surprised at the cost of the ticket. What kind of ship is this for such money? Smiling with a toothy mouth, the captain ordered them to get out that way if they didn't like something. The others were horrified too. But if they wanted to get on the ship, they'd have to pay. She couldn't stop when she had gotten this far, so she had to pay full price, although it wasn't said expensive. She ordered her brother to prepare a remedy, and the man opened his eyes in horror. Really, they were about to open. But it seems his sister was fully convinced they would explore the mysterious lands and couldn't just back out. Having received her payment, the captain parted the chains with her powerful jaws and ordered the sails to be hoisted. But suddenly, the others saw that the ship did not move. The girl assumed it was the merit of the first class. She was out of her mind. Even with that much money, they couldn't travel properly. It seems the guys will fail this quest. Okay, if they can't get in from the outside, then so be it. Suddenly, she's cheered up. Sitting in first class, Jin laughed. It seems his opponents had given up and were tired of waiting just in time for one thing. With a smile on his face, the guy said, Drake will figure it all out for himself when they see the second and third graders, so let him not worry. All the passengers were just terrified. The ship started to move, but it looked so strange that it caused shivers in the whole body. The captain has ordered everyone to prepare for the first wave. Let them hold on to anything if they can. A huge wave was approaching the ship with great speed and was about to overtake it. Nina, with horror, she looked in front of her. Did they really know this and went to first grade? The girl didn't know what to do. It was the first time she had seen something like this, and she froze in place. Tentacles began to form near the ship, and they were so large that they went straight up into the sky. A second later, a huge kraken came out on deck. He was moving his tentacles to grab everyone else. Those who didn't have time to react were immediately grabbed by the huge monster he was dragging towards him. Nuna, who arrived in time, chopped the kraken's huge tentacle with her axe and freed her partner. The girl marveled at the size of the squid. It is so big, and the rank is only B. If there are only a couple of them, then maybe they can handle it. My brother asked a reasonable question, and if there are more of them, what should they do? Then it will be the end. Looking at the captain, the girl asked the question, isn't there something like cannons here? It's kind of galleon. Smiling with gleaming teeth, the captain replied that it seems this girl wants too much. If she doesn't like it, let her go. The woman turned the helm and the ship tilted sideways, dropping a huge squid. The unsuspecting Nuna froze in place. She realized that it seemed that now it would be everyone for himself. The kraken continued to approach. He did not want to miss such a huge prey as a large sailing ship. Nuna ordered everyone else to attack the monster's tentacles. They are not as dangerous if you chop them down. Everyone immediately followed her order and began to destroy the vile tentacles that crawled like worms. Soon they filled the entire deck and were more like large worms. Sitting on the deck, the girl was breathing heavily. She was very tired. The squid was incredibly strong. Eventually, she became enraged and started stomping her feet, cursing all around too much they had lost. She quickly came to her senses and said she needed to refit. You never know where danger will come from. The captain announced the approach of the second wave. The woman seemed to be on a roll and liked it. Not yet able to recover from the previous blow, the girl froze in place again. What was even going on here? Another Dunkleot monster appeared in front of them. It was a huge serpent jumping out of one wave. It appeared as something resembling an ancient dinosaur monster clung to the side of the ship and began to break it. Putting her hand forward, Nuna realized that normal attacks didn't work. She had to use paralysis or electrocution. One of the sorcerers charged a huge wand with electricity and began to attack the monster. Realizing they can't get out of here that easily, the girl threw herself at the monster to destroy it somehow. The monster was much stronger than expected, and Nuna had to try hard to at least stay on her feet. The girl was in complete shock. She didn't expect their arrival on the ship to be so hard. In the end, they managed to defeat the monster, and Nuna and her brother fell to the deck, breathing heavily. It was really unexpected. Another second, and she was ready to boil with rage. Two people went to the other side of the world again. Not wanting to tolerate it any longer, the girl went to the captain and asked where the two women were. The woman said they were in first class. Even when the ship sinks, the brave pirates are not afraid of such a thing. A sparkling smile appeared on the woman's face. After such words, Nuna was simply amazed. She didn't expect the captain to be such a frivolous person. On the other hand, what else to expect after talking to an artificial intelligence? The girl turned around. The ship's captain announced that the third wave was approaching, and it was happening so fast that they didn't even have time to realize it. It was as if something exploded next to the ship, and a real column of water rose up. Nuna could barely stay on her feet. The ship shook with such force that it felt like an earthquake. Some creature more like an octopus, but somehow standing on two legs, fell out onto the deck. The girl was horrified. What the hell is this? It's never happened before. What kind of monster is this? And when the monster spoke, it was a complete shock. Is it really intelligent? In a gurgling voice, the monster said that a sacrifice had to be made. His eyes burned with green fire. Everyone on deck held their breath. What the hell is this creature talking about? What kind of victim? Seeing the incomprehension on the faces, Monster said that they had to bring one person at a time. It was such a toll. Hearing this, Captain got very excited at the first-class special clients. The monster seems to have realized his mistake. It seems he was too rough and even changed a bit. In that case, he'll only drag away those on deck. Monster hopes the captain doesn't mind. But the woman didn't seem to mind. She didn't really care. They're third-class passengers, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing such talk, Nuna was furious that this was such an attitude. Is this the way to treat those you have on your ship? Perhaps then we should turn the ship around, Captain, even according to do it, if the first-class passengers agree. Yu Chang noticed that after the appearance of such a monster, all the wind disappeared. They can't sail anywhere in this condition. They'll just be stuck here. This enraged the girl, and Nuna lunged at the monster, swinging her axe, wanting to destroy the pesky monster. But the squid was surprisingly fast. He deftly moved aside, and the blade of the axe whistled past him. She couldn't believe she missed this time. Is that monster really that fast? None of the attacks worked, and the squid kept muttering about the prey he didn't want to leave here. Perhaps magic strikes could work. Characters with ranged combat started sprinkling the monster with their attacks, but unfortunately, even that didn't work. Already losing all faith, Nuna fell to the floor, and breathing heavily, she couldn't believe this was really happening. But suddenly one of the contestants raised his hand and said that he would be the victim. It was a girl dressed in a strange green cloak. After such a selfless decision, Nuna was ready to cry. She looked at the brave girl with pity. The delighted monster looked at his new prey. Could it be that he's going to eat his fill today? Putting her hand up, she proudly asked to avenge the Demon King. The monster continued to approach. Another second, and it released dozens of its tentacles reaching for the defenseless girl. The heroine has already resigned herself to her fate, and did not even resist. She completely succumbed to the will of the monster. Soon there was a crunching sound of bones. Nuna almost fainted when she saw it. It was truly monstrous. But it was over very quickly. Having satisfied his hunger, the monster slid overboard and plunged into the water. The unfortunate girl was so shocked that she couldn't even talk normally about what it was even like. However, before we discuss compensation for the dead, there's another question to be settled: who will be next? Soon, the monster came out of the abyss again and again, demanded a sacrifice. It seemed to be insatiable. And now there was a brave man willing to sacrifice his life for the Demon King. It was an archer. Truth be told, he had to get a part-time job himself. So if you turn off the pain option, it won't hurt at all. So it's okay. There were only 4 survivors, including Dahivi and her brother. Now I had to think carefully. Among them was also Dae-ik and Hiller. They stood in front of each other and looked at each other. Chan looked at Dae-ik and asked since when he had been with them. As expected, all eyes were on the weakest member of the team, but the girl didn't want to go to the other side. Despite the fact that no one had even said anything yet, she could feel the atmosphere that was gradually heating up. The commander herself realized that Hillers are very important to the raid, and they are protected even when things are very bad. The girl turned to the captain and asked if there was any way to get rid of this monster, but the captain said no. With a distinctive gurgle, the squid reappeared on deck and demanded a victim. His presence was starting to get annoying, but they had no other choice. Nuna had no idea what to do with this monster, which could not be taken by any weapon. Needing only an hour to hold out, she rushed to attack, but the squid blocked her with a single hand movement. The monster was getting angry. He extended his tentacles and kept screaming to be sacrificed. The girl didn't have time to dodge, and the monster hooked her with its tentacles. Was incredibly painful. And so the squid was able to grab hold of Hiller's leg. The girl didn't even have time to do anything before she was trapped. Even though the squid had eaten her, he still demanded more victims. Somehow, strangely, something in his behavior had changed. The commander noticed it too. She asked what was wrong. He'd already gotten what he wanted, but the ship's captain seemed to be in good spirits, even though they were beginning to slowly sink. The monster was already completely unhinged and demanding, and his voice was incredibly annoying. Suddenly, Nuna saw the monster fly off to the side, thrown away by something powerful hitting it. And then Jean appeared on deck like a thunderclap. He was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. Finally, the girl started to get it all. This pervert has been in first grade all this time. How is that even possible? She was ready to fall through the ground with rage. It was really starting to get annoying. But then a monster appeared and released several of its tentacles that flew right past Jin. Osprey was very unhappy to be deprived of a victim and attacked in such a treacherous manner that he would destroy them all. But Jean was in good spirits now that he could have some fun. At last, something interesting was happening. The monster tried to hit him with all its tentacles, but the guy dodged with incredible agility. When he got close to the monster, he struck it with his blade, and the monster suddenly took a good amount of damage. The girl standing next to him wondered if the dead water would be able to deal with him. But Jin was apparently not worried at all. He swung his dagger and fought the monster almost as an equal despite its strength. This was truly absurd. Yu Chang couldn't believe his eyes then. All their attacks before were just useless. How so? His sister also stood unmoving. How strange it was before that the sea devil slime reduced all damage to 0. Suddenly an arrow drake flew by her side and appeared literally out of nowhere and began sprinkling the monster with a hail of projectiles. Jean ran off to the side and allowed his comrade to aim great shots. It was only now that the girl realized that there was something oddly similar to pollen or ashes on Drake's body. Had they found a way to fight this monster, the girl's eyes widened on their own. Meanwhile, he continued to beat the monster with enviable frequency. Osprey suddenly realized that he wasn't particularly strong. The ash covering the guy's entire body just neutralizes the friction effect of the whale oil. And he also sheathed all the equipment and weapons, so now they could fight to the fullest. He sealed the friction factor, and now the squid was just useless. He could do nothing against them. The monster gurgled his annoyance that some boys dared to fight him. But it wasn't that simple. The monster was incredibly fast and immediately hid over the side of the ship in the depths of the sea. Drake offered to run away, but ignored his offer. Too bad. Of course he washed up, but there was still extract on the weapon. And overboard there was a hell of an ocean raging with lightning and water vortexes everywhere. And then the squid showed up. He didn't get the sacrifice and was incredibly angry. Now everything is about to change. He will destroy anyone in his path. Nuna wondered, didn't the dead water destroy this monster? How was that even possible? But Jin was completely calm. He just avoided the monster's attacks. It's just a game, so nothing to be afraid of. Then he turned to the girl and asked her if it was true or if she doubted. A second later, everyone crawled into the first-class cabin to be relatively safe while Jin dealt with the monster. When asked why he was saving them, Jin replied that these people could still be used, so there's no need to worry. As you know, watermelon rind has the most vitamins equally as these people have the most benefits. At the same time, sitting in the cabin, Nuna was shaking with fear. She couldn't even think this was really happening. The girl was furious. She shouted that he would surely destroy the dead water. The guys were not paying any attention at this time. They were just discussing the future plan of action. Meanwhile, the enraged osprey was already moving right at them. He wanted to destroy his new prey at all costs. Suddenly, Jean bellowed and turned to the captain. He had something to say, but the woman was a little hesitant, but still agreed to do it anyway. The storm continued to rage. The ship was tossing from side to side. It's a wonder it kept afloat at all. But the woman assured me that as long as the ship's sails are down, it won't move. So there's nothing to worry about. Having been given permission to do what he wanted, Jin smiled. But now he would show him how to really fight. Drake was also fully prepared. He had adjusted the sound equalizer and was now ready for battle. Before that, they discussed that they would definitely get into the maelstrom, but it can be listened to with EQ. If you tune your ears well, you can avoid getting hit. That's what this guy was doing. They maneuvered around the whirlpools and dodged them like ballet dancers. It seems like Nuna was completely useless in this situation. She just watched it from the sidelines and didn't understand anything. The monster became furious, and even more so when he realized that he would never get the victim. Besides, he would not be able to destroy them. Now the squid decided to have some real fun. He raised his hand up and formed a big water balloon. This was the second stage, and Jin had foreseen it. Now we have to get ready. The ship is going to shake a lot. Seeing what was about to happen, Drake opened his mouth in surprise as dozens of water arrows flew at them. With a smile on his face, Jin remembered that the second stage turned out not to have an attack pattern. It would be dangerous now. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of water balloons were flying at them like hail. But Jin is completely calm and said they just need to follow the basics and everything will work out. The character's hitbox is standard, so the hit will be random and it's not critical, so there's nothing to worry about. Even if they were unlucky enough to get hit by this fire, a lot of XP they wouldn't lose. Jin dodged with incredible ease. With his speed, Drake also had a good view of every projectile flying at him and danced like a pro. Watching his comrade Jin involuntarily marveled, this man is really good with his body. Hearing the explanations for the first time and now acting like a real profile is worthy of respect. It's clear why he was the strongest in this game in his past life. Drake smiled and continued to dance. At this time, Yu Chang was simply stunned. Sitting in the cabin, he could not believe that this was really happening, somehow not dodging. The storm slowly began to subside, and the guys stood on the deck unharmed and waited for the next stage. It's time for the ultimatum ability. Well, now the fun begins. There was a colossal wave moving on them. If the water overtakes the ship, it will definitely go down in a tsunami 1.5 kilometers high. Then what did they do? Jean said it'd be useless on deck, so let's get out of here. Drake didn't realize it at first, but when his comrade grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him towards him, he didn't even expect that. The math was right. 2 guys went straight into the water. It was their only chance of survival. But Nuna didn't understand how it was possible to jump into the water at such a time as this. It was a real hell. The captain was surprised too. It's a shame they were fun kids, but it looks like they're finished. The girl ran to the board to see what had happened to them. Her brother tried to stop her, but to no avail. She stood and looked off into the distance, but there was only fog and a great thickness and no one else. But the 2 boys were remarkably resilient, unharmed. They stood on the water. Smiling, Drake said he roughly understood what had happened, but it would have been worth the advance warning. The thing is that in the very center of the ocean under the water, there is a huge reef sticking out on which you can safely land. When the Sea Devil uses ultimates, he acts according to a special scheme. The probability that there will be a reef in a certain place is 100%. Jean's calculations were correct, and now they were alive and well. Everything's fine. There's dry land. Now one could not worry and just wait out the rest of the attacks. Only this reef is not a seascape. It was time to call it a day, and Jin lunged forward with his blade in front of him. After using its ability, the squid is stunned for a period of time. This was exactly what Jin took advantage of as he charged his ring and prepared to finish off the monster with one blow. From under the water suddenly appeared the kite on which Jin was sitting. Now he'll show you what a real fight is. Like a whirlwind, the 2 of them were climbing up to the osprey that was already waiting for them. The monster was determined. Jin transformed in a second. He now looked like a demon risen from hell. His eyes burned with red fire of rage. It only took a few seconds, and a couple of blows for everything to quiet down. The monster was defeated. The sea calmed down. Yu Chang looked up and realized that it was all over. The fog had cleared, although not everyone was alive, but most were. It was too soon to rejoice. Another problem arose out of nowhere. The ship at full speed was heading straight for the iceberg. Brother and sister looked forward with frightened eyes. No, it's a whole island, not just an iceberg. Jean and Drake were already flying forward, riding the snakes needed to prevent a collision. The girl asked the captain if there was any way to speed up, but that the woman called for calm. Now they would rush like the wind. In just a few moments, the ship crashed directly into the iceberg, and there was such a cracking sound that it seemed as if it was about to fall apart. Leaping ashore, the girl's first order of business was to rush after Drake, and Jin couldn't let those two get away so easily. Jin turned back to her and asked in surprise if she still intended to chase after him. Well, that's to be expected. She's a lot stronger than last time. She's wearing Class B gear. Thinking back, Jin realized that the girl was now on a different level, than she was somewhere around level 20. Coughing, the guy realized that he couldn't just walk away, but he was a little stronger anyway. Yu Chang already rushing to his sister's aid, he gathered a full chest of air to strike. The man launched a powerful wave straight at Jin. It seems his persistence was something to be envied. But this game of cat and mouse had already frankly bored Jin, and he decided to end it all once and for all. The energy wave flew right at him, but the guy didn't move from his seat. He had his own prepared plan. The brother and sister looked at their opponent in surprise and wondered why he wasn't leaving the line of attack and why there would be nothing left of him now. With a smile on his face, Jin said that he was about to show some new techniques, so let them be surprised. It also dissipated the coefficient of friction, exactly like it did to the monster covered in slime. Looking at him with surprised eyes, the girl couldn't say anything about how he was able to resist repelling the attack at all. That was the Sea Devil's specialty, right? A smile was widening on Jin's face. Now his boots looked completely different. They looked like the face of that very same octopus. Deciding that there was no need to waste too much time on these two, the guy turned around Daldioru. Well, of course, his main opponent wasn't going to let go so easily and rushed right after him. But unfortunately, slipping on the slime, the girl and her brother flew down. Drake turned around surprised and asked what it was all about with a smile on his face. Jin said it was just a new technique. Floundering in the slimy sludge, Nuna screamed for him to finally stop, but no one listened to her. The girl cursed. All around her, this pervert was walking right out from under her nose again. But it's still okay ahead of the secret quest to survive for 24 hours, and no one knew who would show up from the monsters. Their assistant suggested that the Sea Devil might show up again, but that would be too much. There weren't any monsters here, so there was nothing to worry about for now. A brother standing nearby asked if they didn't think it was a little strange. Everything here is amazingly quiet. If you look down under the ice, you could see a lot of sea creatures. The only question is who left them here and what happened. Right in the middle of an icy mountain, a ship. It did look strange. How did it even get there? Getting closer, Nuna speculated that maybe it was caught in the storm, but no, it looks like this ship is afloat. Perhaps they had missed something. The girl looked closer, better trying to find some clue. But suddenly, Dae-ik screamed and began to fall through the ice before the man could stay on his feet. The earth seemed to be tilting, and the girl noticed it herself. But she couldn't do anything about it. It was conventionally a small earthquake. The earth moved as if the tectonic plates had come to life. Turns out that every time the ice melts, the island starts to move. It was chaos everywhere. My brother was trying to stay on his feet, but it wasn't working. In the meantime, our guys were running straight ahead. Finally, they waited for the time to please the owner of the iceberg. Their opponents tried to get to their feet and rushed right after their victims and where they went. As they approached the hole in the ice, the two companions immediately ducked inside, where there was quite a large space. Along with Jin, Drake ran deep into the iceberg. It was some kind of cave inside. Naturally, it was cold. But Nuna seems to have lost her prey once again. The girl tried to catch up, but only got even more tired. But what was important now was something else. If they were even a minute late, the ocean would swallow them. They looked around and tried to figure out where they were. It was all very strange, a real ice cave. All this was under the iceberg. Suddenly, the whole island started moving again. Applying his vision, Jin began to look for the right exit using his ability to choose. Everything pointed to going straight into the cave ahead of them was the right way. Surprised at this convenience, Drake even laughed. Jin explained that it was a passive he had recently gotten. Taking a healing potion out of his pocket, the guy took aim for the throw. The capsule flew, and with a rumble bounced off the ice and rolled away somewhere in the darkness. If you want to deceive the chase, you should leave a false trail. But is it so the guy's face has changed? Is it a smart girl doesn't know him? She should have guessed. They seemed to appreciate Dahyun's mental faculties, immediately guessed they were being tricked. Looking at the cave to the right, the girl immediately realized that's where these two had gone. My brother suggested that maybe it wasn't, since the potion vial was pointing to the left. But the girl, in an irritated voice, called them fools and asked them to look a little closer. This clear line, the bottle was thrown for a reason. Looks like they were misdirected by a false trail, but the girl figured it out right away. No doubt these two did a clever job of confusing them, but it didn't go according to their plan. If they have guessed, so it is necessary to go forward, and the girl with a proud step ran in the depths of the cave. After running a few meters, they came out into a huge empty space at the top of what was supposed to be ice. The girl's eyes widened. She hadn't expected to see something so colossal. Some cave was truly an amazing place. But when Nuna saw that she had become a pioneer, she was furious. Had she been fooled again? Her brother urged her to look somewhere. He saw something strange, but the girl didn't pay any attention to him at all. In front of them stood a colossal monster, or rather its skeleton. It was so huge that it barely fit. Dahai recognized that once already saw this monster in one of the hide. It was the devil exactly. There can be no mistake. Suddenly, there was a crackle of bones, and minions appeared to serve their master. The bones moved by themselves. The skeletons came to life in one deft movement. The girl found herself surrounded. She looked around with frightened eyes, searching for something to protect her. In addition to the usual skeletons, there also appeared a giant leader. In front of them was a veritable army of bone warriors. This time, it was a giant undead. The girl's eyes widened with surprise. The situation was heating up. Moreover, in the distance, she saw the dead water of whom stood on his serpent and watched everything. Laughing with a thunderous laughter, Jean realized that this was even better than the championship soda battle. Good thing they made it if things hadn't gone according to plan. There wouldn't have been so much fun. The guys moved on. If that's true, Drake wants to check something out, he asked. Are these two no longer needed? Jean's face changed again, and he smiled an even meaner grin. It was time to end it, but the opponent was ready. Nuna smiled and moved forward. She was ready for something like this. The better she would finish him off quickly. The girl screamed that she would not leave a wet spot from this pervert, and went on the attack. Her brother was as always on the prowl. He chopped up the undead one by one, and moved in a completely professional manner. The cracking of bones and clinking of metal could be heard everywhere. The girl was already tired, but less so as they laughed at her. Dae-ik used his shield, so it was unlikely that any evil could get to him. After the first elimination, this man had prepared himself well, so things will be different now. He thrust his weapon forward, glowing with too much energy. Let them just attack. Taking aim, of course, was very difficult. Drake realized that because of that hefty shield, this man was now a difficult target. Plus, those two have good defense and high XP, so they become a problem. But the undead were convenient and easy to attack. Jin scattered them like toys. The guy didn't bend to dirty tricks. They seemed to be surrounded by Drake, and it wouldn't be long before they reached their camp, and they couldn't let that happen. Hitting himself in the face, Jin was frustrated that he would have to give up, but he had a plan for that too. His comrade had just like a scoundrel plotting something bad. Drake's face had just about guessed it. A triumphant Dehiza shouted that their camp was overrun, and where was the Nexus girl like a true warrior? Well, for the first time in a long time, after so much searching and trying, she finally gets her way and destroys the dead water. But things were still just beginning. Something strange was going on. Her brother had noticed some inconsistencies. Everything around her suddenly began to shake. The frightened girl raised her eyes forward. Could this be what she was thinking? The great skeleton had awakened and was now standing at his enormous height, reaching almost to the ceiling. The frightened Dae-ik even forgot how to breathe, his eyes bulging as the man was about to fall through the ground. Dahai didn't realize what kind of a joke this is. It's like dead water planned it all. Standing back, Drake was just shocked, but it was a tactic quite effective, by the way. The ultimate goal is not to force the enemy out of the line, but simply to wake up and destroy the Nexus, which, by the way, is awake. Licking his lips, Jean, of course, thought it would be better to force them out first, but that would do too. Now they decided to change tactics. Guy ran forward, leading an army of undead. It's time to plunder the enemy camp. His opponent stood and understood nothing. Did this army belong to the dead water? On the other hand, it's better. Let him attack. Now she'll show him what he's worth. They'll fight against each other. Jin was already fully prepared for battle, swinging his blade like a warlord. Of course, the slime reflects any attack, but the girl had a plan. She hit the ground with incredible force. Jin paused for a second. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. She was definitely up to something. The girl's eyes lit up blue. She turned towards him. Her expression was incredibly furious. Was she now being ignored? Noticing all of this from the side, Drake came to dread for the first time in his life. He was truly afraid. Another monster woke up, great skeleton from the demon race, and on his head was a huge horn. Another monster woke up, a great skeleton from the demon race, and on his head was a huge horn. In his entire life, Yu Chang had never seen a battle more grandiose. The man froze in place and could not move. Drake, too, was simply stunned out of surprise. Never in his life had he seen anything like this. Completely. Forgetting about her opponent, the girl hesitated. For her, it was also new to her. Of course, it was fun to watch two huge skeletons fight forever, but Jin saw it all differently now. It was real. The guy licked his lips. It's time to send these monsters to the afterlife, and Jean will do it without delay. The stunned girl froze in place. She had heard right. After all, the dead water was intent on destroying them. But she wanted to make it work at least this time. She readied her axe for a lightning strike. As if anticipating her thoughts, Jin asked her to calm down. Why don't she stop at least this time? It wasn't the most important thing to him. It's just a little warm-up fight before the real battle, after all. He ordered not for anything in the world to follow him. The hidden quest was completed, the monsters continued to battle, and it is unknown which of them would prevail in the end. Jin rushed forward like a hawk. The guy's gonna take out two of them with one punch. Jumping on the head of the huge dead man, he stabbed it with his dagger, and the monster's eyes lit up. Now everyone else will be bait for these monsters while Jin deals with them. Of course, this is not something you can do at the snap of your fingers. The monsters were really huge and dangerous. And at that moment, standing on Earth, Nuna didn't know what to do. She was so angry with him, but she knew it wasn't her way. Meanwhile, Jin defeated one of the skeletons without much difficulty. A huge monster lay on the ground without breathing. Jin looked especially amazing now the guy had transformed. He was now at the height of his powers. Finally, at least one of them realized that it was too dangerous. Yu-chan shouted that they needed to immediately if they wanted to survive. Jean and Drake realized all of this too, so they rushed to the duck. It was time to leave. Chang wanted to say something offensive, but was interrupted by the man frozen in place. From somewhere, a groan was heard from Dae-ik. The man was pulling his arm and trying to get out. Thank God he survived, but he was thrown by the wind, and now the poor guy was lying under the rubble. Everything was collapsing. Therefore, it was necessary to run away as soon as possible, and the girl understood it perfectly well, too. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave this island so easily and rushed the opposite side. Noticing that the ship was in the other direction, Drake was worried, but Jean said they'd only paid for a one-way ticket in the first place. He patted his comrade on the shoulder and said, "Waiting here is the plan." Taking out a blue deep-sea essence sphere from his pocket, the guy prepared himself. A second later, they were inside a strange bubble. The guys were literally levitating in the air, falling down. Jean smiled and said that this thing would save them from the heat and high pressure, so there was no need to worry. They started looking around. The island was crumbling and they were climbing up. It took only a few seconds for the bubble to float to the surface where the ship was already waiting for them. Even Jin was a little scared of what kind of devilish craft it was in the first place. It looked as strange as possible. The strangest thing was that at the helm of the ship was none other than Yudahi Davushka, who was steering the ship as if she had been doing it all her life. Finally, Dajin has gotten this ship stuck in the middle of a glacier and now to the surface. In a previous life, no one sat on this ship because they thought it was just a stage set. But that's all changed now. It's worth recognizing that the girl is actually good for what I expected from such a tall player. The brother looked at the girl and said they seemed to be moving too fast. Maybe he should take the wheel. But the girl didn't listen to him. All she had in her head was the image of Jean saying she could never keep up with him. Then again, who needs him? She had another plan to get rid of that annoying pervert. Being inside this bubble, the boys were safe. Now they were moving the other way. The journey would take them about 3 days. In response to his comrade's surprise, Jin urged him not to sweat it, as everything would be fine. It would be better to take a break for now and rest a bit after all. There were enough impressions for today. Jin stretched. Still, with some hesitation in the voice, Drake agreed. There must be a lot of monsters in the sea because compared to it, the Great Dead will seem like a mass of monsters. The guy popped out of the bubble and began exploring the ocean floor, holding his breath for an incredibly long time. As he flew closer, he saw something else entirely. A monster so huge it didn't even fit in his field of vision. Song Seung-woo was a senior executive at YouTube's office in Korea and was now in the game room. The girl sitting behind the monitor turned around frightened and was very surprised to see the leader. The matter was very urgent and the man looked extremely agitated. He immediately asked what was the matter. It seems apparently Deadwater has decided to flood everyone with content once again. The man frowned. Also, the number of views on each episode was measured in the hundreds of thousands, and that's serious. Even the manager, being a seasoned expert in this field, was a bit surprised and even frightened. The man ran closer to the monitor to get a better look at it and couldn't believe it was even possible. Crazy it really was. The man couldn't believe what he saw. There was a giant skeleton and the sea devil are unique monsters. From just the names alone, blood boils. And besides, it appeared not only on YouTube, on other platforms too. Such content collects a lot of views. The manager realized at this point that they needed to keep this user on their site by any means necessary. This is a real gold mine. Exclusive contract. This is really what can save the situation, at least a pre-order contract. Finally reaching Jean in a frightened voice, he asked why he wasn't picking up the phone. Is he in the game now? Meanwhile, on the Evil Castle map, 2 knights were fighting each other. The elite commander was at the height of his powers. He was delivering pinpoint strikes to his opponent without leaving a chance. Meanwhile, Joseph, using his 2 shields, defended powerfully. His defense stance was inimitable. But the opponent was firmly confident in his victory. To give in so easily, he did not plan to smile on his face. The scraping of metal could be heard everywhere. The battle had reached its climax. Even though the speed was unbearable, the opponents managed to talk to each other. Joseph taunted his opponent. The man laughed. He himself would smear Joseph like a rag, not leaving him a chance at victory. A smile stretched across Joseph's face too. He sure talks a good game, but let's see how well he can fight. A second later, there was an explosion so strong that the earth shook. Storm even shook a little. Why is it so late in the afternoon? Isn't everyone already here? Why is it so noisy in here anyway? Joseph was fully confident in his victory. His opponent was lucky, so he will say only one thing. Let him think how to lose prettier. The rest of the team was simply terrified. They couldn't stay on their feet after such an onslaught. It was truly monstrous. An incomprehensible silhouette appeared amidst the huge flames. It was approaching swiftly like a beast. The audience held their breath. They did not expect that there would be something so grandiose. The excitement rose to the heavens. The commentator was even speechless at what was happening and was silent for a second. Even his studio was noisy. But he had to interrupt the broadcast for a while, for which he heartily apologized to the rest of us. Jean was so gorgeous that no one could take their eyes off him. There were explosions everywhere. Some said it would be the worst tournament in history, but it turned out to be the opposite. The commentator was really impressed. As soon as this player appeared on the stage, the audience immediately rose from their seats. They were shocked by this turn of events. The director was over the moon. He cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. The Demon King was the best player this season, and maybe even the world. He had over 24 eliminations. Jean was very pleased with his work. He had done a good job, so now you don't have to worry about anything. On the wide screen was a close-up of his stunning suit. People crowded around the TV and couldn't tear themselves away. YouTube's office manager was anxious. He directly had a very bad feeling about it. The man looked with trembling eyes at the Demon King. He was a true monster. No one could compare to him. He turned to the manager and ordered to invite Mr. Lee-san to meet him immediately. It was an urgent matter. Korean YouTube will be the team's main sponsor at the upcoming tournament. This was just awesome news. Looking at his phone, Jean cheered, great, they are hooked, so everything is going exactly according to his plan. Soon, he was already talking to the CEO of the company discussing future contracts. The matter was really serious. The director offered all possible services. Only the guy would agree to sign a contract with them. Upon learning about his client's conditions, the director agreed, lightning fast. He will immediately inform the team, and they will organize everything. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He said it's pretty simple. You just have to do a few things. Just need to create a YouTube dem team and put him in charge so it can be handled. After such statements, the director blanched. He almost swallowed his tongue. The terms were certainly stunning. He tried to find the words, but it was getting pretty bad. Jean was starting to get annoyed that he was even mumbling. The guy looked at his pod and realized that this director just couldn't be persuaded and would wait for a decision. Although he himself was well aware that at this point, YouTube and himself will soon create a professional league team. Sooner or later, it will happen. Now occurred the second round of the Major League host was tearing up. The event was truly world-class. First against each other will be the team K1 and Star 5, one of the strongest in their repertoire. The first to perform will be Joseph, and the number 3 ranked double-edged sword the opponents have already prepared. In the end, won Joseph, who managed to stay on his feet the longest he caught his opponent and reduced the health of the victor. In the second round, the team was already up against a steel bull. The god of battle was simply incredible. He smeared all his opponents one by one and soon gained a crushing victory. From rounds 1 through 5, all the opposing teams you've been on are really the highlight of tonight's show. Next up was Iron Tiger, also a pretty strong team. Second round. Performed Agent Ryu from the very beginning. The destruction of the enemy was his main goal. But Byung Gang, taking advantage of the wonders of his synchronization, was able to win with ease. Together with the Prodigy, they completely defeated the opposing team, leaving them no chance. After more than 4-hour rounds, the agent was completely exhausted and could fight no more. Victory was in his pocket. Guys hit with fists. In solidarity, it was a crushing victory. The god of battle continued to crush the opponents. He, along with Joseph, dealt with the others. The triumph was flawless. Jin stood and watched everything. Basically, everything happened just as he thought. These two were really professionals, nothing to be afraid of. Joseph's arrogance disappeared, and he must have thus demonstrated his skills, no longer relying on feelings. Meanwhile, the Prodigy got closer to the Demon King, taking Joseph's place. As the skills of the other players have grown significantly, they have decided to increase almost loads. And also the God of War, the incredible progress of which needs no comment at all. No one talks much, but the Demon King usually comes to the training ground and quietly drinks coffee without paying attention to anyone. The coach was so excited when the team's morale improved. He was incredibly proud. Walking up to Jean, he patted him on the shoulder like an old comrade and told him he was a real treasure. The team representing Korea was a real locomotive that was rushing forward without noticing any obstacles. And finally, the playoffs. The last team to face was the Mad Dogs. The first player was 4th grade master Kim Jong-un, a real monster using his magic. Before her stood the god of battle. He was already preparing to crush the next opponent. Without further ado, the girl sprayed her seeds and ordered them to grow. Now nothing could stop her. A thicket of poison ivy had sprung up around her again. The guy already knew this attack and understood how to proceed. He was even a little surprised that this lady fights with her plants. It's just about nothing. He would just burn them to the ground without leaving her a chance at victory. The guy released a jet of fire forward. The coach was watching from the stands. He was well aware that such a cheap trick wouldn't work on their favorite. But it turned out that the enemy stood alive and well, the fire didn't even touch their seeds. On the contrary, the plants even gained in strength. Now they looked like a real monster opening wide mouths. The guy already realized she only did it to avoid losing. It's a shame, though. The sorceress smirked. It's even funny, does he really think so? The girl headed forward. Meanwhile, Jin was walking through the hall and thinking the competition in the region is much lower than in other places, so everything should go smoothly. The god of battle continued the battle. He was at the peak of his powers and scorched all those thickets with righteous fire. Noticing her opponent's fury, the girl pulled back when she had gotten this far in a short period of time. The commentator saw it all perfectly. This witch was just an amazing fighter. Now even the god of battle sees her differently. The boy attacked again and again, trying to hit the hated sorceress, but the girl was too fast to keep up. He swung his fists around, shattering everything around him without even noticing that a wave of spells was coming at him. Looks like the guy got too caught up in the moment, and now he's got a barrage of lightning coming at him. He felt as if an electric current was passing through his body. The guy screamed in pain, but it was too late. Despite the unbearable pain in his body, he decided to continue the fight and swung his fist at the girl at the maximum distance. But the sorceress was faster. She cleverly moved out of the line of attack, and the guy's fist hit the ground. However, even an experienced mage like her couldn't help but notice that the opponent was resisting magic very strongly. Let him say his name and the girl would remember it well. Her voice sounded like she was really mocking. She fights without knowing the name of the enemy. She has no principles at all. But still, he introduced himself. Giving his name and getting into a fighting stance, he was starting to get tired of it. Aiming her strange gaze, the girl above prepared to make another swift strike. The trainer was just in shock. His favorite was as if stunned and he could no longer move, needed to stop immediately. The guy felt that he was in some strange space now, as if he couldn't move and was numb for a second. Taking advantage of her opponent's interference, the sorceress directed her full power at him from several spells. An explosion erupted. The battle god flew out of the capsule and coughed up blood. He felt as if his entire body was being pierced by an invisible spike. It was something completely new. Never before had he felt such a thing. The coach immediately ran up to him behind a worried face. The fighter didn't even realize what it was right away, but he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The commentator announced that the witch was defeating the god of battle. The guys looked with surprised eyes at the monitor. This girl appeared literally out of nowhere and was a real monster. She massacred her rivals with astonishing cruelty. Coach was really excited. It was something new he had never noticed before. She acted so easily and effortlessly as if it were a regular thing for her. Her opponents felt that her mana recovery was somehow too slow, but unfortunately there was nothing they could do about it. Meanwhile, while they were trying to come to their senses, predatory plants were attacking them one by one and destroying them. And so another opponent fell by her hand. It was truly an astounding property. This girl dealt with her enemies playfully. No one could not compete with her. Anyone who came across her was struck first by her charms and then by the plants. The mages had different classes. The commentator hurriedly explained the situation, seeing how excited everyone else was. It all depended on what book a character studied, and that was the turning point. Even the team leader couldn't hold back the onslaught of this monster in time. No matter how hard the guy tried, he couldn't even get close to this girl. She was always like a step ahead. And so charging up another of her spells, she prepared to finally destroy the pesky fly. A smile appeared on her face. The sorceress was already anticipating victory. No one could stop her. The coach, seeing that the last of his team didn't give up, realized that he should just crush the girl by force and make her retreat. Even she realized that the enemy's defense this time was too strong and even magic couldn't break through it. Joseph introduced himself and said that it was strange, of course, that she didn't know the number one in Korea. It's some kind of shame. Suddenly stopped just a few meters away from his opponent and froze in place. Most likely the same thing happened to him. The sorceress was surprised, and that's all he could do, and so many words were, there's no way she wouldn't even have fun. Poor Joseph felt as if his body had stopped obeying and he couldn't move a centimeter more. And in the next second, he felt an incredible force of a blow all over his body. The girl acted pinpoint. And then the last member of the team was defeated. The coach was horrified, but he blamed himself for it. Watching all this, Jean asked Joseph to hold on a little longer now. There was going to be a replacement. But the guy didn't seem to hear him. He kept waving his shields around in an attempt to fend off the attacks. The sorceress continued to taunt. She felt her superiority, and now she wanted to play a little game with her opponent. There was no other choice, and Joseph had to go for a substitute, as he had very little health left. Even the commentator couldn't help but notice that Korea's number one is an incredibly charismatic man. And so out of the portal came none other than Jean. Now he will deal with all this with his own hands. The sorceress froze in place. It seems she got a new toy. The girl already wanted to play with it properly. Smiling, she seemed to recognize the one standing in front of her. After the battle royal, she became a fan. But it seems the guy said he's not the Demon King, has a very big aversion to that persona. She was like a tumor in the gaming world before she had no ratings. But if you register, you can consider her to be something. She is now a professional player and used to be a programmer, but she decided to take up cybersports. She thought that anyone could destroy their opponents just by blowing them up, so she shouldn't have been surprised. She had a nickname to match her style. Nuke Girl just tore apart her opponents. A dozen years later, she got such an appalling reputation for her actions that she was put on the wanted list. Just the next day, Jean lost all the money he had invested and went bankrupt. Her crimes caused everyone a huge loss. But even that wasn't a problem. Jean couldn't forgive the girl who had derailed his favorite game. At this point, she was simply furious. Her opponent didn't even realize how she had massacred the others. With a lightning-quick dash, she was behind the guy's back and was already preparing her lightning attack to finish the battle. It was the maximum power she had. The girl wanted to just dissolve her opponent. But Jin, for some reason, stood still and did not even think to move aside, although a huge fist was already flying at him. At the last moment, the sorceress noticed that her opponent had dodged the attack with some amazing ease and moved away. Moreover, he returned all the damage to her. The girl felt as if her body was being torn apart. She couldn't even realize what had happened. Jin approached her so quickly and punched her in the nose that there was a crunch of bones that seemed to break her nose. The guy was much faster than her, and now had an undeniable advantage in the fight. There was a real look of disgust on his face. Seriously, it was even a little boring. He was expecting something else. The sorceress couldn't understand how he could avoid her attack, and why magic didn't work on him is nonsense. Again, she tried to apply her dream, but it didn't seem to be working even now. Sure, the guy felt the impact, but it wasn't strong enough to sink him into stars. Let him not even try. If this arrogant type won't give in, then the girl will act directly. Gathering all her mana, she directed all her plants at him, then she would just devour him without leaving a trace. But even to that, Jin had something to answer. He just started setting the ground around him on fire, sizzling everything around him. The sorceress was delighted, it seems, and this opponent didn't realize that her plant wasn't on fire, so now she would just take it and destroy it. The god of battle, who had been standing on the podium all this time, noticed that his comrade was just burning everything around him and was glad that Jin was able to do so. But the witch wondered how it was possible. She thought that her plants could not be influenced by fire, but it was not so. Jin even started to get a little bored. Just don't let her say she showed up to the big leagues with just that. It's a shame after all. The incredible power of the Demon King shocked everyone around the commentator. Let his eyes bulge with surprise. He didn't expect there would be something so grandiose. The stands erupted into screams. Spectators were simply delighted. They have always considered the King of Demons their favorite, and he once again confirmed this. The second team stood in the stands and watched the Demon King simply destroy the opponent. One of the guys was holding a cup of coffee with trembling hands. He said that the Demon King himself had given it to him. The boy at first didn't even realize what they wanted him to do. Did he have to throw it away? But no, Gene smiled simply, asking to support some of his coffee while he sorted something out. Then, with a wave of his cloak, he went somewhere, leaving the boy in utter bewilderment. The comrades standing nearby rolled their eyes in surprise. He could not believe that the Demon King himself honored them with such a presence. Meanwhile, Gene had just warmed up. He had already gotten a taste of victory, and now had no plans to back down. The clock was ticking. There was another fighter who had decided to avenge his captain, and was already bringing a heavy axe down on the guy's head. The Demon King reacted almost lightning fast and grabbed his opponent's horn. Then followed from behind. The man didn't even manage to react properly. He just passed out. The next one was an enemy more like a mole or a cat with huge, long claws. This man was burrowing into the ground with incredible speed, and it was very difficult to track his movement. The enemy was moving very fast, so he had to react accordingly. But not to mess with his head, the Demon King just started burning all the land around without giving a pass. Bang Chulhai was more like a tank he was betting on his armor, but it didn't work. The Demon King deftly dispensed with his thick armor. In a second, it was over. Next was a girl who could create a lot of clones. This one would be a pain. Even being in front of her worst enemy, she expressed her admiration. Could she really see the Demon King? She even got a little pity at one point. The girl was very polite and more like a little sister. But it was deceptive. Only a fraction of a second passed before she began creating dozens of copies of herself. Now, distinguishing where it was real was a bit difficult. God of Battle came to be horrified, and how to even distinguish between them now. Normally, you can only create 2 clones. How come the principal tensed up even more? This girl was able to create a dozen of them, and now to distinguish where the original was almost unreal. All the clones could attack at the same time, which the girl did, and now there were explosions everywhere. Even for Jin, it became a bit of a problem. If he was dumb, he would surely go to the other side. The opponent looked at him with a smiling look. She felt her superiority. This was a battle of real proportions. Due to his speed, Jin instantly approached the girl and dealt a lot of damage. Already several clones had fallen to the ground. It didn't take a second for the guy to find the real girl among the clones with the ease of a magician. Now she's doubled their number, hoping to hide somehow, but it's not working very well. Even now, under this condition, Jin easily found the original and grasped the head of the girl. The unfortunate only had time to scream. Then she received a powerful blow and flew aside. Even for her, it was too much. Now she was starting to get really angry, since this was how she would show her opponent her crowning number. The girl created a dozen clones that immediately surrounded Jin and began preparing their powerful attack. Even if she loses all her strength in this battle, she will definitely avenge her sister. The commentator was ready to go crazy. He was watching all this from the stand, but he could feel how the situation was heating up even here. But it was all useless. Jin's skill surpassed the opponent by several times, let him not even try. He used the mana burner he got after defeating the jellyfish, so the clones were useless. After a second, he approached the original and brought his powerful fist. Now he would definitely destroy her. The coach standing in the stands was simply delighted. He had never been so happy. The duration of the fight was less than 10 minutes. As soon as Jin climbed out of his pod, he was greeted with applause. It was indeed a triumph. Thanks to the fact that he was able to win now, you can relax and concentrate on the Dead Water quest for a while, forgetting about the tournaments. The big bug took a colossal amount of damage to itself right in the head and immediately collapsed to the ground, breathless. In the next was a worm. It was an elite Wadudu fighter. Opening its round mouth, it moved straight towards its victim. There were quite a few insects here, but Jin easily dealt with them as if they were toys. The guy prepared a sharp blade for the next attack. He understood the structure of these monsters. In fact, there was a parasite inside them. The guy prepared a sharp blade for the next attack. He understood the structure of these monsters. In fact, there was a parasite inside them. Soon there was no trace of the monsters, only burned bodies lying on the earth. Now it's time to head for the nest. The guy rushed forward with a smile shining on his face. After running a few dozen meters, he stopped near a large egg covered with a shell. It was a nest. In his memories, the queen was an elite monster. She led an army of these insects. Pulling back the stalks, the boy approached the center of the nest, squeezing through the shell. Unfortunately, it was empty. The Zodiac had already destroyed the queen, and it takes a long time to regenerate her. Instead of the big queen, there was a young one named Judiapa. She was in some sort of egg in which she was perfectly safe. It seems we should call her Baby. Jean walked over and smiled. It seems everything is going according to plan. Unfortunately, Zodiac got ahead of him, and before he went to the Hall of Evil, he came here and got the queen's necklace. But a triumphant smile appeared on Jean's face. Zodiac took the real pacifier. Now Jean would get the truest treasure. The little girl leaned against her bubble on the inside, and her face flattened amusingly. Unfortunately, this girl had a rank F. Could she really be that weak? Even the weakest assassin had a rank higher. Suddenly, the queen's eyes lit up. She released her spores, which immediately penetrated Jin's body. The attempt to make Jin his servant failed, and the guy laughed. It was even funny. On the other hand, the girl looked cute. She seems angry or offended, but the queen's will is stronger than expected. She tries her best. Jin laughed, a good-natured laugh again. It was useless, but it looked extremely cute. Still soon, this babe succeeded in infecting Jin with her spores, and he got a nickname. It was a real shock. Jin screamed, why on earth would he be her pet, since it should be the other way around? But the little queen just smiled small and looked at her new pet peeve. On the other hand, the feature was a good one, except that Jin didn't understand what it took to make it finally hatch. On the other hand, why wait so long when the world may split in two? The future may come sooner than one thinks. Meanwhile, the queen was already exhausted and had fallen asleep, and now she looked even lovelier. While in his office, Yu Chang asked about one guild, what they would even do with it, but no one answered him. But his sister didn't seem to be paying any attention at all. She was hiding under some blanket with mushrooms and muttering something to herself. The guy realized it's hard to live with such a fan. There was a time when she was chasing idols, and now what? The girl swung the glass of Coke at him and threw it at him. The look was depressing, to say the least. She lost her voice after going to the main stadium there. She coughed up blood. Her ligaments took a lot of damage. And now poor thing was lying in her bed and did not know what to do, nothing at all. She just wanted to go to sleep forever. She couldn't get the Demon King out of her head, who was so high up that it was almost impossible to reach him. And besides, when she talked to him in the car, maybe the king thought she was a loser for making such an order. Her brother was trying to cheer her up. He suggested that maybe she should have a fan meeting to get her mind off things. After a bit of thinking, Nuna poked her nose out from under the blanket and looked at her brother. This idea seemed good to her. Then the girl jumped out of her hiding place and got out of bed with a scream. Really, it was a great idea, brother. Even got scared. Moreover, they will have an open official fan meeting. It will be the best option. If she didn't do it, she wouldn't meet the Demon King. It was her last chance. My brother thought he should just keep quiet. Meanwhile, Jin was standing in front of a large building and was in thought fan. The meeting was going to take place any minute now. We'd have to observe them politely and strategically. There were a lot of people there, many of whom Jin didn't know. The guy when just walked into the hall, then immediately subjected to the powerful attention of the audience, all looked at him. Besides, there were a lot of girls there. The vast majority of the guy was even a little embarrassed. Dahipod moved closer and asked if the king was surprised, and immediately invited him to come closer. Of course, Jean didn't want so much attention on him, but he asked to be taken care of. The girl smiled a friendly smile and nodded her head she would do her best. Raising her hand in the air, she shouted to the whole room that today their dear guest had arrived, so it was time to rock. At the DJ desk sat a man spinning discs. He was responsible for the soundtrack. Acting as host, Nuna said that everyone would eventually receive souvenirs signed by the demons. The fans immediately screamed with delight. Finally, they have waited for their idol, and now they can truly interact with him. But the girl urged everyone else to calm down and not to make the Demon King uncomfortable, otherwise it would be difficult. Jin continued to be silent. Everyone began to give out gifts and all sorts of souvenirs. Girls were happy more they didn't need anything at all. The three musketeers sat and discussed the time they chased dead water, but still failed. The others also confirmed that this pervert is very annoying. And where did he come from? Eventually, everyone around him started discussing dead water. He seems to have become the enemy, and Jin heard it all perfectly well. The guy was standing next to a glass of drink as suddenly he was approached and asked what he thought about it. We had to agree that this pervert should be taught a lesson, and pointed out in his place. All the others happily agreed. Yu Da suddenly appeared on stage. She was ready to sing in her playful character, so everyone get ready. Jin, who was watching this, choked on his drink. He didn't expect something like this to happen and was stunned. It was really her game image, so it looked completely different in the case. The girl continued to sing, and everyone admired her beauty. She was really irresistible this evening. Everyone thought that she would become a celebrity because with such vocal and visual data, it was just her destiny. At the end of her speech, Nuna thanked everyone for their attention and said that they will always support them, and finally shouted that now they needed to destroy the dead water. The girl became furious again. Jean stood behind her and only chuckled at the restlessness of what she was up to. In the end, the girl managed to talk to the Demon King himself. She said that she was able to catch up with the dead water only thanks to the eye of the snow goose. In his repertoire, Jean twisted the words and it ended up snowing the eyes off that goose. The girl laughed. It was really funny she was standing next to the Demon King himself, who was joking. Still, Jin couldn't help but praise her. She was really good for organizing this whole meeting. Dahipoto stepped forward and said that she actually took the demons to the school for personal reasons. A surprised Jin interjected that it was really originally her guild, wasn't it? But since they are fans of the Demon King, yes, and Nuna what to say too, now she is just a fan. Jin nodded his head. Okay, if so, but inside himself, the guy realized that this girl held something more behind her. It was a strange feeling. In just a year, she had become much brighter than she had been in a dozen years in her previous life. Sitting in the cab, the guy was thinking now, she's like an annoying little sister to him. It's even amusing. Back in the game, he immediately started mopping up the dungeon and was already dealing with monsters. The other players' mouths dropped open in surprise as they saw such speed and agility for the first time. The boys were frightened. There was none other than dead water in front of them. Does he really want to grab them? One of the men seemed to recognize the dead water and wanted to say something, but not before his head flew off his shoulders. The other members of his team were simply horrified. Their comrade went to the other world almost instantly. A few hours later, a video appeared on the internet where a strange monster attacks players and hides in a dense forest. Many kilometers away, Zodiac was in the desert and contemplating a future plan of action. He leaned against the car from the trunk of the car, which was filled with pleas for help. Apparently, the assassin had already grabbed someone. Twirling the screwdriver more like a bayonet in his hands, Zodiac asked his captive what he even knew. In a trembling voice, the man replied that this person Zodiac was looking for seemed to be from Korea. The man hesitated. Opening the trunk with a smile on his face, said he believed him, and now let him take no offense, and pulled out a screwdriver. It was all over. Once seated in the car, he began scrolling through the news feed looking for the very person the internet was filled with. As luck would have it, there wasn't a lot of information, but one word came up with a funny thought. His name was Dead Water. It was indeed Jin who was in the video, attacking players and hiding in the woods like a shadow. After that, the Zodiac even cheered up a little. This kid's funnier than he thought he was. Another reason to go to Korea, the man shifted gears and pushed the pedal to the floor. The car jerked and drove off into the sunset. Meanwhile, in the game, a team of several players were clearing another dungeon. They were about to turn around, but they were stopped. The team commander sent forward the weakest player. He looked weak, but that's even better. At first, the guy tried to refuse, but he was forced to, because he is the most inexperienced of them, so don't let him show off. Suddenly, a strange shadow in the forest appeared from somewhere and started approaching. The guys all froze in place. But the commander was calm. If this stranger stepped on the water, he would be eaten by a crocodile, and they would leave and take his loot. But to their great surprise, the stranger deftly dealt with the monster. He was moving with incredible speed. Only a few seconds had passed since Jin jumped into its jaws and the crocodile shattered into various pieces. The players opened their mouths in surprise. They didn't even know what to say. This man was incredibly fast and strong. Before the boys could realize it, dead water was right behind them. Two players lost their lives almost instantly as their lifeless bodies fell to the ground. The only one left was the very nub they wanted to send. The first guy shouted and waved his arms. Jin was approaching them with an inexorable speed, already extending his arm. But suddenly there was a loud, deafening sound like an explosion. The unfortunate guy fell to the ground, frightened. It's not hard to guess who it was. A familiar axe stabbed into the ground. Jean stopped for a second. In front of him stood Nuna with her school of demons. The girl was ready to destroy him at the same second. She'd assumed dead water was generally unscrupulous, but to be so unscrupulous was too much. The clone changed his whole body, covered with some scales. The guy became completely gray, and his eyes began to glow with rage. Meanwhile, the Demon King in full uniform was preparing to attack. We'll need to stand up for the weak. Turns out it was all fake. Jean decided to catch this monster who thought he was him. Before that, the player thought about logging in from the dead water account and explaining everything, and then destroying him. This will clear up any misunderstandings and smooth things over. The plan was perfect. All that's left is to do the right thing, and your reputation will soar even higher. There could be no mistake. The guy had thought of everything perfectly, and now all that was left was to straighten out this failed experiment. Unfortunately, things didn't go quite according to plan. The very players who were attacked by the dead water clone were the first to rush into battle. The imposter waited for someone to attack him. He felt his superiority over ordinary people. The players were horrified when the monster lifted up the ground and began throwing it around like a toy. Indeed, it was an incredible force. Clone looked terrifying. He was all charcoal-colored and ran straight at the others, displaying a blade. Having dealt with several players in a couple of seconds, he approached the last one and had already drawn his blade for the final blow. Luckily, Nuna appeared just in time and swooped down on the dead water clone, swinging her axe. There was a clang of metal as they clashed in a fight, and now none of their rivals would back down. Stopping the axe with one hand, Rancid Water took the blade out of his pocket and already prepared to destroy the annoying girl. But Jin was already prepared. His attack is different from an axe, so he would easily deal with it now. Throwing the enemy into the swamp, the guy stopped. If he didn't resurface, then he was definitely up to something. We should be ready. He ordered the others to move at least a kilometer away from the place everyone stirred. Jin was going to use the vortex. The guy had accumulated enough energy and transferred it to the water. A second later, a real tornado emerged from there. Destroying everything in its path. With the help of this, the king hoped to lure the monster out. Putting his hand up, Jim added more power to his tornado, and the rotten water was right there. After the deafening explosion, all the other players came to terror. They didn't expect the Demon King himself to be here, standing on the big to me. Jean looked down from above at how the ground was churning. Finally, he had succeeded in destroying that zero. The whirlwind and earthquake worked exactly as needed. The guy rejoiced. His plan was just flawless. The ordinary players were shocked to the core. Even the swamp evaporated after such a powerful blow. Could it really be possible? Unfortunately, Rotten Water was still alive, with his upper body using only his arms to crawl forward like a zombie. Looking up, noticed the Zodiac. But what was he even doing here? Assassin was in good spirits. Nuna, who was standing next to him, also noticed the criminal and tensed up. Jin tensed his body and prepared for battle, but he didn't expect to see Zodiac here. Zodiac sighed heavily. It looked like he had only destroyed the clone. It was already kind of boring. Why did this happen? Well then, let them have their fun. The man waved his hand and was about to leave, but he was stopped. The Demon King looked at him with a fierce look and said that he could come whenever he wanted, but not leave. Zodiac replied that it was not in his best interest. He was now looking for Korean rankers to hunt them. The man's face changed beyond recognition. At that second, Jin realized that things were worse than they seemed at first glance, because this was a real monster. Events from the past came flooding back again, as the Zodiac was roaming all over Asia at this very time and preying on players. This incident was so shocking and resonant that even after a decade and a half, everyone remembered it. Since that's the case, the Demon King said he can't just back off and leave it at that. Zodiac didn't seem to take it seriously. He's been putting up with it long enough, so stop screwing around. The man created several dozen blades around himself and began to alternately launch them at his opponent. But by some miracle, they were reflected. When he got close enough to the enemy, Jin struck first. Zodiac blocked the attack. After Jin hit him as hard as he could, Zodiac saw his health drop in just one hit. Who the hell is he anyway? Somehow even Strange Guy was surprised doesn't Zodiac never watched YouTube and doesn't know who is standing in front of him. Even funny. Grudgingly, Assassin said that he thought dead water would be his only problem, but it wasn't. After a second, he took out a huge rat-catcher's flute from his inventory and started blowing into it, and a loud cutting sound was heard. Crocodiles that had previously lived at the bottom of the swamp began to surface one by one and attack unsuspecting players. They had a numerical advantage of 2 players per monster, so it was possible to win. Dahikrika, who was leading her squad, told the Demon King that she would take care of the crocodiles. So you don't have to worry. But it was much worse than that. Those crocodiles that had been destroyed began to rise up. Zodiac spoke some kind of spell. He had the diary of the Great King of Darkness in his hands and could now use the ability of necromancy. Another huge crocodile, much bigger than the others, began to rise from the swamp, looking more like a dinosaur. Smiling again with his hideous smile, said that in the end, it turned out that Korea has a lot of talent. Problems appeared one after another. If Jin had been in the form of dead water, he would have taken him down in 2 moves. Smiling Zodiac said that he remembered him and would avenge today's incident, so let him not relax. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Nuna appeared literally out of nowhere and swung her axe, hitting her opponent right in the head. And where he was going, the girl was not going to let him go so easily and destroyed him in just 1 blow. Zodiac's head separated from his body and like a soccer ball bounced on the hard ground. Everyone froze for a second. Satisfied with her result, the girl showed a thumbs up and smiled broadly. She then said that she was familiar with this man. She and had previously encountered him in the castle of evil. Jin remembered that very well, too. The only question is, where is the stale water? He should also have been resurrected after using the necromancy spell. The monster on a crocodile had escaped from the depths of the underworld, and now he looked very different. Jin realized that they would have to take him down before he could attack anyone. With so many opponents, they wouldn't be able to cope. All the other people were horrified to see a clone of dead water spitting at once into the waterfall and hiding in the thicker water. Standing in his seat, the Demon King pondered. This was an overly brazen gesture. One day he would come back even stronger. So this is already a problem. There was another thought in my mind. Zodiac had promised to return, and that too was complicated by another strong opponent. Soon, Zodiac would definitely launch an attack on the Korean players. This thought did not leave the Demon King's mind. Sitting at his computer desk, Jin saw that the dead water account had received compensation from the victims, and the last round of the league was finally coming up. In front of us stood a chubby man with a nasty face. His name was Kang Young Deok, one of those YouTubers who didn't get popular. The man was an incredibly nasty type who was always sniffing around and could set anyone up. Meanwhile, the team members were preparing for battle, and here was the first opponent. Against him stood Joseph, who had also decided to go first as team captain, holding a shield in his hands. But there was one thing about Storm when he got into a fight with a player from a neighboring team. Young Deok, besides all this, personally saw the Demon King enter there. Man peeked it while hiding behind a corner. The passions inside are much stronger than the water in the pot. That's why it's better not to go there, but it's interesting. But it wasn't for this character. The man was willing to sacrifice his reputation in order to get good content. He opened the door and excitedly started shouting the final round of the league was about to start, so this was something that couldn't be missed. Lee Jin-ho looked extremely confused. The guy got a letter. It was addressed to him. There was praise. Jin stood beside him and looked straight into his eyes. The guy was much shorter than his interlocutor, so it looked a little strange. Seeing an autograph from the King of Demons himself, professional player, almost cried on the spot. It was the greatest honor. Jin wished him luck and told him to do a good job, to which the guy replied that he would keep it for the rest of his life. Yang-ho, in turn, he stood and watched the line of people there to get the autograph of such a celebrity. Also, other players were handing out on mercs for people to line up and wait for their time. Young Deok became furious. He didn't expect this at all after the Demon King appeared. There was going to be bloodshed here. Well, if that's the case, he'll make a fuss himself. The man was about to start a public disturbance when suddenly someone grabbed him. 2 policemen of enormous stature grew up behind him, and they were almost twice as big as this journalist. The polite policeman escorted the shouting fat man out with an effort. The director looked at him askance. Jae-young walked into the room where the Demon King was and called out to the boy who needed to talk to Jin, looked away for a second. The thing was, the order came from above. They demanded that the next fight be more entertaining to boost ratings. What Jin had heard, he really didn't like him having a circus in the arena, or that it even sounded ridiculous. It was a professional league. The guy came in furious. These arrogant sponsors only look at the result. They constantly dislike something. Take Lee Jun-ho when he was in his prime. Korea didn't give pro players the attention they deserved, so they lost a rising star. It's all because the upper management is always focused on results. They don't care about anything at all. It's not just when talented players leave them for more promising teams and sponsors that these people start to take their heads. At this moment, Jin realized that the Korean Professional Players League needed a kind of indestructible symbol. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy still agreed. Well, he will play the role of the monkey, but only once. The director perked up. Keep thinking to yourself. Jin frowned at the manager's attempt to bend him. Quite understandably, they need a show. Well, they'll get it. Ryu Yo-won, Lord of Heaven and Earth, was just furious at what his manager told him. His teammates visibly tensed up. You can't piss this man off or you'll get in a lot of trouble. The man was just furious and ready to destroy anyone. These people do not even understand anything in the games and dare to say something to him. In the first round, he really had a feeling that they would lose to this Demon King. But on the other hand, the Mad Dog's test was successful. He crushed an opponent he had previously had a draw with. Hearing about the duration of the round of 10 minutes, the Overlord smiled. Yes, they will smash him in a minute. The team was extremely determined, all credit to the captain who had enraged the others with his fury. Meanwhile, Jin was giving a press conference saying that it would take him less than 10 minutes to take down his opponents. The guy was totally confident in his abilities and thought he had 8 minutes to wrap things up and make a good show. He said he would go to the pod and showed 2 fingers up in a sign of reconciliation. The guy was ready. The audience was excited. They were anticipating that they were about to see a real Demon King show. But the captain of the opposing team was furious with his opponent. He wanted to crush him. The manager was pleased he'd just asked Jin to do the show, but the Demon King was in his repertoire. Even the commentator was delighted. That was the real spirit. High League final round. Immersing himself in the game, Jin found himself on a map impenetrable. Debris everywhere were plants more like vines. Skills like whirlwind and earthquake won't be much use here, so you need to fine-tune your strategy. His first opponent was a girl named Park Bo-young who had no rank but still participated in the game. Jin activated. Indeed, he recognized her girl had not become an idol yet, but it was her meta. She straightened her fingers. On one of them was a ring, flashed a bright light. The girl smiled. The entire space around him was flooded with a bright beam of light. Jin was still standing where he was, and doing nothing. The thing was that the opponent's body was shrinking, but the attack and defense rates didn't decrease proportionally. With his hands in front of him, he used Vortex and Earthquake to lure the girl out. Well, to put it mildly, it was useless. Puck stood in the thicket and was perfectly safe. She only laughed at her rival. Jin realized it himself. Looks like the girl didn't take any damage at all. She must be hiding somewhere. Game over. But it wasn't that simple. Poor thing felt the vortex intensifying. Although the earthquake was over, she didn't understand anything. Finally, it was over. The girl flew into the air and the battle was over. It took a little less than a minute to complete. Next in line was O'Day Sick Fatty, who looked more like a barrel than a person. However, the commentators were not convinced that this player would even last a minute. Sure, he was good, but not as good as the Demon King. Guy pulled a Book of Annihilation backwards from his pocket and summoned several monsters. In other words, it was necromancy. Skeletons began to rise from the ground. Everywhere the cracking of bones could be heard. Gene stood in his place, as calm as usual. No one could figure out where the bodies of these monsters came from. They weren't here just now, but that was the magic. The fat man smiled and said that this still wasn't the end. There was one more feature he would show. This was a world of reverse speed monsters so enlarged that they almost obscured the sky. Jin still didn't budge. In the stands, the guy spotted the manager of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. It seems this man had calculated everything quite clearly. But that wasn't enough either. With one deft blow, Jin crushed one monster after another and a crunch was heard. Soon, all the undead were destroyed. The guy felt his superiority. And from this, he became good at heart. It was the Graveyard Keeper ability. He got it when he was on the island and fighting big skeletons. Another blow, and the other half of the undead went to the other world again. Jin dealt with them as if they were toys with bones and skulls flying everywhere. The sight was mesmerizing. Next, in a few big jumps, he approached his opponent. The fat man stood frightened as if it were oil. In a second, the fight was over. The stands in the lore well with excitement here gathered a lot of spectators who were waiting for the spectacle, and they got it. In the next was Choi Moo-hyung, a man in a green suit more like a jumpsuit. Seeing his future opponent, John was transfixed. For the first time he had seen this particular athame. Interestingly enough, the enemy smiled with a curve of his lips and began to use a spell, spilling sand out of the bag. He transformed into a storm that began to approach Jin at a rapid speed. What the guy saw in front of him threw him into a real shock. The snake and his own snake stood before his eyes. But what was he even doing here? The Zodiac had a tablet in his hands that was showing the live broadcast of the final league, and his soft laughter was heard. That was quite a sight. He'll have fun just in time. The software installation was complete, and the guy could get one step closer to his goal. Man walked over to the capsule. Ended up guessing whether to wait for the perfect time to show up and let them have fun playing dolls or not. Meanwhile, Moo-hyung continued to attack. The man was triumphant. He had a real pet monster that could destroy anyone. Sitting in his booth, the commentator kept talking. If you think they've never seen a demon king fight a monster. And so the monstrous serpent opened its wide mouth where a pillar of fire immediately formed. Smiling, the bespectacled man ordered his serpent to move forward so he could finally devour this hated demon king. Sitting in his suit, Jin was even a little upset. Seriously, he thought he could be defeated by something like this. The serpent spat out an energy wave from its mouth. The demon king bounced aside in time. Whirlwind and earthquake were handy, but they are on recharge. Either way, worry about nothing. Time is on his side, so you can even play around a bit. When he saw that his opponent did not want to go to the other world, the man gathered air in his chest and puffed up his cheeks. He let out a huge jet of air from his mouth, headed straight for the abyss of fire. He almost choked to death trying so hard, but it was worth it. He wanted to destroy the enemy once and for all. All around, covered in flames burning, the Demon King stood and waited for the right moment. Suddenly, the serpent attacked its own master. It opened its wide mouth and in one fell swallowed the man before he could even say anything. The Lord of Heaven and Earth looked at all of this with bulging eyes and raised one eyebrow at what this was even about. In turn, his manager realized that he had miscalculated and wanted to fall to the ground in fear and shame. After a second, the next opponent was Iron Man, a huge steel golem with a horn on his head. A girl's friendly face peeked out from there, and it was Cho Hyun. Ah, the golem creator and genius mechanic. Jin was already ready for that, too. He ordered his opponent to attack at last. The girl, without giving it much thought, pointed her Iron Man straight at Jin's fist, flying into its target. Seeing that the enemy is trying to destroy the device, Cho Hyun smiled. It does not burn in fire and does not sink in water. Now it is clear why it is so strong. Putting his foot forward, Golem opened the flap. There were many sharp spikes. The girl sat down at the monster's control station and started the transformation, now unable to. The Golem changed his entire body, covered in sharp spikes and saws. He looked truly like a fighting machine. Bouncing back to the side, Jin regrouped. The situation was heating up. It seems this chick is not so simple. She yelled for the enemy to run as far as he could, but he wouldn't get away, and he couldn't stop her. But things were very different. Jin accelerated to monstrous speeds, creating a vortex around the robot. The next feature of his boots was a fiery step that set the ground around him on fire. Smiling, Hyun-ah said that it was useless. Her golem is resistant to fire and any physical damage. That's certainly understandable. Jin smirked through his golem mask steady. What about the girl herself? It was his brilliant plan. The temperature was increasing with every second, and the golem's hull was starting to glow. Now the girl realized what was wrong. But it was too late. She was unbearably hot. I had to open the lid to let in fresh air. Otherwise, she'd be dead before her time. And this was the moment Jin took advantage of as he approached his opponent and prepared a powerful punch. A scraping of metal was heard as the guy hit exactly the target. Hyun-ah opened her mouth and screamed. Her golem was cracking at the seams. Eventually, the hull still couldn't take a direct hit to a vulnerable part and began to fall apart. The manager was ready to tear his hair out, 3 out in less than 10 minutes. That's a real letdown. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard in his hidden earpiece that urged his calmness. To destroy so many players in such a time is impossible. The interlocutor on the other end of the line was smiling. It was only possible with a new meta, so let her not worry. 2 commentators announced that the last member of the team, Ryu Yo-wan, aka Captain Heaven and Earth, was coming on stage. For a second, everyone else stopped. The commentators saw something that made their hearts beat faster. What kind of species is this in general? Jin also stopped. The guy didn't expect the next opponent to be this size. The host presented the microphone to his mouth, calmed down, and announced the next contestant. They would engage in a decisive battle, Lord of Heaven and Earth. Ryu was a different guy now. He looked like a real cyborg and wore armor made of the strongest metal. Jin wondered as far back as he could remember. This man was overconfident. He was called the Destroyer of Leaders. This man had dealt with the most dangerous players in the world, even though they might be superior to him. But still, it didn't even surprise Jin. The guy realized that his opponent was in deep defense and unlikely to be able to move quickly. The only thing I wondered was what had gotten him this far. Jin was still standing in his seat getting ready. In turn, the Lord of Heaven and Earth thought that his opponent was dumbfounded from nerves and laughed. But suddenly the Demon Lord raised his hand up and said that he would only need 1 minute to finish. The presenter almost swallowed the microphone from astonishment. What it is really going on? 1 minute, it is a duel. After being so cocky, Ryu bowed his head. Did his opponent really have that much confidence? But the guy doesn't fall for such tricks. Did the Demon King think that he would lose the will in his victory? After such words, the man shrank back. Sighing heavily, Jin said that he was so moved by this sincerity that he decided to show and his will to win. So let him not be offended. He put 2 fists forward and began charging his gloves of energy. In a couple more seconds, and the man would strike. The necessary limit was reached, and the Demon King snapped out of his seat. He sprang at his opponent and brought his fist up. Poor Ryu thought he was about to break in half. So strong was the onslaught, even his spacesuit could hardly withstand it. The seated commentators began to talk among themselves. They could not even guess who would win. Both rivals had strong points. Suddenly, a couple seconds before the end of the battle, something unimaginable happened. The game suddenly froze. The spectators were stunned by the surprise, and the stands fell silent, although a second ago there was an unimaginable roar. Just a few seconds before the Demon King strikes, his opponent just picked up and left the game. The manager of the King of Heaven and Earth was tearing his hair out. He wanted to be anywhere else but here. Strange thing is, no problems with the pods both players had, so it looks like the opponent went out on his own. The manager rushed toward his client's capsule. His hurried footsteps were heard. As soon as the man approached the machine, he immediately opened the lid to check what was wrong with this guy. As soon as the capsule opened, everything became clear. Ryu was barely breathing. He was so scared he couldn't say a word. "It's bad," the manager starts yelling to wake the player up. But it was all useless. The poor guy was so frightened that instead of words, only a scream came out of his mouth. Joseph, who was standing next to him, realized that this scream was very familiar to him and that he still dreamed about it at night. Nothing mattered before one single emotion: fear, and now this fear had completely taken over the player's body. He was simply thrown away. Joseph only watched as the unfortunate player was carried away on a stretcher to the hospital. He had a massive nervous breakdown. We can now consider that the fight is over. Joseph easily began to clap his hands, all the others followed suit. He cried and thanked all the gods. He knew it was the greatest victory of his career. The Demon King raised his hand forward like a general. He was on a horse, won absolutely all the matches without a single difficulty. Around the world, all the other players welcomed their favorite. The Demon King was now their national hero. Summarizing the results of the competition, in second place was the John G. Paiwang team. They jumped in their seat and cheered. In third place were the Mad Dogs, although it could not be said that they were satisfied with their result. And of course, in first place is the shining favorite of today's K1 tournament with an absolutely deserved win. The Royal Star Award goes to the Demon King. No doubt he was given a small cup. But that wasn't the end of it. Only the Asian Champions League has passed. And then the World Cup. The commentator had a sparkling smile on his face and was incredibly happy to see something so grandiose. The joy was short-lived. Suddenly the earth shook underfoot and people tensed up. It felt like an earthquake was starting. Jean also got excited that it could be someone was so huge or strong that they could create a real earthquake. From the nearby bushes appeared an incredibly sized monster with large fangs and horns similar to the demon as well, present. Here the people came in terror. They screamed in fear. This was the one they feared the most. Following this huge demon, a few dozen more monsters showed up, but didn't the organizers worry about the monster next to it? It soon became clear whose handiwork it was that the Zodiac was the culprit of the celebration. The man smiled. Of course, he said it's scandalous to destroy players, but he can't help himself, so he'll have to. With a wave of his hand, the man greeted everyone and asked if anyone else had seen him before or not. People came in confused. Is it possible for regular players to participate in closed beta testing, but was it even? Dae-ik, who was standing somewhere in the crowd, recognized the man and gritted his teeth. He had met him before in the Castle of Evil. Either way, he had to be destroyed, and all the players present rushed at the one and only Zodiac. The man pulled out huge claws that seemed to have gotten even bigger since last time. Great. Now he's going to have a lot of fun. He eliminated players one by one with extreme ferocity. No one present could compete with him. Everyone was confused if this was not a simple wizard summoning monsters, how he even fights in close combat. But no sooner had the unfortunate people finished their thoughts than they went to the other world with astonishing speed. When he heard that there was no one here because the beta was closed, Zodiac was upset. He had heard that there should be a Korean professional player here. On the other hand, if they are not here, then let them all be sent to the other world. The man pulled out a necromancy book. A smile stretched on his face. He was going to burn absolutely everyone in the area. The fire was consuming all the space around it. When the Demon King came into his sight, Zodiac cheered up, but finally he'd been looking for him for so long he was tired. Several ranked players have already gone to the other world. They just burned like trees. Another problem was that the monsters were getting bigger and bigger each time, and it was difficult to contain them. Through his arms, Zodiac spread his arms. He was so stubborn he just couldn't afford to miss today's ceremony, so he came uninvited. Energizing the gauntlet, the Demon King prepared to put an end to this monster once and for all. Beneath his feet, Zodiac suddenly felt something like an earthquake, somehow strange it seemed. In one easy movement, he jumped off the high cliff like a bird and flew down. He had a very interesting ability called stepping on Lego. It was called so because it gave the ability to float, so if you stepped on the figure. Jumping up, Zodiac laughed. Did the Demon King think he would get lucky a second time? That's too bad. There are too many players to fight at full strength. It's too dangerous. Smiling once again, Zodiac said he enjoyed the game. As expected, you have to destroy Jin to finish off the others. There was nothing to do, and Jin rushed forward into the crowd of monsters. To somehow keep people safe, the monsters were too many. Suddenly, Joseph's shield appeared from somewhere, and he burst into the thick of the battle. The man smiled. He couldn't miss such fun. Besides, you couldn't just attack the Demon King like that. The entire star team has rushed forward to defend their favorite. They'll take care of it. Meanwhile, the King of Heaven and Earth hid like a frightened kitten. He didn't expect this turn of events, and couldn't do anything at all. The rest of us fought like beasts for their amusement, so that's even better. The others saw that the ranked players went to the vanguard and blocked the monsters. The others also did not want to stand still and rushed forward. Players who were weaker cleaned up the rest of the monsters that managed to make their way in. It was good cohesion. Seeing several high-ranking players approaching him, Zodiac laughed. It's that a group of idols or what? The god of battle along with Joseph stood in the front. This was the main striking force. Using several monsters at once, Zodiac moved forward. A huge snake along with a crocodile opened their wide jaws. Joseph shouted that they would hold off these monsters and let the god of battle deal with the rest. The player approached to the extreme distance and swung a weighty fist needed to end this as soon as possible. Byung Gang. With incredible speed, he approached Zodiac and was about to deliver his crushing blow, his speed increasing with each passing second. The guy was about to strike, but to his surprise he noticed that Zodiac easily dodged. Moreover, he grabbed the unfortunate fellow's weapon with his claws, thus immobilizing him. This was starting to piss them off, so Zodiac decided to deal with them sooner rather than later and started destroying them with renewed vigor. At this point, the player realized that he should have prepared another weapon. This one proved too weak, worth using disguise. But it seems that wasn't the main problem right now. Zodiac pulled out his huge flute and immediately a howl was heard. Obeying the ghostly call, monsters began to rise from beneath the earth, and a terrible crackling and roaring could be heard everywhere. Seeing the monsters rising from the ground, no one could understand how it even happened. They had just been destroyed. But as it turned out, the monster rose from the depths of hell and attacked the defenseless players. The number of monsters was so large that players simply did not have time to deal with them. A whole army of skeletons and the rest of the undead were moving on them. The health reserves were decreasing rapidly, and the monsters weren't getting smaller. They couldn't cope anymore. Clearly, this was no illusion. The monsters were quite real and could destroy anything in their path. There were harpies, flying monsters with long hair and claws, and they were also poisonous. The battle god tried to fight off the monsters, but since they could fly, it made it difficult. And they're also really annoying during combat, so that creates a problem. One of the players did not react in time, and a harpy was already flying at him, spreading its wide clawed paws. In addition, besides the monsters, there were other players who lost and went to the other world. Standing on top of all of this, Zodiac wondered, is it really possible that Korean players are only capable of this, even somehow strange? As soon as Zodiac thought of the Demon King, Jin appeared right behind him so suddenly that the man didn't even realize it. In the next was a powerful blow to the head. Although from afar it looked even funny, Zodiac flew down. Day gang. Even for a second he was distracted from the battle. His eyes went wide, and he didn't expect the dead water to be there. The audience watching through the wide monitors held their breath. It was truly unexpected. In full bloom, Jin attacked again and again, true, because suddenly the profs must go one-on-one against the villain. While the guys on his team are stalling, he hid and changed his appearance so he can disguise himself. The Zodiac, expecting nothing of the sort, prepared to fight back. But where did this guy come from? He wasn't here just now. Stepping on his long cloak, Jin stepped closer to him, and his opponent fell on his back like a tumbleweed, unable to keep his footing. And people still couldn't believe what happened. Dead water hit him in the back of the head. So funny. Dahai opened her eyes in surprise. There was dead water, but how did he even end up here? Coming to his senses, Zodiac rose to his feet. The man was furious that his plan was being tried to be disrupted. With a grimace of displeasure, the man began to speak. He didn't know where this kid had come from, but he was finished. Now no one will even remember him. Assassin pulled out his folio and began to recite the spell, "Let him taste the hellfire." But that wasn't part of Jin's plan. He used the mana burner and tried to interrupt the spell. In the same second, Zodiac felt as if his body was stunned. He was rapidly losing health. His strength was no longer the same. In the game of Masters, even the smallest delay is a fatal mistake. Jin knew this better than anyone else. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, the guy jumped closer to him and hit him from top to bottom. The rest of the players all stayed. They have no end so much that it is impossible to even concentrate. Lee Jun-ho, in the heat of battle, turned to Storm. He suddenly had an idea. The one looked at him unhappily and asked what he wanted, but the player said he would buy time and Storm let him run away. A conflict began to break out between them. No one wanted to retreat and fall behind their rivals, but it was too late to argue. A huge demon the size of an entire mountain was already moving towards them. But suddenly, strange people in black cloaks and masks appeared from somewhere. It was the Tokkabi cleanup team, professional military men. They focused on mopping up and evacuating the regular players so no one would get hurt. It was a kind of suppression team. They moved like shadows of a completely different level. These people could match even the most skilled fighters. Jin, in turn, has now fought Zodiac in his past life. Because of this incident, his reputation has greatly deteriorated. Zodiac felt a powerful blow to his head and almost lost consciousness, but somehow survived. He was furious and wanted to destroy Jin, already preparing his sharp claws. But suddenly the guy's body was covered in slime, and as soon as Zodiac hit him, the claws went tangentially without doing any damage. The man wondered what this thing even was. They just slid through. Gene was getting annoyed too. He wanted to get this psychopath over with quickly, but he was starting to annoy him. A real duel ensued between them, and they did not forget to sprinkle curses on each other. Taking another hard hit to the jaw, Zodiac nearly fell over the damage. Wasn't very much more. He didn't feel it, but it felt nasty. Players who were watching through the screens were cheering for Dead Water with all their might. Now they had stopped hating him. Somehow their mood had changed too quickly. Now they didn't consider Dead Water their worst enemy. Multiple punches were raining down on Zodiac's body. The man didn't even manage to react in time. He was just taking damage. Trying to deflect the blow, he swung his claws but missed as always. He was completely powerless, but didn't understand anything. The last option left. He used the wall to protect himself. Now Jin stood at the bottom of a huge fortress of monster bones, so many that they formed a mountain. Yu Chang looked forward and couldn't believe that this Zodiac had such an ability as well. He's a real monster. This was no obstacle for Jin. He immediately found a loophole and ran forward. As he approached the base of the mountain of bones, he swung around and hit the base of the mountain hard several times. The bone mountain gave in, and a second later, Jin's slime-covered hand appeared above. Zodiac staggered out of the room. How this guy got here in the first place, but it was too late to think. I was flying at him. His body was covered in sea devil slime, so he could easily slip into any places. Biting his own finger, the guy punched his opponent right in the face, leaving a few bloody drops on his skin that got into his eyes. Feeling a strong, burning sensation all over his face, Zodiac began to swear he didn't understand what it was all about. This was followed by a precise and sharp blade strike. The man missed this too, and now bent in half. Well, the deed was done, and now Jin's opponent was taking damage every second, which gives him an undeniable advantage. After a while, Zodiac was starting to feel bad, but there were no temples nearby to recover in any way. Picking his nose, Jin looked at his rival, something he wondered why he was only spending money. But Zodiac wouldn't listen to him. He took a scroll out of his pocket and opened it, and a bright, bluish light poured out. It was like pollen or snow. This strange substance began to fill everything around it. But that was just to Jin's advantage. The guy was surprised and smiled great. Now all that's left is to just wait. A huge serpent appeared and entangled Zodiac's body, enclosing him in a firm embrace. Now the man was completely disarmed. Sighing heavily, Jin approached forward. What was this thing? Why did he still keep asking about the beta test? Smiling, Zodiac said, Deadwater is just really weird, and he feels like he's the one someone was looking for. Changed, if it is the Korean-ranking representatives, he will find and destroy them. That pissed off Jin. So what's he waiting for? The guy used a mana burner. Now they're gonna see who's who. Zodiac. It felt as if his whole body was starting to burn from the inside. It was impossible to bear. Snake's grip loosened, and he released his master straight down. Zodiac's lifeless piece of meat flew straight to the ground. All those who were standing below saw this and immediately rushed forward. They couldn't let this psycho get away. The sorcerers also decided to get active, stop talking, while the rest of us are busy with our work, and immediately started using spells. After such a stunning spectacle, all the audience came to delight. For a long time they have not seen such a gorgeous performance. It was the best event in their lives. Deadwater decided to leave after his work was done, but he was about to be stopped. Is he really leaving already? John wasn't going to waste any more time needed to maintain, and the smaller guy jumped up and flew off at a blistering speed. But some players said Deadwater is right. This is a matter for professional players, so they need to decide. Determined to finally defend their honor, the professionals raised their weapons and rushed into desperate combat. But suddenly, there was a deafening explosion behind the backs of the players. Someone appeared incredibly large and strong. It was Jin, only now in the guise of the Demon King. Yes, indeed, the professional players need to regain their good name. The huge demon was unable to resist such an onslaught and simply fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, the Demon King's point strike and split the monster in two. The players were thrilled to finally have their idol come to their rescue. But where has he been all this time? But that didn't matter now, since they would be fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Demon King. The other just didn't make sense. Meanwhile, destroying the monsters one by one, he used his fire gate to incinerate them. Meanwhile, in the Zodiac room, the FBI was already on duty. But unfortunately, the player's capsule was empty. They put him down. The head of the search party is furious that this psychopath has walked right out from under their noses. The only question is what his purpose is. When the man looked up, he was even more angry that this nutcase had come to Korea as a wanted man and had made a mess of things. Such an event with monsters was a great success. Now, they started to pay more attention to geniuses outside of ranked players. But Jin was also not a ranked player, and therefore could not receive rewards. He considered himself to be an ordinary mid-level player. That's right. Even the Demon King was the best player of the season, but didn't get as much attention as Deadwater that day. Jin came to Drake's warehouse, and in front of him was a huge pile of items that increased his movement speed. What surprised John the most was that Drake was going to give it all to him just because there was no one else. Smiled. The guy said that at first he followed Jin to repay the rescue, but after the raid on the Kraken, he realized something. The guy smiled and said he just likes it with Jean. He has fun with Jean. They have tons of adventures, yes, and besides, Jean inspires him. The guy smiled. It was fair to say that Drake was also a source of his inspiration then and now. Drake had great enthusiasm. Now they had leveled up and could go on more meaningful raids. The dungeons are more hardcore and larger scale than before. This is just great, isn't it? But after Drake heard that Jin wanted to just do the daily quest now, he immediately snickered. And really, Drake had never done this before, as he thought it was just a waste of time, by the way, too. The guy asked his companion why he needed all these speed-boosting items. Jin replied that he did. When Jin thought about it, he realized that it was possible to tell him he was helping him and following him all the time. Leaning over to Drake, he began to whisper. In the first part of the game, he had a plan, and so did the second part. He almost did it, But only halfway, meanwhile, Queen Judy slept peacefully in her bubble. Zodiac, who to his luck was able to escape, was now looking for people who know him anywhere, and always saying that we are closed in beta. Suddenly, Jang Yoon appeared. The girl sat on the branch and couldn't believe her eyes. Is it really the Zodiac himself standing before her eyes? You could say he was her idol at some time. After all that happened, Dead Water, who wasn't even a pro player, ranked #1 in search engine queries. But on the other hand, Gene himself felt responsible for creating a real cult of personality now that many were copying him. Now, support for Dead Water has increased dozens of times, and the Dead Water name has gone beyond just a brand name and has become a meme. Indeed, on the streets, people were just discussing where the Dead Water was going next. Somebody was yelling very loudly for people to get coffee faster because time is money, and they should thank you for the work they provided. And here you have the daily quest. Drake and Gene were carrying heavy bags of coffee. This was somehow beyond the comprehension of a normal quest. Drake was so tired that he had to drink a restorative potion to regain his strength. And the sun burns like a desert, which depletes your stamina much faster. Their employer was an extremely nasty man, an arrogant old geezer who constantly told them to work harder. At one point, I wanted very badly to teach this man some manners, but he held back in time. Their job is to carry dried coffee beans to the kitchen in large bags. To fry it and pack it into individual containers is a fairly simple task, but terribly monotonous. The boys carried sacks of grain, and their employer continued to act like a real slave owner. The man loved money more than anything else in the world. If his plantation is prospering, that's fine, but naturally the paycheck will be the same. After that, Drake couldn't look at it any longer and pulled out his crossbow, standing next to him. Jin tried to calm him down. A tired Drake couldn't understand why they were doing this, but Jin explained that it was a hidden daily quest. In any case, he chooses the simplest and easiest quests, so don't whine, but get to work. Drake, engrossed in his work, didn't even notice that a small wasp that was incredibly dangerous flew up behind him. The insect flew even closer and stung the guy right in the neck. Drake only had time to bark. The guy fell to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Jin had already realized what had happened, but wasn't too worried. There was also a pesky insect flying next to him. Jin immediately saw it and followed it with his eyes. It only took one blow to send the pesky wasp to the other side of the world, to his parents. For his part, Drake lay unconscious and just mumbled something to himself. He couldn't even move. After scratching his head, Jin thought that honestly on this quest, it was impossible to earn neither experience nor a solid amount of money. And the Wrigley brothers, who actually owned the plantation, were horrible people who literally exploited others. Soon the job was finished. Drake sighed heavily. Usually it would take them a few hours, but here they had to spend 24. But apparently they'll be rewarded handsomely for the work. That's right, because Drake smiled. His comrade looked at him with a surprised look. Didn't Drake know what the reward was for this quest? The guy pulled a small pouch out of his pocket and there was coffee grounds, but nothing else. Drake continued to stand there looking dumbfounded, but Wrigley saw the disgruntled look on the employee's face and gave him a sarcastic look. They were indeed very similar to each other. Perhaps their intelligence was also 1 for 2. But Drake was slowly boiling over. He wanted to destroy those 2 old men so they could never exploit humans again. Gene looked at the bag of coffee grounds and remembered how working here part-time Drake suddenly turned to him. Turning to his comrade, Gene saw that Drake had changed at all. He held out his hand to him and asked him to give it to him. One of the brothers barked at them to come back early tomorrow. Their plantation is thriving, so they need slaves, not laborers. But Drake didn't want to hear any of it. He pulled out a heavy stick and in one deft move, he whacked one of the brothers. The guy was just furious. He was ready to crush these 2 like bugs. But even now, the brothers were managing to banter. As soon as one of the brothers said another word, a heavy shoe flew into his face. Standing nearby, Gene said the Knave Mask absorbs karma, so Drake can beat him until he feels better. But that wasn't the end of it. Drake wasn't satisfied and decided to set fire to the whole plantation so these 2 would know their place. On his face was a mask that restored his karma so Drake could do whatever he wanted now. Standing nearby, Gene blew on a cup of flavored coffee and took a few sips of a great day to have a cup of coffee. Then the guys left the plantation and sat down on the nearest hillside. They'd just wasted a whole day without earning anything. However, Gene was of a different opinion. No, they got something after all. A smile broke out on the guy's face, and Drake didn't understand a thing. Taking a sniff, Drake smelled the aromatic scent of coffee. By the way, it was quite pleasant. Now the guy's whole body exuded a nice coffee aroma. It's the best they could get here in a while. Holding out his hand to his companion, Drake invited him to come with him until the smell of coffee wafted out. But the boy didn't get it. Of course, the strangest and weirdest dungeon. A smile continued to shine on Jin's face. Rising to their feet, they shook hands. This was the partner Drake already recognized. With a thumbs up, Gene said the real game starts right now. They are going to the floating island. Meanwhile, one of the developers was standing around talking to someone about the Zodiac. Too bad. Of course they missed it. Besides, he's pretty far down the road to the Assassin Tower right now, and that's a problem. The girl's name was Freedom is important, of course, but control is just as important, and even more so when it comes to user safety. Meanwhile, Gina, along with Drake, went to the dungeon with a shard of weeping statue in his hand. The guy stood in a familiar place. He smiled and said he was finally able to keep his promise, you see? The statue standing in front of him thanked the guy. Now he could finish his wife. Pygmalion's eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and something began to change around him. Guy felt something change in his head. His eye also lit up, and he gained the new ability of the sculptor's eye. Great, now he has a very useful enhancement, even though he spent a lot of time on it. And now the guys were in an underwater castle here. It was very strange and wet, but you had to be careful not to run into anyone. Drake was already anticipating the fact that they would have to clear this dungeon, so what's the difficulty level here? Smiling, Jin said that their target was now the great eight-legged king, and fell silent. When Drake heard that their opponent had a ranked opponent, he was even a little worried, and again here were the bones of what it was. It was reminiscent of when Zodiac started resurrecting the undead. In principle, it looked the same. They were spiders, but they were different from the ones the guys had seen before, with eyes that burned and a nasty crackling sound. Drake had already prepared himself and realized that entering the dungeon wasn't going to be as easy as it seemed. But suddenly Jin started doing something strange. He was squatting. It seems this is not a good time to exercise. The spiders that had rushed at him suddenly stopped for a second and froze in place as if waiting for something. The monsters that wanted to destroy the uninvited guests a moment ago began to go far away. Drake finally figured it out. That's great. It's the smell of coffee that soaked their bodies. Now the spiders can't touch them. When the monster moved away, then the guys advanced as quickly as possible. Drake scattered coffee grounds everywhere to scare away spiders, and it worked very well, by the way. Continuing to run, Drake said he realized for the first time that spiders didn't like the smell of coffee. Pushing off the ground, the guys flew somewhere down deeper into the depths of the dungeon. Inside was even creepier than outside. There were cobwebs everywhere, and the crackling of those nasty creatures could be heard. At one point, Drake took an unfortunate step and something crunched under his feet like a shell. The guy was about to fall under the ground, but Jin grabbed him by the scruff of the neck just in time to make it look like some kind of trap. So she was. Jin nodded his head, would need to walk as carefully as possible. If you want to stay alive, points. Hearing that the earth where the cave spider lives is completely covered in tunnels, Drake is frightened. Is there no way to move forward? And this is where the recently acquired eye of the sculptor came in handy. The guy used it and now saw the right places to step on. As he accelerated, Jin forcefully kicked his foot straight into the ground with a crunch and crackle. Finally realizing what was going on, Drake wondered greatly, could this really be what he was thinking? But as it was, it looked like a bomb squad game where you had to hit the right squares to avoid getting blown up. This game has been known since the Paleozoic era. The number on the playing field indicates the number of mines in a 3x3 area centered in a square in the middle. Jin told Drake to stay behind and act as cautious as possible. But they'll get through. The boys ran forward. Jin ran ahead and pressed the right squares, using his skills. His back shooting off the hated spiders, which were not getting any smaller. A fierce smile appeared on his face, no problem activating the features of the Great Dark King choice. Turning back, Drake saw that a huge spider, much bigger than all the others, was already flying at them, and he froze. Following that, he made a big leap and said he was about to use Jin's back, but for some reason jumped on his head. Taking a few quick shots, the guy tried to destroy the spider. All he could do was hope he hit it. At one point, Jin felt like his comrade was taking away all the key scenes, even kind of resentful. There were also some iron spiders with shells that started spitting venom and webs. Jin advised to be careful because the web of these monsters is like steel wire and it's easy to get hurt. But Drake didn't listen to him at all. He was so caught up in the battle that he didn't see anything around you but the target. The web was more dangerous than it seemed, though, as it entangled everything around it, obscuring space. Soon there was a real wire at the top, and so strong that it would be impossible to get through it. Suddenly, Jin grabbed Drake's arm and told him to stay close to him. Now he had a plan. He wrapped his arms around his comrade and pressed against him became suddenly terribly awkward, looking it was strange to say the least. Pressing even tighter, Jin yelled for Drake to hold on tighter until their pores made contact. A second later, their bodies were covered in a viscous slime. The whole time Drake didn't say a word. He tried to fight the strange feeling. Once they were both up to their necks in slime, getting through that wire was a breeze. Their bodies just slid around like slugs without taking any damage. Their movements were like some kind of strange dance. To get through this rope, you have to move in sync. The danger was almost over. The slime completely protected their bodies from damage, and the web appeared as a normal thread. The exit was approaching in the distance. A wisp of light could be seen, and the boys headed right there. They were as one. Suddenly, he felt when he was already up there, something very big and heavy was approaching them. The boy stood in total darkness and tried to look around, but his eyes were not used to it yet. But with his sixth sense, the guy still felt something very dangerous approaching. It seemed to him that someone was following him. Some weird girl with white skin approached him almost closely, and since when is she there so close? It didn't look like he was paralyzed, but Drake still pointed his crossbow at her. The girl took a couple more steps closer to the guy and looked closer. Her eyes were as red as an albino's. Suddenly, the guy realized that this girl seemed very beautiful to him, and a slight shiver ran through his body. But the stranger's face began to deform, with cracks appearing around the mouth. A second later, instead of a beautiful woman's mouth, there was a huge monster's mouth opening like a flower. Instead of fingers, she had razor-sharp spikes. The monster reached for the guy to finally have him in his possession. In time to regain his senses, Drake began swinging his dagger and delivered several precise blows at the monster. Then, throwing out a few clappers, he hit right into the monster. Several small explosions erupted. The monster reeked of rotten meat, so Drake woke up very quickly, and thank God he would have been eaten. In front of them stood the spider. Godmother, half of her body was like a beautiful girl, and the other half like a huge spider. Drake felt the friction near her body. She released a web to bind the man. The monster approached. The strangest thing was that her expression didn't change in any way, but her jaws opened. Thank God. In time, Jean showed up. He immediately started pelting the monster with coffee grounds, because this monster was reacting to him. Turning to his comrade, Jin barked for him to hold his breath and finally pull himself out. The situation was getting complicated. Drake did so, and his body slipped out of the spider's web like a slug machine. The boys ran in the opposite direction. Jean said he found the comrade thanks to his clappers. Since this monster was extremely dangerous, there was only one thing to do: destroy it with a single blow so that nothing was left of it. With a smile, Jin said that there was no need to worry about dodging this monster's attack, much easier than it seemed. Looking at his friend Drake stretched out in a smile, this was just the hardest part, but it should all work out. The Spider-Woman looked at her victims with a fierce look. She raised upper paws more like huge spikes. The barbed wire whip attack is pretty fast, but it can be dodged. Jin moved incredibly fast. Cobwebs were flying all around, blocking the passage, but the guys were dodging with great speed. She raised her arms and began to spew out even more spiderwebs, filling the entire space. But even here, Jin was not discouraged. This kind of attack is much easier than it seems. You just need to slip in time. He ordered Drake to stay close to him, and the two slime-covered boys slipped effortlessly through the prickly web. The Spider-Woman had already noticed that their victims were fleeing. The boys were running as fast as they could out of the line of attack. The only problem is that it's useless to dodge her blows if you don't destroy the monster. It can take forever. What will be a battle of endurance monster played out to the best of his ability and threw webs in different directions. Normally, Jin would rely on the power of his 3 artifacts, but in this case, he would bury himself alive in such a narrow space. Drake asked, "Is there any particular way to attack the monster or not?" He hesitated and said he didn't think it would work, but since he had it with him, it was worth a try. Without having to explain anymore, Drake gathered himself from his seat and rushed straight at the spider that was spitting harder and harder. As he approached the monster, Drake thought about where he should hit to make it stronger. The Spider Queen had already seen her enemy approaching her and released several jets of dangerous webbing. John finally realized what his comrade was up to. He still had coffee sludge. As soon as he sprinkled coffee sludge on the spider, the poisonous bees immediately descended on it. It remained to be seen how they got here, how Drake had even managed to bring them here in the first place. Drake proudly replied that he found them on the farm, thought to destroy them first, but maybe they would come in handy. If they can do paralytic damage with poison, then why not try doing it to a monster? The actual bee, now in exposing its huge stinger, was moving right at the monster. The spider could do nothing. Her speed just wasn't enough for some reason, biting her dozens of times. Suddenly, the spider's rib cage split open, and a ray of some kind of energy burst out from there that you started to fall. But the plan failed after all. It seems the venom of these bees doesn't work on high-ranking monsters. But no, Jin suddenly came up with a solution. He perfectly remembered some moment from his past life. Suddenly something changed. The monster seems to have started molting, shedding its skin, and turning into something completely different. Spider-Woman has changed. She has turned into an even more terrifying monster. This is the many-legged Empress. Her skin went from white to black. Her hair also lengthened, and her strength increased several hundred times. When the monster roared, then a great number of iron spiders fled at her call. Now the servants were ready to destroy anyone for their queen. Breaking looked around, but didn't see Jean beside him. Where the hell did he go? The Empress looked at them with a waiting gaze as she waited for the next action, when the prey would come to her. It didn't take long for Jin to lower himself onto the monster's head, striking it with his blade. Drake's eyes bulged with wonder what he was even doing. Why should I finish off a monster any other way? The monster roared in pain, but not yet seeing the one who attacked her, the spider began to swivel her head around. As Jin descended down, several dozen precise blows were struck all over the monster's body, and a cracking sound was heard. After that, he ordered Drake to immediately attack while the spider was confused. Archer asked a stupid question: isn't it too rude to attack her while she's transforming? But the thing was, her main skill is also inactive when she molts, so this is the perfect chance to take her down. The spider is frozen in place while it sheds its skin. It is defenseless. The monster could only stare at its victims. Jumping down on her, Jin shouted, "Isn't it obvious that you should attack wizard girls when they transform?" Using his basic skill, Drake turned his crossbow into a huge bow and drew his arrows. A whoosh was heard as the spider felt dozens of arrows crashing into her body. The monster could do nothing in such a situation. The point damage of the blade began to take effect, so that the monster was weakened. You could finish what you started. Nothing better than explosive damage. Jin jumped up and prepared his most powerful charged fist. It seems they had won. The guys stood on a small dais and watched, but there was no way such a strong monster would immediately recline. The problem was what would happen after she finally went to the other side of the world. Jean tensed. Looking at Drake, Jean asked, "Should he say nice to meet you?" But it seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, everything around me began to shake as if a real earthquake was starting. When Drake saw something terrible, he warned his comrade that danger was coming from above and they should leave. A second later, a huge mass of web fell directly on the two guys they barely managed to dodge at the last moment. It was too dangerous here. Jin had lost sight of his comrade and was now trying to find him. But the guy had to take care of himself, because the monster was still out there and he felt incredible pain. It was the new ability of the heart degenerate to him. The special ability was absorbing health and all characteristics. Jin decided to drink the potion right away to regain some strength. Even though the guy took a direct hit, but thank God he survived. Drake immediately jumped up to him and asked how he was doing. It seems the spider was still alive, and now it's even bigger. But why is it getting bigger? In such a case, one must hope for a direct pinpoint strike, and to stall for time, Jin ran forward. Needed to run away, the guys left just in time, just a few centimeters away, snapped their fangs. Continuing to pound into the wall, Jin tried to bring rocks down on the spider-woman, or turn the floor into lava. The monster felt the fire begin to flare under his feet, but the spider was too big to react so quickly. Jin was well aware that insects were especially weak before fire, and her new delicate flesh would burn quite marvelously. The only thing left to do was to get the hell out of here, which they didn't do in the next second, leaving the spider-woman to burn. Turning back, Drake noticed that the spider seemed to be acting rather strangely. The monster's so weakened it's lost its guard now, it's just a matter of finishing it off with one shot from Drake. But now was a bad time, luck wasn't on their side, so better to just get out of here. To the question of the comrade, Drake replied that if you think, "Isn't he himself told me that monster with rank, but now it turns out that it is a plus." He explained that he only becomes a level monster when he reaches full metamorphosis, and now is the time. It seemed her rank was elevated 2 ranks. Drake was even a little scared after that. And now they are facing a brand new creature in Octopus King Colikium, a truly colossal C+ rank monster. Drake freaked out. Isn't a level up like that considered cheating, but that's the point. Now the monster has taken its true form and has become several hundred times stronger. Guys should get out of here as soon as possible. There are 17 beings who are equal to God, but what is before them is not one of them. Though this entity gained power through incomplete metamorphosis, it is comparable to Berserk mode rather than rebirth. But that didn't take away from the fact that the monster was incredibly strong. The guys had to retreat to a safe distance. The monster was so powerful that it could destroy this entire dungeon with just one skill. Jin used his mana burner to soften the blow. Drake set himself up unluckily and took a powerful blow that knocked him off his feet, with pieces of the island flying everywhere. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Jin said he was going to get close, so have Drake cover for him. There's a plan. With a smile on his face, the guy said that even if everything failed, Drake would have to hold out until the end. With a smile on his face, the comrade promised that he would never let Jin's sacrifice be in vain, so let him act. The player moved forward. He jumped over huge boulders flying through the air and approached the monster. The Spider King tried to stop him in any way to prevent the player from getting dangerously close. As soon as Jin jumped up once again, the Spider-Woman pointed all her paws right at him. Suddenly, a homunculus appeared from somewhere, the same girl Judy, who hadn't even hatched yet. This baby's specialty was that her spores seep through bodies and penetrate anywhere. As soon as the spider saw the creature, he immediately got a look of fright on his face, as if the monster had realized what was going on. Jin had calculated correctly. No matter how young this child is, she is still the queen, and her power far exceeds this monster. It was time to do it. Jin triumphantly raised his hand up on which was already wearing a suit glove. It was only a few seconds later when he shortened the distance and delivered a powerful punch right into the monster's jaw. If it worked, the guy really hoped that at least this plan would be successful. They had no other option. Drake noticed that his comrade had been swept away by a huge wave and immediately cried out in fright. After such a powerful blow, Jin found himself underwater. He was unconscious for a while, and the queen's paws were already approaching him. Suddenly, a dull voice was heard from somewhere and began to speak, and an incomprehensible silhouette in armor appeared. It was Beelzebub, the supreme demon, who would offer a just fate and an opportunity to. Spider-Woman looked at the demon with frightened eyes. It was obvious that even her strength was no match for this deity. Time was up. Drake rejoiced. It seemed their plan had succeeded. It could be considered a victory. The monster's body began to turn into ash and gradually scattered to the wind. They are no longer in danger. Beelzebub stood right in front of them. His hair was a bright green color. This creature was beyond human perception. But that wasn't good news. Jean thought the spider had managed to destroy him after all. But what did Beelzebub forget here? The demon said that he originally came here to see the spider, but he needed a monarch ally in the upcoming battle. Jin had little faith in this, of course, allies. Doesn't he mean the master and servant relationship? Monster spiders in this world fundamentally take a neutral stance. They stay away from the rest and live isolated. But what changed was the basic plot that Jin remembered from the last pass had nothing to do with it. Did he create the butterfly effect? Beelzebub looked down at him and waited for an answer. Suddenly, Jean felt something begin to change. His legs were shaking. He was losing consciousness. The presence of a true top-rank monster was truly overwhelming. His body stopped obeying. For his part, Drake, who had seen something like this with his own eyes for the first time, was petrified with fear and could not move from his seat. Beelzebub continued to speak normally. He destroys everyone in his path, but will make an exception this time. That was good news. Is he really going to let them live? Jean smiled. In a calm voice, the demon said he should take control of them instead of the eight-legged king, so let them join him. After such a sentence, everything in Jin's head instantly turned over. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? He's never seen anything like this before. Apparently, if he refuses, it's game over. He's going to die. But he had Solomon's eye, so he had to pick the best answer. The guy looked closely. But unfortunately, and to his horror, he saw nothing. The demon hurried him. He was tired of waiting. The offer was withdrawn, and the guy was furious at the capricious demon. Well, it's come to this. The demon's gone somewhere far beyond the clouds, but sooner or later had to fight him. It was one of the few times Jean was afraid. He tried to calm Drake down. They can still win, after all. Turning to his comrade, Drake gave a surprised look. But it was the first time he'd ever seen Jean in such a state of mind. Judging by his reaction, there is no chance of avoiding it, for it is true then they have no choice but to fight on their own. At that moment, Jin even blushed. Is he really such a trustworthy comrade that he'll follow him into fire and water? Their opponent is the Lord of this world, an omnipotent being against whom no one will put up at all, let alone artifacts. Of course, Jin realized that in this fight he would 100% go to the other side of the world. But first, he would destroy the demon. From the depths of the sea appeared a huge creature opening its wide mouth. The monster tried to swallow the demon. But Beelzebub soared upwards and the monster's jaws snapped a few centimeters past. Drake pointed somewhere to the side. Jean looked over there and his eyes popped out of orbit. The demon seems to have escaped. He hid behind the clouds and left behind only lightning and a raging sea. But this is not the end. Troll. It was a huge green-colored monster with huge teeth. Its feature was regeneration. Since the 80s, people who harassed others and drove them mad have been called trolls. It was those who enjoy this sort of thing and constantly nitpick other players because they themselves don't know how to play. Jean was sitting on a chair and holding a glass of drink. The guy was confused and just staring in front of him. In front of him stood a man with lush hair. Yes, he was offering him to become a trainer. The program they had planned this time is a concept of experts. If Jean takes this case, he can get close to the entire budding audience. The guy's eyes lit up, and it sounded pretty good. Considering the popularity and name he can make for himself, Jin just can't refuse such a grand offer. As a result, the department staff spent more than 3 days going through tons of letters. In the end, they were able to select 4 players. The first was Woo Hang-yun, a man with a good-natured face wearing green armor. There was also Oh Jug-young, a fat guy with glasses and a goofy look on his face, more like a typical nerd. Next was Hong Jin-pyo, a man with long red hair, more like a woman. And last was Cha Yumi, a shy girl who constantly hid her face. Acting as a trainer, Jin excitedly shouted that they would be hunting horned lizards today. The guy began to tell all the subtleties and aspects of hunting, and the newcomers constantly listened to him without taking their eyes off. They will assign the monsters to points, and calculate when they will start attacking. The lizards weren't particularly strong. After finishing his monologue, the guy asked if they understood everything, but it was clear from the faces of the newcomers that they were confused. Woo Hang-yun grimaced. He said that guys appreciate real fights more than some lectures and when everything is set up. After saying that, Jin was even a little embarrassed. This is the real fight, just need to test their skills. The newcomers started muttering. They didn't seem particularly enthusiastic after that. They wanted real fights, not some kind of training. The guy looked up at the sky. They're one of those cool customers you can see in the game if everything is going to be okay. Wu was a thief. He could steal anything, money or items. This is not bragging, but real data. But as it turns out in real combat, this guy's a total no-brainer. He can't even fight. Jugyeon shyly introduced himself. He said, "What is a tank?" But also he is bad at dealing damage. As you guessed, in real combat, he's a real dummy. He just stands there and can't even hit. Hong smiled and winked at everyone else. It seems he liked to be the center of attention. Guy was good at dealing damage in stealthy places at the most opportune moment. Yes, you guessed it. In real combat, he was not on his best behavior either. He thought everything should be scripted. Yumi said she chose the role of a support because she hates fighting. She just wants others to do everything for her at the front. Besides, the girl was extremely shy. She moved very far away, and Jean had to shout for her to hear her. Jean was in total despair. He was ready to bang his head against the wall. These four are the real losers. Besides, they were constantly fighting among themselves and trying to figure out and find fault. It was just impossible. It's time for decisions. The first was Wu. He was always collecting money instead of doing damage, a real kleptomaniac. Jugyoung guiltily shuffled from foot to foot. He kept messing up and taking damage when he was a tank. Hong constantly depleted his HP and eventually couldn't deal damage, but he had an inordinate amount of ego. In turn, the girl Saport was constantly standing behind because she was afraid and couldn't heal properly. Besides, she was so unwilling to do anything that she offered to drink a potion to cure herself. Isn't that the best option? In the observation room sat the manager, and Yanhua, the girl, was constantly drinking water. She was already mentally exhausted. Poor thing couldn't understand what the problem was. They were always telling them their situations. And now that it came to actual combat, everything was different. Jin was already losing his temper. A high-ranked raid was easier than telling these people how to act properly. Taking another look at his recruits, he realized it was just hopeless. The recruits decided to act as usual and nail their instructor and do what they wanted. The streamer was terrified now. Something terrible was about to happen. She saw Jin's face. Jin is really pissed off. They really think they can't do anything, and they're showing off. Wu said they are slow because their teamwork doesn't add up. They are just confident in their abilities. And besides, they'll do things their own way, so let the instructor just get out of their way. Sitting in the office, the streamer just didn't know what to say, why they even applied to this game. If that's the way they want it, Fine Jean suggested they fight 4-on-1 against him alone. Besides, he'll be unarmed. With the same smile on his face, Jin suggested if he won, then the others would adopt whatever strategy he had in mind. Naturally, everyone else thought that Dead Water is only in the amateur league, and he will not be able to compete with them, so there is nothing to fear. Hong smiled, said that this catch depended on whether they could beat him or not, but it seemed the man was confident in his abilities. In any case, they agree. The rookies literally shouted in one voice that, well, it's time to test how strong they are. Jin's joy was boundless now. He would show them what a real fight was, and let them not complain that they couldn't do it. Meanwhile, the managers were just in shock. As expected from Deadwater, he did everything right. Well, the streamer thought, as Deadwater lost to mediocrities like these four, the problem is, what's the benefit of it at all? But somehow Jean has taken his most intimidating form. Now he's changed. He wants to beat the hell out of them. He took off all his artifacts. He was wearing his normal rookie clothes and a wooden sword. A pitiful sight. Naturally, the rest of those who came were completely shocked, but what a fool does he think he can stand up to them? As soon as he was attacked, Jin defended himself with such ease that it was hard to even believe. First, here's why supports should wear items with high defense. The guy stripped down with a hitman in a flash. Those who remained were shocked at how it was even possible for an ordinary wooden sword to deal so much damage. Wu confidently ran forward, swinging his sword. The man thought he could easily handle it. Basically, as expected of a thief, he is the fastest in his team, so he attacks without delay, hope for his speed. But that was more of a disadvantage. Jean spilled out a handful of coins in front of him, and the man was immediately distracted. When he saw the gold and heard the clinking of coins, he seemed to go crazy and forgot the proof, rushing straight for the money. Jin took advantage of this and delivered a devastating blow so fast that Fatty didn't even notice. It was a stun. The man was so shocked he couldn't understand what had even happened to him. And here comes the second tip. This is the reason why a thief must react to every coin. The cocky Hong rushed forward. He intended to end this completely with his greatest technique. It was the final sonic boom of a powerful wave that flew straight forward, but Jin, as expected, dodged it by tripping. Unable to stay on his feet, the man stabbed his comrade in the head with his sword. At first, he didn't even realize anything, but when it came to him, goosebumps went all over his body. A second later, it was like he'd been electrocuted. The thing is, the fat man's armor is reflective. And here's a third tip, is to discuss in advance where someone will attack while doing damage. And the last one was Yugen. He ran right up to Jean and tried to hit him, but the coach was much faster. The fat man was striking out and didn't see what he had to do at all, although his movements were very stilted. He was horrified when he saw the Dead Water holding his sword with his bare hands. How strong he was, after all, was impossible. Only a few seconds passed, and with one deft movement of his fingers, Jin shattered the sword blade like a toy. He held his air and prepared to attack again, need to teach them a good lesson. One more deft movement, and the fat man is already flying to the ground without realizing what is happening to him. Just because he's hitting them with a wooden sword, they're fine. If it was real, they'd be finished. Jin grouped up and hit Hong, and he flew straight to the ground. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Next was poor Yumi. The girl didn't even notice the coach's heavy hand on her face. Fatty Tank lay on the ground, unable to get up. A large lump had formed on his head. Approaching them, Jin said they shouldn't hit people. Although they can hit trolls, it's not forbidden, so now they have to start for real on the guy's face. A sinister, fear-inducing smile appeared on his face. All four of them looked at each other and realized that the completely untalented coach had single-handedly tackled them without equipment. After that, they went to the studio, all four of the newcomers feeling incredibly humiliated. They thought they knew how to do something. Fatty shrugged his shoulders in surprise. He didn't think the coach would be so strong Sapport was ready to cry from grief. But Jin wasn't paying attention. There was still the final piece of advice he promised to give them. After such an amazing performance and experience, they were ready to listen to any advice John had to say. But as it turned out, the final advice was a little far-fetched. Jem advised them to get out of the game, really. Despite their astonishment, Jin was completely serious. He no longer had any desire to educate these mediocrities. Finally, the streamer and the manager were able to rest. But what do they do with the content that they have accumulated just a mountain? Hua said they should just stick to the old strategy of bringing in different trolls and mocking them. But Jean was against it. It's already too much. Maybe they should have done something like Pro reads comments from haters. But you could forget about that right away. Jean said he was taking care of his mental health, so he didn't want to waste time. A short time later, he and Drake were already climbing up the steep cliff, conquering another dungeon. The two boys were climbing straight up the steep cliff. Using weapons, Drake held a dagger in his hand. It was a huge funnel, and finally the guys got to the top. It was tiring. Jean was overjoyed. There were 3 monsters that acted as doorknobs that would open the cataclysmic third monster key. When I looked at him, I smiled and said that everything was clear, but there was only one question. What's this huge bag that Jean's been dragging all this way? Snorting a little, the guy said that it could be called a necessity to conquer the abyss, so let him not be surprised. They continued to descend using pickaxes. Moving on such responsible rocks could only be done using checkpoints. The first to meet them on their way were the lizard men from the Golden Zone, quite dangerous monsters. But more nasty were the earthworms that kept popping out of the ground in unexpected places. They finally made it to the final checkpoint of the cliff, from where it would be safe to jump from branch to branch. Drake said he's only tried jumping from branch to branch in cities. Here he's not really sure. Taking advantage of the chain ability Jin had gotten from the spider, they easily climbed over the branches. It's so handy, Drake marveled. Now you can use it like a cat without worrying about falling at all. The guys were moving as fast as if they had been climbing trees all their lives, and from this angle, they looked like monkeys. Coming down another branch, Drake said he could see the end of finally having the ground under their feet. They descended over 24 kilometers, finally standing on solid ground. It was really hard. The first they saw was a fire spirit masked mask engulfed in fire that greeted them. It was a monster, a plus rank. Perhaps it was the boss who lives here. Drake had already prepared his crossbow for battle. The spirit seemed to recognize them. Deadwater and Drake Cat. He kept hearing about them, but what are they even doing here? Archer didn't really recall the name of this mask from where he even knew them. But Jen said he'd been with them from the beginning. Suddenly, the boys heard the sound of the system alert. Drake was alerted to a sound they hadn't heard in a long time. So this character is some sort of powerful deity or overseer of this world, or a sentry. Then the spirit began to make sounds like a task the guys listened to that sounded strange to say the least. Hearing about the restoration of the abyss, the archer thought for a moment. But the spirit hastened to explain it. Say a bomb exploded somewhere and created a huge hole. In that case, she should disappear 24 hours after the map changed right. Drake knew all this perfectly well. Tu nodded his head. After all, this hole had its own fauna, and if left to their own devices, they might suffer during the next transformation. Besides, if the fire spirit offered to do so, it would destroy any life form in its path, and that could not be allowed. The spirit said that at the very bottom of this abyss lies a rough customer and sleeps. It was a girl with wings like an angel. The events were moved to a week before the raid. Saul seems to have been involved in a commercial for some coke. That's exactly the cola Jean was drinking. The guy looked at the TV and wondered if it was that popular. Soon they met. The girl waved at him and offered to come closer and talk. Jin immediately started parodying her acting just like the girl in the commercial. Saul didn't realize anything at first and just stared at him. But then realizing that she was just being teased, she immediately became embarrassed and blushed instantly. Why do that? The whole thing is that she recently got a promotional offer and she couldn't refuse. But no one thought she'd be forced to dance. Jin looked at her and said that everyone seemed to like the dance, but Saul immediately waved her hands. Even forget about it. It's humiliating. The girl said that in gratitude she would do anything Jin asked the guy, even frowned even though it would be. But it seems the friend was sure it was okay. He wouldn't have asked for anything too bad. John smiled and nodded affirmatively, even if she didn't even doubt it. He wasn't the punk-ass pervert he was thought to be. A few dozen minutes later, everything was clear, and the girl immediately agreed it was not something she was into. But still, she thought it would be a lot of fun to act next to Jean. Sol smiled, and her cheeks lit up with a blush again. And so the guy stood near the hole where the angel girl was lying and didn't know what to do with her. Drake tried to lift her to her feet to move her, but she was incredibly heavy, as if she were stuck to the earth. With a smile on his face, Jin said, well, it couldn't be that easy a top-rank quest, right? It put Drake in a stupor. Before that, The spirit told them that they needed the sacrifice of one girl player and little more than the life of a level 1 rookie. Gene laughed. He knew this would happen, so he took someone in advance. Drake suggested, what if this man refuses, as John plans to bring her here. The problem is that this man will go to the next world when he receives even the weakest blow from any monster. So there's no need to worry. As soon as Gene set his backpack on the ground, Drake started to guess something. Could it be that the one they need is here? Jin only confirmed his thoughts. Didn't he say earlier that he had only taken the essentials for the trek into the abyss? Suddenly, Gene started pretending he was on the phone with someone. Drake stood behind him, not understanding anything. With a wave of his hand, Jin introduced his new assistant, first-level warrior Yun Sol. His voice sounded incredibly enthusiastic. The girl herself came out of the capsule. She was turning her head in different directions and trying to understand where she was. She seemed to have a lot of fun here because the realism was just prohibitive, enchanting view of a really beautiful place. As soon as Drake saw her, I immediately blushed and stammered. The guy didn't know what to say. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone so beautiful. Gene decided it was best to introduce them to each other. The girl came closer and looked at your guys in surprise. Smiling, the girl said she was Jin's friend. She was very inexperienced in this game, but would be under their supervision. Suddenly, Drake lost his head. This is the kind of beauty he hadn't seen in a long time, and started talking complete nonsense. Gene only watched them from the side and chuckled on the other side. This should even be fun. Saul looked around and wondered more and more. She hadn't expected the game to be so realistic. The girl was embarrassed to look at her friend. But why doesn't he wear clothes? He always does. Jin said that if you look at the female characters, you can see something, but the girl has never played a game at all before, so she didn't see it. The thing is, the higher the level, the less clothes they're wearing, so Jin's doing the same thing. Nothing to do. Girlfriend looked surprised and embarrassed, right? He's not going everywhere like that because he's a pervert. Then Jin told her to slowly bring her hand up. The girl obeyed, her hand still trembling with surprise and fear, but she still obeyed. The little angel was still lying unconscious, but light energy began to form around her body. There was an attempt to dock with the artificial intelligence. Saul never before seen such a thing. Even a little flinched, the girl was frightened. Gene, along with Drake, stood back and watched on Gene's face. There was a sparkling smile on his face. The guy was really pleased. Finally, the angel woke up. Her name was Nettie, and she lost her memory. As soon as the girl woke up, she was immediately frightened. She looked to be somewhere around 10 years old, and Soul had transferred her consciousness to this character, and was now seeing the world on her behalf. Suddenly, that very spirit guy's mask appeared from somewhere. Now he can finally restore the abyss. You could say that this is the start of the raid. A smile widened on Jin's face. Finally, it was going to be real. From now on, Saul would be their guide here. The girl was transformed, and now couldn't be happy with her new look. Closing her eyes, she wondered very much. Could she really see the video with her eyes closed? Is that angel memories or something like that? All she saw was herself being brought through the sky. Nothing else of interest. But right now, that was more than enough. Jin smiled again. They should do well with such a trump card up their sleeve. The spirit again appeared near, and now there will be something else. The guy froze in place and suddenly heard something like someone breathing heavily. Where'd you get the girl who's been after him before? She finally made it here. A happy smile appeared on the girl's face. After all this time, she was still able to find it real dead water. Jin was still standing in a daze and didn't understand anything about who she was or what she wanted, but the girl continued to cheer. Drake started whispering with the angel, but Gene heard everything perfectly and tried to shut them up, but it was all to no avail. Gene stepped closer and started shyly saying he wasn't sure he knew who she even was, but the girl interrupted him saying she came as soon as she flushed. Her face was happy. She said she was very happy to finally meet real dead water. Hearing that she wanted to destroy him again, Jin froze in place. Why is this happening again? The girl took out a scythe from behind her back and tried to hit Gene with it, but the guy bounced aside in time. Thank God. The attacker was well aware that the guy was very fast, but none of her friends could dodge it. There was another duel between the two of them. This girl didn't want to leave Jin. She's probably the enemy. Trying to dodge another attack, Jin was horrified. Jin noticed that she was very strong, even too strong for this level. Seeing this from the side, Drake was a little surprised that his comrade had taken damage not from a monster, but from a normal human, even funny somehow. And the girl continued to attack. She's as strong as the god of battle, no, even stronger than him. Yes, how is that even possible, and who is she? Poking her finger at the two of them, a surprised Saul asked, Does this sort of thing happen often? Drake blanched. His comrade had many enemies. The girl was striking with such speed that Jin barely had time to dodge her. Of course, the guy was used to being hated by a lot of people, but it was starting to get annoying how much anger she held against him. Meanwhile, the girl was screaming that people are suffering every time dead water comes into play. Angel, along with Drake, watched from the sidelines. She was seeing something like this for the first time. It was new to her. Jin continued to take damage. Despite his speed, the girl was still faster than him. Seconds more, and he would go to the afterlife. and now there must be a final blow. She had already brought her huge scythe in and prepared herself. But Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, Jellyfish's ability triggered just in time, and the girl felt weak. It was a strange sensation, as if all the energy had been taken out of my body in one fell swoop. Now Jin has decided to fight for real. Well, if he is to be destroyed, then let them try, though he does take sincerity to him. Suddenly they heard the words of the mask. He would like to quickly restore the abyss, but that would destroy everything around. Jin came to a horror. Drake immediately wrapped his arms around the angel, and the girl blushed with embarrassment. Everything around her began to rumble. The ground moved by itself as if it were alive. To stay on its feet was difficult, and the attacker did not understand anything. But suddenly she felt a strong kick in the ass. It was, of course, Jean, who had had enough and decided to end it. It's a shame, of course, but he's a bit busy at the moment and doesn't have time to play these toys. Someday they'll meet again. Flying down, the unfortunate girl cursed the dead water with all known words. Someday they would meet again. Continuing to fly into the blazing abyss, the girl screamed for dead water. Just wait, she would destroy it with her own hands. Jin didn't say anything but just observed this different behavior, and the other face somehow looked strange. Drake too felt the ground move, although they were already outside the abyss. But what was the matter? Suddenly the angel said that what they were standing on wasn't the earth at all. It was a meteorite going up. Now it all makes sense. This huge boulder fell to the ground and made a hole 24 kilometers deep in it. And now before them stood the god of fire, a huge monster that looked like a skeleton and could hardly be compared to anything else. It was just unbelievable. Guy stood on one of the shards and could not believe that in fact the earth moves with such ease. To use a multi-ton meteorite as an elevator is truly mind-boggling. But suddenly it's clear that this meteor has a finite path. It's traveling along a predetermined trajectory, but that's where they're going to land. Suddenly the angel said she could see a flying island somewhere far up in the sky. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was getting farther and farther away. Each time it looked like a palace and was moving fast. Even Jin was surprised at his friend's foresight, despite being a beginner. Blushing with embarrassment, Drake shouted, "Could this really be an island?" It was as if he realized something. The fantasy of a mystical land hidden in the sky is a common cliché that has long since passed into classical literature. The archer was very excited. The island in the sky is Laputa or a Pyrenean castle. Would they really see it? Jin thought, in other words, this angel came down to earth on this very meteor. She had been here for a very long time. Jin approached the girl and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. The angel was embarrassed. Apparently something was bothering her. The guy came closer and smiled. Her friend looked at him in surprise and blushed a little. The smile on Jean's face widened. Apparently this guy was up to something again, and it wasn't good. Naturally, the guy started to agitate his girlfriend to start playing this game since she has a very good set of skills, but he will have a very easy time in the relationship. At this moment in the real world, Nuna opened the door and immediately shouted from the threshold. There was a girl in a hospital bed with red hair that looked suspiciously like the one who attacked Jean. She said it was just an opportunity. Dahishi continued to shout. She said what the girl should have said beforehand, but the patient only sighed. Nuna then walked over to the bed with a heavy sigh and knelt down beside it. Raising her tired eyes, she turned to the girl called Sehi and said that the operation that was about to take place was very important, and she needed to rest. Suddenly, Sehi spat on the bed and screamed that she didn't want to. Nuna was her older sister and got very angry after such whims. But softened, she promised that this was really the last surgery. The sister, of course, didn't believe it. Such childishness made Dahiv totally furious. Her younger sister is acting like a real child, though she is an adult now. After the older one yelled at her, Sehi was ready to cry. She still can't see. So what's the problem then? She turned away from her sister, and for a second there was silence between them. The youngest was only willing to have this surgery if her sister would guarantee her one wish. Sehi wanted to meet Mr. Demon. Lord Dahudivli looked at her and thought about it. But her sister's pitying gaze melted her heart. Apparently it was indeed her cherished dream. Because her older sister is the cult president, and she used to give meetings Dahina knew what to say to. That was a little hard for her to say. It was also a very difficult task. The Demon Lord was a very busy man, so it's not that easy. Meanwhile, the huge harpy flew straight at its prey with its sharp claws out in front of it. Drake fired his crossbow at it, but the monster was so fast it was hard to hit. Another problem was that the monster's characteristics increased when they fought from the airspace. And they also had a little angel who was completely defenseless against monsters. He still had to be protected. The beast had already opened its toothy maw to grab the child. One more second and it would be the end of her. Jin was just in time and used his chain to grab the monster by the neck, pulling it towards him. With one more precise strike, the harpy shattered in two with a single scream. Sehi, lying in her bed, said she couldn't attend the meeting because she had an operation she wanted to. She just begged her big sister to do it because it's the only dream she has. The events again moved to the game. Angel looked into the distance. Finally, she saw a green dot that was approaching. It was the same island. A huge block of stone hovered in the air, the last refuge of the angels who had been weakened in the battle against the demons. Angel said she's got some streams scheduled, so we're gonna have to push the schedule back a couple hours. Gene had some plans of his own too, so had to bow out. Drake said not to worry about him. Okay, then we can agree on when and where to meet, but suddenly he got a call from Yu Dahipri, and it's kind of weird to call him directly. The next second, he almost answered without preparation, without turning on the voice changer. Then it would have been the end. The girl shyly said hello and asked to talk about the fan meeting, has a couple questions. The guy tensed up. Was there a problem with that? But the girl said it wasn't a phone call. That's why it's better in the evening. Drake clearly saw the concern on his comrade's face, and hearing a female voice asked, "Is that girlfriend?" But Jean waved it away. The next evening, Dahi stood by her car as they had agreed and waited for the meeting. After a second, her face changed, her eyes widened in surprise as she saw the demon lord. Jean stood in front of her, dressed in his usual uniform. On his face, as usual, was a mask. Jumping into the car, Jean first started the conversation she would turn out to want to talk about the meeting. Dahisa was visibly nervous. She didn't know how to choose her words and where to start. Still coming to her senses, the girl asked a completely unexpected request to help her relative. The first thing that came to Jin's mind, it was her brother. But it seems he was wrong. The conversation partner was still very nervous. So how he could help her, the girl, after such a direct question, was stunned and did not know what to say. Jin realized it himself, but he couldn't help it. It's the girl he knows. So for now, we'll just give him a dry answer. The girl got even more nervous when she said that her sister had to postpone the surgery on the only condition that she wanted to meet Jean. The guy tensed up with him. Why would there be such a burning desire? Could it be another groupie? Seeing the bewilderment on her interlocutor's face, the girl waved her hands. If he didn't like it, he could just ignore the request. But it wasn't that hard for him. Dahyo Stolbina after this, she didn't expect the Demon King to agree so quickly on this. Their conversation ended. The next day, Jin came to the agreed place, not that he didn't think about it, but yesterday, he saw the girl from the other side. But even despite all of this, a part of Gina will still look at her with coldness and wariness. Yes, also this brother of hers. Jin suddenly saw Dahi waving at him in a welcoming manner. The girl was very happy to see him. Soon they entered the hospital, and the girl said that she would now escort her sister here and let the Demon King wait. The guy decided to walk around the complex. It wouldn't take that long, so you could walk around. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming at him, a strange girl flying at him, looking suspiciously like Dahi, which was most likely his sister. She came at him so hard that even the mask flew off her face. Jin looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Rubbing her head, the girl said she was fine and not to worry, but she seemed to have taken a big hit. Taking a closer look, Jin realized that it was the same girl who kept trying to attack him during the game. For a second, the guy even dumbfounded from opening his eyes. What's even going on here? So it turns out it's her. Sehi jumped up from her seat and seemed to realize everything too, so it was dead water in front of her, what he was even doing here. And again, Voth. She started waving her fist in front of him. Jin received an unexpected blow to his face. Dahi was approaching them from the side, and her sister kept beating up the hapless Jin. If Jin's identity is revealed now, he's got to get the hell out of here. But the big surprise for him was that these two sisters, of course, this face and voice seemed immediately familiar to him. Surprised by her younger sister's story, Dahipo looked at the Demon King, and it was as if she was beginning to suspect something. The guy got dressed and used a voice changer and said he saw someone. The young man caught Sehi when she fell down the stairs, that's all. The girl was stunned, and could not say a word. In front of her stood the King of Demons, is a dream of her life. Her older sister was smiling behind her, but she had succeeded in fulfilling Seha's dream, and it warmed her heart. Meanwhile, the girl did not know where to put herself from happiness. Her hands were trembling. She was ready to cry now. Jin smiled and said that he was the real Demon King, not some dead water. Sehi went on to say that she's a big fan of the Demon King, even though she can't see him, but has heard all of his matches. Immediately, the girl started quoting one of Jin's recent matches. It seems her fan love was incredible. The whole time Jin just stood there looking at her. When he said their paths would cross, he didn't mean it. It seemed abnormal to him. The guy continued to just stand there and seemed to blush with embarrassment. Quite a strange situation, nothing to say. They moved into the chamber, but the girl continued to talk about past matches and how impressed she was with the king's skill. Baby panted so diligently she was telling this is truly the most dedicated fan. And Jean stood behind and listened to it all. She's a pretty sharp girl anyway. The older sister looked at her and said that she had fulfilled her promise. Now the younger sister must fulfill hers. Sahai mumbled as soon as she heard she'd have to go in for surgery. Like her older sister used to say. Dahishe looked at her with a fierce glare. It seems the younger one wanted to trick her, and she succeeded. The younger sister was trying to get away with it. After all, it might not be a real Demon King and all. As soon as Jin heard this, he immediately wondered why she was talking to him, as if she had seen God. The sisters kept arguing, but the younger one really didn't want to go into surgery, and you could tell. A furious Dahi started pulling her sister's cheeks from the side. It looked quite cute. Okay, if that's the case, then how can Jin prove he's the real king? The girl rubbed her cheeks. Fighting was the only thing she said. The girl wanted the Demon King to fight her here and now. But the elder sister tried to put her in her place in time by hitting her on the head. It seems very impolite to the Demon King. Seeing Dahi reading her sister even scared me a little bit. She's a scary woman after all. This girl has a low rank, but still skills, and not to borrow, the guy looked at her more closely. This is an exceptional situation. Okay, on the bright side, there is nothing wrong with that. And Jin agreed, the groupie asked out of happiness, but she will have to honor his request. Shivering in surprise, Dahi knew what to say. She was very embarrassed for her little sister, but what can you do? Jean said there was a nice place nearby where they went to play if she could come out of there. The door opened, and Jae-young's manager appeared on the doorstep. He seemed to have been woken up by a man who looked extremely sleepy. He was surprised to see the Demon King on his doorstep along with two other girls from earlier in the morning. They went into the house. OM's wife turned out to be an incredibly beautiful woman after all. The manager was a lucky man. They were heading to the training room. The woman kept saying something. She was escorting them to the special training room. As soon as Sehi saw that there was a real capsule for professional players in front of her, she almost fainted. The manager immediately realized that it was the club president's younger sister, and it seems to be the girl's first time seeing a professional capsule. Jean said he's not doing it for PR, it's a kind of bounty hunt. Let's call it that. The babe plunged into the chamber to play. The sensations were strange, to say the least. Everything around her was different. And now she was already standing in her game character in front of the Demon King himself. The sensations were inexpressible. Her face was shining with happiness. She would be fighting the best player in Asia. It was unbelievable. She stopped breathing. In the monitoring room stood the older sister and the manager watching it all from the sidelines. The Demon King was ready. The girl had been waiting for this, so let her approach first and attack. He was determined. Sehi frowned. A smile appeared on her face now, for her star hour would be the most important duel of her life. The girl took off from her seat and ran straight towards the Demon King, waving a huge scythe. Her speed was staggering. The manager opened his mouth in surprise, and this girl turns out to be fast, even faster than expected. Who is she anyway? The Demon King, of course, reflected all the attacks, but couldn't help but notice that this girl's movements were similar to professional ones. How much dexterity the Demon King had was a little hard to feel, like he was fighting a pro. Smiling, the girl said that she could increase her speed still, so let the Demon King get ready. And so she jumped up. Now it was impossible to follow her movements at all with her eyes. But after another blow, the girl saw that her braid somehow managed to crack, as it was even possible. Jin realized that he would have to fight at full strength if he wanted to survive, which was probably for the best. The manager who was watching smiled at this. It was a good tactic to make a super fast attack before they hit you. Sehi only seemed to warm up more. She smiled, as expected from a Demon King. This person is incredibly strong. Jin's face changed. Now it was his turn to attack. His eyes lit up and lightning began to flash around him. A second later, a monstrous wind began to spread across the surface of the earth. The girl didn't even have time to stand on her feet. But being in the air, she did a little somersault and flew straight at the Demon King, putting her scythe forward. It bounced off the rocks, flying around it with great ease, incredible strength. The Demon King was, of course, stronger. He repelled all the attacks that rained down on him. The guy couldn't help but notice that this girl was incredibly talented. How many ranked players would have power like her? Moreover, the girl was always smiling. It was like a game for her. Not a fight with such a perception. She has a great future. It was really impressive. Even the Demon King recognized her strength. Is she really 15 years old? This is kind of strange. Sehi was breathing heavily. She laughed and said that she had learned all the patterns of the Demon King's attack while lying on the bed in the hospital all day long. Suddenly, she saw the Demon King dissolve into thin air. The girl froze in place and couldn't say a word that this was happening. Something was happening to her eyes. Could it be some kind of bug? The girl wiped her eyes. Jin was horrified and ordered an immediate check on the child's condition. Something was going on, and apparently, something very wrong. The manager stirred, but while still standing frozen in place, the man understood nothing. Meanwhile, the poor thing lying in the capsule was shaking like she was having a seizure, her body no longer obeying. Dahi said these were very bad symptoms for her. The manager standing next to her was horrified, and the situation was escalating. He shouted for the girl to get out of the capsule immediately. If she couldn't do it on her own, they would help, but he didn't have time to speak. When the Demon King heard that she didn't want to come out, he said she was making it hard on herself. Why make it so hard on herself? In response, the girl said it was her last time, and she wanted to give herself to him completely. Her sister stood by and didn't know what to do. Her dearest person was now in great danger. Sehi responded by saying that she knows the success rate of this surgery is too low. Even if everything goes well, she won't be able to recover. Even if it doesn't work out, she doesn't want to leave trouble for her family, so she'll just walk away. Poor Dahi didn't know what to say to her. She just screamed. Her eyes were wide open. But suddenly something changed. The Demon King stopped right in front of her 2 steps away. The girl was scared. After the Demon King said that girls should shine beside him in the professional league, she was stunned. Okay, if she wants, then they will continue to the end. The Demon King hit the ground with incredible force. Sehi realized that this was serious and dodged to the side as a powerful volley flew past her. The Demon King was now truly serious about fighting. He prepared his strongest attack. Lying on the ground, the girl went into a rage she never wanted to give up, especially now in the most important moments of her life. Jin told her to listen carefully. He is going to create the strongest team, so girls should be there. Clicking her teeth, she said that it seems the Demon King is going too far too fast. I only backed down because I couldn't finish her off. Immediately, tears came to her eyes. But Jin wasn't going to back down. He raised his fist up now. Must everything happen? He remembered events from the distant past, the very girl who used him when he opened his heart. If his memory serves him correctly, it was the moment the little girl couldn't overcome her illness. Dahi was inconsolable. She had lost the dearest person, and now Jean couldn't let that happen. The guy called on the phone and introduced himself. They did meet at the last offline meeting, right? His eyes grew serious. There was something he had to do. The very fact of saving a small child warmed his soul. He couldn't do otherwise. Her brother rushed over as soon as he could. Dahi stood completely inconsolable with no face on the girl. The man asked how Sehi was doing. He was breathing heavily and could barely pick up his words. Apparently, he was running hard. The girl lowered her head and said it was okay. Her sister had fallen asleep, and she was perfectly fine. She apologized and said she just needed to shake down the money. A smile twitched her face and her eyes squinted. Her brother was furious. How could she even think about money at a time like this? And why would she even fight someone older than her father? Looking at the man, Dahi asked not to talk about her father. She doesn't want to even think about him after all. A real fight broke out between them. His sister was worried about him because he was constantly working dozens of hours at his job. Eventually, the girl, tired and sighed heavily, ended the conversation. She didn't understand at all who she was and what she wanted to dedicate herself to. She remembered her sister saying that lately Dahi was different. She looked like she was lost in her life. If you think about it, they're fighting for the same reason. Dahi sat down on the couch, ready to cry. She was too inattentive and missed the most important. Now her sister thankfully was fine, but still. The Demon King appeared suddenly and asked, "Does the girl still feel discouraged?" As soon as she heard the Demon King's voice, she immediately jumped up from her seat as to what he was even doing here. A smile touched his wife's face. He said he had something good to tell her and turned off the voice changer. Looking at him with surprised eyes, Dahi apologized. The girl completely stopped understanding something. She got a call from the chairman. She had to answer it, and the Demon King's avatar popped up on the screen. The girl took the call and, still in the same frightened, trembling voice, asked what happened. The chairwoman said she had heard about her sister. The girl was embarrassed and asked who told her about it in the first place. Of course, she appreciated her concern, but still. On the other end of the wire sat a girl. After she had heard from the Demon King, she had started the process with participants she could trust. After Dahi heard about the bone marrow donor for her sister, her eyes widened. The people who found out about all this were willing to help volunteer to take the tests. Thousands of people have volunteered to donate and will now be in the hospital. Considering how many people have decided to participate, a good donor will be found pretty quickly. The girl standing there couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes widened. The chairman said that Dahi has always done so much for the club, so let her not be surprised. The conversation ended there. The chairman said that it would be better to let her call the Demon King and tell him herself. Standing nearby, Jean said it was only because of his efforts that things couldn't have gotten this far. After the girl heard that the king had paid all the bills, she was horrified. Why did he even do that? It's too expensive. Looking at the girl, Jin asked if there was a player in Korea who could perform against him with that level. Of course not. After such a revelation, the girl covered her face with her hands and cried with happiness and gratitude. She kept thanking the Demon King. Came up her brother. He didn't know what to say and how to calm his sister down. Their conversation ended and Jin walked out of the hospital. On the way out, he was stopped by Yu Chan calling the guy's name. Jin turned to him and said that he didn't know who his boss was, but that he should stop doing anything illegal. As if ignoring those words, Chan ran up and began to thank the king from the bottom of his heart. It was quite funny because Jin had never thought he could get a thank you from this man at all. He began to remember again the day Dahi had left him. Strange thing was that what he remembered most was her face, as if she was now paying the price. And exactly the same face she had now as she sat on the chair and sobbed inconsolably. But it's time to put the bad thoughts out of your head. Pre-recruitment will be a great support for the future Demon King. And so Jin arrived in a flying city hovering at an altitude of 20,000 meters. It was called Quo Vadis, incredibly beautiful place. Finally, Jin had been waiting for this moment since the beginning of the game, and now the guy was standing right there. Well, it was time to start, but behind him there was an unimaginable rumble and a bright light flashed. Saul appeared literally out of nowhere. She took possession of the angel child's body, and now it was her main playable character. Standing in front of the huge buildings, they still did not dare to go inside. It was only the first step, but it was a hard one. From the outside, the labyrinth looks pretty wide. Jin was walking in front and a little angel girl was stomping along beside him. By the way, she was surprised that they were moving so confidently in the wrong direction. Didn't Jin know where to go? The guy smiled and looked at her and said it was all right. Everything was under control, though there wasn't much confidence in his voice. Suddenly, the girl pointed her finger forward and said there was something there. Jin was wary. Let her show him more precisely. Opening her eyes, the angel said, "It's all about the ivy in front of them." A look of concern appeared on her face. And indeed, before the two travelers spread a real wall of plants that unfortunately withered a long time ago. Sol's eyes widened even more, and it was obvious that the girl was very worried about what she had seen. Something began to move inside. From the far corner revealed an incomprehensible skeletal silhouette pulling its clawed paws. Jin was a little tense after all. They had met a character who was not the best to start the game. It was a dangerous monster. Its eyes glowed like two red lanterns and its large mouth opened. But Drake was just in time. The guy launched a few arrows right at the monster and hit the exact target. Smiled the guy, said the bad end is the one best avoided by the way these two were late. Drake had been waiting for them for a long time. A smile shone on Jin's face again. He glad to see a comrade. The guy apologized and accepted the rope. The boys started to climb up, and the monster was crawling up and trying to reach them with its long, ugly paws. Drake opened some kind of flask and poured out an unidentifiable substance that looked like pollen. It was the oil. It was negatively acting and causing friction, so the monster wouldn't be able to climb up. And besides, he'd fry himself. The boys' eyes crossed, and they understood each other without words. Jin lifted his foot, and from his sole spilled out a few bright sparks falling to the ground. With a laugh, the guys turned around behind their backs, heard an explosion and a monster shriek. Angel still didn't understand anything. Turning to Jean, she asked what it was Drake was talking about, referring to the bad ending. The guy explained that the creatures in which are found in heaven are not called monsters, but bad ends. The concept is basically understood. Giving the girl's hand, Drake explained that it was best not to waste time on these monsters at all because they only gave experience. And besides, there's no way to replenish consumables, so destroying them is a lost cause, Drake screamed. Looking up, one could see that there were some strange fruits hanging there that looked like apples, and the angel immediately reported it. Jin plucked one of the fruits. If you look at the girl, her behavior became even more childish because of curiosity. Sol took the apple in her hands and took a bite of it with a crunch. It was clear from the girl's face that she liked it very much. Eyes opened even more and glistened. The girl said, "It's like honey, they literally melt in your mouth." Jean warned her to chew well and not swallow the seeds. Angel looked at him in surprise. The guy explained that I'm a bad fruit here because of the bad ends feeding on it, so I'll have to be careful. After that, the unfortunate girl froze in place, as if she were being used as bait. She immediately started spitting out whatever was in her mouth, and Jean laughed. If she just chewed, it wouldn't do anything. Drake patted the girl on the shoulder and asked where they should go now that they hadn't been able to find out anything. Suddenly, their old, familiar creeping knight appeared, his armor crackling as he crawled closer and closer, smoke billowing from his body. The guys were alerted to the fact that these monsters really do chase their prey to the very end of what a tenacious monster. But Jin suddenly stopped and asked, "Do they think this monster is a little strange and really something was wrong?" The knight staggered from foot to foot as if he was badly battered, but wasn't he taking too much damage? Grabbing his face with his hands, the monster began to literally tear the helmet from his head, and a cracking sound was heard. After such an unexpected turn, the guys stopped on the spot and just stared at the monster. Something strange was happening. Breaking his armor, the knight had unleashed himself outside and now looked completely different. Finally, he revealed himself. Now a completely different creature stood before them. Wary Jin stepped forward and prepared for a fight. Now, instead of a knight, a strange figure stood in front of them, completely black in color and wearing a mask with a clown-like smile on its face. That's unlucky. Drake was getting ready to shoot how strong this monster was going to be. All this time, Jin tried to think optimistically. If you look at the monster's appearance, then they are on the right track, and the monster's smiling face began to turn the other way, and soon he was looking at them upside down. Saul looked at the monster with frightened eyes. She seemed numb with surprise and couldn't move from her seat. The monster, in turn, did not wait long and rushed at Jin, spreading its wide, clawed paws. Realizing that they couldn't get away without a fight, Jin rushed forward with his blade, but the monster was like liquid and dodged incredibly fast. With horror, the angel noticed that the demonic spawn was aiming straight at her, but she continued to stand as if she were standing still. Thank God Drake rushed in and grabbed the girl at the last moment and took her out of the line of attack. The monster's face began to change, his smile widening even more as several eyes appeared there. The sight was repulsive, wanting to somehow delay the monster. Jean launched a few of his clappers at it. The angel continued to stand completely shocked. The monster saw several strange things flying towards him and immediately began to dodge. It moved at an astonishing speed. In addition, Drake noticed that his blows did no damage at all, as if the monster was covered in thick armor. That was how Jin saw it coming. This monster has the ability to dodge and reduce the effectiveness of its damage output by several times. Even when sprinkled with explosives, the monster moved with incredible speed and left literally at the last moment. Jin finally realized he had to get out of here. There was no way they could handle this monster grabbing the girl. Drake rushed forward. Running away, she full speed, Jin shouted for them to quickly run after him. The guy would show the way. With the help of Solomon's eye, Jin looked ahead and could see the way ahead perfectly. The virtual helmet may be showing the right way because of some bug, but it's for the best. At least they have a chance. Suddenly, Angel broke free from Drake's embrace and said she remembered this way. The girl ran forward. As she approached the wall, she put her hands on it, and there immediately a magical symbol of green light lit up. The wall began to move, the bricks separating one by one, opening a passage into the dungeon. Drake noticed that the door was opening too slowly, and if they continued like this, the monster would catch up with them. A huge silhouette with the same ugly smile came out from the nearest corner, and a growl was heard. Drake pointed his crossbow at him to buy a few seconds before the door opened. The guy was well aware that this monster was trying to attack the angel, and immediately shouted to Jin that he needed to protect her by any means necessary. The monster was throwing rocks, but Drake luckily managed to grab the girl and carry her away. Jin rushed forward to block the way, and the monster spread its monstrous claws and lunged at him. What an all-around monster. Annoying dead water frowned on his forehead. Wrinkles swelled. This fight threatened to drag on. It seems Jin has to fight this monster and finally put an end to it, or they'll never get out of here. Suddenly, Jin caught himself thinking that he was just beginning to feel that he was running away from the monsters in vain, trying not to fight. But now was the perfect moment to demonstrate his strength against a challenging monster, and the lad rushed forward. Now the balance of power looked like Jin was against the monster alone. Drake and the angel were standing behind a small stone wall. Jin decided he would take care of it himself and got ready. The monster was quite annoying. He crawled up the wall like some huge spider. Jin was still standing still and didn't realize how quickly everything turned over. The monster had already swung over the stone wall and was already on the other side, aiming at Angel. Just in time, the guy swung around and kicked the monster right in the jaw, pinning it to the floor. A smile appeared on the guy's face. The monster seemed surprised, but John was confident in his speed. The next second, several claws swept across my face, but the guy managed to dodge and repel the attack. The monster became enraged and began to destroy everything around him. He hit the ground with such force that everything around him shook. The guy, on the other hand, was just running from him and delivering pinpoint shallow blows to his skin. Suddenly, the monster felt weakened, his face as if floating the poison had taken effect, and the monster weakened for a second. Jin, of course, didn't know who he even was, but as long as this monster from the game, then he wouldn't be able to dodge the characteristic increase. Turning around and realizing that there was no way to win, the monster tried to hide in the distance of the cave. It was a hit-and-run tactic. Jin had figured out his plan and rushed after the monster couldn't be allowed to get away. After running a few turns, the guy was surprised to see that there was a dead end in front of him, and the monster had hopelessly disappeared somewhere. And where it went after a few more steps, Jin noticed he was standing at the end of the path below, was the abyss. But that's not good. There was a huge well so deep you couldn't see anything down there. Drake was already running towards him, bringing his opponent to a standstill. Is the trap. Now could be anything. Suddenly the guy felt that under his feet, the ledge began to fail, and a cracking sound was heard. Turns out the smiling monster had been standing off to the side all this time, waiting for an opportune moment. And so when Jin plunged into the well, he went to his victims, who were now defenseless. The monster wanted to reach out its clawed paw to them, but suddenly something grabbed it. It was Jean. He had used the chain he had gotten from the spider and was now holding on to it, hanging over the well. No, if he goes to the afterlife, he'll take that monster with him. The guy was holding on with all his might. And then the monster couldn't stand it any longer, and they both flew into a deep well. Jean's scream and the monster's roar were heard. Continuing to fly down, the guy saw that there was a huge mouth. It would close as soon as you touched it. As soon as that happened, the man would go to the other world. Not wanting to end the game early, Jin grabbed onto the walls and began to slide. His foot sparks erupted from his leg. Luckily, he stopped only a few meters away from the predatory maw, which reeked of rotten meat. But unfortunately, the monster was also able to survive. He held onto the wall with his claws and waited. After hanging like that for a few seconds, they finally made it to the surface. The monster was on the other side. Now the duel between them flared up again. There were flashes of light everywhere. It felt like someone was having a sword fight. Taking a few more hard hits, Jin saw that the monster had crawled somewhere high up. It then plucked the very fruit and hovered aloft, continuing to watch its opponent. The monster opened his wide mouth and ate the apple with a crunch. As soon as he did so, his strength increased several times over. Stunned, Jin watched the monster's actions. These are the same apples that the angel ate so recently. Why exactly did they become food for the monster? Meanwhile, the smile widened several times. The monster's face lit up. It was only now that Jin realized that this monster was regenerating its health, so now it was really becoming a problem. Bouncing off the wall, Monster glared his teeth forward with his claws and tried to grab the annoying guy. There was a rumbling sound, and the monster's paw stopped a few centimeters from the player's face. Jin literally physically felt the danger. The guy jumped up from his seat and ran to the duck. Of course, he knew that these monsters eat honey fruit, but the fact that they restore XP is news. Meanwhile, the smiling monster was destroying everything around him. His power had increased several times over. With great speed, the grin was approaching Jin, putting out his paw, which turned into a real spike. Luckily for the guy, a shot rang out. It was Drake. He got there just in time and hit the monster. The guy shouted for June to come up here faster. He couldn't hold him off much longer. The danger was growing. Thanking his comrade, Jin climbed up like a spider needed to get out of the line of attack. Within seconds of climbing up, the guy was in relative safety. At least the monster was down. It was too early to rejoice. But now the monster came out, and it was a little bigger than last time. Turning around, Jin immediately ran towards the monster, then over his friends in horror. Was he going to fight again? Turning around, the guy yelled for the others to run to the door and get out of here as fast as they could, and he would catch up with them. But first, we would have to deal with this monster. Jin stood in front of the monster. Neither of them dared to attack first. A smile continued to spread across the monster's ugly face. Or maybe Jin would finish it off since the guy wasn't sure if he'd do any damage. He, of course, assumed it would be hard, but not that hard. The boy smiled nervously, anticipating the battle. But suddenly, something strange happened. The monster began to speak, though it was like some non-dick separate sounds. The whole time the monster was looking at the little angel hiding behind Drake's back. The girl was very scared. Suddenly, something happened that shocked everyone. A powerful charge of magical energy flew into the monster's back. Looking closer, Jean saw a strange man dressed in a hoodie with a book in his hands. It was an old man pulling back his hood. He asked if everything was all right here. He came just in time. Drake didn't understand and wondered who it was. Jean assumed it was an angel. But that wasn't what he had to think about right now. Monster Smile had come to his senses and was now even angrier. He was heading straight for the Travels. The strange angel told them to leave the monster to him and let them find a way out of here and finally get away. With a roar, the monster lunged straight at the hated angel who had prevented him from getting his prey. But the man was not so simple. Putting his hand forward, he applied a thermal dome and immediately a pillar of flame erupted from his hand. The boys didn't have to beg for long. They turned around and ran for the duck out of here. Jin thanked the angel and called him Gandalf. After running a few dozen meters, the guys plopped into the nearest entrance. It seemed they were still inside or already outside. At first, it was unclear. Looking up, Jin noticed several strange figures standing at the top of the steps. For now, it wasn't clear who they were. Looking closer, one could see an angelic middle-aged woman with a frightened face. When they heard they were called lost sheep, they were stunned at who they were and what they wanted from them. Leaning over to Jean, Drake whispered in his ear, "This place seems like an angel village, right?" Saul didn't understand a thing and just looked at the strange angels who had come down to them with big eyes of surprise. Saul took a few timid steps towards the woman, and Drake tried to stop her, but the girl said it was okay, they shouldn't be afraid of these people. The old woman hugged the girl and fondly told her not to worry about anything and that they would protect her in any case. Tears appeared on the woman's face. She said that everyone would make sure this never happened again. Saul suddenly noticed that she felt so warm and comfortable in this strange woman's embrace that she couldn't help herself. As she pressed herself against the woman, she suddenly cried, unable to contain her emotions. Even Drake, who was standing next to him, rubbed his nose. He, of course, didn't understand what was going on, but probably something very highly emotional. But something was strange. The rest of the angels, who had come down close to the strangers, pointed their weapons at them, and nothing good could be expected from them. 2 more angels called them ugly. They don't even have wings or halos over their heads. Who they are. One of the angels even suggested that these 2 might be a subspecies of the bad end, so be careful. The guys didn't like being talked about like that. They looked at each other and tensed up. It didn't seem that simple. The old lady who was next to Saul said that the 2 could be bad ends, so don't cross paths with them. The girl tried to say something. Grabbing his crossbow, Drake said that these strange angels were beginning to annoy him. Would they really just stand there? A smile appeared on Jean's face, and in a cryptic voice he said he needed to calm down a bit. He had a plan. Hearing the story of the bad ends, Drake wondered unbelievably the Emperor had created his own labyrinth. One of the guardian angels said that this emperor was a great man. He was an aristocrat protecting the last sanctuary in the demon world. As it turned out, nothing good came out of Jean's plan. They were imprisoned in the dungeon, and now the boys were sitting downstairs. Then the emperor changed one day. He went mad and lost his mind. And after that, incredibly creepy things started happening. When asked how they let it happen, the angel said they had no choice. The emperor was too powerful. They are just waiting for their sons and daughters who were dragged away by the emperor to come back, but so far to no avail. Drake found me a docking. Didn't the angel say they were in the maze now? How are they supposed to escape from there? Looking at the captives, the angel said they have connections in the kingdom. This man takes the children and sends them to them. They call him the White Flame. Meanwhile, Saul was already fully integrated into the angel family and was in one of the houses. Next to her stood the same old woman and poured some concoction into a mug. She told the girl about the White Flame. Pressing her against her again, the woman tried not to cry. She realized how much this child had been through, but he was safe now. Inside herself, Saul still cried. It's a shame she's not a real angel, but still it's such a shame to deceive her. While in the cell, Drake looked up. This prison is poorly made, but Jean said to wait a little while. Drake wondered. The guy upstairs answered all his questions. Is everyone here like that? Jean smiled, said they were angels after all. Suddenly, there was some rustling upstairs. Jean raised his head and looked up. He hoped it wasn't too late. The old woman's friendly face looked directly at the little girl. She asked if Nettie remembered her older sister. The girl only clapped her eyes and could not remember anything. What other big sister she first heard about it, memory has not reached there yet. The girl decided to ask the elder what her older sister was like, the woman wondered. With great reverence, the woman told me that the older sister, whose name was Betty, had been born a few minutes earlier and was the complete opposite of Nettie. One day she hit her youngest several times on the head because she couldn't forget a scary story. Placing her hand on the angel's two small hands, the elder said that since she had arrived here, they could hope her sister was okay too. Suddenly, with horror for herself, the girl realized that she could no longer hold back her eyes filled with tears. With a trembling voice, the girl tried to explain everything to the elder, saying that they were very much mistaken, and the travelers were not the ones they needed. The words struggled to get out of her mouth. The girl was not used to talking about such things and was afraid. But suddenly, someone drew the elder away. There was some strange sound like the sound of a trumpet outside. It was the herald who held the horn in his hands, trumpeting that bad ends were coming. In the village of angels began to create real chaos. Monsters approached and ran through the streets. They took the angels by surprise. The archers quickly took battle stances and began to repel their village. They sprinkled arrows at the monsters. The monsters were too many, yes, and besides, such damage was insignificant to them. They literally didn't feel it. Monsters like the smiling ones from the maze jumped on the angels and destroyed them one by one. The elder appeared literally out of nowhere. The woman used her most powerful spell. The rest of the angels were happy to finally have help on their faces with smiles on their faces. Now everything will go as it should. Warriors with spears went ahead and destroyed the monsters. They can't let one of them be taken away this time. One of the monsters approached them closely. His eyes were burning and heavy breathing could be heard. But suddenly someone's clawed hand grabbed him and squeezed him with such force that his skull shattered. The surprised and at the same time frightened angels cried out, looking among themselves. It was the same smiling monster now. It had taken on its nightmarish form, now much stronger and faster. The angels were terrified of this monster they couldn't handle. Even if they had a whole army, they had to contain it somehow. The elder was fighting alone against several monsters. She saw the most dangerous one coming and tried to stop it. Saul stood somewhere in the distance and watched. The girl was incredibly frightening. It was the same monster from the dungeon. He jumped at the elder, who had closed herself off in time with her energy shield, and a cracking sound was heard. The monster grasped the shield and began trying to destroy it. After a few hits, the spell weakened. The elder fell to the ground with a loud sound. The woman was without strength and nearly passed out. Raising her frightened eyes, the woman shouted that this monster had come for Nettie. He never leaves his prey alone, so we must run away. With frightened eyes, the girl looked at the elder as if she was dumbfounded and couldn't move. The rest of the angels also realized that they would not stop this monster. She was too strong to be handled by normal forces. In a heavy voice, the woman shouted that she was fine, that she needed to save the children first, and that they would take care of themselves. The frightened Saul still continued to stand and watch the nightmare happening around her, as if her head had blacked out. Memories from her past life suddenly came over her. She was frightened and ran in the opposite direction. From this flashback, Saul realized that the monster's name was Smile, a slightly creepy name for such a monster. But it was definitely him, and it was all connected somehow. The monster continued to rampage and destroy everyone in its path. To his horror, the little angel tripped and fell right in front of the monster. The grinning monster was coming closer and closer to him. He had already stretched out his clawed paws towards him. Saul resigned to the fact that her end had come. The girl froze in place. But luckily, Jean showed up just in time to snatch the girl right out from under the predatory monster's nose and ran away. Looking at his opponent, John asked if he should separate all of this monster's fingers at once or what. Drake had also freed himself, and was now sprinkling everyone with a hail of arrows. The other monsters weren't as strong as Smile, so dealing with them was easy. Jin asked his comrade, can he help the angels stop another wave of monsters, and Jin has a plan. Looking at him with surprised eyes, Drake still agreed. But what is Jean going to do in the meantime? Taking the form of the Demon King, the guy asked why Drake was asking him that. Of course he was going to destroy this monster. Seeing the ground beneath him begin to crack, his smile tensed, and he tried to run away from the spot, but it was too late. It happened so quickly that the monster did not have time to realize anything, and now flew back down, and the Demon King followed right behind him. Drake realized that the Demon King's attacks have no effect on this creature. So what is Jin going to do now? But the guy didn't listen to his comrade. He applied the bear strike mode and flew straight after the guy, screaming with rage. As expected of a high-ranked monster, such blows wouldn't do much damage to it, so it wasn't even worth hoping for. After flying a few dozen more meters, they broke through the wall and flew outside the island. Below was only impenetrable darkness and bottomless abysses, exactly where Jin wanted to drive this monster. All he could do now was laugh on the guy's face, a smile wide. Everything was going according to plan. Finally breaking the island through, Jin flew out the other end and found himself in free fall. Monster Smile flew further. He did not have time to grasp and was now flying many kilometers high straight into the ground. It was almost impossible to survive. Upstairs stood Drake, who had already dealt with most of the monsters, and now everyone was relatively safe. A tired Drake looked around with a keen eye. Basically everywhere was clear. The monsters had gone to the other world and the angels were safe. The elder immediately ran up to them and began to heartily thank the two strangers who had saved their settlement from the monsters. Moreover, she would like to accept these two as full residents of the city with all rights. The smiling Jin still refused, but on the other hand, it was great they had the support of the angels. The second day went on. Drake looked up in surprise at Jin's words before him. He was quite taken aback by what it means to get close. But the thing was that according to Jin's calculations, there was a treasure trove here, and it was full of rare items for that you need to get close to the inhabitants. Saul looked at her companion in surprise and asked her if she was already an angel in appearance. Though she resembled the angels outwardly, but still not close enough to them mentally, the girl opened her eyes. Moreover, not all the angels had accepted the two of them yet. Drake looked at Jin in surprise, but there was logic in his words. Jin didn't really know what they should do next either, but talking and doing what they asked would probably get them closer. The guy readily looked at his companions. Okay, then we need to split up and make them fall in love with us as much as possible. They scattered to different sides. That now they are the main thing to gain support begins an interesting game. Well, it wasn't that simple. Some angels were just like the owner of the coffee plantation. Jin, along with the rest of the angels, dragged huge beams to build a wall for protection. He was building furniture and defenses, but the foreman was terribly disgruntled. Even when John did his best, the old man still found something to pick on. At one point, the guy even thought he was the reincarnation of this coffee plantation owner. Did he really go to heaven? Drake, on the other hand, was enjoying the fine company he was enjoying as he smiled and thanked the angels for the tea. In front of him stood two men and a girl. They were admiring the strangers who had come in and seemed to have succeeded in rubbing their way into the trust. Meanwhile, little Saul was getting a massage, and she too was trying her best to bond with the old people. Jin was the only one who was exhausted, and he had the hardest job, carrying heavy logs and feeling like he was on a construction site. Drake was even starting to like his pastime a little bit. He was only helping the angels with minor household chores. Saul seemed to have gotten even more support from the girl applying makeup to one of the angels, using all of her real-life abilities. At this time, Jin and the rest of the angels were fed up with the fact that the foreman was helping them, and they organized a riot. The whole crowd beat up the arrogant old man who made them work like slaves. Well, sooner or later he managed to get close to the other angels and became a real revolutionary. Drake, surrounded by beautiful angels, sat and posed for a portrait. The guy was even a little embarrassed. Saul, who had finally fused with the role of universal child, became a real favorite of the old ones, and they fed her constantly. When one of the angels threatened Jin that he'd walk around naked if he didn't perform well, the guy said he was naked all the time. Saul visibly rounded out while being fed by the old men. The girl's cheeks lit up with an amused blush. Jin couldn't help but notice it, and how she only managed. In such a short time, it had only been a few hours, the girl only chuckled guiltily. It was only now that Jin realized that he was the only one here who had only spent, and the others were just enjoying being in this city. Drake joined them, but his appearance made everyone else just stunned in silence. The guy was not like himself. All his clothes had changed, and now he looked like a real angel, and he also had makeup. Drake's appearance delighted Little Soul. The girl screamed that now Drake looked like a real angel. Drake looked at his companions with enlightened eyes and said that everything had happened, just as Jin had said it would. With angels, you can see how good-natured Drake never thought it could be. Jin gritted his teeth and agreed, but he remembered the angry look on the faces of his foreman and the other workers. But Drake had good news. The angels gave him a new crossbow, said it was some junk lying around their house. In addition, he was also given a new weapon of rank A, plus it was a sword, and its characteristics were amazing. Drake couldn't get excited. What a cool place this was after all, and the angels are so generous and good-natured, Jean was even starting to get a little jealous. Also, Drake said he got something and it might please Jean. The guy took a closer look. It was a high-ranked ring as well, and it glistened cheerfully in the sunlight. And now even Jean's cheered up. He might need it. So Drake wasn't just chilling here for nothing after all. Thanks to this item, he can solve the bug problem in this game. Thus, he will have as many as 2 characters, and someone third. When Saul got close to them, she said she didn't get anything. But she was taught how to heal with the holy barrier, and now she can work as a support. The observant Jin smiled. This girl has learned a lot here. We can expect her to grow explosively in the future. It will be perfect. Drake wondered what Jean had gotten. The guy was about to say something, but suddenly there was a shout. The kids were back. Something began to happen around the angels became animated, and the guys turned in the direction where the voice came from. Here ran many children who had returned from the captivity of the horrible creature behind them, stood that mysterious angel. He apologized to the elder for not being able to bring absolutely everyone, but the woman asked him not to say so he really did a lot of things. The angel's name was Bokassa Pharisee, and looking at Jin, he exhaled and was glad that the boy had made it here alive. The hooded man said he was afraid they might not find their way here and get lost along the way. Then he looked at Saul and rejoiced this child was alive and well at last everything was back to normal. Pharisee frowned. He apologized for not being able to protect her in time, but he was glad it was all over. The girl opened her eyes wide in amazement at the white flame standing right in front of her savior of children. Perhaps if he helped the 2 sisters escape, he knows what happened that day. The man stood in front of her and looked down on her. Sure, it was the first game, but Saul had a lot of fun, and she immediately ran to meet her new friends. I couldn't even believe it was artificial intelligence because the angels were so kind to her. It hasn't been that long since the girl started playing, but it seems like she's already hung in there. She ran up to Drake and yelled. The man turned to her and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Today she was early. The girl thought he was insanely handsome and funny all the time. He protected her in all situations. Watching Drake and Jean overcome obstacles together, she realized the expression men are big kids. The girl asked where Jean Drake was now, and he said he was talking to an elder. Apparently, there was some urgent matter. He looked at her with such good-natured and enlightened eyes. Every time the guy saw her, his heart beat faster. The guy couldn't help but notice that she's pretty good at English, straight talking like a native speaker. The girl said she studied a lot. And she couldn't help but notice that Drake had a good command of the Korean language, surprisingly, for an Englishman. The guy said he started getting into Korean after he met Jin, so he started learning it while they played together. Drake blushed as he smiled again, thinking he was already a native Korean, and he liked the country soup very much. Then the girl said that he just needed to come to Korea. They would give him a good tour with Jin, and he would love it. Their conversation could still go on for a long time as they were suddenly interrupted by Jean's voice. He was approaching them quickly, not in strides. It seemed the guy was very excited about something. With a smile on his face, Jean said that there was about to be an event in the conference room, so better not be late. Saul asked him if he liked America, to which Jean replied that he liked the Anus, is a Scottish breed of domestic bull. That's the kind of guys she has to go through all the hardships with, and it's fair to say that she likes the girls a lot. Coming to the conference hall, the guys saw that there were already gathered a lot of angels. All of them were very concerned about the recent events. The Pharisee said that the emperor told him the message he himself had seen was to send the children there. The elder looked at him with disbelief. She had little faith that this was indeed a true prediction, but the man was adamant he was quoting the emperor's message that said the species would disappear because of the children. The angels began to look at each other doubtfully. Maybe it was true, but no, it was more like the ravings of a madman. The elder rose and said that there had never been a time when the emperor's prophecy had not been fulfilled, and he had an oracle. Rising from his seat, Pharisee said in a stern voice that now it was time to make a decision. They must oust him from his throne. All the other angels have unconditionally confirmed this is what must happen. It was already clear that the emperor had fallen because of the temptation of the devil. The angels were furious. They no longer wanted to lose their children. Jin, Drake, and Saul were wary. Things seemed pretty serious. The angels were determined to destroy the emperor. Looking at Pharisee, Saul pondered this man by all appearances. Here was a great authority, one could say a national hero. But for some reason she feels a little fear when she is around this man's strange sensations. The man looked at her and asked if she was afraid of him, but without waiting for an answer he said it was right because he couldn't protect her sister. So she can fear and hate him all she wants because she has every right to. Saul said in a frightened voice as she came closer to him that she was a little afraid of him, but that he had saved the children. Bowing before him, the girl said she was sorry and apologized for not remembering, but thanked him for saving her and her sister. The elder looked at them from the side with a smile and was ready to cry. The warrior closed his tired eyes and sighed heavily. He said he wanted to save absolutely all the children. Turning to the foreigners, he asked them to help in this difficult task, for it is the sacred duty of every angel. Jin and Drake stood nearby, dead water, tensed for some reason. The menu with choices did not appear in front of him. However, this is clearly a quest. At least without feeling some weird tension, they'll go to the trouble of saving the kids. Smiling, Drake nodded his head, another thing he hadn't expected from his comrade. A surprised Saul looked at the two of them. That's how it was decided that they would go to the castle. White Flame Warrior Bokasa is an incredibly powerful angel capable of fighting monsters. The three aliens who so recently saved an angel settlement from a monster invasion, and a group of 4 men from the village of Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael, who wanted to save their children. Watching them, Jean wondered and why he thought the 4 of them would like pizza. Seeing this determination, Saul herself overcame her fear, even though it was creepy to go back into the labyrinth, but she agreed. Well then, they would go, all ready for the very hard climb ahead of them. Meanwhile, Monster Smile, who had somehow miraculously managed to survive the fall, was now climbing up the island. And so their raid began. Bokasa walked ahead of them as he sizzled the monsters one by one with his righteous fire. The other 4 angels swung their spears to destroy the spawn of hell. The battle was very fierce, but because of their coordinated work and clearly distributed responsibilities, they were able to clear the dungeons without any problems. Drake, standing on the dais, sprinkled everyone with arrows. He saw that the monsters were pretty weak, no matter what, smiled. But Jin hastened to assure him that this was just the beginning. So don't let him relax, there's more to come. Drake, still in doubt, asked his companion if they were sure they had to go there. Jin nodded his head. Yes, that was exactly right. The angels have also cheered up nicely. Now we need to destroy the remaining monsters and the way is clear. Making a serious face, Bokasa advised them to be careful. The farther they went into the maze, the more complicated it became. After walking a few more meters, Jin suddenly stopped and gestured behind his back. Climbing up the spiral staircase, he saw a black silhouette in the distance. It was the Bad End coming right towards them. Drake said it was a kid he saw when he was walking the maze alone. One of the angels suggested that the monster wouldn't seem to notice them because he was so busy eating, but Bokasa said to wait. He wouldn't attack if we stayed quiet. Jin looked at little Saul. The girl was frightened and looked him straight in the eyes. With a smile on his face, the guy said that she probably shouldn't look at the monster when they walked by, so he would hold her hand. Though I was curious, Jin said he would explain later, and the girl closed her eyes, obediently walking on. The problem was that this monster can't suck its mother's milk, so it was very sensitive to sounds that resembled this process. It looked just disgusting, like a big caterpillar that had sprawled all over the stairs. Nearby, Saul, who was walking by, smelled something oddly sweet with a hint of something else. At last, she realized this is how honey fruit smells. The girl opened her eyes imperceptibly for herself. It was her mistake stopping. She saw in front of her the face of a giant monster. He looked really disgusting. When she realized that she had smacked her lips, she immediately closed her mouth in fear. It was just an accident. She didn't even control the process. Jin started cursing. Everything went wrong at the last moment now. This monster will definitely attack them. The monster opened its wide mouth more like flower petals and shrilled a shrill scream that sounded like a baby crying. The angels realized they had to destroy this monster or they'd never get any further. The 2 angels approached the monster, need to hold it off for at least a few minutes so the others can pass by. But Jin stopped them. If they destroy the monster, they will only make things worse, so we can't move. The frightened girl looked at what was happening with wide open eyes and could not understand what was happening. She was flooded with memories. Suddenly, she yelled for the others to stop. They can't destroy it. It feels like they shouldn't. Bokasa continued to spew flames without paying attention to anyone. The man was too engrossed in the process. Another angel swung a huge cleaver to finally finish off the hideous monster, and it was all over. Suddenly, the girl felt something happen in her body. Drake immediately jumped up to her, but she didn't know it herself. It's like she feels guilty that they destroyed that monster. She's never been so sad. But Pharisee said that if they left him like that, the monster would definitely follow them, but Jin said to stop. The boy was very angry. He thought that this warrior should know more about it than the others, but it turned out not to be so. Hearing their fellow monsters scream, the other monsters also became active, turning their heads and growling in a low growl. With their 6th sense, the 2 angels felt it and tensed up. Now they were really in great danger. They were surrounded by huge monsters that were much stronger and bigger than what they had just destroyed. Drake lifted his head up. It was too bad these monsters are on a whole other level. Yes, and on top of that, there are a lot of them. In a frightened voice, Jin explained that these monsters are the reason why everyone stops in the middle of the maze. They came at their child's scream. Bokasa, who was ahead of them, said that if they moved forward a little more, there would be a fork in the road leading to the palace. The man said they should split up. He'd take the sacred barrier and let the others cover. Nodding his head, Jin agreed, and they went forward. Everyone had to get ready. The man was creating a barrier. Angels used all their abilities to somehow hold back the horde of huge monsters. With each time it turned out, it is more difficult. But it's all working out. Jean and Drake are running forward. They've got a couple seconds. The old man told them to head north. There was only one way out of the labyrinth, and they should meet there. Turning to the girl, Jean saw how frightened she was and still called out her name. The guy said they would move faster if she jumped on his back. The girl did it the second she did. Looking at them from the side, Bokassa asked the strangers to take care of this child. In the man's voice, you could hear excitement and concern. Soon the guys found themselves in a relatively safe place where there were no monsters, and they could take a break. Looking at the girl, Jin saw that something was wrong with her. She was sitting leaning against the wall and looked kind of bad. Her eyes were closed, as if Sol had fallen into a deep sleep. In some ways, she was. She listened to the voices. After what the girl saw there, she immediately woke up and screamed at the top of her voice, scaring Jin. After a second, she calmed down and, breathing heavily, said that she had dipped into that child's memories and saw Bokassa helping her escape through the labyrinth. But the strange thing was that someone else was holding her hand, and it wasn't the man, but the girl couldn't see it. With a heavy sigh, Sol said that it was because of her injury she couldn't look at everything in more detail. But on the other hand, when they are immersed in this world, a little pain is even good to feel the reality. Still pensive, Jin stood there trying to figure out what was going on, as Sol's behavior seemed increasingly strange to him. Suddenly Drake broke the silence. He said someone was coming, and immediately stared into the darkness, pulling out his dagger. The footsteps were getting closer, and after a minute, Bokassa appeared out of the darkness. The man was very bad. He was covered in blood and breathing heavily. Seeing such a nightmarish sight, Jin was frightened what happened to him, because he is such a strong fighter who did this to him. Following that, the angel fell to his knees and seemed about to pass out. Drake jumped up to him and helped him. The man's voice sounded so quiet that you had to listen to him apologize for not being able to protect them fully. It seems he can't go. Then the warrior turned to Sol. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes and understood nothing. Closing his eyes, he begged her not to forgive him because he wanted to see it with his own eyes, the future of their clan and happiness. This made such a strong impression on the girl that she immediately jumped up to him and held out her arms. Immediately, a bright green light spilled everywhere she used her healing magic. Surprised, Jin walked up to her and asked what she was doing. The guy was seeing something like this for the first time. Concentrating, Sol said she wanted to save him. She had learned this the outdated way when she was trying to increase her popularity. Jin thought about what would happen if this resurrection led to unexpected consequences. Perhaps things would get worse. Oh well, the game had already changed beyond recognition anyway. The guy handed her a scroll and told her to try this. It was an old lost scroll with the ability to resurrect any creature. Sol asked what it was all about, working hard last time, so don't let her be shy. To be honest, he never even thought that the girl would be so entranced by the ordeal and held accountable for her playful actions. Looking at her comrade with her blue eyes, Sol thanked him for his help. The girl really thought it was very important. As they placed the scroll on the barely alive warrior, they began to wait for a bright yellow light to appear everywhere. Eventually it worked, and the old man woke up. He opened his eyes and in a still, weak voice asked what had happened. In the end, he finally came to his senses and said he had to go. It was a hard struggle, but the girl saved him. Perhaps it would have been better not to do so. The man suddenly changed. Somehow his eyes turned darker. After that, Drake didn't understand what the man meant about him having just come back from the other side of the world. Looking at his hand, the old man nodded his head. It seems this Drake was right. The man had suddenly changed. His voice became the same as before. He thanked the girl for saving him and said that the second chance would not be in vain, so we should move forward. Meanwhile, the smile monster continued to doggedly follow the trail of his victims he had already picked up on. As Jin moved forward, he heard an alarm and stopped for a second. It had been a long time since he had heard it. They had finally arrived at the castle. Now all that was left was to open the heavy door. The goal was very close. But it wasn't that simple. In front of them was a large moat with some kind of dangerous liquid that happened here. Bokassa explained that it was the Emperor's doing. Turning to the others, the man said in a hoarse voice that he would go through the south door and trust the others to go through the north door. Jin grinned and said that he shouldn't go alone because it could be dangerous and he was barely alive. But they were interrupted by what seems to be monsters on their trail, and now they will never let go of their prey. Goosebumps ran down Drake's body. Why are there even bad ends here? They're not supposed to be in the castle. It's nonsense. Well, on the bright side, it's about time Drake got ready to fight. A smile on his face. Now he can test something out. Time to try out the items he got in the Angel Village. The guy took out 2 crossbows and got ready. He shot incredibly accurately. Bokassa in turn sprinkled the monsters with his spells. It worked. Teamwork was given to them very easily. Another huge monster grinning approached Jin and prepared to strike. But the speed of the huge monster was so fast that Deadwater didn't have time to react and ended up on top. But it's even better that he used resilience and rebirth, thus destroying the monster in one summon. Putting his hands forward, the little angel said he would help Jin and immediately began to treat him. It was a skill angel prayer. Jin immediately felt incredible relief in his entire body. It was as if he had been reborn. Even his regeneration wasn't as fast to regenerate. The guy looked around, it was just fine. A healer nearby is incredibly convenient. Saul stretched out in a smile. She's glad she can be useful in the team. Bokassa said it's the last hurdle before he meets the Emperor. We must try harder, there's no other way. Seeing that the man was suddenly pierced by the fang of one of the monsters, Jin was frightened and rushed to help. Somehow, unbelievably, the smile ended up right there. But how did the monster even manage to survive such a fall and find them? Seeing that the monster was standing firmly on its feet, Jin prepared himself to make things a lot more difficult for the immortal monster. The warrior holding his hand concluded that it seemed this monster had been stalking them all along. Once again, that monstrous smile stretched across the monster's face and it lunged straight at its victims. As he approached the monster, Jin immediately began to strike in order to hold it back. The warrior angel flew up, waving his long wings. He said to take care of this creature, need to leave. But Jin wasn't even going to back down. He had warmed up and was now ready to destroy anyone in his path. Saul looked at it all from the side and shuddered with fear. She still thought it was something strange. The girl was so confused that she didn't notice that another transparent monster had formed behind her back and opened its huge maw. Thank God he saw it all and warned the girl of the danger, but he wouldn't have gotten there in time to save her. The little angel turned back. She didn't realize anything and had just spotted the monster and still stood like a dumbfounded. Jin, too, noticed the danger at the last moment, and fending off another attack of Smile's, moved forward toward the girl. To his horror, he noticed that Smile had seen it all too and ran straight to the defenseless child. Trying to keep his friend safe, Drake began firing all his guns to destroy the monster. The unfortunate girl was about to accept her gruesome end, but to her surprise, she noticed that the monster had not touched her. The thing was that approaching Smile gave a colossal blow to the monster and stuck his hand into its mouth. It shocked the girl. She didn't understand why one monster was protecting her from another. Jin, who was standing nearby, shouted for her to get away from them. It's dangerous out there, you can't let her get hurt. Angel followed his order and ran away. But the Smile, for some reason, did not rush after her. Covering the girl with his body, Jin didn't understand why that Smile didn't attack her, but protected her on the contrary. Suddenly, Bokassa's voice was heard. He said he forbade them to raise their heads, let him open his lousy eyes. Jean and Drake, in one voice, questioned what it even was the guys turned back around. The smile evaporated, and Jin and the angel stood and looked perplexedly forward. The boys realized that they had to help Bokassa, because the bad end might not be far from him now. One of the angels was crying for some reason. He was asking Bokassa why he did it now he felt so bad about it. He was standing on the old man's body with his foot on his head. Something strange was going on. This angel seemed to have lost his mind. Jin saw all this and freaked out. Did one go against the other? What's going on here at all? Looking at the people from above, the angel wondered why they were even here, what they were doing here. With one powerful blow, the angel pushed the old man aside and asked, "How much longer will he fall ill allied with lower beings?" It was the angel emperor Nicodemus. He saw humans coexisting with angels, and it was disgusting. Jin clicked his teeth. This angel had very strong offensive power, and how to attack him now he had almost no vulnerabilities. The emperor looked down at them. What are they even doing here? It is strange. Has this man borrowed Solomon's wisdom? Then Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did the angel know King Solomon, to which the Lord replied that he was his old friend? Then he cried again, saying he hadn't heard from him in a long time, but his power was still with them. With a clap of his hands, Jin said that his buddy has been serving the devil for a long time, so don't get your hopes up. Seeing the blood predator ring, the angel wondered where the guy even got that from. Moreover, this inferior creature had Solomon's bracelet. It was just unreal. The emperor's eyes bulged with wonder from where this man got his old friend's item. How could this be possible? And then Jin brightened up. He found this angel's weakness. Mentally, he is very weak. Having found the right point, the guy began to morally suppress the angel. He told that his comrade was like a zombie emperor came to horror. Saul, who appeared nearby, said she felt sorry for the monster, but Jin stopped her. This emperor would be too strong to be defeated so easily. After waiting for the right moment, the guy said he had to attack right now and moved forward. He jumped up and pulled out his dagger. The emperor expected nothing of the sort and looked at the strange man in fear. And Jin smiled and said it's too bad the emperor doesn't have any friends. It's all lies. Unhappy angel, from fear he could not believe his old comrade had vanished. He should have been here. It was only now that Jin realized how stupid the emperor was turning out to be that he still didn't want to believe it. As soon as the unhappy man heard that his friend had gone to the other world and was no longer alive, he immediately began to cry. And then a mighty blow rang out and the deity fell to the ground. Jin winced and raised his hand up. After that, he continued to abuse the poor man and said he had no friends. He had no one left, so don't let him get his hopes up. Nicodemus lay on the floor, continuing to cry. He couldn't believe that he had no one left, now he was all alone. Saul jumped up to him and screamed that it was actually the one who was kidnapping the children and humiliating them who was speaking. The Emperor, lying on the floor, understood nothing. Drake was also incredibly disgusted with him. Does someone who did such a thing think of mercy? The angel looked up and couldn't believe his ears. Did they really think he was kidnapping children? Now even Saul was angry. She screamed for the Emperor to stop lying. Rumor has it that he takes children away from their parents. Hearing these words, the angel raised his head and looked in surprise at the strange people who told them such a thing. He only took the children underground to keep them safe from the plague, and there was only one place in the castle that could hold so many people. As they said, really, the children are the future of their clan, so that's what he did. The girl standing next to him said she thought this angel wasn't lying, but still Jin was wary. If even Nettie can't recognize the bad intentions in this angel's words, then I guess it's all true. Drake tensed up as well. The situation was getting more complicated now. Seriously, he needed to think to make sure he didn't make any mistakes. It was too late. A blast of monstrous energy flew past them and crashed straight into the Angel King, destroying him. Jin drew his blade. While everything was already done, a warrior's voice was heard. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. Bokassa, somehow miraculously risen after such a blow, made it. Jin was worried what he was even up to. Why did the old man suddenly attack the king? But it seems the old angel was sure of his deeds. He came closer, his steps were heavy. It seems he was definitely up to something. He went to the throne, approached the barely alive king, and took him by the head. The man was still alive by some miracle. Looking at him, the old man said that it appeared the emperor was not insane. Perhaps his brains were now brighter than ever. Looking at the outsiders, the old man said he was grateful to them for helping him to get here and destroy the emperor and organize this rebellion. Wary, Jin asked why he would even want to do this. It's kind of crazy. The old man sighed. Of course, he would answer all their questions. After all, they have a right to know what is about to happen. He said that angels and demons are connected. Jin knows what angels are. The problem was that this is a creature that completely lacks the heart of both angels and demons, which is what makes them immortal. At first, Jin thought that it was some kind of nonsense, but then he looked closer and saw a strange red amulet in the old man's hands. Suddenly, the old man lunged towards the emperor and stabbed him in the back with such force that the man's body twisted. Everyone present held their breath. Something incredibly horrible was happening, but no one could stop it. The unfortunate emperor, who was in a grave condition, just screamed. He felt incredible pain. Bokassa's face changed. He said that while they were building this labyrinth, the demons never once came to attack them. And why do you think that is? It was all about demons raising them like cattle, like real animals. It was a farm. Hearing such horrible words, Saul opened her eyes in fear. She did not expect to hear such a terrible and horrifying truth. Drake didn't quite understand what the boy was talking about, and looked at the old man with a surprised look. He demanded an explanation. The point was that angels were required by the demons to continue their race. If the angelic race disappeared, absolutely everything would be lost. The old man was furious that the angels didn't even know they were being bred like real animals. Touching the fruit, the old man plucked it and brought it to his mouth. Looking closely, Jean recognized this plant as a honey fruit. But what it was doing here, a bad guess visited his head. Taking a bite out of the fruit, the old man smirked. Yes, this is exactly what he needs, perhaps because the emperor was a fertilizer. The fruit is so good. However, it is true nowhere near as much effect as from fruit grown from the bodies of young children. Pointing his finger at little Saul, he said girls and boys her age were perfect for fertilizer. He had to protect her. Now Jin finally understood that it was not out of pure motives that this old man was protecting the child, but to use it as fertilizer. Waving his hands, the old man said that he was grateful to the strangers for their help. But unfortunately, he would not be the one to bring about the end. A monstrous bird-like creature came out of the darkness, and it looked like the emperor had been reborn. Now he looked like a real monster bad end. The monster lifted his head up and roared. After this, Drake was horrified, and as if stunned for the first time in his life, he saw something so horrible. A monster came out of the emperor's body. Frozen in place, Jin realized something else. The monsters they had fought before were children. She began to blame herself for resurrecting this man with the scroll. It was all her fault now. At this moment, young Soul finally realized the reason why she was afraid of the old man. Nettie had sensed his essence the first time. Jean came over to her and put his hand on her shoulder. He said they shouldn't blame themselves. They should try to do what they can to stop it. Meanwhile, Bokassa transformed the man looked rather intimidating. His body was enveloped by a strange aura. Smiling, Jean looked at him and said he only had one question. The old man relented and said he should satisfy the stranger's curiosity, so let him ask. When asked what happened to those angels who went with them, the old man said they were reborn into stronger forms. Moreover, those who were the guardians of the last gate were destroyed by the forces of the newcomers. The old man smirked. After such insolence, Jin was even skewered by this nasty old man who had deceived them from the beginning. Now Jin swore he would destroy him with his own hands for what he had done. The guy rushed forward. The clawed paw of the monster was already preparing for a powerful blow. The emperor was truly terrifying. Saul felt something strange, as if her body started to shake when she was struck by lightning. As soon as her eyes opened, something appeared. It was Nettie's memories up to this point that she had been sitting and talking to her sister. Her older sister was in front of her and said that she would definitely protect her, so there was nothing to fear. The same old Bokassa man appeared from somewhere and said that their parents were waiting for them outside so they should follow him. Approaching the angels, the man said he would help them escape, and the emperor would know nothing. The children stood in front of him, not understanding anything. Naturally, it was a deception. As soon as the angels came out of their hiding place, a huge monster leaned forward and started attacking them. Betty somehow miraculously managed to save her big sister and waved her hand, saying that someday her little sis would save her. Turns out the old man has been tricking the kids all this time and feeding them to the monsters, using them as fertilizer. And now Jin was fighting an emperor who had been reborn into a terrible monster of incredible power. Drake used all his skills to at least hold the monster back, but the arrows didn't seem to be taking him. The monster simply caught them with its mouth and chewed them up like ordinary wood. The monster's body was covered in a thick armor that was impervious to damage. Bokassa stood aside and laughed at them. They were like clones who unsuccessfully tried to win. Now it was over. Now all the angels were just useless. The only thing left was to make them into fruit to use as fertilizer. After saying this, Jin became even more angry. It was simply inhumane to use one's own kin as trash. Bouncing off, the emperor kicked him right in the stomach and headed straight for the old man to put an end to this. But the old angel seemed to have lost his mind. He was acting like a zombie and felt absolutely nothing. Even as Jin dealt him tons of blows, the old man defended himself with his shield that didn't let the damage through. Following that, there was a loud explosion, a flash of light, and Jin had already flown aside. The old man was clearly stronger than him. He approached Saul downward with pitying eyes, as painful as it was, but it was their fate to stay here forever. The emperor blocked the way with his body, preventing the guys from approaching and helping the girl. Now she was in danger. As if mocking, the old man offered her to support him by the arm if she wanted. His voice sounded very cloying, almost emotionless. Saul sat on her knees. She was unable to do anything against such a powerful being. The old man had said that now the angels could have their revenge. But before the old man could do anything, the hand of the emperor turned. Monster grabbed him and pushed him aside. Drake opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect the monster to stand up for the little girl. The monster roared to him for a second as if consciousness would return, and he realized what he had done. Unfortunately, Bokassa remained unharmed. He crawled out from under the rubble and wheezed. Stripping off his clothes, the old man transformed, his body overflowing with power. The emperor is still not under control, and this is not good. The monster was already preparing his powerful attack with his mouth open. He was gathering energy to unleash it on his opponent. As soon as the fire burst from his mouth, the old man created a powerful shield with which he blocked all incoming damage. Following that, squeezing his hand, he grabbed the monster by the throat. The monster could do nothing more. Bokassa is the strongest man among the angels. He's the only one who believes he's exceptional. With his magic, he had ripped several heavy pillars out of the ground and was now using them as spears. He said not to worry. The angels will repay their debts. Now he'll avenge the demons. That can't be changed. The man then raised his hand up and began to accumulate a colossal amount of energy to destroy everything around him in one volley. And then when he returns to the demonic sanctuary, he will destroy all 7 demonic constellations. This was a really bad situation. Even Jin didn't know how he should attack first. This person was too strong. Looking at the strangers, the old man said that they had done a good job, and he hoped that these 3 would be able to nourish this body. Bokassa was about to unleash his full power on them when the monster appeared behind him and opened its huge maw. The old man didn't have time to dodge, and the beast bit into his arm with its sharp teeth. For a while, Jin stopped and saw the king. Did he stand in their defense? The girl again plunged into her memories, in which was the same old man who had frightened her the first time she met him. There was also the smile monster who had broken out of captivity and was now destroying everyone indiscriminately. Now, girl finally realized it was her older sister Betty. She had been reborn as a monster and was now trying to protect her. The image of the girl pointing her thumb up and asking me not to go out came into my mind again. And now she's out into the world. A little angel decided to keep his promise and save her at last. The enraged old man shouted how much longer they were going to interfere with his work, stop obstructing him. As soon as he wanted to hit the little angel, then Monster Smile immediately ran up to her. The old man's hand was very badly wounded. He held on to it. The emperor bit him very hard at that moment. He opened his mouth and began to eat the fruit to heal his wounds. The magic worked, and the old man's arm tightened on its own. Now he was even more powerful. Well, now he's got it all figured out and prioritized his priorities right. He realized he was looking down on everyone else. But if he doesn't destroy them, these strangers will continue to prevent him from realizing his plan. The old man's eyes lit up. The ground shuddered, and Betty clung to her, trying to protect her. The old man was surrounded by monsters with glowing eyes. Now he was ready to send this entire army against the outsiders. The boys looked in surprise in front of them. Could it really be the bad ends he was running them? How was that even possible? The old man smiled and said that he had called for help to finally destroy the insolent outsiders who dared to interfere with him. He waved his hand, and the monsters immediately rushed to attack, opening their wide, stinking mouths. There were so many of them that their bodies obscured the sun for a second. You'd think it was night. Tensing up, Jin realized that it would be difficult. These monsters had too high a level to fight them alone. Suddenly he heard a voice. Someone was addressing him. It felt like it was speaking from his head. Now the boy realized that it was the Emperor. He was beckoning the boy to come to him at last. No time to explain, the Emperor told him to come quickly, or the old man might guess their plan. With disbelief, the guy looked at the monster. What is this even? Why would he ask for help, since recently he wanted to destroy everyone? Shouted to Drake to cover him, the guy immediately ran to the Emperor. Drake asked him if he wanted to run away again. The monster was on its last breath and spoke heavily. He had no energy left. This was his last chance. In a heavy voice, the monster ordered the boy to finish him off. Jin opened his eyes, wondering what this even meant. He didn't want to do it, why it was necessary, but the monster stopped his protest. Whoever destroys him can use this one. The Emperor cried out for the boy to finally stop this crazy old man, but to do so he must destroy him himself. Without giving it much thought, Jin cut short the miserable monster's suffering with one swift blow, and blood spurted out. Everything around her shook. Betty clung to her sister, trying to cover her with her body. Drake, as agreed, tried to cover his comrade from afar, covering everything with a hail of arrows. The old man, in turn, lost his mind and wanted to destroy everything to create a new utopian world for the angels. Jin stopped for a second. A notice appeared in front of him. He had received a new item. It was the scales of the soul. The guy could clearly see the object in front of him. Out of his last strength, the Emperor said that once, very long ago, his old friend Solomon had given him this. With the help of this object, you can stop an old man. Looking in his inventory, Jean saw that Solomon's necklace was glowing. Apparently, it was some kind of synergy. Once the item reacted to the new item, its characteristics increased several times. Starting to dissolve into thin air, the Emperor asked the boy to destroy this madman at all costs to protect the future of the angels. Seeing the new find in front of him, Jin realized that such an item wouldn't disappear until another player destroyed it. And now Betty was trying her best to protect her sister. She was taking a lot of blows, but she was holding firm. Saul yelled for her to finally let her go, or else the monsters would keep attacking her. If this doesn't stop, everyone around them will go to the other side of the world. The girl opened her eyes wide with fear. But Betty continued to selflessly protect her little sister from the monsters. Taking a big leap, Drake fired several shots from his crossbow. He tried to hold back the monsters. With a smile on his face, the guy apologized for being late after all. They were hard to find through those monsters. Turning to the monster, Drake thanked her for protecting Saul, and now the guy called her Betty. Smile continued to clutch her sister's soul in her strong arms, also smiled. Now she felt protected. When she heard about the secret plan to destroy the old man, Soul became more excited. The fact is that each bad end has simply colossal power. Bokas, when made stronger, destroyed the hearts of each bad end. That white flame that surrounded him was the souls of countless angels consumed by him. Moving closer to him, Jean said how wonderful it would be if everything worked out the way he had envisioned, wouldn't it? The old man looked up and said that he had forgotten about the boy for a second. Is Thoth still alive? Then Jean pulled out a scale and asked the old man if he knew what it was. The old man looked over there. Raising his hand up, Jin energized the object with his energy. The scales began to glow. The guy was ready to strike. Then he shouted for his friend to use her angelic prayer. Right now there might not be another chance. The girl put her hands forward and began to spread her angelic aura throughout the space. The object became even more powerful. Everything around it began to shake and filled with light. The scales were activated. The old man looked forward with surprised eyes. He couldn't believe it was really happening. It was as if the entire space was under a large dome of light. From the energy, all the power was directed at Bokassa. For a second, everyone stopped. Betty was again trying to cover her sister from the monsters that were approaching at an incredible speed. The old man was horrified. He did not understand what was happening and why suddenly everything had changed. He looked up with a frightened look, and then he saw Jean completely naked. The guy was smiling and getting closer. He said he only gets really strong when he's naked. From such a sudden sight, everyone opened their eyes in surprise. No one expected that the guy would be so crazy. The old man didn't understand why this strange man was doing this. Is he so crazy? He seems to have gone completely insane since he doesn't even know how to resist him. But if he wants to check it out, then please. His brain is fine, and the old man is not the one who will worry about others, right? Suddenly, he felt he couldn't move or breathe, and a stream of scarlet blood gushed out of his mouth. Jin just stared at him with a triumphant look. The scales of the soul put him on par with his opponent. So let him not be surprised. The old man can't escape the restrictions anyway, and now he'll definitely be finished. The madman looked at the boy with a furious look. He didn't understand why suddenly all his power had evaporated, what he was even doing. The monsters stopped attacking as they sensed that their overlord was no longer so strong. The man was furious why his servants wouldn't listen to him. It just couldn't be. Waving his hands, Jin smiled and said that it was simple. He just couldn't ignore the restriction of the subject here. Forces don't apply. And he's talking about the very thing the old man uses to control the dead ends. But the guy doesn't know where he got it. The man spewed curses. He felt his body was about to fall to pieces, but there was nothing he could do. He was completely powerless. At one point, he tore off his clothes and found himself naked as well, to at least be on the same level as his opponent. But nothing changed. The old man again curled up in pain. He felt that the strength became even less. Why the scales do not work. Obviously, there was still something left to weigh. Gene smiled. He was triumphant as he knew it was over. The old man tried to stop it. He ordered the guy to shut up. How dare he insult the deity? The others just stood and watched. Drake couldn't believe his eyes, and a smile covered his sister's face so she wouldn't see this nightmare there. At this time, the duel continued. Obviously. If they both what the motherfucker is, there is a reason the scales didn't balance. Seems the old man took too many innocent lives. Now he can't use his power. The madman wondered if life had any weight. This is real nonsense the man could not believe. On the other hand, Jin wasn't going to convince him, otherwise he would just do what needed to be done, which was to destroy the creature. The next moment, there was an incredible flash of light. The old man opened his eyes. He couldn't bear something like that. It was beyond his capabilities. His body seemed to disintegrate. The angel no longer felt his power. He was like a puppet. Now there should be an explosion. No one understood what was going on, and the light was so bright it was blinding. Drake saw that after all this, rays of light began to appear from the old man's body, and they flew towards the bad ends. The monsters stopped, the light passed through their bodies, and it was as if they were coming back to life after so many years. It turned out that out of their mouths began to pop out the souls of innocent angels who had been killed by the old man. Now they were free. The souls were heading for the sky. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. They had succeeded in freeing the children, who had long ago been destroyed by the old man. Now completely naked and powerless, he stretched his hands to the sky, trying to change something. But everything was decided. The old man was left with nothing. Souls flew away from him. Everything he had done before evaporated. The souls of the angels flew to heaven, leaving the monster with nothing. Putting on his cloak again, Jin went up to the old man and told him that he knew of the seed of good and evil who had given it to him. Meanwhile, all the bad ends continued to disappear. They dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only ashes. Saul smiled and opened her eyes. She realized that now Betty would disappear like all the others. But for some reason, the smile stayed in place. The monster did not dissolve or disappear, but then what was the matter? Suddenly, her voice sounded menacing, but at the same time, Gentle Monster said that this was not the end. Jin pulled his dagger from his pocket and approached the old man. He wanted to end this once and for all. Standing nearby, Drake realized that for some reason the quest completion notice hadn't appeared, so there was something else, after all. The old man kept laughing like a madman. He had lost his mind. His rotten mouth stretched in a smile. He heard the voice when he got the oracle, and he was the only one who could save the angels. He still has the power to accomplish the mission. The nasty old man took out a red pebble from his bag and showed it to the light. At that very minute, Jin realized he had miscalculated. He thought there were no more of them left. Why didn't he just give up? The old man smiled with his ugly mouth and said it was out of the question. He still had something left. And the second he stuck a red rock into himself, the man lit up. His body began to change. Already wanting to end it all, Gene stopped for a second. He didn't understand what was going on here. The others also froze in place and looked fearfully at the old men who were changing before their eyes. And at this moment, something strange was happening to Bokassa. The man was coughing and shuddering in spasms. His eyes had become completely red. Drake opened his mouth in surprise. Could the old man be using his body as a vessel for something more? Suddenly, everything changed and the old man was completely transformed. This stone was a seed. The old man pulled the fruit from his chest and bit into it. Now he had new powers. Saul covered her mouth with her hand and started to vomit, and it looked incredibly disgusting. The old man continued to laugh. His body had changed beyond recognition. Now he no longer looked like a human. This is a real monster, far worse than the rest. The energy spread throughout the space and absorbed into the monsters, meaning that they could become even stronger. Something went wrong. For some reason, the old man continued to grow larger and larger, his body swelling like a balloon. Grabbing the girl, Betty ran forward. Drake and Jean rushed after her. We have to get out of here as fast as we can before the explosion goes off. Saul looked back with frightened eyes. She had never seen this before. Something very strange was going on. The old man swelled to such a size that he no longer resembled a human being. He was like a blob of blue-colored energy of incredible size. Jin seemed to have guessed what it was about. When this old man was little, something happened that gave rise to such a great hatred of demons. Stopping a long distance away, Jin said the blast would easily destroy the village if the wave. Suddenly, Betty started talking again. She said there was some way out, and her voice sounded very squeezed. Turning to his sister, told her to use divine serenity right now. As hard as she could make it, the angel was surprised, but obeyed her sister. Drake doubted it would have any effect on the explosion, since the girl's stats were so low. Besides, the angel himself didn't want that to happen. The bad ends would then disappear when the explosion went off. But Betty smiled once more and said it was all right. Let her and the girl would just trust her and do the right thing. The old man, meanwhile, continued to expand. He was already incredibly large with only a couple seconds left before the explosion. Angel still obeyed and applied divine power. A second later, they were engulfed by an energy field. The girl did her best. She did her best to keep her friends and herself safe. The monster's body swelled to such a size that it filled the entire space, but there was an invisible dome over the friends. And then there was an explosion. Betty made it in time and grabbed her sister in her arms. Saul was unconscious, she had overexerted herself, and now she had no strength left. Meanwhile, upstairs stood the old man. He watched it all as touching this girl so dear to the monster that Betty escaped his manipulation. In God's name, he should get rid of a historical product like that monster old man made sad. Gently placing the girl on the ground, Betty prepared to jump. She wanted to protect her sister at all costs. The old man smirked and asked if Monster, instead of running away, had decided to surrender if she realized there was no way out. As it turned out, the monster wasn't even going to give up. He spread his arms and launched 2 energy waves towards the old man. Angel couldn't believe that this monster was still so strong and able to resist him. Enraged, he rushed forward. This worthless monster would not be able to resist him and would become fruit for his great purpose. The other monsters immediately rushed at Betty in an attempt to destroy her. They were still obeying their lord. In her memories, Betty had long been just a mindless creature who wandered aimlessly through the maze until she met her sister. But every time she met the girl, her brain gradually returned, and she couldn't show her in the guise of a bad end. Because of this, Betty followed them non-stop, trying to protect her little sister in some way. And now she can finally see the face of her baby girl she lost so many years ago. Smiling, Betty said, "Not to worry, sis, there was nothing else to worry about." Angel opened her eyes and understood nothing. Could it really be over now? My sister smiled and said that she would help her now. This smile was so pure and bright that it made me want to cry. The explosion was heading into the sky. Everyone around noticed it and looked up. Angels were scared. No one understood what it was. They all asked the elder what they should do with it. There were tears on the woman's face. She couldn't believe it was all really real. She had seen the king. After that, the elder's face changed. The woman became somber. She seemed to have realized everything now. With a wave of her hand, she ordered everyone to leave the island immediately. The angels didn't understand anything at first, but the woman didn't repeat herself. Eyes raised to the sky, the elder knew it was Nettie and the strangers who had gone there. The woman hoped they would be safe. Saul looked at her hands. Something was happening to her. Her body was changing in front of her eyes. She was back. In front of the girl immediately began to appear signs with a level increase. Was happening something unthinkable. Why so quickly? She raises the level. Then the girl saw 2 little angels in front of her. Now they could be together. What a relief. Betty looked at Saul and said with a smile that she had said she would help them. The girl looked up and realized nothing of what they were talking about. In the next second, something incomprehensible happened. Several rays of light headed towards her body and went through her. Angel said they would gather the remaining power and give it to Saul since they no longer needed it. It will be a gift from all souls. Many angels appeared in the sky, and all of them gave the girl their power. Coding, the little angel girl felt her body overflowing with inconceivable energy. Saul got the angel armor. Now the girl was incredibly strong. She was level S. Now she was an archangel. Smiling, Nettie said that thanks to this girl, she saw her sister again. She was incredibly grateful to this girl. Looking at her with frightened and surprised eyes, Saul was ready to cry as the girl's voice sounded in her head. Having gained such tremendous strength, she approached the bloated monster and began trying to stop it. Drake, who was standing somewhere nearby, widened his eyes in amazement at how they had managed to get such a thing. Even Jin, who spent a year in this game, realized that the odds of getting one of these are slim to none. It takes a lot of potential. Now his girlfriend has a power similar to that of the mainstreamers. It's just an incredibly powerful weapon. The girl changed before her eyes. Her gaze became steady and calm. She looked down at the monster from above. Applying sacred appeasement, the girl was covered in divine energy that spread throughout the world. Closing her eyes slightly, she finally just vaporized the monster, depriving it of the ability to explode. And now on the island shone a huge flash so bright that it seemed this is a new star. The main quest is complete. The girl flew down, being unconscious. Jean and Drake swept her up in their arms in a flash. Looking at her, Jin said that they had won, and it was all because of her and her efforts. Saul raised her head and started looking around. Did they really win? She just flapped her eyes and didn't understand anything. In a second, she was overwhelmed with feeling so much that the poor girl couldn't cope with her emotions anymore and just cried on the spot. The quest was over, but for some reason the earthquake was still going on. Guys on their hands ran towards the exit. We had to get out of here as soon as possible. Now, the only way out of here was the ship on which the Angel Clan came here. We had to get here before it left. A huge airship of unbelievable size was already floating in the sky, and all the angels were gathered on it and were ready to depart. One of them pointed his finger forward, and there were strangers running straight for the ship, so we had to wait for them for a while. But suddenly the island began to move and hit the side of the ship. Everywhere heard frightened screams remained only a few meters. The elders shouted that the chain was broken. They could no longer hold the ship. Jin yelled for them not to even try to wait for them. With such a rush, they too would be caught in the epicenter of the explosion. The frightened elder looked at him with eyes full of tears as she realized that they wouldn't be able to save the outsiders. Soon the ship was flung away by a mighty gust of wind and flew somewhere very far away, leaving the boys on the island. Drake smiled nervously. Would they send them to the other side of the world? Like that they would get the worst execution possible. But suddenly Jin's voice was heard. He said that in this, that problem-surprised comrade looked at him. Jin said that a small meteorite falling on the maze formed a huge hole. So what would happen to the Earth if Sky Island fell? Let them just remember the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs, the big earthquake, the big fire, and the big opportunity. Yes, that's right. When the island falls, there will be a great cataclysm by the way the island began to collapse and slowly descended to the ground, gaining speed. Drake finally figured it out, so it's not just some kind of expansion, it's the beginning of a cataclysmic event. It's something like that. The guy was horrified as soon as he realized what they had just done. Jean laughed. Didn't he say that? Jean thought it was pretty unexpected originally. It was a big event not happening until 5 years after the game's release. He sighed heavily, thinking about how they would survive this cataclysm. Drake asked in surprise, wondering how they couldn't just fly away. The smile widened on Jean's face. This is exactly what he had planned dozens of times before the cataclysm started. There were several options, but they didn't fit. There was only one option left. The guy pulled out a lump of octopus queen slime. Could try something. The friends looked in amazement at the strange thing. And what is Jin going to do about it? The guy smiled and said to them, just watch. Swinging around, he launched the lump of slime straight up. Something started to happen, as if a large umbrella was covering them. The boys raised their heads in surprise and couldn't believe what they were seeing before their eyes. The elders on the ship blamed themselves for everything. They couldn't help the outsiders in any way. These people had saved their village. The woman said to herself that the emperor should at least follow them and keep them safe from the cataclysm. But it doesn't look like Jean and her companions were going down in a giant slime balloon like Mary Poppins. Seeing this, the elder begged with happiness. How good it is that the strangers survived. Now it is left to take them away. Smiling, Jean said that they weren't going to go to the other side early, and his hands were tired, so it would be nice to pick up. The boy jerked forward, heading towards the ship. On the deck, the angels were already waiting for them. Suddenly, the guy heard a strange voice with a painfully familiar feeling that he had heard it somewhere before, and there was an explosion. Opening his eyes, Jean finally realized what it was. It was Judy. It just couldn't be. Another bright flash of light shone in the sky, even brighter than the previous queen had appeared. At last, the baby had hatched, and could now fully exist in the world. It seemed to be very happy about its arrival. Everyone began to wonder who this little one was. She was incredibly cute. Jean himself didn't know she could hatch. With a wide yawn, Judy closed her eyes. She didn't seem to be getting enough sleep. This girl wanted to sleep all the time. Meanwhile, another battle was taking place on the ground as the heroes tried to destroy a large monster whose health was slowly decreasing. The squad leader said that it was time to strike. We must prepare and concentrate all our forces. But suddenly one of the squad members raised his head up. The commander immediately ran up to him, shouting, "Where is he looking at?" But lifting his head up, and the commander himself froze in place from what he saw in his eyes came out of his orbits. A huge, simply colossal heavenly island was moving towards the earth with great speed, and now everyone was about to be destroyed. Realizing this, the man trembled with fear. He appraised and could not move from such a colossal sight. Everything began to vaporize. Even the monster, forgetting about his prey, stared upward with his one eye. And then there was an explosion. After this incident, the game started crashing all over the world. People were outraged as to why this was happening. The Korean representative didn't know what to do. He didn't really know the ins and outs of it, but he could tell one thing. It was an unprecedented case. Standing in front of a huge audience, the man said that they could say with a high probability that it was the work of a player, only the name is unknown. Everyone started asking, who is this player really, and rather how could they have missed such a thing? The man smiled and started to get nervous. It was technically impossible to track or eavesdrop on any player. It was all on the orders of one man, Mr. William Wilson, who makes the final decisions. The man frowned. Cena, being the briefing manager, welcomed everyone. Now they will talk about Cataclysm. People exploded with screams. The girl looked at them with a scornful look. She really didn't feel like explaining anything to anyone right now, but she had to. She pointed to the map and invited everyone to look closely. There was a picture of a huge supercontinent in the shape of a cross, divided into east, west, south, and north, each region representing a separate area. And the next image is the current state of the continent. There was a huge hole in the middle. People were horrified. It was truly monstrous. The continent literally fell apart. The whole thing is that one player joined the main quest. He completed all the necessary tasks, because of which the flying island fell to the ground. Moreover, most likely these players are more than one, and they need to be stopped immediately. People started to whisper. The topography has been changed because of this. The whole world has been turned upside down. Obviously, the climate has changed. After taking a few sips of water, the girl continued, since all this has changed, the monsters may also change. Weak monsters will be wiped out due to their lack of adaptability, and the strong ones will become even stronger. And that's a problem. They evolve to the point where they can stand up to several invincible creatures. The level of monsters will also increase. The woman looked calm, although she had a real storm inside. Suddenly, one of the people present raised his hand and said he had a question. The woman looked there with an unsatisfied look. She really didn't like it when someone interrupted her. Manhwa got up from her seat and with a trembling voice began to speak. She was a producer from the game broadcasting department. She asked, "What are the nicknames of these players' nickname? This is a special advantage you can get." True, if all monsters start improving, basically only high-level monsters will be left, and that will be a big problem. But there was still no need to worry. Now they could only gain an advantage by defeating a monster of level A or higher. In addition, all the advantages gained through monster hunting before the release of the changes will disappear. Competition between players will eventually level off. The streamer still didn't get the hang of it. It could widen the gap between pros and rookies. Sina looked at her with a sizzling look. This girl was starting to annoy her. Young Hua was so frightened that she was speechless. She didn't expect to be paid such attention to. But exhaling, the manager said it was out of her area of expertise, so she couldn't fully answer more than that. She started to get even more annoyed. There were so many important things she needed to talk about besides that. The woman's voice became even more stern and irritated. This manager knew what she was doing. She gave information just a little bit at a time, but did not explain, misleading people. Hearing that they were going to create a new system that would impact users made everyone else wary. Sina straightened up and frowned. She said it would be a brand new species unlike anything else. Meanwhile, in the Deadwater office, the manager just about lost his mind after hearing what Jean told him. Turns out Deadwater wants to start a team. Plus, he's hired sponsors. The manager said he'd never thought of it before, but if Jean decided to do it, then he could. The boy thanked for his support, and it was important to him because it was his first time. However, it was a little frustrating for the manager. Why didn't Jin tell him this earlier? The man exhaled heavily. Okay, he should think about it carefully because Jin is the smartest one here. And the next time they meet, they will be enemies. Jin shook his head. He can be a leader and a player coach, but a director, no. That's why he wants it to be since he already has experience. The manager's eyes just rounded with amazement. He thought Jin's was now out of his mind. How could this be possible? The man is furious. Jin doesn't seem to realize what he's being offered. He's already the director of the national team. But after Jin said that K1 might not be anymore, that then the principal opened his eyes in surprise. But Jin said this team will just fade away. It will fade away as many other players are waiting for big changes. The manager sank back into his chair and exhaled heavily. Everything Jin had said before was true, but he still found it hard to believe. Suddenly, he saw the shadow of the Demon King who stood near the door and slammed the latch. Suddenly, Jin took off his mask. He decided to show his true face to go through these changes together. There should be no secrets. The manager was horrified and stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe what had happened. Now Jin revealed his true face. Turns out he was a Deadwater and Demon King. At the same time, the guy extended his hand to the principal. But the man turned away. He said he didn't think he could see Jin again. He purposely spoke coldly so as not to show his feelings and told Jin to leave quickly. But still, he didn't succeed in hiding his emotions, and now the principal was giving out like a girl. He rushed over to Jin and kept crying. The player in turn just stared at him with surprised eyes. The principal hugged Jin and kept thanking him. If the guy was even a minute late, a terrible thing would happen. Keep whimpering thanked him. He was really grateful to the man. The thing is that the wife of the famous coach of the national team left this world after a long struggle with cancer for 5 years. And so the coach, consumed by incredible grief, went for many years into depression and could no longer do his business normally. But then the principal got a gift of a medical checkup. It's completely different. They check everything from head to toe. It was just great news to learn that the director's wife was only in the early stages and things could still be changed. Of course, Jin couldn't immerse himself in the problem since he wasn't too close to them, but he did what he could. He was able to change the future to save the director's wife from what could have inevitably happened. The manager cried and kept saying words of thanks, but Jin only brushed it off. He just saw that the woman looked a little bad. Lowering his head, the man thanked his comrade for saving his wife. Now he was incredibly happy. Raising his eyes, Jin asked, "Then what's on hand? How about his past deal?" The director smiled and grimaced. Of course, now he had no choice but to agree it was perfect timing. Now the director and Jean were sitting at the arcade playing some old arcade game popular in the 80s. The director was furious the entire game system turned to garbage because of the cataclysm. It was just unbelievable. Incredibly strong species of monsters that the world has never seen before. Orcs, snake men, it's just unbearable. In addition, the players who participated in each company after the cataclysm became subject to dragon and demonic powers that affected them. After that, players could join the dragon or demon camp and get a lot of plushies, but those who refused couldn't get experience points like these guys. Sina was holding another extraordinary meeting. Then today, everyone was getting a head start on the dragon and demon monarchs, hearing that they need to fulfill some duties imposed on the people all present. The two ruling powers of dragon and demon have always been at enmity with each other. Both sides saw the cataclysm as a sign to attack each other. People began to ask what would happen when they refused. The manager said that no one would force anyone. And then again, she was interrupted by someone again. There was a question. A hand reached up. She was asking about the fact that if someone destroys opponents from the opposite camp, don't karma points accumulate? Then it doesn't make sense. The woman frowned even more, but it was a good point. Each species had its own language. The language translation service has been disabled, so communication with other species is now impossible. She wanted to say that this was the most interesting part of the cataclysm, but hesitated and called it important. Now absolutely everyone would be considered a monster. There was an immediate uproar. People were shocked, but the woman hurried to calm them down. Now we'll have to choose our future players for sponsorship based on more specific criteria. Meanwhile, continued to play the machines and was just furious. Even in real life, the effects of the cataclysmic who did it in the first place were visible. Hitting the keys at an incredible speed, Jean replied that they were well-worn nubs. Things will be split very differently. Contracts will have no meaning at all, so the manager just needs to move to his team. After finishing the game, director said that respawns are forbidden. Jean replied that no one made up that rule and he lost in an infinite combo. Throwing Jean a glass of water, the director asked what about the contributions. Jane replied that he got some investment from YouTube, but it's crumbs. So let the director not worry about it and accept it as soon as he gets it is not worth the thanks. Thinking about it, Jin began to plan a strategy. Of course, he would have money left after all. If he wanted his team to have sponsors, he had to prove reliable. Looking at his comrade, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and the director asked how this Jin had managed to deceive him all this time. The guy replied that he had his reasons. The director was furious with this character. Okay, on the bright side, it's better to forget about it and have the team meeting at another time. The director frowned. Eventually, they'd be back where they started anyway, so it wasn't really worth worrying about. But the main problem, these were the players after the cataclysm. Everything changed, and now the selection criteria is also different. Not counting Jin, they need at least 4 more high-level players. But Jin reassured him here too, saying not to worry. He already had a couple in mind. The director's eyes literally popped out of his head. Did Jin already find the right players? It's unthinkable. A few days later, the boys were already coming down the staircase. The principal was humming something to himself. Pointing forward, the Deadwater said they were all a little farther away. The director began to look closer. As soon as the man realized who was standing in front of him, his eyes popped out to his forehead. It was just unthinkable. He was stunned. In response to the principal's surprise, Jin simply said that these were their new players. They could not be doubted. Yeah, you guessed it. There stood the whole crew of the Deadwater, Drake, God of War Saul, and Seki, except Drake unfortunately got hurt and was in a wheelchair. The director looked at the comrade with impatience and disbelief. Are these people at all established as professionals? Jin shook his head. Following that, the headmaster grabbed his comrade by the neck and dragged him behind him. It seems the man was slightly agitated, but tried to calm him down by telling him that these are his friends who are willing to work for free. What about YouTube investments? But it turned out that Jean had used everything on the manager. The man fell to the ground, and only his feet flashed overhead. He knew Jean had given him too much, but not as much as he could be sure of the amateurs. A smile appeared on Jin's face. If the principal really doesn't trust them, so why not talk to them in person? Sol smiled good-naturedly and greeted the new acquaintances, saying that this was her first game, and she was still afraid. The director sitting across from her asked the wrong question. He asked how long she had been playing, but the girl said about a week. After saying that, the director almost swallowed his tongue, but he hurriedly pulled himself together. If Jin decided to take her, then there was something special about her. Then he asked what kind of experience the girl had, but Sol in here said that she was playing for the first time in her life. The director inwardly cursed Madhoven. The man was nervous to say the least and asked the final question, what is her level after all? After thinking for a moment, the girl replied that she was about level 60 and said so calmly. After that, the manager was a little surprised. Can't she be that young? Even #1 among Koreans on the 50th level, but the girl hurriedly showed him her phone. After what saw, he was even more surprised. No one at all till that moment was, at this level even abroad, how is it even possible? The thing is that at the last battle, Sol was freed from the shackles. The level jumped to unbelievable levels. Next was Drake, the man said in a calm voice that he was now on level 62. After that, the director was already starting to doubt his thoughts on the team. This is the famous Drake, and here he is now sitting in front of him. A very long time ago, this person disappeared among the ranked players, and for a long time, no one knew or said anything. The principal just couldn't believe it, but Drake just looked at him with a good-natured and calm look. Now Drake would only be a burden because he can't move, but the man has saved some money and would like to start rehab. He sat in front of Jin, and Sol heartily felt sorry, although they had come all this way. Sol, lowering her head with some sadness in her voice, said it was okay, though it was short-lived, but she was very glad. Jin jumped up from his seat, put his hands on his friend's shoulders, and said that during this time he had become his comrade. And now Jin just has to give him the best rehab in Drake's future as a Korean pro. He's a natural-born explorer. There's no one better at this than Drake. The man in the wheelchair didn't understand a thing. There are still so many bosses they need to beat. So it's not a time to lose heart. Jin will do it. For a second, Drake was silent. He lowered his head. As expected, Jin knows him all too well. Then they exchanged firm handshakes, and a surprised Sol just stared at them with her eyes wide open, thinking they were going to break up. Why did the director appear literally out of nowhere? He saw the three men and immediately asked. The man didn't expect that these three actually had such strong strength, never imagined such a situation. He paused for a second and exhaled heavily, then was left wondering what level Jin was on. Next was Yusei. The girl used a blind wand and listened with her eyes wide open. Nearby stood Jin, who was helping the girl because she still couldn't see clearly. The principal said hello politely. The player stood about the girl. She is a true genius, because even at such a young age, her potential is limitless. He stood and looked with good-natured eyes in front of her. She was very happy that she had been given such an honor. Followed by running up to the principal and asking him not to tell this girl that he's dead water, because it could be really bad later. The next was Dae-gun. Already knew very well how good it was to have this guy back after all. A little embarrassed, the manager said they were already on a bit of a tight budget, so there might be a problem with the payments. But the god of battle understood everything perfectly. He didn't come here for money. The man smiled and looked away. The principal was even a little surprised after that and froze for a second when he saw Dae-gun looking away. Jin stood there and watched the whole conversation from the side. He hadn't said a word yet. Deadwater realized that the battle god was just a genius who had been found by the coach himself. If he didn't go after Jin, then he would definitely join the coach. And here it is, Star Team is assembled noob's 60th level with which hardly any player could be compared to. The director was just thrilled. It was all in his fantasies. The man thought they might even be the biggest breakthrough of the season. But then the man stopped. Maybe find some sponsors. There are some they have good relationships with. But Jin said he'd do it himself. Hearing that it will be with the help of the raid just came in. Delighted will he be able to earn enough for the team? It is a heavy burden. The guy was confident in his abilities. Now he was ready to show the others what is a real jackpot, only to trust him. After the cataclysm happened and a huge island fell to the ground, some mineral deposits came to the ground. They were real gold mines. And now Drake had already recovered, was on one of the raids. The man tasted battle like never before. Even for Jin right now, it was a bit difficult. They were fighting against a huge spirit damage. It was very difficult to deal damage to. The monster stared at them with red, hollow eyes, breathing heavily. It was obvious that he was incredibly strong. Suddenly, his chest opened up, and a yellow crystal like a bar of gold appeared there. Now something must be happening. Sol, who had gotten there in time, told the guys to get behind her and prepare a shield, because this thing was going to explode. Immediately, the sacred appeasement girl triggered, releasing a huge protective dome outside. The explosion was suppressed. Smiled, great, you are only 4 of the 6 statuses of abnormality. Drake had a new weapon. He now sprinkled his enemy with a hail of arrows from his crossbow. Since Jin, Drake, and Sol were the only trio with a level above 60th level, A+ level monsters were only an easy walk for them. Soon the monster was defeated. Jin smiled perfectly. The real treasure of this dungeon, the fever time, had begun. There was a powerful explosion, and it was as if the entire sky was illuminated by a bright golden rain. Should have ignored the money they threw their way. Right smiled, now they will be billionaires. Sol was running from side to side with a huge bag collecting money falling from the sky. Eventually, she ran out of inventory, and the girl could no longer collect gold. Drake was trying to sort out the resources in his inventory, and there was gold everywhere. It was unbelievable. Jin smiled and said that the dungeon would remain like this for a while, so he would need to come here a few times. A woman named Terrera was just freaking out and ready to tear her hair out. Drake stepped closer and inquired about her, what happened to the building. There were animals on the ground with foam coming out of their mouths. The woman said that a few days ago a demon had come, and now their house looked like this. The unfortunate one was just crying with grief how they could leave something like that on her, and how she even agreed to it. Drake was angry at who did this. Sol, for all his kindness, also clenched his fists. He must be punished. But suddenly, the woman jumped up from her seat and started pointing her finger somewhere in the direction indicating that it was really him. In front of them stood none other as a silence hung between the others as to what was even going on here. All the other beasts jumped up from their seats and began to rage as if they were possessed by a real devil. The unfortunate woman said that as soon as this man comes in, all the pets go crazy as if they have him affecting them somehow. Now Gene decided to call for his pet. The guy opened his mouth and called for Judy. In a second, the little girl literally flew out of one of the windows and rushed into her master's arms with screams. Of course. Why should I be surprised? She's the queen. And when all the members of her species disappeared, of course the girl fell into a deep depression. The unhappy kennel keeper screamed for them to finally get the hell out of here. Gene gave her the fee and apologized. He handed her a huge, heavy bag of gold. The guy said he added a little considering how much they had suffered. The woman's eyes bulged. Putting the pet on his head, Jin moved back. The caretaker's face changed in a flash. Sitting on her head, the princess was constantly biting Jin. But on the other hand, it was good if she was alive. Her species was not subject to extinction after all. The guy looked up and said he was about to start bleeding. A smile appeared on his face. Walking beside her, Saul looked at the queen. Is it Jin's pet guy said it was more like the opposite. In the 7th zone of conflict between demons and dragons, the dragon Oz reigned. He was of the highest level and posed an incredible danger underneath him. 2 more monsters. On the paper was a small diagram. They must defeat 2 smaller dragons to attack the main one. The principal came closer to them and asked in surprise why they were holding the meeting here. And indeed, all 3 were sitting in the principal's office. Jean replied that it was a great place to hold a planning meeting. As they approached the targeted area, Drake saw that he didn't fit the requirements. But what did that even mean? Jean explained that to enter this area, you have to meet at least one of 2 requirements. The guy asked, and how Jin answered the first is to enter the zone during the event, but this is only possible when the dragon is finished preparing for the battle. And the second was to just go to the other world. Jin looked at his comrades with a smile, but the others didn't share his enthusiasm. Drake didn't understand anything at all and just flapped his eyes. Saul was freaking out too. Because of the peculiarities of this dragon, Jin decided to use a small game bug he hoped would work. He applied the active Kraken Rift characteristic. Only he alone knew about this buggy. He slammed his fist into the ground, and everything around him started to change. The only way to survive here is to pick the perfect timing. And when the guy counted to 10, he immediately rushed forward, putting his arms out as if making a dive. Everything worked out with the bug now, had no problems, went into the area without difficulty. In front of him were 2 coffins that were closed for now, but there was already some rummaging. Had those 2 already come? And now it was time to use the elixir. The guy took out of his pocket 2 scrolls and began to apply them alternately. The coffins opened and Drake and Saul literally flew out of there in terror. The girl took offense at Drake. She had, after all, asked to destroy her about 3, and he stuck a dagger in her before. 2 signs appeared, and they entered a secret area. The visitor's name was recorded in the Akashi Chronicles, and the boys became wary. In front of them stood a huge skeleton-like monster. It was Gansho Maru. Indeed, it is a monster horror. Why was he even here? Drake had one thought. Perhaps someone had started fishing this dungeon before them, but Jean didn't think so. Come to think of it, Drake hadn't seen anyone when he got here. The boy looked around with a careful eye. Staring forward, he said he wasn't done yet, but the enemy suddenly came up. Jin tensed up as well. They were blue wolves, creatures that hunted in packs all the time and attacked their victims in droves. These guys are badly pissed off because they strike and run until their prey starts to weaken. Jean smirked. Drake had already prepared his 2 crossbows and began covering the monsters in a hail of armor-piercing arrows. But suddenly the wolves ran past him and rushed onward somewhere deep in the dungeon. Surprised, Drake looked after the monsters. But why were they running away? Could it be that someone scarier was chasing them? There was nothing to be afraid of. A huge Haran Maru monster suddenly appeared in front of them with a rumbling sound, its eyes glowing red. Wasn't it just unbelievable that an S-level monster had become just an ordinary elite boss? Would they really be able to defeat it? Drake saw the monster begin to attack them and cried out in horror. But Jin was fully prepared. The guy frowned and was the first to jump into the fray, right into the thick of things. The guy hit him as hard as he could and bounced aside. It seems the monster got the same thing he wanted to do to him. The monster looked at him with burning eyes and roared. The whole air was filled with vibrations. He raised up his huge paw and started to form a huge sphere of energy. Jin was even scared after that. In a second, the monster unleashed its full power right on the ground. Everything around it shook and huge rocks broke off from the ground. Saul, who had no time to react, couldn't stand on her feet and flew into the icy abyss, but there was nothing the girl could do. A frightened Drake looked that way and cried out, but the guy wouldn't have time to come to her aid as he was too far away. Thank God Jin was nearby. He accelerated to monstrous speed and jumped right with her into the 0-0 ice. After flying a few meters, he landed safely on the ground, although it cost him a lot of effort. Saul immediately started to wonder if her comrade was okay, but Jin said he was fine, just needed some healing. But the guy's concern right now was a little different. Drake had stayed there, and it was going to be a little hard for him to at least contain the monster now. Suddenly, Sol turned her head to the side. There was something going on. The girl was scared who it was. The fact that it was the very creature Jin was looking for. A strange silhouette began to appear out of the darkness. Upstairs, Drake asked if they were all right. Jean replied that they were fine, not to worry. The guy apologized, but he needed his comrade's help right now, so let him forget about the monster and push down. Looking behind him in surprise, Drake didn't understand what pushing meant at first. In front of him stood a truly colossal monster. Perhaps the guy might even be able to push through it, but it would be too difficult. Okay, either way, we have to try pointing his 2 crossbows forward. Drake began to fire. Meanwhile, Jean, who was downstairs, struck a match and lit a small wick. He brought it right up to the strange creature's mouth and tried to clamp the torch down. It was literally half a second before the fire erupted and Jack's hot pumpkin face came into view. Good, now he can move his brains. The guy smiled all the same. The scarecrow has to raise his head. Before Jean could get excited in time, something huge came crashing down. Drake probably did it. It didn't take long for the monster to be followed by Drake himself, who kept firing. Great, he arrived just in time. A comrade ran up to Jean and proceeded to cover him. The guy asked what's next since he brought a monster like Jin and asked for this place to be too narrow for him. As soon as the monster tried to stand up to his full height, he immediately bumped into the wall. His body just didn't fit in that place. Drake was terrified this monster was about to collapse the entire dungeon vault, and then they'd all go down. Suddenly, Drake saw something very familiar, the same pumpkin face and big scythe he had seen so long ago. But what's Jack-Lantern doing here? He was standing in front of them, and even scarier than when they first saw him. The monster saw his opponent and began to swing his huge paws and try to catch him, but Jack was faster. At some point, the monsters managed to get him, and Jack flew upward like a star and crashed into the wall. Thank God the pumpkin was alive, but he still didn't understand where he was or what was happening to him. Jean tried to explain to him. It turned out that Jack had been iced in that spot the whole time and had been lying there too long. Jack looked at his old friend with burning eyes and wondered if he had been able to freeze. Looking at his comrade, Drake questioned his plan a little bit. Do Jack really have anything to help against this huge monster? Meanwhile, the pumpkin turned its head around in surprise. Did he really lose? No way. Seeing that Jack's scythe was broken, Jean threw him something and flew forward with great speed. Putting out his hand, Pumpkin caught the gift, and his eyes lit up even more with anticipation. It was the core of Gordix. As a precious metal, even gold is not as valuable as this item. Jack was surprised, and in a satisfied voice asked how Jean could get such a precious thing. It was almost impossible. Thanking the guy, Jack used the core wisely. It started spinning like some kind of drill and immediately merged with his scythe. Now the pumpkin's weapon was transformed. The scythe was as good as new and even better, its tip gleaming with renewed vigor as the huge battle approached. The big blue wolf, unwittingly caught in the hot hand, shattered in a second, leaving only a wet spot. These wolves didn't run away from here. Now they lay here like sacks. Jean and Drake looked around. This monster had another unpleasant ability. All the place it dwelled in became its strong point. It was a rematch. Now, the monster didn't stand a chance. Jack was transformed. His scythe was on fire. Now he wouldn't leave a trace of the monster. Everything around him began to collapse under the tremendous pressure of the guys falling down. If you hit at the same time as him, the damage can be increased by half. But the pumpkin looked at them with burning eyes and said there was no need for that. Jack could handle it all by himself. He swung his huge scythe and swung it at the monster, hitting it right in the face with a crunch and crackle. Jin, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but notice that the gap between their levels was really impressive. Even Jack, with his strength, couldn't defeat the monster at once. Meanwhile, the horned beast was furious that someone had disturbed his peace and would now destroy anyone. Jen looked closely and something unexpected happened. The guy even stopped for a second. An enraged Jack Pumpkin got to his feet. Is he having another attack? He will destroy the rest of his legs. Okay, Jin saw that Jack finally got his scythe out. Now his attacks will be commensurate with S level. The monster put out its hideous arm on which a huge round mouth formed and began sucking everything into itself. As soon as Drake saw this, he immediately pointed his crossbows at him and began firing. But for some reason, the wolves suddenly started attacking the huge monster in droves, climbing up its huge body and gnawing at it. Jack laughed. He realized that the wolves now also wanted revenge on the huge monster for the invasion. But the monster was stronger than that. He scattered the wolves like toys. They couldn't compete with him even altogether. This was the perfect opportunity to end it all. Jim jumped closer and launched an energy wave directly at the monster. Behind his back, there was already a wolf that was approaching him but stopped for a second and let his eyes out. Jumping up, Jin screamed and turned to Sol. The boy gathered all his strength for this colossal blow. The girl immediately understood everything and shouted that she would surely cure him as soon as necessary. But no hearing. that she should use holy immunity, the girl opened her eyes. And Jin kept yelling, "We have to get this over with before the monster destroys everything here." Without asking, Saul used her skill and immediately an energy sphere appeared around her. The monster felt as if its body had stopped moving. The monster opened its mouth and roared. As soon as the girl applied her skill, several debuffs were applied to the monster at once. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jin flew straight towards the monster at full speed, preparing his most powerful punch. This should have doubled the damage. He put his arm forward. The monster froze in place and only stared at him with a burning eye. Soon Jin did well. He struck, but the monster reacted quickly and struck back at the guy in the stomach. The frightened Drake could do nothing but scream when he looked up and saw that something was wrong with his comrade. Saul froze in place and stood her ground. She saw Jin receive a mighty blow. The guy was in unimaginable pain, but he was still conscious. He felt as if someone was blocking him. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the blue wolf protected the guy and took all incoming damage. Bouncing back a couple more meters, Jin approached the monster and rode on its huge arm. He applied an earthquake along with a whirlwind. His hand glowed from the overabundance of energy. This was supposed to be the final blow. Drake was already preparing his crossbows for cover. He realized that even though Jin had struck hard, the monster somehow still had strength. And indeed, the monster somehow miraculously remained conscious of how much health it had. Its eyes still glowed fiercely. Jin knew it wasn't enough, but it was enough for Jack to finish him off with his own hands. Speaking of which, the pumpkin was already flying down from the top of the tree with a huge scythe, and Jack's punch hit the target. He began to glow even more brightly, his eyes burning like two red torches. After a second, it was over. Jin looked at his comrade, smiled, and clenched his fist. The quest was complete. With a heavy sigh, Jack thanked his friends for being able to get revenge, but still he can't get even with the true enemy. Talking had to be postponed for later. The boys were surrounded by blue wolves who looked at them with fierce eyes. In front of Jin stood the leader of the pack, a huge wolf, several times larger than all the others on his head. He had a rock on his head. But despite all expectations, instead of attacking the wolf, put his front paw forward and bowed in gratitude. It was, and understandable, the demons who lived here had exploited these wolves as labor, and now they were free. Jack announced that he still had to destroy not only the Lich King, but also the Great Dragon of Oz, and the flames on his head grew even more intense. Saul came up to him and gave him a surprised look. She wanted to ask him something. In a surprised voice, the girl asked why it was Mr. Pumpkin who wanted to destroy the Lich King. Hearing this, Jin shouted that it was not worth asking. Here we go again. Now they're going to have to listen to just a staggeringly long story. Jack Jean tried to stop it all. They had too little time. But still, Jack was unstoppable. Now he began his long and very torturous tale of a long time ago. A scarecrow was born. Jack didn't look like himself then, but more like a lightning bolt with a small sickle. He grabbed the pickaxe and looked around. At that time, he did not understand anything yet. He was only a bandaged creature without reason or intellect. At such a moment, he realized that he didn't want to be like everyone else, working tirelessly and exhausting himself. Since then, these thoughts have not left him. He has conceived that he wants to stop this exploitation. Over time, he gained consciousness and his own opinion, and what he was doing started to scare him. He began to think about possibly imitating someone else's life without much meaning. Suddenly, he saw an incomprehensible being dressed in strange clothes with a pickaxe. The stranger asked why this guy was working without any sense. Pointing his finger at the blazing abyss, the stranger asked why not become fuel and jump over there. Jack obeyed. He was weak and insignificant and could not express his feelings, so he moved into the very bakehouse. He realized that the many stuffed animals behind him would go through this and become just as much fuel for the fire. When he saw Jack hesitating, the stranger asked him why he was standing. Let him jump, it doesn't hurt at all. Suddenly there was a loud sound behind Jack that sounded like a rumble and an explosion at the same time. When Jack turned around, he realized that a real miracle had happened. He was free, and his exploiter was on the other side of the world. There was someone's thin voice. The girl immediately apologized, but at least she swatted that witch. A girl stood in front of him and introduced herself and said her name was Dorothy. Jack's life has changed dramatically since then. Now he has a piece of volcanic rock stuck in his head. That's probably why he looks so dumb. It'll work a lot better if the fire doesn't go out. By the way, there was a small wick in his head now. There was one more thing. The girl started going through her things. Jack looked at her in surprise. She pulled a small watermelon out of her bag and said in a cocky voice that he needed it to protect the flame. Obediently putting on the pumpkin, Jack was transformed. Now he looked completely different, more like what he is now. Dorothy smiled brightly. She said she bought the thing at the market. It seems Jack is going pumpkin thanked her now. Since then, and began their long road to adventure, Dorothy was a very strong and brave girl. She always laughed with delight when she called Jack by his sweet voice by name. They became real friends. One night when Jack couldn't sleep, he thought about his past life and realized he had to get revenge on the man who made him like this. Dorothy slept next to her and knew nothing. The girl was pretty exhausted from today and was just resting. In the beginning, they went to the Oz faction. There were only giant demons left there who cut down trees to send them to the furnace. They met a lumberjack who was there fighting demon servants of the dragon. The woodsman said, with sadness in his voice, that he had lost everything to this overlord, the forest town, and the man he loved. In a devastated voice, he said that now he had nothing and no one to love. As Dorothy came closer to him, she held out her hand and said that his revenge wasn't over yet. There was a chance to make things right. The next person they met was Richard's son of Henry Lionheart, who also asked to go with them. He said he wanted to be brave and strong like the three he had just met. And now the scarecrow with the scythe and the burning eyes has been transformed, along with a lumberjack dressed in knight's armor and long claws instead of fingers. The young cowardly lion, wanting to regain at least a little of his courage, moved forward under Dorothy's leadership. The girl looked forward with eyes full of confidence. Now she saw no obstacles at all with such a team. They were looking for the dragon who had drafted them to move on such a long and dangerous adventure. Soon their goal would be accomplished. When they finally met their main enemy, they attacked him without thinking through their actions properly and lost. When Jack finally came to his senses, everything was empty. His friends and the flames and the dragon himself were gone. He didn't know how long he wandered aimlessly through the desert like a ghost looking back. He saw only his footprints in the sand. Jack tried to find his companions, but to no avail. They had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Listening to all of this, Saul first cried her. This story touched her to the core, and she hoped for a happy ending. When the boys fought the dragon, Jack always remembered Dorothy screaming for him to put out the fire. Perhaps her friend didn't want Jack to see the horrible picture. Continuing to cry, the girl asked how Jack even ended up here. Answered that his memory had been erased since he had been searching for his comrades from the time the fire was put out. He could barely even remember when Solomon had sealed him in the Castle of Evil for many hundreds of years. Jack must have smelled like a dragon from the last battle, and King Solomon thought he was his messenger. And now these guys were in front of Jack's eyes. It wasn't the first one Jack had seen in decades. Drake assumed that when they went to the Lord of Darkness, Jack went to the dragon. Jean added that then the pumpkin was frozen here because the demon defeated him. Jack concluded that now he was back here to exact his revenge to find the one he'd been looking for so long. That's exactly how Dorothy had taught him then, and now Pumpkin remembered it for the rest of his life. They have come to the edge of a frozen land, and now they are attacked by ice vampires, two hideous creatures. Drake saw them immediately and started shooting straight at the monsters, trying to contain them somehow. Jack waved his scythe and destroyed the monsters one by one as they literally fell apart like toys. Jin rejoiced. As expected from Jack, he was really strong. Maybe their boss not so strong and Pumpkin could beat him. Lantern said that the dragon may have recruited talented monsters for his battle controls the left side of the castle, and the knight controls the right side of the Tower of Swords. With another swing of his scythe, Jack shattered the stone and cleared a path forward. The pumpkin stood ahead of everyone. And now they wandered into the throne room where King Lich, one of the dragon's most powerful servants, would sit. Pumpkin immediately asked Jin if the guy knew anything about him, but Jin knew nothing. This monster was the first time in front of them. The unmelted ice shatters, and the Lich King begins to rise from his seat, with a crackle spreading his limbs. Soon the king of the throne awakened. Jack froze in place, and now after all these years, he finally saw his enemy. There was a creak of metal and the king stood up heavily, stretching his limbs, which had grown stiff over time. One of his eyes lit up green. Could it be the Tin Man? Jack seemed to recognize him. For the first time in his life, Jin saw something so stunning, the guy suddenly realized that fighting this monster would be extremely difficult. Seeing another powerful attack flying towards them, Jin ordered everyone to be careful. This damage was both physical and magical. Then there was a staggering explosion. Everything around them shook, and it seemed as if the ceiling was about to collapse on them. And now the raid was officially underway. Jin prepared himself to deal with this monitor once and for all. At a quick gallop, he approached the woodsman, but suddenly he saw that Jack had overtaken him. Pumpkin flew straight forward at his old friend, waving a huge scythe. The king drew his weapon and blocked the powerful blow. Jack tensed with all his might. Jack tried to wake up his old friend. He shouted for him to come to his senses. Finally, the lumberjack's name was Nicholas. Jin rushed straight towards him, swinging his blade. It was impossible to let the woodsman recover. But the armor is so hard that even a blade bounced off of it like wood. Even if you scratch it, the person will still be injured. The lumberjack grouped up and prepared his ice attack. Jin saw a bright ice beam at the last moment. Something flew past them and hit them right in the upper vault of the castle. A crackling sound was heard. The air began to fill with cold. Thrown back by a mighty gust of wind, Jin flew into the nearest wall and hit his back. The woodsman sprang toward him and was already bringing his huge axe to destroy the guy. With one blow, Jin was startled and let his eyes bulge. Trying to block the blow, the guy put his hands forward, but no doubt it's possible to block such a direct blow. He still had no time to escape, so there was only one way out. Jin prepared to take the full force. Drake cried out, seeing his comrade in great danger. The shooter began to shower the lumberjack with a hail of arrows from his 2 crossbows to distract him somehow. The arrows bounced off his armor without doing any damage, but the Tin Man still stopped in place. Jumping up to him, Drake immediately asked how Jean was feeling. The guy was laying on the earth, he seemed dazed. Meanwhile, the king began to bring his hand in for another frosty strike. His fingers turned into real claws. Saul, who had seen it all, used her sacred immunity to do something to protect the guys around her. A huge energy wave flew straight at the king, and in a flash stopped him. The girl put all her strength into it. It seems she was lucky the skill worked. The paralysis engulfed the king's entire body, and he stopped his hand. But Jin looked at her and said that this monster's magical defense was too strong. Don't get too excited. The king stopped, but was still conscious. The enemy had not been defeated, the battle had only just begun. She gave Drake a surprised exclamation. Jin said that the girl's attack had only confused him. In fact, he was even more enraged now. Compared to this monster, the others just look like ordinary players who can't do anything. But monsters exist to be defeated, which means even this monster has a weakness worth preparing for. A column of flames suddenly appeared in front of the guys and spread throughout the entire castle space. It was Pumpkin Jack. He had finally come to his senses and was now ready to fight with renewed vigor. He tried to bring his old friend to his senses. Drake asked where this pumpkin got such talent. Jean didn't understand anything either and just stood there watching. Meanwhile, Jack tried to wake up his old friend Nicholas by reminding him of the old days when they fought side by side. Putting the scythe forward, Jack said that perhaps this alone would remind Nicholas of him. Great. That was a chance. Jean drank his potion and told Jack to keep it up. Everyone would have to attack at the same time. Well, let's get started. The guy put his blade forward and moved towards the monster who stood on his throne. Shots and flashes began to erupt everywhere. The king repelled all attacks. His strength was too great to break him so easily. Jin shouted that the king was approaching. The guy had prepared all his strength for it. But it was necessary to leave. Everyone else just fell to the ground and crouched down to dodge the attack. Above was flames. Drake notices that the raid has already been going on too long. Jim is really sure it's going to be okay, but Dead Water says not to worry. The main thing is to stall for time. When they see a change, then it will be their chance not to miss it. The king, covered in cold, looked at his uninvited guests and suddenly stopped. Jean heard some strange voice in his head. As if someone was addressing him, the guy even stopped a little. He didn't remember that voice at all, though he knew everyone in this game stopped for a second. Well, it doesn't matter if he hears a voice or not. What matters is that the guy can defeat this monster, so it's worth a shot. Drake suddenly shouted for everyone to look forward. There apparently something was wrong. The king and his demeanor changed. Seeing that the Demon King's armor had changed and cracked, Jin laughed as the rust debuff that only affects metal objects. A few more knights with burning eyes rose from their seats and moved forward straight towards their comrades. The first was the lion chimera monsters with burning eyes and the head of a lion, though he was clad in the same armor. Next was a stuffed soul collector. He looked like Jack, only his flames were stronger and blue in color. And last was an iron golem monster with a long arm that had 4 fingers that looked more like spikes. Smiling, Jack finally realized that it seemed the king still remembered them. But why was he pointing his axe at his old friends? Turns out Jean was right. Drake shouted that the other monsters came almost immediately, just as the comrade said. But turning around, Drake saw that for some reason his buddy had frozen in place as if paralyzed. Something was wrong. It didn't happen the way Jin had planned. The summoning was supposed to happen when the king was weakened due to the debuff, but things didn't go according to plan. Saul saw that the rust on the king's body was beginning to fade. He seemed to be renewing himself. Moreover, the king had increased his HP and was now much stronger and more resilient than before, which was already causing problems. Jin bounced back. I tried to regroup now. The monster he was fighting was much stronger than expected. Everything was completely different. The guy did not understand why the scenario has changed so much because his information cannot be reliable, but everything is not as he imagined. Perhaps it is because they are the first to get to this phase. The guy was trying to ponder dodging attacks. But maybe something changed because they were helped by Jack Lantern. Drake was throwing his clappers around in an attempt to do something to stop the pesky monsters. It didn't work, and one of the monsters was already flying at the guy, bearing its wide fangs forward. Saul, who had seen it all, was horrified and concentrated to protect her comrade from imminent danger. She applied the sacred barrier and protected Drake at the last moment into the magical wall. Behind the girl's back, something started to happen. She didn't see it as she was preoccupied with defense. Now Saul was in danger too. Luckily, Jack was in time to hit the unknown monster that had appeared behind the girl's back with his scythe. Now Jack is furious that they dared to turn their weapons against his allies. It's inhuman. Now he will destroy them. Looking up, Drake thought it would be too hard. The king had cured high-ranking monsters and was supporting them. Something was wrong with Jin's plan. Then he shifted his frightened gaze to his comrade, with whom something strange was happening. Drake had never seen him so confused, and indeed Jean was standing in the middle of the monsters and couldn't figure out what was going on. Inside, the guy was a mess. Without understanding the situation, they'll never win. He tried to get his thoughts together. With his skills and resurrection capabilities, they could basically defeat the king who was incidentally approaching. He kept hearing some strange voice in his head and ordered everyone else to hold out for 3 minutes. The guys turned their surprised faces to him. He didn't have a plan again, but they smiled and agreed. They immediately began bickering amongst themselves, and John was already preparing his gauntlet to put an end to this king once and for all. If Jin hears a voice in his head, then it must have been a secret quest. The guy swung around and punched his fist straight into the ground. The floor beneath him collapsed and the guy went straight down. Turns out there was another floor. Continuing to fly, Jin saw some red darkness below that looked like fog. He was heading straight there. Don't tell me it's the same bloody phoenix lake Jin knew about. That's why it recovered so quickly. So there's obviously something wrong, and we need to check what's wrong. The ring on the guy's hand glowed purple. A second later, a huge kite appeared in the air and was already flying next to its master. If Jin fell into this lake at a high speed, he would suffer great damage, especially since he couldn't be sure that the water wasn't poisoned. With only one single option left, the serpent opened its wide mouth and Jin immediately jumped inside its body. Now it was as if he was inside a spaceship. The snake did not perceive the poison at all and just floated freely inside the lake. Soon they saw a strange mechanism entangled with tubes. It was the king's heart. Jin was not surprised that the king was so concerned about his safety. The second heart, it was just an incredibly good chip. If Jin is not mistaken, this characteristic did not get to him immediately. At one moment, Jin saw a strange, vague silhouette of a girl looking suspiciously like Dorothy. She was standing in front of the boy and ready to fight. Wasn't that the call? There are more monsters than just the ones above ground. Dorothy jumped up and headed straight for the snake. She was ready to give her life to protect her comrade. It moved so fast that Jin couldn't even follow it with his eyes. Just incredible power, and how only to fight this monster. Meanwhile, Dorothy was building up her firepower and stabbed the serpent right in the back. The monster staggered and flew off to the side. He was knocked off course. Even monsters of his level couldn't compete with this monster. It was Whirlwind Jin holding on as best he could, for it was a huge effort for him not to fall out of there. When he opened his eyes, he saw Dorothy running toward him, swinging her fists at him. Following this, the unfortunate serpent received a mighty blow. Straight into its neck, the monster deflected, and in a second the guy was out of its mouth. Once underwater, I didn't even quite realize what had happened. The guy was flying in free fall and couldn't concentrate. Seeing her victim, Dorothy pulled out her blade and immediately went straight for him to destroy him. Well, no, Jin wasn't going to give up so easily. He lunged straight for her and swung his arm in an attempt to hit her. But the girl was phenomenally fast. She seemed to anticipate all his movements and deftly dodged to the side. It was as if Jin had now gained a new level. Now his rank was the sunken sea devil guy transformed. It was phenomenally cool. He no longer felt any pressure from the water and could move freely around the entire lake. The serpent also transformed. On his head grew 2 large horns, and now he looked like a real dragon. Stopping for a second, Dorothy looked at her opponents. The girl expected to defeat them quickly, but failed. Jen realized that this time was going to come sooner or later, but didn't anticipate that so quickly. It seemed luck was on his side. Great. Now it was time to go back. His friends were waiting for the snakes, and the guy prepared to end it once and for all. After Drake saw the girl's body come out of the water, he stopped for a second, unable to believe his eyes. Saul even stopped applying her spell out of surprise. The girl didn't expect something like this. It didn't take long for the new item to arrive. Jin got his hands on the left and right hand of the King of Evil Spirits, an incredibly powerful item. The guy decided to give this item to Saul. He thought this thing would be just right for her. It was worth a try. As soon as the girl put the gloves on her hands, they immediately became the right shape for her and became incredibly light. Running in the opposite direction for the last time, Jim shouted for her to use this as a means of self-defense. Nothing more, she'd be fine. These things could be a real surprise to her enemies. A triumphant smile appeared on Jin's face. The magic that the girl possessed merged with these gloves, and now her power has increased several dozen times. Drake was still in a daze. He couldn't believe it had all happened in 1 second before he even realized it. While Drake was trying to deal with those nasty monsters, Jean walked up to Saul, who was trying to recover him from behind. Now she had a real ultimatum. The girl prepared to hit the next monster. Of course, it was clear to everyone how powerful this weapon was. Now Saul was simply invincible. The girl was preparing to deliver a devastating blow. As soon as her hand made contact with the monster's hand, then the monster felt an incredible pain. The force was simply staggering. The girl struck with such force that no monster could resist her onslaught. Drake noticed it. Did Jean really give it to her? But on the other hand, it's great for self-defense. We'll have to hold out a little longer. The boys got ready and began to restrain the monster with renewed vigor. Dorothy came to her senses and again began to attack the intrusive man who dared to show up at her door. Even though the dragon was showering her with flames, the girl was incredibly powerful. She seemed to ignore all incoming damage. But Jin wasn't going to give up. He jumped over her and headed back to attack her from behind. No, Jin is as agile as anyone else, so don't let the monster have any hope of beating him. Turning around with great speed, she flew after him and could not let this man win. But it was all useless. Someone's huge mouth grabbed the girl and flew straight up. It was a chance. With a few quick lunges, Jin struck the target and the metal cracked. He struck with all his might. The king standing above felt some kind of malaise as if his strength was leaving him, and he began to dissolve. Drake noticed all the summoned monsters disappearing as if dissolving into thin air. But what happened? It seemed Jin could even clone Jack disappeared into thin air, dissolving into his flames. It seemed it was over. Jean climbed up the hole where the heart should have been changing. The lake was draining. All the blood that had filled the opening began to flow into that very hole. Things were getting out of control. This wasn't like a normal attack. The people standing upstairs got ready. It was trying to survive any way it could, so Drake aimed his full power at it and started coming in with arrows. Smiling with some sadness in his voice, Jack said that now the end had come for his old friend Nicholas. The Lich King was already powerless to resist, and Jack took advantage of this by striking with his scythe. The voice of the lumberjack is heard saying he has no heart, he feels no pain, he asks Jack to end it. There is an explosion. When they defeated the king, then Drake felt his power increase, his level increased several times. But now she was much stronger. She had increased her level by 2 and now felt an incredible surge of strength. Jean got a boost too, but it was still a bit disappointing, but he got so many rewards and titles that it was hard not to be surprised. Jack picked up a piece from the Lich King's armor and wished his friend rest in peace. Now he wouldn't run away either. Pumpkin was very sad that his old comrade had forgotten them and turned into a real monster, but there was simply no other way out. Following that, they received a new, unique item. The actual heart of the Lich King was the most valuable item right now. As soon as Jin saw this, he immediately started jumping for joy and shouting, "Did he really get the rarest item in the world?" He said it was his heart now. Saul ran up to him and wondered what it was all about. The guy couldn't stop cheering. Drake wondered where Jean would even use it, but the guy just laughed. It could be used anywhere. The point is that now its wielder can apply the same characteristics as the king. Friends marveled. Wow, this is truly an ultimatum item for a reason they call it a spare heart. Jin pondered. Yes, there is a reason why this item is the most valuable item in this game. It is really useful when you have a certain rank. But it seemed too early to rejoice. Something began to happen, and the whole space was covered with a strange green veil. Drake lets assume it's some kind of sudden shutdown, but why? What's even happening? Saul looked up and opened her mouth in surprise. She invited everyone to look up. There was really something strange there. There was a huge eye that looked at the comrades. A voice came out of nowhere, asking what kind of bunch of show-offs they were. Jack was furious. He must have realized what was going on. It really was Oz, and the pumpkin was on fire. Standing on the ground, Jim looked at the strange eye and pondered. Most likely he had already guessed what was wrong. This task was only available to Jin. Drake wondered, is this really the king? If he didn't accept this offer, the king would get very angry. Deadwater had already put his finger up to the sign, but Drake tried to stop him. Something was wrong. On the other hand, Jean was very fond of honors, so the only question is what about his passing to the next world? As soon as Drake noticed that his comrade had agreed to these terms, he was immediately horrified. Why only he did it? But Jean had no other choice. He needed that title. But the only question is whether Jack Pumpkin himself would be okay with it. Maybe it would affect him. However, he did not say anything but simply stood and looked at the others with his fiery eyes. Anyway, their next target was the knight. Jane raised his hand up and prepared for another battle. His friends followed him. The events moved to the real world. Kim Jong-un pulled her cap over her face as she walked down the street at night. The girl walked quietly and tried not to attract unnecessary attention to herself, but unfortunately, it was impossible. The stranger said he had been waiting for her for a very long time. In front of her sat an incomprehensible man on a bench. His face and body were hidden in darkness, and his voice was eerie. As the man came out into the light, it turned out to be the Zodiac who had been waiting for the girl all along. Kim said she saw posters on the street about the bounty. The battle scene was pretty exciting. Lifting his head up, Zodiac proudly said that he just didn't like being provoked, that's all. Walking up to the girl, he took out a screwdriver and presented it to her throat. He said he wanted to know a lot about her and had to go through a lot. Kim smiled and said it was very funny because she wanted to meet with him, so she had the same interests. Surprised, Zodiac looked down at her and hesitated for a second. It seems this girl is not so simple. The girl continued to stare at him with a defiant look, although it was clear from her look that she was very worried. Turning to the man, she asked if he wanted to work with her. She could use an ally like Zodiac. In the world of the game, Sol got another upgrade. Now she had a cloak and beautiful clothes. She said that the elder of the angel tribe gave her this one. Drake glared at her and said the girl looked really good. Jean stood behind her and smiled. Everyone was so happy to see the girl in the village, as if the daughter had returned to her family on the one hand, so it was. When the ball boys were getting ready for battle, Drake said that the Lich King was Lumberjack Nicholas. Smiled Jack. Said that perhaps the knight would be Richard Lionheart Pumpkin was already anticipating a battle with another old friend. Of course, Richard had a strong body and bright mind like his father, and he was to become a general afterwards, so the level must be high. Jack had finally made up his mind he would do to Richard exactly what he had done to the lumberjack. The problem was that the knight didn't have a clear attack pattern, so it was difficult to track and learn the movement. The monsters will attack from the first floor, but Jin has already created a strategy in his head, so there's nothing to worry about. They moved forward. They had a very long and dangerous expedition ahead of them. The guy ordered Soul to use his sacred shield right away. Drake was to cover them on the left. The lad readily took up his crossbow. Jack had to focus on low, medium, and long-range attacks. Pumpkin nodded his head. While the Demon King would take care of the right side, had already put on his armor and was ready. As soon as they fell through the walls into the next room, then stopped in bewilderment for some reason, all the monsters, and so went to the other world. Especially here collected the most bizarre kinds of monsters here were orcs that were not in the game before. Plus, they were the very species that inhabited the fields, just what he was doing in the tower. You could tell from Gene's face that he was extremely unhappy with the position of this dude, ruining all his plans. And he's pretty smart. Hearing some strange sound, the guy became alert and turned around to see if it could be. Without waiting for his companions, Jim rushed up the stairs, leaving his friends completely bewildered. It was the sound of a flute, only that's how it was possible. Gene naturally gritted his teeth. He didn't want to believe what could have happened. He ran a few more meters. It was the middle boss, but for some reason the monster was frozen. Could it be that Jin was too late? The one ahead of him missed the middle boss and immediately moved forward. The guy was wary of who it could be after all. A second later, the walls in front of him began to crumble. All around him was covered in fog. Jin bounced away. It was an old acquaintance of Zodiac's. It seems he had gotten ahead of the guy, and now he wasn't going to give all the honors to him. As soon as Zodiac saw his opponent, he realized that he had to run away from this place. He shouted that if Jin didn't want to go to the other world, then let him hurry up and not interfere with him. Zodiac was furious. But it was incomparable to what Jin was feeling. Now he was just out of his mind. This man had ruined his plan. There also stood a former member of the Mad Dogs girl watching the duel between the two enemies with surprise and fear. She didn't expect to see dead water here and was kind of stunned with fear. But what is he doing here? The girl was extremely surprised that Jun was talking to her as if he knew her. Only from where? And only now Jim realized that this was their first meeting when he was in the form of dead water before he was a demon king. Drake, along with his girlfriend, ran to his aid, the guy frightened, asking what even happened here. As soon as the witch saw Drake, she freaked out, and this guy's here, but this is out of line. Now it was 3 against 2. They stopped a few paces away and as if they were daring to attack. Realizing that they couldn't handle the 3, Kim looked at them with surprised and frightened eyes. The woman told them to just get the hell out of here and stay out of their way. Jin was furious at such insolence. The guy realized that it seemed these two had failed the raid and were now running away from here in a hurry to keep at least something in their lives. Their strength wasn't enough to defeat the knight, so everything went wrong. If they prepared fully, there would be no problem. Moreover, even the Zodiac, which the whole world knows, is now in an extremely poor state of repair. Turning around, the guys silently looked at the defeated psychopath who had previously turned out to be incredibly strong. There was the sound of armor rubbing against each other as the knight approached. A silhouette appeared from the broken wall. Jim was horrified. Could it be so soon that he'd meet the knight? The boy prepared for the battle to be intense. This monster was no comparison to the one before. His eyes were glowing, and he looked really menacing. The guy continued to stand there in a daze, unable to say a word. His eyes widened to their fullest extent. Finally coming to his senses, Zodiac lifted his head and started twirling in different directions what had happened here in the first place. It was like he'd been blown out of his mind after the blow, and he looked at the dead water as if for the first time and wondered what he was even doing here. Jack and Saul got ready. They realized that the battle was about to get very intense, and they couldn't give up. From somewhere came 2 orcs dressed in knight's armor. Kim seemed to be controlling them. After this, even Jin opened his mouth in amazement at how unbelievable it was that monsters were now working with humans. Where has this ever happened in this game? What happened in this game? Turns out they were former members of the Mad Dogs. Apparently the cataclysm affected them so badly that they turned into orcs. Coming to her senses, Kim yelled that dead water really pissed her off, so let her get the hell out of here and stay out of the way. Guiding her charges forward, the sorceress ordered the destruction of this pesky man. Jin was even a little surprised. Did they really think they could defeat him? One orc had already brought his axe to bear. But in the next second, the monster realized that he had failed at even dealing damage, what with this man's body. Really not a scratch, although it was a direct blow to the head. Jean stood alive and well and only laughed. In the next second, The unfortunate orc felt the full force of the blow and flew back like a toy. Drake and Saul, who had been watching the battle, opened their mouths in amazement at how awesome it was. After all, these were professional players. So why couldn't they do anything? Gene was on fire and ready to destroy everyone in his path. Looking around, the guy asked if they were the ones who brought all these monsters here, just like they did at the awards ceremony. Zodiac said nothing. He just lifted his head up and smirked clearly. He had something to do with this anyway. So this parasite is inside the knight, and now these two have brought it here. Indeed, the knight somehow changed from his body, emanated a strange aura he was approaching his new victims. With a smile, Zodiac said he wouldn't touch the dead water today. He didn't have time to explain, so just let him go. But Jin didn't even think about leaving the line of attack. He wanted to deal with this psycho as soon as possible, so he wouldn't cause any more problems. Seeing his request ignored, Zodiac snapped his fingers and grimaced. He yelled for Jin to stop wasting their time and get out of the way finally. But the guy only laughed. Why would he do that? Moreover, he already knows how to defeat this monster, so he has nothing to fear in principle. But on the other hand, these guys are tired. Zodiac became furious. He shouted for Jin to get out of here immediately. If they continued to stand like this, the knight would just defrost them all. Jin looked at the Zodiac even more closely. He's lying because he's in a hurry. But what does he really want? It was only now that the guy realized what had happened that the frozen statue now cracked and a huge worm the size of a mountain burst out of it. Even Jim was startled. He had forgotten that this monster had ever been here, and the boy froze in place. Even Zodiac didn't know this was going to happen, so it was useless to blame him. He just came to raid and planned time on freezing the knight. But now the worm interfered with their plans and disrupted everything he tried to destroy his new victims by crashing into the ground. The dungeon was about to collapse, and it was impossible to stand on one's feet. It felt like the entire tower was about to fall. Jin turned around and shouted to his friends to be careful, but he seemed to have lost sight of them. The whole dungeon had turned into ruins, and now it was almost impossible to see anything. The guy lost sight of his friends. Zodiac climbed out of the rubble and said in a tired voice that this was exactly why he didn't want to face this man. They ended up splitting into pairs. Drake stayed with Saul, and Jin, to his great regret, was now paired with Zodiac. It was the worst combination, and the knight was already approaching and wanted to destroy the pesky people at once. And besides, against them now was a huge worm vampire aiming its round maw at two defenseless people. They were trapped. Drake was scared, but Jack-Lantern standing nearby said he was used to it, both body and soul. Looking up, Saul said that it seems the floors 1 through 4 just completely collapsed and destroyed the entire building. With them on the team was Kim. Sorceress looked at the others and asked rudely why they stood as if dumbfounded. That worm is coming back, so we need to do something as soon as possible. The girl was as scared as they were. Indeed, opening its wide maw, the monster was already moving towards the humans, eager to swallow the new prey. Everything around it began to shake. The dungeon continued to collapse. The worm was penetrating it with its body. At the last second, Drake managed to bounce aside as the worm literally slammed into the ground a few centimeters away from him. Something here was wrong, of course. This worm looked like a sandworm, but Drake noticed it was flying through the air. Saul said he punches through walls. It's simple mechanics. When this worm hits something, it bounces off like a ricochet to another. She heard it from John when she got into the game, and the guy said he would never fight this boss monster, but still. If this monster is really destroying walls and everyone else is just standing there, then unfortunately they won't survive. Suddenly the girl had a plan. She turned to Drake. The guy turned with frightened eyes. She asked if the others could do exactly as she said. It would help them get out of here and win. Without delay, Drake said anything is possible, but Saul hasn't even said anything yet. The guy replied that he knows she's wise, so trust her. Suddenly someone said there was a way out. The guys immediately turned around. It was Kim. She led the two orcs behind her and offered to cooperate if the situation was so dire. Drake wanted to protest because these people wanted to destroy them, but Saul smilingly agreed, and the boy was horrified. But the smiling girl said that now they needed to put aside regret and fear and cooperate for everyone's survival. Even the sorceress smiled, seemingly no stranger to human feelings, or she was so scared she would agree to anything. The worm was already heading towards them with its mouth wide open, and there were only a few seconds left to think of something. Altogether, they began to lift a huge piece of wall to use it as a shield against the worm for at least a second. Saul said she's already done all the calculations and just needs to wait a moment, and then the trajectory will be correct. Kim looked at her in amazement. Could this wench have calculated all of this in such a short time was simply unbelievable. She winked at Saul and said it was nice to meet her. It seemed this girl was starting to change before her eyes. Saul looked at her and smiled kindly. Apparently the girl had no idea who was standing in front of her. She shouted that she had to guide the worm between the pointed and blunt bricks on the right wall of the tower, only then it would get stuck there. Drake pushed and tried his best to hold on to the huge chunk of wall. The first time it didn't work. The worm didn't bounce at the right angle, and Saul said it needed more, this time instead of tilting it 5 degrees more. The next blow was of incredible strength. The guys holding the piece of rock nearly fell under the ground under the onslaught of the worm, and finally it all worked. It turns out that the worm can't go back because the walls on the upper floors are also destroyed. Guys looked up. The worm is now caught in an infinite loop and will only stay in one place at all times. Kim looked at her new acquaintance with surprise and joy and marveled at her intelligence. Did the plan really work? Now finally, being able to catch her breath, the sorceress smiled. For the first time in her life, she was truly, genuinely pleased. Saul looked at Drake with frightened eyes and called his name. The archer was already ready. He drew his little dagger. As soon as it got better, they show their true colors. Looking at the others, Kim said that Drake appeared to be very good with small arms. His rank was very different indeed. After saying that, the sorceress began to fill the entire space with her dark magic. Drake covered his friend with his body. It was pollution magic, so you had to stay away from her if you wanted to live. Saul couldn't believe her eyes. Could this really be what was going to happen? She had helped everyone through this difficulty. The sorceress only laughed evilly. She said that she had never seen such a naive girl. On one hand, it was even cute. There was nothing Kim could do about it. Kim was so slow that she lost her guard and didn't see the worm coming. All she could do was cry out, and the monster immediately swallowed her friend in one go. Drake and Saul just stood in the distance and watched the guy cover his face with his hands to keep from throwing up. A distraught Kim screamed she didn't expect the monsters to attack so quickly, much less come back here. But the healer began to speak. She said she had calculated everything, and so Kim looked at her, wondering what else she meant. Saul looked at her with a completely devastated look. Did she really think the girl would reach out to her seriously? After Kim realized that she had been tricked, she was seized by fury, who had never been so easily tricked before. The worm, meanwhile, was approaching her at an unbearable speed, and it was almost unreal to dodge it. Meanwhile, the guys were fighting a knight who had risen from the other side of the world and was now very angry, and it was too hard to hold him back. Zodiac smiled. The knight was inadequate. The man couldn't believe there was only one critical situation left. Well, he has no other choice anyway, so the man suggested that the dead water join forces. But Jin has disappeared. The psychopath turned his head and couldn't believe where he could hide here. The space was empty. Zodiac was furious. He shouted that the dead water was just real trash since he decided to run away from here like the last coward. But it was too late anyway. The knight flew straight at Zodiac at full speed. The man did not have time to dodge and now flew straight down into the abyss. The situation was desperate. He gritted his teeth and tried to save his life, but so far it was useless. Meanwhile, just hiding, he had that invisibility cloak, and now the guy could just wait out the attack in a secluded place. All the while, Kim was trying to get away from the pesky worm that was following her everywhere. Watching Saul thought they couldn't afford to go to the other world, so she decided to use these people. From the beginning, there was no need for a fight. No one should have gone to the other side of the world, but everything happened as it happened. She only made a rough calculation and put it on the case. Drake looked at the girl respectfully, wondering if she would get mad if he took her smart. Meanwhile, Kim was struggling to stay on her feet. She didn't expect this girl to fool her so easily. She was worse than dead water. The sorceress screamed that the next time they met she would be sure to destroy her and turn her to dust. Unlikely Saul had heard it all. The method of dropping the vampire worm seems to be the way to escape from the tower. Drake assumed that was the reason Jean didn't want to go through with it. But it wasn't over yet. One orc came out of the wall and somehow miraculously survived the blow. He immediately looked at the healer who had caused all this chaos. Saul looked up fearfully. She could not seem to get away from this opponent now. The orc decided to start with the weakest to destroy her as quickly as possible to take revenge. Drake noticed that the girl wouldn't be able to dodge too quickly due to her low agility, so he yelled for her to duck. The monster was already flying at her like a huge metal ball. He was ready to crush the girl, but she was ready and struck first. Of course, with such an item, one could easily fight any opponent. Drake was incredibly proud of her. Now the healer had changed. She was no longer like that awkward girl who was afraid of everything. She was a true warrior. But soon it was over. The effect stopped, and back to her normal appearance. Soul turned her head in surprise. She didn't understand anything at all. As soon as the girl heard what Drake told her, she was stunned on the spot. She couldn't believe she was that strong. Clutching her head, poor thing screamed. She didn't mean to blow it up like that. It was an accident, so she was ashamed. The friends rushed to Jean's aid, but he was nowhere to be found. For some reason, Drake whirled his head around. When the archer saw something terrible, he opened his mouth in surprise and didn't expect it to happen so quickly. There were two silhouettes visible, one holding the other by the throat with a strong hand. Somehow Zodiac had managed to survive and now grabbed Jean and tried to strangle him. Apparating in horror, Drake grabbed his crossbows. What is even going on here? Why did everything happen like this? But in the next second, there was an explosion of monstrous power. Zodiac bounced to the side, trying to keep himself alive. He thrust his hand forward. There immediately formed a sphere of dark energy. The man was furious. Following this attack, he pulled out a flute and began to blow on it, calling his monsters from the depths of hell. The monsters grouped together to form a huge mountain of bones, like the Tower of Babel. A wall of flesh and bone. A perfect defense. Zodiac was ready to get out of here alive. No monster could get through this wall. It was still too early to rejoice. The knight was approaching him at breakneck speed. Zodiac was too late to notice him. Taking out his book of necromancy, the man used an extreme hell spell to at least hold off the enemy. A huge column of green flame burst out of his hand and immediately hit the knight with a roar. Zodiac was frustrated. Catching this knight using necromancy was too difficult, but at least there was dead water here too. The man began to look for the teleport scroll. He was extremely tired of being here. He had to get out if he looked for it. Maybe he could survive. But no sooner had he found what he needed than he was grabbed by the firm hand of the knight who was still alive. Naturally, this attack had no effect. From somewhere Jin appeared. He snatched his blade and lunged at his opponent. Now he will take charge and end this. The knight began to transform. Where his head should have been, there were spikes like a huge porcupine. Bouncing off the rocks that flew directly at him, Jin tried to get out of the line of attack. At the last moment, Jin managed to dodge the barbs flying at him, but they still ruffled his cloak. On the other hand, there is always a chance to break through, so the guy snatched the bottle of life-giving potion and drank it all down. The next moment he used the blood raptor, he began to absorb the knight's blood to poison it later. A bloody smile appeared on the monster's disfigured face, and its eyes also lit up. But even despite all of this, somehow the monster remained conscious and still posed a danger. In the next moment, Jin not had time to react and felt as if his body was being pierced by hundreds of needles. He was hovering overhead and was struck by several thorns growing out of the ground. But it wasn't over yet. His body was suddenly overflowing with energy. He grabbed onto the spikes and simply destroyed them in one blow. Now all of Jin's characteristics have increased several hundred times. The guy changed beyond recognition. His body became completely black, and his speed increased. Putting his gauntlet on his hand, he swung around and prepared to hit the knight right on target. He had a heavy feeling at the attack, even much heavier from what he felt before, but still the guy didn't give up. Looking to the side, Jin saw something. It had been over 40 seconds since he had gone into berserk mode. His health was decreasing. But still, he reached his goal and was just throwing hundreds of punches in a second. Even he didn't care that he was in a lot of pain. Looking at the fact that the knight was still alive, Jim became even more furious. When will this monster finally go to the other world? Suddenly, he felt someone talking to him. Someone's voice was booming right in his head, but Jin didn't stop punching. At some point, a bright flash of green flashed, and the guy was thrown many meters backwards. He didn't understand how that psycho was still alive. It was impossible. The Zodiac had survived. It was like that Zodiac was alive and well. Besides, without a scratch on his body, he had developed his survival skills well. In his hands was the very book of necromancy, with the help of which the man was most likely able to resurrect himself. At that moment, Jin felt like an incredible fool. He should have anticipated this preparation but missed the moment. Zodiac was none other than a dark priest who learned that skill in a special secret chapel of darkness. And now the position was restored. Zodiac was again holding Jin by the throat and trying to strangle him. Finally, the answer hung in the air. A smile spread across Zodiac's face. He triumphed. He just lay there and got all sorts of benefits from it. The knight, meanwhile, came closer and closer. The grip on Jin's neck got stronger and stronger. The guy felt like he was losing consciousness. Besides, he was very weakened by the battle. The Zodiac said he didn't expect it to end in a cataclysmic event, but it did, and it came out of the blue. Jin was once again horrified. Did this guy know about the cataclysmic event? It was all for nothing, and he foresaw it. The man explained that Jin had already heard of the term closed beta, but had not reacted in any way. He certainly couldn't be wrong. With a grimace, Zodiac asked who Jin was. It's impossible to know everything, but Zodiac will hear about that a little later. He had already pointed his huge spikes towards the enemy. Luckily, Jack showed up just in time. The pumpkin threw the Zodiac aside, and the man didn't have time to stay on his feet. Flying off somewhere very far away, the psychopath looked towards... Could it really be Jack-Lantern from where he came from here? Freeing himself from Jin, breathed in the air with a full chest, and finally regained consciousness. Zodiac couldn't believe how the pumpkin was able to escape from the Castle of Darkness. It's simply impossible who freed him. But all was, so Jack was now raging. He saw a comrade trying to be sent to the other side of the world, and now to take revenge. Luckily, Drake and Saul saw Jin falling and rushed to his aid to heal him somehow. The girl applied the angel's prayer and put a protective dome on Jin so he wouldn't shatter when he fell to the ground. Luckily, the guy managed to stay in one piece, but he didn't realize everything around him was red. Could it be Jack-Lantern, how he came? Now the Zodiac is left alone with a giant pumpkin spirit, but what do the Mad Dogs do? Where are they anyway? Deciding that he would leave as soon as he dealt with the knight, Zodiac rushed straight at the monster. There was no time to delay. But Jin wasn't going to give up his victory. He ran straight forward at Zodiac, couldn't give him such a tidbit. All of them rushed forward. Zodiac realized that it was only necessary to hit the knight once he was barely alive. But the man had no time to do anything. He was again pierced by spikes that appeared literally from under the ground. The poor man couldn't believe it had happened. He'd come all this way just to go to the end of the world like that. But the Jeep was healthy and alive, and he screamed at the Death Knight to finally pay attention to him. Seeing that the knight had separated his own head, Saul was horrified. The girl froze in place and opened her eyes wide. It wasn't really like that Drake explained that Knight would be leaving this world soon, and so he wanted to get rid of the body. Jin shouted for them to keep the knight out of here and stop him at all costs. Drake began firing at the knight with his crossbow. His armor-piercing arrows whistled through the air and reached the target. Jin himself was in a very poor condition. His body was completely exhausted from the battle. Saul was trying to help him in any way she could. She was healing him as best she could. But it was as if Jin wasn't listening to her. He blamed himself for missing the knight in such a state of how persistent the rotten water was. Lying on the floor, John almost passed out. Saul asked Drake to fire a couple arrows into Zodiac's body, or he would resurrect anyway. Rising to his feet, the dead water said that if he didn't do it, he was going to the other side of the world. Come to think of it, there's only one question. The guy turned to Jack and asked why he had intervened in his and Zodiac's fight. Pumpkin stretched in a smile and said that at that moment he just heard a very familiar voice calling him and asking for his wife's help. Thinking about it, the guy realized that maybe it was the same voice he heard during the battle. Of course, it was unexpected. Once Gene asked Jack to finish the job for him, Pumpkin happily agreed and finished off the knight at last. His armor broke, and from it emerged the beautiful face of a man. Jack said that the knight was braver than any man he had ever known. Standing on the dais with Drake, Gene looked up. Yes, upstairs was exactly what they were thinking about. Even here he showed up. A smile appeared on the boy's face. There's that giant again. In the sky appeared again. That huge yellow eye appeared and asked, is Jin the commander of his left front? His strength had extremely weakened. Now there is no way back. The guys looked in front of them, all three of them. They realized that now they have no choice but to move to the end. On the ground was a letter from the dragon, apparently written in blood on black parchment. After defeating the knight, Jen was given a new outfit, the armor of the Lionheart Knight. And Saul, he decided to give his cape to the girl. It fits just right, and she seems to like it. After the girl asked if it wasn't better to give that cape to Drake, the guy said the item was vital to her. Color-wise, it certainly didn't match well. Gene said to give him 1 second, and he'd fix it now. He pulled out of his pocket for fabric dye. It was a small vial, more like a spike. As soon as they splashed some of the potion on the cloak, it immediately began to change its color to blue. The girl was very happy and thanked Jin. Picking up an object in his hands that looked like a large sphere, Jin said that here it was. The main item of the reward was immortality. It was this item that would help them catch Lich. Jin smiled, fully prepared. For the next battle, everything was still ahead of them. Looking at his comrade, Drake said he had some question. Gene stopped and looked at him in surprise as to how the Zodiac even got here. The guy shook his head. They really were the only ones here. Then how did Zodiac know about the dungeon? It was very simple. The guy with a smile on his face replied that Zodiac turns out to be a pioneer just like them. Seems he wanted to catch Gordix like he did before after the whole mess. He noticed that someone had started reading his mind. So he walked over to those footprints. Jin thought for a second. Perhaps it was even dangerous after all. This psychopath had been following him all this time, and Jin didn't even realize it. What he's all about. And what is this closed beta? Is the Zodiac an unusual psychopath? He wanted to find out more about it, but there was still too much to do. Luckily, Zodiac won't have access to his account for a few more days, so we need to speed up before he interferes with them again. As he looked at his comrade, Drake thought to himself that, to be honest, Jim wasn't much different from him, especially now. Soon at last, they reached their destination. Here is the infamous Abyss Way, famous for its impressive depth. Drake wondered, does anyone even live here? The dead water standing nearby said that was why they had come here. Drake looked down and saw that there were some living creatures, monsters that were apparently working in the mine. The lizards were communicating with each other in some strange language that was not understood by the guys because there was no interpreter. They worked and extracted some valuable materials with pickaxe and hammer like real miners. If you look at it that way, they looked just like humans. Some of them managed and some of them worked. But it was a mystery to the others how anyone could even inhabit this abyss. Jin and the others moved closer. Sniffing jack-lantern said that this place smelled of the very creature he would never forget that smell. Saul said that these creatures have a newbie vibe, and Jake said that if you ignore her level, they have a lot in common. At the moment, each race in this game has its own hunting ground to obtain various materials as needed. The dungeon is not originally a place for people with low levels. Then there's something that needs to be done. Drake began to draw a diagram with his dagger in the sand of the low-level lizards special summoned here by the king. Now let them see. This place is very sloppily organized. If you look closely, there's no order at all. As he looked closer, Drake began to notice something. His eyes widened in surprise. This dungeon has 4 floors. The lizards would have kept working if someone hadn't called out to them, but they all stopped and looked away. There were too many orcs, a whole army of them, and apparently they didn't come here with good intentions. The workers began to look amongst themselves and speak in a frightened voice. Again, these orcs came here to raid. Meanwhile, the monsters went on a rampage, destroying everyone in their path and telling the lizards to stay out of their way. But the lizards were not going to give up so easily. They took up their weapons and began to fight back furiously. Armed with popcorn, Drake and Jean just watched everything. From the outside, it looked even slightly funny like a movie. The battle raged on with renewed vigor. The lizards fought back fiercely against the invaders, but the orcs were clearly stronger. The opponents did not retreat very strong back, and some warriors with huge orcs. On the other hand, this event is designed to ensure that the two camps have no choice but to engage in combat. The guys standing behind them were just watching the place in total disarray. John's timing was right, so now is the time to get into the game. He invited Jack to follow him. Pumpkin smiled a wide, toothless grin and readily ran forward to finally battle. Suddenly, Jean's voice was heard and he told everyone else to look at him. The battle stopped for a second. In front of them stood an incomprehensible person. Or was it a person at all? Was it a person completely pink and with a strange mask on his face? With the help of an item obtained in one of the battles, Jin changed his appearance to unrecognizable. Now no one could understand who was in front of him. Now everyone was looking at him. The guy laughed at last. He had captured their attention. Suddenly, releasing a flash of light, Jin began to turn the lizards into statues. They noticed that their bodies were beginning to stiffen. It was the ability to burn. Manhwa orcs would go blind and the rest would freeze in place like statues. Soon they remained in their poses, forever transformed into golden statues. Jean, in turn, stood on top of a small ledge in his underpants and watched from the sidelines as screams and pleas for help were heard everywhere. It was a new way of igniting the mana gained after defeating Gordix. A smile appeared on the guy's face, everything working exactly as he had intended. The strange creature kept shouting for no one to move. It had an incredibly nasty voice. It was a very strange trick. The two creatures, orc and lizard, ran straight at the stranger to destroy him for what he had done to them. But naturally, Jin was faster. He created another flash, blinding his opponents and quickly moving away. The monsters finally realized that this man is incredibly powerful, but who he is and where he came from in the first place. Jean laughed suddenly. Jack appeared, his head was on fire, and the pumpkin was ready to destroy anyone in its path. With a single swing of his scythe, Jack shattered the huge furnace and the sparks hung in the air, all frozen in place. Standing on a small dais, Jean continued to taunt. He started talking some incoherent nonsense purely for fun. This madman had just destroyed the furnace, and now all of its contents were raining down on the workers like molten mana. The operation was successful. Jean chuckled. Because of his luck, he was able to do it all in just a few seconds. You just need to open the entrance to the second floor and earn the attack power to destroy 2 hairs in 1 hit. Drake looked under himself in surprise. He didn't realize what was going on. Did it really pour boiling iron all over everything? And now in front of them was a huge, deep passage to the next floor. All that was left was to go down. Smiling, Jin seemed to realize that the wrath of their ruler would now fall upon them, so it would be worth being careful. Jack, in turn, was happy he would finally vent all the hatred he had been harboring for years. Without a second's hesitation, the boy threw himself down into the abyss, where he was about to meet the king himself. The guys were running through a huge tunnel only a few hundred meters left, and they would now be in place. When Jack saw the creatures wrapped in bandages, he recognized them as himself. They looked a lot like the man Jack had been before. Because of impatience, he laughed a crazy laugh. His voice seemed to be going crazy. Jin turned around as he heard a strange, squeaking voice. He was urging everyone to work harder. After all, they are just worthless creatures. It was the Banshee Queen, a terrifying monster of the highest rank. How Jack knew about her would be extremely difficult to deal with. But how could he not know her? It was his mother, the Queen, who appeared in the light, a truly ghastly creature made mostly of bones. Jack plunged again into memories. One day, a girl named Dorothy Queen fell out of the sky and collapsed. Even now, the Queen was getting terribly angry when she thought about it, her disgusting voice cutting her ears. Jack just stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe he was seeing his mother after all these years, and she hadn't changed a bit. Turning to his comrade, Jean told him something important: parents should remain just parents no more. The words made sense, and Jack pulled out his huge scythe, ready to fight his mother. Meanwhile, the Banshee went on a rampage. Jack turned the scythe against his own mother. How much of a worthless child he is. Well, Pumpkin said that parents who abandon their children can't be called that. It's despicable and low. Turning to Jean, Drake asked if this was based on his personal experience, but Jean remained silent. He didn't want to comment. Jack was now fighting his own mother. He was not inferior to her in strength now he had truly revealed himself. His body was filled with fury, and now he was ready to avenge all the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of his own kinsman. A smile widened on his face at last. He would accomplish in his place he had kept in his heart for so long. Jin also rushed forward to help his comrade. He realized how strong this monster was in close combat. The queen kept laughing. She said it won't work. Let these little people not even try to hurt her. She has summoned an army of servants armed with scythes. Now Jack will fight his own brothers and they will destroy him. The monsters began to transform. They opened wide mouths and looked simply terrifying. Worst of all, there were too many of them. Jean and Drake rushed forward, ready to fight to the end. Jack looked at them and told the others to stop his brothers, and now he would take care of the queen. Drake stopped and saw that one of these monsters was standing in front of him, and it looked truly terrifying. The queen laughed. She said it wouldn't help them at all. Now their power source is a volcano and it can't be destroyed. But smiling Jin said, "Their healer has already taken care of your boiling cauldron, so don't let him hope to win." In response to the queen's bewilderment, Jin said that their healer had an incredibly powerful attack power. It would take down her furnace in one blow. Saul was already standing nearby and preparing to deliver the final finishing blow, only needing to wait. Drake continued to shower everyone with arrows. He loved the way the battle was going. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. The healer swung her gloves around and prepared to strike straight into the stove. Jack approached the queen and struck her with his scythe, and there was a scraping of metal and the monster's hideous scream. After the girl kicked straight into the furnace in time, Jean jumped up and grabbed her and carried her away. The second furnace had been destroyed, and it was spewing red-hot metal, so we had to get out of here as soon as possible. Drake covered them while their comrades retreated to the safe place. The queen's laughter was heard. Looking to the side, Jack was even a little disappointed his master was here as well. The queen realized that these opponents are quite strong after all. She can't give in to the likes of them and let the emperor alone. Jin rushed forward in time to destroy the queen while she was weakened. He swept past the monster and dealt it a crushing blow with his blade. The queen had no time to realize anything. But unfortunately, the queen jumped into the secret passageway and escaped, while the furnace exploded with a deafening rumble. Jin cursed himself. He was too careless and failed to follow through and destroy finally the queen. She was able to escape. Now stripped of her body, Monster Banshee was like a huge spider, only mechanical. She laughed constantly. The ominous atmosphere was slightly different from the one upstairs. The guys stopped and froze in place. Something had changed. It was like a dungeon for prisoners. Jean and Drake looked among themselves and were wary. Someone's huge shadow emerged literally out of the fire. It was a warrior lizard. He was incredibly strong, the last stronghold of defense. But for some reason he appeared to the guys not so strong already, even a little small. But he shouldn't have fooled himself. Jin looked at him thoughtfully. This warrior would not let them pass. The huge lizard began to overflow with energy. Jack approached it and wanted to strike, but he was too slow and the lizard struck first. Jin tensed up and tried to move out of the line of attack, but he was crushed by the rocks. He drew his colossal sword covered in flames and started moving straight towards the uninvited guests. After getting out from under the rubble, Jin rushed to the rescue. But this monster is not a bad guy. He attacks NPCs first. Is he really as strong as before? Unfortunately, Jack couldn't survive such a hard blow. His pumpkin split open and the last flame burst out. The lizard only gave him one last glance and turned away at the last moment. The warrior's face seemed familiar to Jack. At this time, Drake prepared all his weapons and told Jin that this armor was made of obsidian, so it would be very difficult to penetrate it. His entire body was made of volcanic ash, and he already knew it himself. At the last moment, the gunman was able to dodge a powerful sound wave that flew right past him. The guys didn't expect the monster to be so strong, but it was harder to hold back its attacks than it seemed at first glance. Luckily, the healer was nearby and applied angel breath to keep her friends alive. The guys felt as if their bodies were enveloped by divine energy, as their health gradually recovered and their strength increased. How annoying the monster's attribute still was. Drake thought he was able to dodge, but the monster was much faster than expected. The lizard opened its mouth, and a column of flame was about to burst out, sizzling everything around it. Luckily, Saul's defense had worked perfectly, and now the guys were safe. The fire couldn't penetrate the shield. Even despite all of this, Jin tried to find some way to defeat the monster. Can't be that bad. And now it was the moment to use immortality. The guy took the orb out of his pocket. Turning back to his comrade, Drake raised an eyebrow in surprise, and how Jin was even going to use this against the monster. But that wasn't all. Jin took out a small purple-colored orb that he had received after defeating Gordic, which may seem like a random item, but it wasn't. And then turning to his comrade, he asked what their opposite to immortality Drake thought. But after a second, he opened his eyes in surprise. Could this be what he thought? The answer came to himself. That's exactly what it was. Jin combined the two objects together in his hands and a bright fire erupted. The elements were merging, and I had to close my eyes to avoid being blinded by such a bright, all-consuming flame. The lizard prepared to destroy the insolent humans who had infiltrated his rest. He looked truly terrible, consumed by poisonous fire. There it was. Jean smiled. It was the very thing he needed just to hold out for at least 1 minute, he pleaded with the others. Drake readily rushed forward and asked Saul to cover him and heal him in case the guy was willing to lay down his life for his friend. The girl put her hands forward and concentrated all her energy to protect her comrade. The lizard warrior approached the stranger swinging a long sword. Finally, he would end it all. Suddenly, Jack appeared in the sky. He had somehow resurrected from the other side of the world. The smile itself recognized on Jean's face. Jack was just in time just to hold this guy off for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Pumpkin continued to fight. He already realized who was standing in front of him, and from that, his strength increased. As soon as Jean heard Jack call the lizard Dorothy, his eyes widened in surprise. The warrior launched an incredible beam of energy at them, and the guys managed to bounce back at the last moment. Surprised, Jean looked toward the pumpkin. What is he even talking about? That's what's true, Dorothy. But Pumpkin wasn't listening to him at all. He was filled with rage. He wanted to know what the Banshee had done to his dear friend Dorothy. Then, without waiting for an answer, Jack went into a rage. His head was now completely covered with fire. He wanted to destroy the queen. Jean rushed forward to help Jack to finally finish these two off once and for all. No matter how honest the queen's words are, they will know everything when they destroy their enemies. Preparing the item, Jin flew forward. There was only one final strike left. Swinging his arm, he put the object directly to the lizard warrior. A bright yellow light spread everywhere. The warrior's armor disintegrated like a toy, and from there showed the face of a girl. Indeed, Jack was right. Stopping dead water looked forward. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be what he was thinking? Pumpkin Jack also froze in a daze. Finally, after all these years, he saw Dorothy. Before them appeared a completely new creature. Half human, half robot, the lower part of the girl's body was completely mechanical. Drake covered his face with his hand to keep from going blind. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Could such a thing really exist? Yes, indeed, she's his good old friend, but an improved version in the form of a warrior lizard, and a mechanical one at that. Jack was like crazy. He flew right at them and screamed curse at the queen and Oz. He couldn't believe his friend had turned into this. Meanwhile, Dorothy just stood there looking at her old comrade, but didn't seem to recognize him. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound came from behind the girl's back, and several sharp spikes formed claws. All right, now it's time to move on to the final stage. Jean is ready to put all his strength into finishing this one. Looking at Jack, the guy mentally apologized to him. He couldn't help him now. But it didn't matter. Shoot was covering for his comrade to finally get to the king and destroy him. Dorothy rushed forward with her sharp claws. She wanted to destroy everyone in her path for the king. Her mind was fogged. Taking advantage of his incredible speed and agility, Jin dodged her every attack, although it was very difficult. His head was full of how to catch the king faster, so he didn't want to fight this wench. Jack paused for a second. Didn't his old friend Dorothy in any way want to recognize him? Unexpectedly, Jin heard the voice in his head again, which he had heard a long time ago. Jack heard him too, and realized that at this rate, it would be very difficult for them to get rid of the warrior lizard. This time the voice seemed crisper and clearer. Jin stopped and listened. The voice said to break the control device on her chest. Jin looked closely and saw that on the girl's chest was a strange mechanism embedded in her body that was his target. Most likely, the Banshee Queen would dodge and run away. Jin tried to get away from the sharp blades, but they were too fast. The queen eye that was on the girl's chest laughed. She realized that these two could not beat her. Suddenly, the mechanism opened up and released a huge jet of fire. Jack came just in time, flying like a hawk, aiming straight for the queen. Now there was a tremendous blow, a loud scraping of metal, and the monster's hideous scream. Jack looked at the queen who had enslaved his old friend and wanted revenge. It didn't take more than a second for Pumpkin to pull it out of the girl's chest, and a loud queen's thud was heard. When Jean saw it, he was happy. Great. Now Jack should end it all, but there was a voice saying he shouldn't. Someone suddenly appeared in front of them. Someone's dress began to flutter in the wind. Jean stopped for a second. Before them stood Dorothy exactly as she had been for years in her familiar dress. Drake didn't understand why time had suddenly stopped. Everyone was frozen in their seats. No one knew what was going on. Jin has never encountered this before in real life. Is this some kind of insertion? Why he's the only one who sees it? Dorothy looked at her old friend Jack and said it was all right, she would find him soon, so don't let her worry. From behind arose a huge palace like an amphitheater, with a statue of an angel at the top. Must have been what heaven looked like. Dorothy said she'd find it like a nighttime summer downpour. Jean looked at all of this and it seemed even weirder to him. Okay, he would pretend to listen carefully. Then the girl turned around and addressed him, saying that she had known him for a long time. The friend, running everything backwards, Jean standing in front of her, couldn't understand how it was even possible. Lastly, she told Jin to say hello to his white friend. The guy opened his mouth. Why are these words spoken by an NPC? But he didn't have time to think about anything else. Because there was a huge explosion, Jin only had time to close his eyes to avoid being blinded. At last, he only had time to shout for the girl to wait, but it was too late. She disappeared in a huge, monstrous explosion.